Chapter 1. Captured by a beautiful woman. In the early morning, the alarm clock startled Meng Fei from his slumber, abruptly shattering his dream of being embraced by lovelies on either side. With his eyes still closed, he groped for the offending clock at the bedside, seizing it and hurling it towards the corner of the room. A resounding crack echoed as it met its demise, its shattered pieces scattering across the floor. Beep, beep, beeped at the moment of the clock's destruction. Meng Fei's phone, trapped beneath his body, emitted a series of urgent vibrations and sounds. Groggily, he elongated his cry of dismay, then rolled over to sit up, raking his fingers through his tousled hair, which had become a nest overnight. After a tedious yawn, he slapped his hand over his mouth, exuding an expression that seemed to plead for eternal slumber. Surveying his surroundings, he shifted his position and lethargically perched on the edge of the bed, his feet aimlessly kicking about, only to discover that his shoes had been flung aside the night before, one facing up and the other down. With a resigned sigh, he abandoned the idea of footwear, resembling a zombie as he raised his right hand, channeling his mind's energy to mimic the action of turning on a faucet. From the kitchen, several meters away, the faucet's valve twisted open, and water cascaded down. Miraculously, this stream of water arched through the air, as if an invisible pipe guided it into Meng Fei's bedroom. The liquid gracefully flowed into his open mouth as he levitated his left hand, summoning his toothbrush and toothpaste from the bathroom. He squeezed out the paste and began brushing his teeth while seated on the edge of his bed. To an unsuspecting stranger, the scene would be utterly bewildering. Half-awake Meng Fei, with a toothbrush suspended in midair, bobbing back and forth, foam spilling from the corners of his mouth. After sufficient brushing, he discarded the toothbrush back into the bathroom, spat out the toothpaste, and tilted his head to drink from the hovering water column, rinsing before expelling the murky remnants back to the bathroom. Finally, Meng Fei formed his left hand into a claw, drawing a towel through the air to wipe his face. He dispersed his mental energy, prompting the kitchen utensils to autonomously prepare breakfast. With a flick of his finger, he beckoned the water column back towards the faucet. Once the stream retracted, Meng Fei commenced dressing. He snapped his fingers, and each article of clothing leaped from the wardrobe, hovering before him like contestants in a beauty pageant, awaiting his selection. Having chosen his attire, Meng Fei stood on the bed with arms wide open. The selected clothes flew towards him, the pajamas falling to the bed with a soft thud, while the chosen outfit settled neatly onto his body. Meng Fei yawned and clapped his hands as he strolled out of the bedroom. Making his way to the kitchen, he retrieved the toasted bread and poured himself a glass of milk, leisurely taking a seat at the table to enjoy his meal. Right. Recalling the time, he extended his left hand, summoning the shattered pieces of the alarm clock that he had previously broken. The myriad of components floated in the air, prompting Meng Fei, while nibbling on his bread, to shake his head in sympathy for the clock's unfortunate fate. With a slight furrow of his brow and a glint of determination in his eyes, he directed his mental energy towards the disassembled parts, which began to reconfigure themselves into a pristine football-shaped alarm clock, devoid of any cracks, as if it were brand new. Checking the time, he gently nudged the clock, allowing it to drift back to the bedside table, awaiting its inevitable destruction and rebirth the following day. This was merely a typical morning in Meng Fei's life. Ever since he had been struck by lightning 3 years ago and acquired extraordinary abilities, he had grown accustomed to a lifestyle that would baffle the average person. He often pondered what life would be like if he were to lose this power. The foremost concern that plagued him was the daily commute to work. Beijing Yan City was one of the most prosperous cities in the nation, and the throngs of 9 to 5 workers were overwhelming. Each day, he squeezed into crowded buses alongside a multitude of people, often encountering unremarkable middle-aged men or fellow office workers, with only rare occasions of crossing paths with beautiful women. In summary, commuting by bus or subway was a painful ordeal. Thus, after dressing and completing his morning routine, Meng Fei would retreat to a secluded spot behind his home, bend his legs, and leap into the air like a rocket, soaring thousands of meters into the sky, weaving through the clouds and surveying the earth below. He would then land in an inconspicuous area near his office, adjusting his briefcase and walking purposefully to work. On this day, everything transpired as usual. Meng Fei's company was considered a large enterprise within Yan City, boasting a branch in the city and a headquarters in the capital. The towering office building he was headed to housed over 4,000 employees. After waiting in a lengthy line, he swiped his card at the front desk, flashing a charming smile at the impeccably dressed receptionist. "Good sister, are you free tonight?" "Aye." Before he could finish, the receptionist stood upright, bowing deeply to a fashionable woman entering through the main doors. "Good morning, Madam Chairwoman." Upon hearing this, Meng Fei turned to observe a crowd of employees bowing in unison to greet the elegantly dressed woman in her 40s, resembling a queen. Quickly, he joined their ranks, lest he draw attention and face dire consequences. The chairwoman responded with a drawn-out sound as she passed by Meng Fei, oblivious to the fact that he had just let out a discreet fart. "How rude, to fart at me first thing in the morning. I'm leaving, humph." The affluent lady shot Meng Fei a piercing glare, pinching her nose and leaning closer to the man beside her, regarding him with disdain, her face clearly reflecting her disgust. She then tugged at Meng Fei's badge, her voice muffled by her pinched nose. "Meng Fei, remember this." With that, she strode out, instructing her driver, "Let's return to the villa for a shower first." How infuriating to encounter such a rude individual. Meng Fei stood momentarily stunned, murmuring to himself, was it really necessary to overreact to a fart? Sigh. He then followed the others toward the escalator, proceeding to the second floor and taking the scenic elevator to his office on the 8th floor. As the elevator reached his floor, a sudden pang struck his stomach. Had he perhaps eaten something that disagreed with him? He made his way to the men's restroom, but just as he reached the entrance, a hand clasped over his mouth from behind, dragging him into the adjacent women's restroom. Meng Fei recognized immediately that his assailant was a woman, determined by the soft curves pressing against him from behind. "Please, fair maiden, spare me. Don't kill me." Since a beauty had offered herself so willingly, why should he refuse? Meng Fei feigned helplessness, calling out as he was pulled along, enhancing the realism of the scenario, ultimately resigning himself to being taken into the women's restroom. "Be quiet, or I'll silence you," the woman shouted in a moment of panic upon hearing Meng Fei's exaggerated protests. Upon hearing the commotion, Meng Fei, despite his considerable abilities, felt a flicker of fear. As his life was threatened, and his restlessness subsided that moment, the woman released him and pushed him aside. After a graceful turn, Meng Fei finally beheld the woman before him, and was momentarily taken aback. This girl appeared to be in her early 20s, with cascading curls that framed her face, which was oval yet slightly round. Her large, luminous eyes sparkled with brilliance, reminiscent of sunlight dancing upon water. Her long, curved eyelashes adorned her eyelids, and she stood nearly 1.70 meters tall, possessing a figure that was both alluringly youthful and elegantly refined. She was a true beauty. As Meng Fei surveyed the girl, she too was examining him. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them until the girl took a step forward. Meng Fei feigned modesty, shielding himself with his briefcase, wearing a pained expression, and asked, "What do you want?" However, within his heart, Meng Fei lewdly thought, "Come on, ravish me mercilessly. I have awaited you for so long, my beauty, Eon baby." "Thank you," she said. Meng Fei was taken aback, pondering for a moment before tentatively inquiring, "Thank me for what? I haven't even made you happy yet. If you wish, I might only be at a loss." "What are you saying?" "I meant to thank you for your earlier indiscretion. If not for you, my mother would have come to the company and dragged me back." "Oh, that old hag, no. That beautiful Matroni's." Your Meng Fei's expression was initially one of indifference, but then his mind caught up, and he exclaimed, "Mom." His surprise call of mom came out in an oddly high-pitched manner, and coupled with Meng Fei's comical demeanor, it elicited a smile from the girl. Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed from outside the restroom, prompting the girl to swiftly grab Meng Fei by the hair and thrust him into a nearby stall, slamming the door shut. Inside, the girl bent down, pressing her ear to the door, while wrapping her arms around Meng Fei's head, resting it against her chest, whispering urgently, "Stay quiet, stay quiet." Meng Fei initially managed a few muffled sounds and attempted to struggle, but the more he protested, the tighter she held him. Consequently, he resigned himself to the embrace. Inhaling deeply, he caught a whiff of her delightful, subtle fragrance. Unperturbed by Meng Fei's expression of reluctant acceptance, the girl remained focused on the sounds from outside. After a while, she heard a soft voice from outside. Don't, there are many people here. If we're discovered, it would be a disaster." "Fear not, darling, it will be over soon," came a male voice in reply. Next, the sound of clothing being removed filled the air. The girl, likely around 19, understood well what transpired outside, her cheeks flushing crimson. She tugged at Meng Fei's hair, whispering, "They are." Meng Fei, aware of the situation, raised his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence, then pointed to a crack in the restroom door, grinning as he mouthed, "Quiet, let's watch." The girl's face turned even redder as she playfully slapped Meng Fei, just as a voice from outside exclaimed, "Slow down. That hurts." Meng Fei thought to himself, "No way. Could she be a virgin?" With that thought, he pressed closer to the crack in the door, causing the girl to retreat slightly, her hands plugging her ears, her head tilted back in resignation. The commotion outside escalated, and she felt an overwhelming heat rising within her, nearly consuming her entirely. Moreover, Meng Fei continued to comment on the unfolding drama outside, which only deepened the girl's embarrassment. After an indeterminate amount of time, the couple outside finished and exited. The girl seized Meng Fei and dashed into the public restroom, where she caught him staring intently at her chest. In an instant, her eyes widened, and she playfully jabbed a finger toward his eyes, saying, "In any case, thank you. Until we meet again," before sprinting away, disappearing from Meng Fei's sight. Chapter 2. The old woman emerging from the ladies' room. Meng Fei was still savoring the tender and fragrant sensations of the dream when he inadvertently collided with an elderly woman clad in a black suit and skirt, her legs enveloped in sheer black stockings. This woman was none other than Han Huan, the head of Meng Fei's department, nearing 35 years of age, unmarried, and exhibiting a peculiar thirst and eccentricity, earning her the nickname the Deadly Spinster. Due to her severe myopia, she often donned a pair of glasses nearly a centimeter thick. After both Meng Fei and Han Huan staggered back from the impact, the latter quickly regained her composure. She glanced at the female symbol affixed to the restroom door, then scrutinized Meng Fei from head to toe multiple times. Suddenly, as if she were a naive young maiden subjected to an affront, she clenched her fists by her mouth and let out a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the entire office building. Ah, a lecher. From the moment Meng Fei recognized the woman he had bumped into, he sensed that a significant event was unfolding. Thus, as Han Huan continued her frantic cries, he resignedly covered his ears and sighed heavily. Half an hour later, in the office of the branch's general manager, Mu Sunyang, Han Huan and Meng Fei sat side by side before their superior. She intermittently dabbed at the tears that had forced their way from her eyes with a handkerchief, then, akin to a brothel madam, waved her scarf at Mu Sunyang, exclaiming dramatically, "General Manager Mu, I can no longer go on. You must take responsibility for me." Observing Han Huan's distress, Mu Sunyang, exasperated, pinched his forehead and turned to Meng Fei, asking, "What is the matter?" Meng Fei had no choice but to recount the events, prompting an immediate retort from Han Huan. "At such an early hour, which woman would drag you into the ladies' room? Do you think you are some kind of romantic hero? Look at you, shifty-eyed and suspicious. Clearly, you were peeping." With that, Han Huan turned to Mu Sunyang, twisting her body like a petulant child, pouting as she pleaded, "General Manager, my decades of innocence have been tarnished. You must take responsibility." As she spoke, she kicked her feet in a manner reminiscent of a small girl, which would have appeared endearing were it not for the fact that she was nearly 35 years old, making the scene rather unsettling. Meng Fei shot Han Huan a glance, then raised his hands in protest. "Director, I just stepped out of the restroom. You were the one who went in. Surely I did nothing to you?" Mu Sunyang, upon hearing this, found it reasonable and chimed in, addressing Han Huan. "Indeed, Director Han, since there's nothing amiss, why not downplay this incident? We can all return to work happily, especially with the chairman's wife expected for a visit. Please don't let me be caught in a scandal." "What do you mean downplaying? I was the one wronged here. Such a grave matter cannot simply be dismissed." Seeing Han Huan's obstinacy, Mu Sunyang felt a headache coming on and weakly asked, "What do you want?" Upon hearing this, Han Huan smirked slyly and adopted a melodramatic stance, declaring to Mu Sunyang, "If this were ancient times, I would have been defiled by this lecher. At the very least, General Manager, you must either compel him to marry me or dismiss him altogether." Upon hearing this, Meng Fei leaped from his chair, pointing an accusatory finger at Han Huan. "Are you serious about this farce?" Han Huan, gazing at Meng Fei, pointed back at him defiantly. "What's wrong? Have you committed an offense that warrants no reparations?" Faced with the two superiors, Meng Fei felt utterly powerless. Having recently secured the position of deputy director with a respectable salary, he could not allow this old hag to ruin his prospects. Thus, he swallowed his indignation and, with a forced smile, addressed Han Huan, "Director, regardless of whether I spied on you, it doesn't necessitate this level of dramatization. Just look at you." Meng Fei found himself unable to finish his thought, his expression betraying his unspoken struggles, which only served to incite Han Huan's ire. She stood up and shoved him back into his seat, exclaiming, "What about me? Have I offended you?" Then, she turned to Mu Sunyang, raising her voice, "General Manager, I no longer care. Either you make this boy marry me, or you dismiss him. Otherwise, I will take my grievances to the chairman's wife. Please, no? Mu Sunyang exclaimed, alarmed. He was all too aware of Han Huan's reputation. Given her connections, he could not afford to offend her. Smiling nervously at Meng Fei, he said, Little Fei, look, the director is quite eager. You can't let her enthusiasm go unrequited. Besides, you were indeed in the wrong for entering the ladies' room. As he spoke, Mu Sunyang stood and approached Meng Fei, whispering urgently, Little Fei, jobs are hard to come by, and I understand your position. Frankly, this old hag has taken a liking to you. She wouldn't be so persistent otherwise. Plus, she has connections. At the mention of connections, Mu Sunyang gestured upwards, conveying the gravity of the situation to Meng Fei. So what if she has connections? It's the 21st century. Meng Fei retorted. I know. Just help me out here. If this old hag goes to the chairman's wife, I'll be in deep trouble. I'm already in deep trouble. Marrying this old witch is not an option for me. Please, Mu Sunyang implored, grabbing Meng Fei as he attempted to leave. After glancing over at the still waiting Han Huan, he offered, how about this? You keep this old hag occupied for a while. It won't be long before I can transfer you to another department as director. Director? Really? Meng Fei asked, his skepticism evident. Upon seeing Mu Sunyang nod with a smile, he thought to himself that with his extraordinary abilities, he had no need to fear this old hag. Plus, becoming a director would double his salary. When can you transfer me? Hearing the eagerness in Meng Fei's voice, Mu Sunyang smirked inwardly, replying, very soon. Just endure for a little while longer. Once their agreement was reached, Mu Sunyang led Meng Fei back to Han Huan. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Meng Fei gritted his teeth and spoke, Director, I now recognize my mistake, and in an effort to atone for it, at this point, Meng Fei shot a helpless glance at Mu Sunyang, who encouraged him with a supportive look. Gathering his courage, he forced himself to say, let us get married. Upon hearing this, a look of disdain crossed Han Huan's face, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she scrutinized Meng Fei. With a haughty scoff, she replied, I, Han Huan, have no need to seek out a spineless man like you. Let us consider today's incident a mere jest. With that, she turned and exited Mu Sunyang's office, leaving the two men momentarily stunned. Meng Fei, bewildered, pointed at Han Huan's retreating figure and exclaimed, what kind of person is that? Mu Sunyang sighed, raising his hands in resignation as if to say, I too am at a loss. In the Yinjing branch of the Excellence Group, as night descended, the employees had mostly departed from the building. Within the office of the engineering department on the 8th floor, Han Hong rose from her leather chair, stretching her limbs. After glancing at the large clock adorning the wall and noting the time, she stepped outside, casting a quick look at the dimly lit office area. Suddenly, she tilted her head back, covering her mouth as she chuckled like a young girl, before returning to her office to retrieve her handbag, turning off the lights as she made her way to the restroom. Upon entering the restroom, Han Hong stood at the door with her hands on her hips, exhaling a breath of relief. She then approached the mirror with a smile, removing her glasses. Gazing at her reflection, she beheld the slightly weathered face of a mature woman. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she let out a melodious laugh that contrasted starkly with her usual tone. Next, Han Heng reached up to her face, wiping it as though erasing chalk from a blackboard. The skin appeared to crinkle like a sheet of flesh-colored film as she peeled away half of the wrinkled skin adhered to her face. The transformation rendered her no longer resembling the repugnant visage of an elderly woman, but instead, she emerged as a startling apparition, one half her original self, the other half a youthful beauty with a delicate complexion. The juxtaposition was jarring. Startled by her own reflection, Han Heng shuddered and quickly removed the remaining half of the aging skin, revealing a visage adorned with finely arched brows and large eyes. Her skin a flawless alabaster tinged with a hint of rose. This exquisite countenance exuded a blend of youthful charm and an air of mature nobility, infused with a commanding presence that seemed to assert dominance over the world, reminiscent of a celestial being, compelling others to maintain their distance. Contentedly, Han Heng caressed her cheeks, offering a satisfied hum, and then with a mischievous glance, approached the window of the 8th floor restroom. After ensuring no one was approaching the door, she leaped from the window. Chapter 3. The enigmatic beauty. As night descended upon Yinjing City, it transformed into a stage where the modesty and decorum of the day were shed, revealing a seductive allure. The streetlights and shops exuded an intoxicating ambience. Although Meng Fei was not wealthy, after working for a year or two, he had accumulated a modest fortune. Each day after leaving the office, he would indulge at the Blue Dragon Bar until closing time, and this evening was no different. The moment he stepped into the bar, Meng Fei donned a smile, his eyes darting around, stealing glances at the beautiful women passing by. When he encountered some bold ladies who cast flirtatious glances his way, he reciprocated with a playful kiss, seizing the opportunity to make his move. At the bar, he ordered a few bottles of ice-cold drinks. Turning to observe the men and women swaying on the dance floor as if he were watching a film, sipping his drink while offering his critiques. Care to share a drink with me? Just as Meng Fei was lost in the moment, a melodious voice reached his ears, igniting his senses. He turned to find a voluptuous woman clad in a form-fitting black off-shoulder leather outfit and ultra-short leather pants, smiling enticingly at him. Instinctively, Meng Fei perceived her as a temptress, a notion quickly validated as she began to rub her long, fair legs against his calves. Her face adorned with an intoxicating smile that seemed to beckon him closer, as if to say, "I am a ripe, red apple. Come take a bite." With years of experience at the bar, Meng Fei recognized her as a rare gem, beautiful, sensual, audacious, and alluring. Given the opportunity that had seemingly landed in his lap, he felt compelled to seize the moment. Encouraged by this thought, he placed his hand on her outstretched leg, caressing it as if it were silk. Her reaction was electric. She withdrew her leg, laughingly chiding him. "How daring, taking advantage of me." Though her words suggested indignation, her smile and tone lacked any trace of anger, clearly employing a strategy of playful resistance to further entice him. With a grin, Meng Fei stood up from the bar stool, leaning into her embrace, whispering in her ear, "Wasn't it you who invited me to do this?" As he spoke, his hands wandered to her back, inching downward. In response, she curled her long leg and gently pushed him away, rising to exit the bar. A few steps later, she turned back with a smile, saying, "With the recent rise in crime, are you sure I can safely return home alone?" Her meaning was unmistakable. Meng Fei retrieved his wallet, paid for their drinks, and wrapped his arm around the tall, alluring beauty as they made their way to the roadside. "Where do you live?" he inquired, his hand slowly making its way toward her right breast, eliciting a barely perceptible flash of anger on her otherwise enchanting face. Oblivious to this subtle shift, Meng Fei interpreted her words, "I live by the park," as an invitation for an adventurous rendezvous. Overwhelmed with excitement, he exclaimed, "What a coincidence! I live by the park too. Let's go together." The beauty burst into laughter, leaning her full weight against him as they headed toward the nearby cultural park. This free cultural park transformed into a realm for couples after dark, where the shadows often concealed sounds that stirred one's passions. Meng Fei felt an exhilarating thrill. Despite an inexplicable sensation that something within him was restrained in the presence of this woman, he was unable to resist her allure. After all, the ancient adage warned that the pursuit of beauty could be perilous, and as a youth of the 21st century, he felt compelled to embrace the wisdom of his ancestors. As they reached a secluded corner of the park, Meng Fei pressed her against a lamppost, passionately kissing her. Yet, the woman he had pinned down now exuded an aura of innocence, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief as she surveyed their surroundings. Sensing no one was watching, she grasped Meng Fei's collar and flung him aside with surprising force. Stunned, Meng Fei tumbled like a rolling vehicle, crashing into a nearby ironwood chair with a resounding thud, sending it flying. His trajectory continued until he collided with a sturdy lamppost, finally coming to a halt. The impact felt inconsequential, as if he had merely brushed against a mosquito. However, he was bewildered by her remarkable strength. Rising slowly, he noticed the large crater left by her foot in the ground, reminiscent of a meteorite's impact, surrounded by cracking fissures. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld the tall, beautiful woman smiling enigmatically under the lamplight. "My apologies," he ventured, unaware that she possessed a power akin to his own. He raised his hands in a gesture of goodwill. But before he could utter another word, she swiftly kicked at his head as if playing soccer. Her long leg moved with astonishing speed, and Meng Fei's pupils dilated as he raised his arms defensively, colliding with her foot. The force of their impact sent them both flying backward, akin to two speeding freight trucks colliding. Meng Fei rolled and landed several meters away before regaining his footing, only to find the woman had already closed the distance, her right hand gripping his throat. Her once enchanting smile had transformed into a chilling, sinister expression as she slowly remarked, "Your essence is fire, mine is water. You stand no chance against me." As she spoke, her hand gradually became translucent, like it was crafted from water. Meng Fei understood that while he possessed the ability of fire, typical physical attacks were largely ineffective against him since he could transform into flames. Yet now, held captive by her grip, he realized the truth. The force that had felt confined within him since meeting her was indeed his own fire essence. It was as if he had encountered a natural adversary, unable to ignite into flames. The woman, appearing fully aware of his predicament, smiled serenely as she raised her left hand. Under the lamplight, Meng Fei watched in disbelief as her hand began to melt like a candle, gradually morphing into a sharp, glistening blade. Fire and water, opposing forces, would vie for supremacy, each waiting for the opportune moment to strike. I am swifter than you. Your fire-based powers have been shackled, rendering your body utterly ordinary. A mere dagger could easily claim your life. As she spoke, the woman transformed her left hand into a sharp blade, brandishing it before Meng Fei, waving it back and forth. Just like this one, she remarked, it could effortlessly pierce your heart. As she slowly lowered the blade from Meng Fei's nose, her expression bore no trace of tension. Instead, she smiled with a sinister delight. Shall I extract your heart? Or shall I sever the very essence of your manhood? With a mischievous giggle, she continued, in my opinion, you needn't do anything at all. In this world, one does not become acquainted through conflict. Since we are kindred spirits of a sort, why not sit down, enjoy some tea, and share a bond? Everything is negotiable. Negotiable? Upon hearing Meng Fei's words, her eyes gleamed with a fierce light, and her demeanor shifted to one of menacing rage. In an instant, her left hand lunged toward Meng Fei's thigh. The blade, sharp and white as snow, pierced through the skin, embedding itself into the flesh. As blood gushed forth accompanied by Meng Fei's agonized screams, the woman appeared to relish his expression, laughing heartily before her features darkened, losing all semblance of flirtation. There is no negotiation between us, only hatred. I seek vengeance for my sister. Sister? What sister? When did I ever meet your sister? Who is she? If you wish to know her identity, descend into hell and inquire. With that, she swung her blade, aiming for Meng Fei's heart. Chapter 4. The Man of Fire and Thunder. Ah. This is the sound emitted by the flickering flames. As the beautiful woman conjures a sharp blade from her left hand, Dream Fei's body ignites with a flickering blue flame upon being pierced. These flames envelop him like the corona of the sun. The woman gazes in disbelief at her pristine white blade, unable to harm Dream Fei, whose form has turned a translucent blue. Her wide eyes express her astonishment, and she utters two words, clearly struggling to accept the reality before her. Your superpower is clearly restrained by me, so why? Facing the slightly flustered woman, Dream Fei smirks, exuding an air of mystery and satisfaction. He extends his left hand, ablaze with blue flames, gripping her delicate, bone-like wrist. With a gentle yet firm motion, he withdraws the blade from his body, saying, what a pity. You only recognize my fiery abilities, yet you remain oblivious to my other element, thunder. Thunder. The woman's complexion pales as she exclaims, witnessing Dream Fei fling her captured hand aside. His right palm, engulfed in blue lightning, strikes out in front of him. Instantly, a powerful force propels the woman backward, her graceful form colliding with a sturdy utility pole, snapping the wires overhead. The severed wires cascade to the ground, emanating arcs of blue lightning. As the electric currents dance around her, resembling playful dragons, the woman merely furrows her brow, unfazed by the usual panic of an electrical shock. Steadying herself, she slowly removes the wires from her body, only to feel a tightening grip around her abdomen and neck. Startled, she glances back towards where Dream Fei had stood, but finds nothing, only emptiness. A troubling thought surfaces in her mind, recalling Dream Fei's claim of possessing the power of thunder. The laughter echoing from behind her confirms her fears. The electric arcs that had been playing upon her form gradually coalesce into Dream Fei's silhouette, materializing behind her. The arms encircling her waist and neck belong solely to him. You are correct. Fire and water are antagonistic. The outcome depends on who strikes first. Such is the capriciousness of the world, where fortunes shift like the tide. Now, it is your superpower that lies confined within my grasp, my dear. Who exactly are you? Typically, one possesses only a singular ability. How can you wield two? The woman, realizing her predicament, maintains her composure, questioning him without a hint of fear. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps. As he speaks, Dream Fei leans closer, his lips brushing against her ear, a playful smile dancing on his face. Perhaps I am a genius. What do you think? Do I deserve your newfound respect? Scoundrel. She turns her head away from Dream Fei's grin, her face twisted in disgust. In response, he retorts, little girl, your life is in my hands. Show me some courtesy. With that, he tightens his grip around her neck while his other hand caresses her abdomen, eliciting a rush of excitement within him, causing her brows to furrow even deeper. Failing to kill you would be my error, and I owe you no civility. I don't understand. We have never met. Why do you wish to kill me? You are responsible for my sister's death. That is my reason for wanting you dead. Upon hearing this, Dream Fei pushes the woman away slightly, demanding, "You need to clarify this for me. I never owe anyone anything. Who was your sister?" The alluring woman clad in tight black leather stumbles forward, regaining her balance before turning to face him. With the nearby wires severed, she can only see the dual flames of yellow and blue enveloping Dream Fei, creating an imposing figure that commands respect. After a moment of astonished silence regarding Dream Fei's powers, she asks, "You want to kill me?" "Not yet. First, tell me about your sister." At this point, Dream Fei's demeanor shifts from playful to serious, startling the woman. She responds, "Don't think that sparing me will earn you my gratitude. I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Dream Fei, somewhat taken aback, raises his hands, saying, "Can we skip the trivialities and get to the point? My sister's name is Yuan Miao." Dream Fei's expression darkens as he processes this information, the flames on his body casting flickering shadows across his face. Suddenly, he snaps back to reality, making his way towards the lake. He finds Yuan Song lying in the water, her clear eyes fixed upon him. Gradually, her form becomes translucent under the dim light, vanishing from his sight like ice melting in boiling water. The atmosphere becomes suffocating, the air thick with tension. Dream Fei gazes up at the white moon and murmurs, "Yuan Miao." The moonlight reflects in his clear eyes, stirring emotions long suppressed. The following day, Dream Fei is roused from his slumber by the sound of a soccer-themed alarm clock. He rolls out of bed, glancing at the time, and this time refrains from smashing the clock to pieces. Instead, he sets it back on the bedside table and sits quietly, lost in thought. Time passes in his silence. After a while, he stretches and wipes his face as if erasing chalkboard scribbles, banishing the melancholy memories and replacing them with a mischievous grin. Looking into the mirror, he snaps his fingers and declares, "This is the real Dream Fei." Following his usual routine, he dresses sharply in a new suit and takes flight into the backyard, where only a few dried leaves drift lazily through the air. The wind tousles his hair, and he watches a commercial airplane descend in the distance, along with a flock of birds. After blowing a kiss to the plane, he chases after a small bird, catching it gently, kissing it a few times before releasing it with a smile. Finally, he stands upright in midair, waving farewell to the departing birds. Believing he is about to land at the headquarters of the Excellent Group in Yanjing, he lands smoothly and habitually surveys his surroundings before tidying his appearance and heading towards the building named Shidan. After clocking in, he leans against the front desk, exchanging playful banter with the front desk manager, Wu Xian, before feeling dejected and taking the elevator to the 8th floor. Suddenly, he feels an urgent need to relieve himself and heads toward the restroom. Standing at the entrance of the men's restroom, Meng Fei glanced at the sign hanging above the adjacent women's restroom and was reminded of the young woman he had encountered there the previous day. A smile crept upon his face as he shook his head in amusement. Just as he was about to step inside, a hand suddenly covered his mouth, and he was dragged into the women's restroom. Once inside, the woman who had seized him released her grip. Upon recognizing her, Meng Fei exclaimed, "It's you again." This girl was none other than the daughter of the chairman he had met the day before. She wore a lovely pink dress that accentuated her youthful charm, her hair fashioned into two playful buns atop her head, and her cheeks were adorned with two deep dimples, rendering her utterly endearing. "Indeed, did I not say we would meet again?" Meng Fei remarked, surveying the surroundings with a grin. "You certainly have a knack for selecting the most intriguing places for our encounters." "Circumstances necessitate it," the girl replied, puffing out her cheeks in a playful manner, embodying the essence of a little girl. This elicited a warm sensation in Meng Fei's heart. He then observed her extend a hand, as white and delicate as jade, signaling for a handshake. "I hurried away yesterday without introducing myself. My name is Zhuoxi, and you are Meng Fei, correct? What a lovely name." Noticing her outstretched hand, Meng Fei chuckled as he took both her hands, playfully squeezing her palm. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance," he responded with a mischievous grin. Zhuoxi, taken aback by his antics, attempted to withdraw her right hand, but Meng Fei held on firmly. Just as they engaged in this playful tug-of-war, a sharp voice reverberated throughout the building. "What are you two doing?" Chapter 5. The Farce in the Office of Mu Sunyang. Han Heng adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixated on Meng Fei, seething with a wrath that suggested an age-old vendetta, his eyes glinting with malice. Not every platform is the premier site for romance novels. A simple search on 151 Reading Network would elucidate that. Leaning back in his chair, Meng Fei was acutely aware of having been caught red-handed by the old hag in the ladies' room yet again. Realizing he could not clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he adopted a nonchalant demeanor, observing the perspiring Mu Sunyang across from him. Although Mu Sunyang felt overwhelmed by the antics of Han Heng and Meng Fei, as the head of a subsidiary, he refused to be intimidated by his unruly subordinates. What truly unsettled him was the presence of the young lady, Zhuoxi. Just the day before, the chairman's wife had come here personally to seek someone. If news of the company's young lady cavorting with a man in the ladies' room spread, it would be a disgrace to the chairman, and he would bear the brunt of the consequences. Contemplating the dire situation, Mu Sunyang shot a sharp glance at Meng Fei, thinking to himself, "You rascal, you've entangled yourself with the young lady. I'll take the fall for you." After surveying the three individuals seated before him, Mu Sunyang smiled amiably at Han Heng, saying, "Director Han, this is merely a trivial matter. Why escalate it into a ruckus?" Upon hearing this, Han Heng's eyes widened as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What do you mean trivial? This lecher has not only harassed me, but has also laid hands on the chairman's daughter. I am here to seek justice for her." Zhuoxi, overhearing this, waved her hands at Han Heng and chuckled, "Director Han, there's no need for that. I merely happened to bump into Meng Fei in the ladies' room." Mu Sunyang couldn't help but chuckle at Zhuoxi's words, while Meng Fei found amusement in Han Heng's flustered expression as he faced Zhuoxi's indifference. This only fueled Han Heng's embarrassment and anger, prompting him to point at Meng Fei and declare to Mu Sunyang, "If what the young lady says is true, then Meng Fei is guilty of trespassing with malicious intent. We certainly cannot retain such a person in our company." Meng Fei couldn't help but admire the old woman's cunning. Reflecting on Han Heng's domineering stance, pondering, "What grudge do you hold against me, you old witch, that you wish to see my downfall?" Thus, Meng Fei addressed Mu Sunyang, stating, "Mu, I have no desire to elaborate further. Let me be clear. I, Meng Fei, am a principled young man and would never engage in such despicable acts. Whether you believe me or not is inconsequential." Upon hearing Meng Fei's declaration, Han Heng placed her left hand on her hip, pushed her glasses up with her right, and turned her head slightly, scoffing. Mu Sunyang, believing Meng Fei's words, found himself at a loss. Just then, the office door was kicked open, and the chairman's furious wife stormed in, directly confronting Mu Sunyang with an accusatory finger. "Old Mu, what is the meaning of this?" Mu Sunyang, seeing the formidable woman before him, felt as if the chair he sat upon had sprouted thorns. He immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. But before he could utter a word, Zhuoxi timidly approached her mother, tugging at her sleeve. "Mom, what brings you here?" The matron shot a glare at her daughter. "Chastising, isn't it because of you?" Realizing the gravity of her mother's ire, Zhuoxi lowered her head, standing silently to the side. Han Heng, adjusting her glasses with a smug smile, moved closer to the matron, pointing at Meng Fei. "It's him, this lecher. Not only did he invade the ladies' room, but he also took advantage of the young lady." Meng Fei muttered a curse at Han Heng under his breath, then watched as the matron scrutinized him, inching closer. Seizing the name tag hanging from his chest, "Meng Fei? Madam, I am Meng Fei. Yesterday, enough." The matron interrupted, recalling the previous day's incident, and continued, "You dare to harass my daughter again?" Turning to Mu Sunyang, she commanded, "Old Mu, fire him immediately." Mu Sunyang was aware of Meng Fei's capabilities, which rivaled Han Heng's. Leaving him in a dilemma, Han Heng fanned the flames, declaring loudly, "Mu, you wouldn't dare disregard the lady's words, would you?" The matron's gaze bore into Mu Sunyang, prompting him to stammer, I wouldn't dare. "Then you shall handle this yourself." Seeing the situation unfold, Mu Sunyang turned to Meng Fei with an apologetic expression, saying, Xiao Fei, you go to the accounting department, wait." Before he could finish, Zhuoxi raised her hand, drawing everyone's attention. The matron furrowed her brow and asked, "What do you wish to say?" Pointing at Meng Fei, Zhuoxi exclaimed, "You cannot fire him because I am pregnant, and the child is his." Her words struck like a thunderclap, shocking everyone in the room, especially Meng Fei, who was bewildered by Zhuoxi's defense and felt a newfound respect for her warmth. Reflecting on this, Meng Fei shifted his gaze between Han Heng and Zhuoxi, sighing inwardly, "All women, yet how vastly different they are." "Is that true?" The matron glared at her daughter, demanding an answer. Zhuoxi, sensing the heat of her mother's gaze, took a step back and stammered, "Why yes, it's true." Han Heng, astute as she was, discerned Zhuoxi's deception from her demeanor and grew intrigued by her defense of Meng Fei. Just as she contemplated speaking, Mu Sunyang stepped forward, whispering something in the matron's ear, which caused her face to flicker with a mix of anger and helplessness. Han Heng realized that Meng Fei's position was secure, shooting a resentful glance at Zhuoxi before casting a fierce look at Meng Fei. However, as their eyes met, Meng Fei sensed a coldness in her gaze, familiar yet chilling. This chill stemmed from a deep-seated emotion, for within Han Heng's eyes lay a hatred akin to that of a blood feud. Han Heng quickly turned her gaze away, and the matron addressed Meng Fei, saying, "Remember this, Meng Fei, I am sparing you this time. From now on, you will work diligently in this company. Should you err again, I will be the first to see you dismissed. Rest assured, madam, I am committed to excellence, living or dead, and will devote myself entirely to the company." The matron scoffed at his earnestness, then admonished Zhuoxi, "Why aren't you coming home with me?" As a mother, she knew her daughter was lying. However, seeing Zhuoxi's strong support for Meng Fei, she chose not to interfere. Moreover, her curiosity about Meng Fei grew. If he could capture Zhuoxi's heart, she would gladly support it. Zhuoxi acknowledged her mother with an "oh," and followed her out of the office, offering Meng Fei a sweet smile and a subtle fist pump of encouragement. This endearing gesture from the warm-hearted girl elicited a wave of warmth in Meng Fei, prompting him to smile back in appreciation. All the while, Han Heng watched, her eyes igniting with fury as she observed the exchange. After the farce concluded, Meng Fei trailed behind Han Heng, making various gestures and mocking her as they returned to the 8th-floor office. Han Heng strode back to his office with an air of defiance, slamming the door behind him with a resounding thud that echoed throughout the expansive office, signaling his ire. Meng Fei, the deputy director of the engineering department on the 8th floor, occupied the most luxurious position in the office. As he settled back into his seat, his close companion Tang Jiata leaned in and inquired, "So, what is the latest with that woman? Who knows how a woman lacking a man is faring?" Tang Jiata chuckled, covering his mouth, then playfully nudged Meng Fei's shoulder. "You certainly have a stiff neck. You dare to offend her despite her connections? Didn't she take a fancy to your physique last time? You could have merely done a good deed to quell her desires. Why complicate matters now? To placate such a woman? If I were to engage with her, I would need 10 ginseng roots to recover," Meng Fei retorted dismissively, pushing aside the leering Tang Jiata. Unbeknownst to him, his remarks had been overheard by Han Heng, who was hunched over his desk, gripping a fountain pen tightly. He glared at Meng Fei's workspace, forcefully stabbing the pen into the table, muttering, "What a little brat." Suddenly, Han Heng's gaze was drawn to the headline on his computer screen. An ultra-ancient tomb discovered in the suburbs of Yanjing, yielding hundreds of artifacts of presently unknown origin, along with numerous coffins, accompanied by high-definition images. The news swiftly dissipated Han Heng's anger, his furrowed brow slowly transforming into a look of intrigue. Similarly, Meng Fei was engrossed in the same news outside, captivated by a peculiar stone statue depicted in the photographs. The statue donned a headpiece with a three-dimensional diamond at its center, and its face, shrouded in an ethereal semblance, bore an enigmatic smile that intensely captured Meng Fei's attention. After gazing at the statue for an extended period, Meng Fei was startled to find that the statue's face seemed to animate, twisting into a smirk, accompanied by a deep, resonant laughter. "Ah," he exclaimed, lowering his head gradually under the scrutiny of those around him. Chapter 6. The mysterious relics. As night descended upon the outskirts of Yanjing City, an ancient ruin was discovered, and temporary tents sprang up around the site. Surrounding the tents was a protective barrier, patrolled by over 20 officers, rotating in groups of 4. The excavation of this ultra-ancient site had astonished experts and scholars both domestically and internationally. Currently, only a dozen experts from the Yanjing City Cultural Museum were studying the excavation area, but more renowned scholars were expected to arrive soon to join the research efforts. Among the experts present near the ruins, the most capable was a beautiful doctor named Lu Yin, who was still burning the midnight oil, engrossed in her research. Approaching 30, she was the biological sister of Lu Qingji, the third richest man in the country. Her affluent upbringing had allowed her to preserve her youthful beauty, appearing even more radiant than most women in their early 20s. However, years of data analysis on artifacts had resulted in her developing mild myopia, leading her to wear glasses. Clad in a white garment, with her slightly curled hair casually pinned up, she exuded an alluring charm reminiscent of a uniform. Her stunning looks and distinguished family background had garnered her hundreds of admirers. It was said that approximately 80% of the men who had encountered her across the nation were captivated by her intangible allure. Following standard operating procedures, Lu Yin stayed behind with her colleagues to catalog the artifacts unearthed that night. While organizing the bronze relics, she was drawn to a circular mirror adorned with sunburst-like stripes. Holding the mirror in her hands, Lu Yin delicately traced her long, pristine fingers over its uneven, rusted surface. She sensed that beneath this unsightly layer of corrosion lay a pristine beauty, igniting an inexplicable urge to scrape away the rust to uncover its true essence. However, as a seasoned archaeologist with a profound understanding of artifact preservation laws, Lu Yin would never commit the grave error of sacrificing humanity's shared heritage for personal gain. Thus, she quelled her racing heart, settling down at her workbench to gently cleanse the mirror with a brush and water. Injia, there's an object over there with some unclear rusted inscriptions. The deputy leader called for you to take a look. A young man in his 20s entered her tent and tapped her shoulder from behind. Lu Yin turned, smiled at the youth known as Xiao Xiang, and followed him out of the tent to the one occupied by the nearly 50-year-old deputy leader, Enhua. Upon entering, Enhua excitedly handed Lu Yin a lightweight sword resembling iron yet as delicate as paper. Xiao Yin, this excavation is unprecedented, truly extraordinary. Startled by Enhua's usual composure being replaced with enthusiasm, Lu Yin took the sword, her eyes widening in astonishment as she examined it, momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she managed to utter, "This is astonishing." Enhua's excitement had not yet waned as he continued. This sword was accidentally uncovered by Fong Fong while she was clearing the excavation pit. When I first encountered it, I felt much like you do now. At this moment, the young woman, Deng Fong Fong, chimed in, "Leader Yin, when I pulled it from the soil, I could hardly believe my eyes. It appears to be an iron sword, yet it's incredibly light, simply astonishing." Indeed, the excavation had yielded numerous bronze and iron artifacts, which might provide clues regarding the age of the ruins. Lu Yin remarked, and after Enhua acknowledged her statement, she inquired, "By the way, you mentioned something about inscriptions. Where are they?" Enhua promptly pointed at the sword in Lu Yin's hands, replying, "Right there on the blade. Xiao Yin, come see it under this light." Following his directions, Lu Yin examined the blade under the bright light, discovering traces of inscriptions on the rusted surface. As she scrutinized the characters, Lu Yin remarked, "These appear to be oracle bone script, predating the Shang dynasty by quite some time. I share your view. I've already made a rubbing of the inscriptions on the sword." Enhua said, motioning for Fong Fong to fetch the data he had collected. "Based on our familiarity with oracle bone script and our interpretations of the fragmented characters, this passage likely details the sword's name and its owner." Listening to Enhua, Lu Yin accepted the rubbing and handed the sword back to him. Under the light, she noted two vertical columns of text on the paper. The left column contained the script copied from the sword, while the right column featured Enhua's modern translation. Enhua's archaeological expertise was no less than Lu Yin's. Had she been tasked with the translation, she would have arrived at a similar conclusion. Contemplating the text, Lu Yin murmured, "Zhao Ri, Ming Dao Shizha." Hearing her, Enhua responded, "Zhao Ri must be the name of the sword, and the owner is referred to as the Ming Dao Shizha." Lu Yin nodded in agreement, smiling as she mused, "This name strikes me as artistic, reminiscent of familial calligraphy." Enhua chuckled before leading Lu Yin to several other artifacts he had discovered that bore inscriptions. He handed her a piece of animal hide that had become as white as mutton fat after being washed, saying, "Xiao Yin, take a look at this." As Lu Yin accepted the hide, she found it smooth and slippery, with some obscured oracle bone script inscribed upon it. A few lines seemed familiar, prompting her to inquire, "What is this? Good eye?" Enhua praised her, then retrieved the rubbing from the sword to show her. The characters written on this hide correspond to the sword's name. Lu Yin compared the two, nodding in understanding, and heard Enhua add, "There are many unfamiliar oracle bone characters on this hide. It will take time to translate them. However, we can draw some conclusions from their arrangement." As he spoke, he pointed to a column of vertically arranged text on the right side of the hide, explaining, "Overall, the content on this hide is divided into two sections. The right side contains brief titles arranged vertically, akin to a modern table of contents, while the left side is written horizontally, resembling a narrative." "Are you suggesting that this hide serves as a table of contents?" Lu Yin asked. "Most likely," Enhua confirmed. "If this sword is listed, then the names of the other artifacts we've unearthed could be found here." As Lu Yin spoke, her eyes scanned the vertical titles on the right side of the hide, and she discovered an oracle bone character indicating a mirror, presumably the name of the bronze mirror she had been holding. Unfortunately, she could only recognize the character for mirror, while the other characters preceding it remained a mystery. She then suggested, "Let us draft a document to inform the higher-ups, requesting that more experts in oracle bone script be dispatched from the capital." "I had the same thought," Enhua replied, instructing Fong Fong to begin the process. Subsequently, he led Lu Yin to examine a bronze hammer and a small ding, which bore traces of text. Yet the inscriptions were too fragmented to decipher. Lu Yin felt increasingly exhilarated. For an archaeologist, nothing ignites greater excitement than the subtle messages conveyed by artifacts. Thus, these individuals toiled diligently, their lamps aglow, remaining awake until the hour of 3 in the morning. Meanwhile, outside the excavation site's enclosure, Meng Fei lay concealed behind a distant mound of earth, his gaze fixed intently upon the brightly lit tent. Beneath the moonlight, his brow furrowed deeply, and his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. A persistent voice within him insisted that the emergence of these relics would usher in an astonishing transformation for the world. Though initially wishing to remain an observer, he found himself unable to restrain his curiosity, prompting his solitary venture to this place in the dead of night. Unbeknownst to Meng Fei, as he scrutinized the excavation site, a pair of keen eyes was fixated upon him from the shadows. Should he have caught sight of these eyes, he would surely have remembered them well. The observer was none other than Yuan Tsang, the woman with whom Meng Fei had clashed in the park just the night before. What was he doing here? Chapter 7. The artifacts delivered. Yuan Tsang concealed herself behind Meng Fei, aware of his extraordinary abilities that enabled him to perceive subtle changes in his surroundings. In order to avoid detection, she shrouded herself, appearing from a distance like a translucent specter draped in a voluminous black cloak, reminiscent of a sorcerer. Just as Yuan Tsang pondered the purpose of Meng Fei's presence, a black jeep entered the excavation site. After the police at the entrance inspected the driver's credentials, the vehicle, its rear flashing red lights, proceeded into the clearing. Shortly thereafter, an expert clad in white emerged from the vehicle, making his way towards the brightly lit tent. Before long, the expert, accompanied by a large group that included Lu Yin, hastened from the tent to converse with another figure clad in black at the jeep. Together, they quickly unloaded a rectangular box from the vehicle, transporting it with great urgency into the tent. Hidden in the distance, Meng Fei and Yuan Tsang shivered at the sight of the box, an ominous chill emanating from it causing both capable individuals to furrow their brows. Meng Fei even perceived eerie phenomena invisible to Lu Yin and the others, including tendrils of dark mist rising from within the box, accompanied by a low, resonant laughter echoing in his ears, reminiscent of a demon's mirth. Once inside the tent, Lu Yin and her colleagues placed the wooden box upon a workbench, illuminated by fluorescent lights. The box was wrapped in layers of cloth, akin to bandages used for wounds, adorned with crimson inscriptions and abstract patterns. Anhua examined it for a moment before addressing Lu Yin. Xiao Yin, these strips also bear markings resembling animal hide. It appears we shall be working through the night. Lu Yin, grasping Anhua's implication, leaned closer to inspect the cloth strips. Based on her experience, she estimated the layers to be at least 1 centimeter thick, indicating that preserving the inscriptions beneath would require considerable effort and resources. To unravel these strips while safeguarding the inscriptions will indeed take us more than just one night, she replied. Indeed, Anhua concurred. Now is not the time for delay. Let us commence our work. Standing upright, Lu Yin addressed those around her before approaching the man in black who had accompanied the jeep. Is this artifact what was unearthed from your property? Indeed. The man, a middle-aged individual exuding the air of affluence, responded with a calm yet authoritative demeanor. My name is Zhou Yuan Meng, a coal merchant residing nearby. To trace this matter back, we must go a few years. Lu Yin and her colleagues listened intently as Zhou recounted the tale of the box's discovery. After half an hour, his narrative concluded, and Lu Yin gained insight into the box's origins, a revelation not lost on Meng Fei and Yuan Tsang, who eavesdropped nearby. Meng Fei represented thunder, while Yuan Tsang embodied water. At the site, a transparent apparition of Meng Fei gradually emerged from an overhead power line, while Yuan Tsang's visage shimmered in the corner's water bucket, resembling a reflection to anyone who might gaze upon it. It became evident that the box was not excavated from this site, but was unearthed 10 kilometers away. A wealthy businessman had coveted the land for a villa, and during foundation work, workers stumbled upon the box, which Zhou Yuanming later entrusted to an antique dealer for appraisal. Upon learning its value, he succumbed to greed and secretly kept it. With the details laid bare, Lu Yin's curiosity piqued. If you recognize its worth, why then did you choose to relinquish it? She inquired, articulating the shared intrigue of everyone present, including Meng Fei and Yuan Tsang. Zhou Yuanming responded with a grin, while I am a businessman, I am also aware of what constitutes a national treasure. Given its proximity to your excavations and the antiquity that my friend could not ascertain, I thought it might aid your research, hence my decision to present it voluntarily. Despite Zhou's reasoning, Lu Yin detected a hint of deceit in his expression. However, recognizing his genuine act of donation, she extended her hand, saying, On behalf of our nation, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your kindness, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yuanming, momentarily entranced by Lu Yin's enchanting beauty, snapped back to reality upon her calling his name. He grasped her delicate hand, replying, "You flatter me, Team Leader Lu. Contributing to the preservation of our cultural heritage is a duty we all share, is it not? If only everyone held such sentiments as you, Mr. Zhou. Perhaps that day will come," Zhou Yuanming said with a newfound warmth, shedding his earlier arrogance. "There is one more matter I wish to discuss with you, Team Leader Lu." "Please, go ahead," Lu Yin prompted. "I am aware that this area has its fair share of individuals engaged in the illicit trade of artifacts. Among my acquaintances, several are involved. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to assist you in reclaiming artifacts that have been illicitly excavated nearby." Lu Yin and her colleagues exchanged astonished glances, both surprised at Zhou Yuanming's willingness to assist and delighted by the potential implications for their research. After a brief deliberation, Lu Yin beamed at Zhou Yuanming, declaring, "If that is indeed the case, I shall advocate for appropriate recognition from the government for your commendable efforts." "No need for rewards," Zhou Yuanming waved dismissively, then produced a business card, offering it to Lu Yin with a smile. "This is my card. I hope Team Leader Lu might grace me with a meal sometime." Taken aback, Lu Yin glanced at her chuckling colleagues before awkwardly smiling at Zhou Yuanming, accepting the card. "I will certainly make time." Zhou Yuanming beamed with joy, akin to a lottery winner, exclaiming, "I shall await your call, Team Leader Lu. Reach out whenever you are free." "Very well." Lu Yin managed a polite smile, nodding as Zhou Yuanming made his way toward the exit of the tent. As he stepped out, she sighed with relief, prepared to turn to her colleagues and commence their work. However, Zhou Yuanming suddenly re-entered, grinning as he remarked, "By the way, with the police stationed here, it would be rather cumbersome for me to deliver anything to you in the future." Exchanging glances with Anhua, Lu Yin's expression grew conflicted. As Zhou Yuanming was neither an archaeological expert nor a government official, regulations prohibited his unrestricted access to the site. Yet, having just contributed a valuable artifact, it seemed unreasonable to deny him entry. After considerable contemplation, Lu Yin instructed, "Xiao Xiang, please provide Mr. Zhou with a work permit." Xiao Xiang, initially taken aback, soon complied, retrieving a work permit for Zhou Yuanming. Accepting the document with a smile, Zhou Yuanming exited the tent and entered his luxurious jeep, departing from the excavation site. In this excavation site, there exists an enormous tent, a collaborative workspace for experts, colloquially referred to as the conference tent, where Lu Yin and Hua and their colleagues currently reside. Surrounding this main structure are several smaller tents, designated as individual workspaces and resting quarters for each expert. For instance, the area where Lu Yin previously washed the bronze mirror with clear water serves as her sanctuary for both accommodation and solitary research during her investigation of this enigmatic site. Situated 100 meters from the conference tent. At this moment, Meng Fei and Yuan Song expressed little interest in the discussions among the experts regarding the box sent by Zhou Yuanming. Instead, their attention is captivated by the aura emanating from the bronze mirror within Lu Yin's solitary workspace, 100 meters away. He feels a stirring within, as if something has deeply moved him, and he gazes intently in the direction of the mirror, his eyes sharp with focus. Simultaneously, within Lu Yin's resting tent, the ancient round mirror lying on her workbench begins to tremble incessantly. The rust coating it resembles crumbling plaster falling from a wall, flaking off in fragments that cascade down. A surge of azure light bursts forth from the polished surface of the bronze mirror, illuminating the entire tent with a blinding radiance. Subsequently, the surface of the round mirror begins to warp, and an indistinct shape seems to emerge from within, accompanied by an eerie, chilling laughter that spreads ominously outward. Chapter 8. The heist. The excavation site was not particularly spacious, yet the sound of laughter resonated throughout the area, drawing the attention of Lu Yin and the police present in the conference tent. Meng Fei, swift as lightning, was able to reach Lu Yin's resting tent ahead of the others, traversing the electric wires with ease. Suddenly, the wire above Lu Yin's tent trembled, and Meng Fei appeared to leap out from within, landing gracefully before the workbench amidst a crisp sound. On the trembling surface of the copper mirror before him, a grotesque face pressed against the thin, film-like mirror, contorting its form. Even Meng Fei, endowed with extraordinary abilities, was taken aback, instinctively stepping back, seemingly sensing Meng Fei's presence. The struggling entity within the mirror turned to glance at him, momentarily stunned before it opened its mouth wide and let out a piercing cry. Though diminutive in size, The voice echoed powerfully, reverberating with immense force that sent nearby instruments scattering and knocked Meng Fei off balance, causing him to stumble backward onto a table. At that moment, a figure darted into the tent, brushing past Meng Fei and halting at the workbench. Meng Fei observed this figure, cloaked and enigmatic, unable to discern their identity. But the speed at which they moved suggested they were formidable. "Who are you? Have you forgotten me so soon?" The cloaked figure spoke, her voice melodious, revealing her to be a woman as she turned, unveiling a delicate visage. "It's you," Meng Fei exclaimed, nearly biting his tongue in surprise. The figure was none other than Yuan Song. Yuan Song, noticing the astonishment on Meng Fei's face, remained unfazed. She raised her right hand, and with a surge of mental energy, a glowing white sigil materialized in her palm before she pressed it against the copper mirror. As if bound by some powerful force, the entity within the mirror emitted a mournful wail, slowly retreating. Meng Fei watched in awe, speechless at Yuan Song's prowess. She then lifted the copper mirror with her right hand, while her left hand cradled it gently in front of her. Channeling her mental energy, wisps of white mist flowed from her palm, coiling together and radiating a blinding light. Meng Fei quickly shielded his eyes from the brilliance. After some time, when the luminescence subsided, he lowered his hands to find Yuan Song tossing him a pure white cloak, which landed softly before him with a gentle thud. "I do not know why you are here, but given the unforeseen circumstances, let us temporarily set aside our grievances," she stated. At that moment, urgent footsteps echoed from outside, prompting both Yuan Song and Meng Fei to glance in the direction of the sound. Yuan Song smiled. "Troublesome individuals have arrived. I shall leave this to you. As for the copper mirror, I shall graciously accept it." With that, Yuan Song turned to depart, but Meng Fei called out, "Wait, I have something to ask you." Yuan Song halted, turning back to face him as he hesitantly began, "About your sister." Upon hearing him mention her sister, Yuan Song furrowed her brow, interrupted him with a scoff, and pointed to the cloak on the ground, coldly responding, "Leave these matters to you. Remember to wear it properly and conceal your identity." With that, Meng Fei attempted to retain Yuan Song, but he could only watch as she burst through the top of the tent, creating a large hole as she fled. Simultaneously, the footsteps grew louder, accompanied by Lu Yin's melodious voice, "Hurry, the copper mirror is still inside." Upon hearing these voices, Meng Fei snapped his fingers, and the white cloak immediately enveloped him, wrapping around his lithe form. He then mimicked Yuan Song's earlier actions, fashioning a scarf to cover the lower half of his face and lowering the hood, transforming into an ancient assassin with only his sharp eyes visible. As Meng Fei completed his disguise, a throng of individuals surged into the tent. Lu Yin, focused on her precious copper mirror, entered before the others, scanning the chaotic scene left in the wake of the entity's outburst. When she discovered the space where the copper mirror had been was empty, her heart sank, and she fixed a cold glare on the oddly dressed Meng Fei, exclaiming, "You stole the copper mirror?" Meng Fei raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, remaining silent. However, given the circumstances, it was evident he was the thief. Among the 4 police officers patrolling behind Lu Yin, the leader stepped forward, gun drawn, pointing it at Meng Fei, demanding, "You can't escape. Leave the item behind, or I will shoot." Bullets posed no threat to Meng Fei, who remained unflinching, maintaining his hands raised as he stepped backward. Lu Yin and the police closed in, cornering him against the tent's wall. "Ha ha, farewell," Meng Fei chuckled, pressing his back against the tent's fabric before suddenly pivoting. His concealed right hand transformed into a flame-tipped dagger, slicing through the wall to create a tall opening. Hidden well, the onlookers remained unaware of the fiery weapon in his grasp, mistaking it for a mere blade. In an agile motion, he burst forth like a rabbit. Bang! The police leader's bullet struck Meng Fei's retreating figure. Lu Yin, startled by the gunfire, expected him to collapse, but instead, the white silhouette moved with the agility of a monkey, leaping to the area where police cars were parked, flinging open a door and swiftly driving away. Fuming at the audacity of the thief, Lu Yin tore off her white lab coat and dashed outside, hopping onto a motorcycle. With a roar of the engine, she sped off in pursuit of Meng Fei. As the excavation site lay on the outskirts of the city, Meng Fei soon found himself racing along the uneven dirt paths after breaching the perimeter. The 4-wheeled police vehicle struggled to keep pace with Lu Yin's nimble motorcycle, allowing Meng Fei to glimpse her fierce determination in the rearview mirror as she gradually closed the distance. This woman was far from the fragile archaeologist he had first perceived. The transformation from a demure expert to a daring pursuer intrigued Meng Fei, prompting him to slow down, allowing her to catch up. Just as she prepared to leap from her bike, he suddenly accelerated, widening the gap between them. In the rearview mirror, Meng Fei observed Lu Yin's near spills and harrowing maneuvers, evoking a twisted smile from him. However, he was startled to hear the roar of her motorcycle as she pushed it to the limit on the bumpy road, her determination bordering on recklessness. "Is it really worth risking your life for a copper mirror?" he shouted, leaning out the window. "You, despicable thief, cannot possibly comprehend the value of such an artifact," Lu Yin retorted, her motorcycle now alongside Meng Fei's police car, both vehicles racing down the narrow dirt path. Meng Fei could no longer bear to entangle himself with Lu Yin. Should she engage in any reckless actions that could lead to her untimely demise, it would be a grave transgression. Thus, at the foot of a mountain ridge, he pressed the brakes, producing a sharp sound that pierced the air. In the wake of this noise, the police car left behind a long skid mark before coming to a halt by the roadside. Subsequently, Meng Fei kicked open the car door, swiftly exiting and making his way up the mountain. Lu Yin, undeterred, fervently pursued him. She brought her motorcycle to a halt, sliding forward for a brief distance before elegantly casting the vehicle aside and fixating on Meng Fei's retreating figure. As a master of Taekwondo, she vowed that if she caught him, she would deliver a thorough beating before handing him over to the authorities. Chapter 9. Showing off in front of the beauty. Although Lu Yin possessed a certain proficiency in Taekwondo, the darkness enveloping the mountain at the dead of night, coupled with the uneven terrain and scattered sharp, dry branches, proved to be treacherous. As she pursued Meng Fei, she twisted her ankle near the hillside and suffered several cuts on her hands and feet. Wincing in pain, Lu Yin sat on the ground, looking around for any trace of Meng Fei. Realizing that her injury had allowed the thief to escape, her anger flared up, and like a petulant child, she let out a huff and kicked the thick root of a nearby tree in frustration. Initially, her left foot had only been caught in a muddy pit, and had she limped down the mountain, she might have returned to the city. However, in her fury, Lu Yin kicked the root with her right foot, only to twist it as well, causing her to cry out in pain as tears welled in her eyes. After massaging her ankles for a while, Lu Yin attempted to rise, but as she stood halfway, the pain in her feet overwhelmed her, and she fell back down heavily onto the ground. Frustrated at her inability to stand, Lu Yin sat on the ground and yanked at some weeds nearby, tossing them aside while emitting sounds akin to a wronged little girl. All of this unfolded before Meng Fei, who, resembling an owl perched on a sturdy branch not far off, had removed his face cloth to reveal a faint smile. From a composed expert to a spirited motorcycle rider, and now to an injured, vulnerable woman, Lu Yin, nearing 30 and possessing an air of elegance, captivated Meng Fei like a magnet attracting iron filings, making it impossible for him to abandon her in such desolation. Thus, an idea sparked within him. Concealing his face once more, he leapt down from the branch with a mischievous grin, stealthily approaching Lu Yin from behind, his hands poised for mischief. Suddenly, Lu Yin, pouting and exuding an aura of grievance, smirked, her expression transforming as she swiftly turned, grasped Meng Fei's collar, and executed a powerful throw over her shoulder. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, Meng Fei found himself on the ground, letting out a yelp as he felt Lu Yin's knee press firmly against his back, her hands gripping his wrists tightly behind him. A triumphant smile illuminated Lu Yin's face as she looked down at him and said, "You thought I was merely a damsel in distress?" With that, she applied more pressure with her right knee, eliciting a cry of surrender from Meng Fei, who, despite having the strength to escape, willingly succumbed to her hold. He quickly buried his face into the ground to mask his identity as Lu Yin reached for the white cloth covering his face. Noticing his evasive maneuvers, Lu Yin exerted additional force with her knee, pulling Meng Fei upwards by his wrists, forcing him to look up. She then leaned down, her left hand reaching for the face of the man beneath her. This archaeologist, convinced of his misdeeds, recognized that exposure would lead to legal repercussions, and thus, he would not allow Lu Yin to succeed in her quest. As her left hand grazed his face, a faint surge of energy coursed through Meng Fei, transferring a jolt of electricity to Lu Yin. Lu Yin gasped, experiencing the tingling sensation of a mild shock. Instinctively, she recoiled, her wide eyes fixed on the slowly rising Meng Fei, who seemed to shimmer with electric energy, her expression mirroring the astonishment of Columbus discovering a new world. Leaving her momentarily speechless, after a prolonged silence, Lu Yin kicked at Meng Fei's back. She cried out again, stumbling back as she confirmed her suspicions, pointing at him with a stammer. "Are you human, or?" Meng Fei, with a nonchalant turn, playfully replied, "Of course, I am human. And that electricity?" Her eyes sparkled with disbelief as she scanned him from head to toe. her words faltering as she suddenly recalled an incident. She distinctly remembered the police captain's gun firing a bullet that struck his back during his escape. Yet, how could he be unscathed now? Were you not shot? Where are your wounds? Oh, this bullet? Meng Fei casually produced a bullet from his back and presented it to Lu Yin, explaining, the police's bullets lack sufficient power, they merely tickle. Though Lu Yin was skilled in martial arts, she recognized the bullet as one fired from a police firearm. Faced with such an inexplicable occurrence, her complexion paled, and she took several steps back, her gaze riveted on the bullet glinting ominously in the moonlight. Seeing her reaction, Meng Fei couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a sense of pride at having subdued such a beautiful and capable woman. He then focused his energy, transforming the bullet in his hand into molten gold, which dripped onto the ground. Lu Yin gasped, her fear escalating, instinctively raising her hands to shield her chest as she stumbled back, losing her balance and falling to the ground. For the first time, this archaeologist, who had always relied on evidence to validate her theories, began to doubt the principles of materialism. How could a normal man melt a bullet with his bare hands? As Meng Fei approached, she shouted, "Stay back." Her voice was urgent, laced with anxiety, prompting him to halt in his tracks. Observing the pale face of the woman seated before him, he suddenly questioned whether he had frightened her too much, so he crouched down, gazing at Lu Yin in silence. They remained locked in silence for a long moment. Gradually, Lu Yin's fear began to dissipate, replaced by confusion and uncertainty as she lowered her hands from her chest, eventually asking, "Are you truly human?" With her fear subsiding, Meng Fei, akin to an old friend, sighed comfortably and sat down, facing the striking woman before him. He patted his solid chest and confidently replied, "Of course. I am human. Feel for yourself. If you are human, how is it that you survived a gunshot?" "Because I am strong," Meng Fei exclaimed, spreading his arms and flexing his muscles, uttering a boast that even he found hard to believe, while Lu Yin remained skeptical, retorting, "That's just bravado." "Indeed, it is bravado. But even if I told you the truth, you wouldn't believe it. Try me. Perhaps I will." After a moment's contemplation, Meng Fei pointed towards the dark sky and said, "I was struck by lightning, which granted me the powers of thunder and fire, thus making me a superhero." "Superhero?" Hearing the voice, Lu Yin instinctively responded with a question, before bursting into laughter. Her laughter was crisp and melodious, possessing an enchanting charm that momentarily left Meng Fei in a daze, gazing fixedly at her. Yet, Lu Yin was so engrossed in her own mirth that she failed to notice Meng Fei's unwavering stare. With a teasing tone, she remarked, "Do you think we are filming a movie, Superman? I am Batman after all." As she playfully rebutted Meng Fei, Lu Yin's eyes finally caught his gaze. Being a woman, the intensity of his penetrating look made her feel a sudden wave of shyness, prompting her to quickly turn her face away. As Lu Yin averted her gaze, Meng Fei regained his composure, scratching his head in embarrassment. Then, with fingers ablaze, he began to sketch in the air. As he moved, he inscribed a series of numbers into the atmosphere. "This is my contact number," Meng Fei said. "It seems we are fated to meet. If you need anything in the future, just call this number." After saying this, he stood up, preparing to leave, but Lu Yin promptly followed suit, calling out, "Wait." Turning back with a smile, Meng Fei inquired, "Is there something else?" "You can only leave after handing over the bronze mirror." Upon hearing this, Meng Fei sighed in resignation and replied, "Believe it or not, the bronze mirror is not with me. It was taken by someone else." "That's nonsense. Apart from you, who else could have taken the bronze mirror on site?" "A woman, much like me, with extraordinary abilities. If you don't believe me, go check the top of that tent. There's a gaping hole where she broke through." Meng Fei spoke with sincerity, his eyes conveying the truth of his words, which left Lu Yin momentarily speechless. Suddenly, she felt a darkness envelop her, and upon looking up, she saw Meng Fei's clear eyes widening in surprise. Instinctively, she stepped back, only to find her slender waist firmly held in a pair of hands. A fragrant aroma wafted into Lu Yin's nostrils as Meng Fei embraced her, instantly uplifting her spirits. The corners of her mouth curled upward beneath the mask, as he remarked, "I forgot to tell you, although I am the savior of the downtrodden, I am also a rogue. You're a beauty, and it would be remiss of me not to take advantage of the situation." Chapter 10. The Mirror Prophecy. What do you intend to do? Lu Yin could not retreat, facing the advancing Meng Fei. She tilted her head back as much as possible, their breaths audible in the close proximity. The warmth exhaled by Meng Fei brushed against Lu Yin's face, instantly painting her delicate cheeks with a rosy hue. Having immersed herself in her archaeological pursuits, dedicating herself to her passions, Lu Yin, despite appearing to be in her early 20s, could not escape the inexorable passage of time. Her heart, long parched from the absence of male affection, was now gradually being nourished by Meng Fei's presence. Luyin was perplexed as to why. In such proximity to this unfamiliar man, she felt an inexplicable closeness, as though he were her Prince Charming. She could not comprehend why she silently endured Meng Fei's restless hands wandering over her body, nor could she fathom why, when this masked man leaned in to kiss her, an inner voice urged her to comply. Her heart, a frightened little deer, seemed on the verge of bursting forth. Observing Lu Yin's flawless, smooth visage, Meng Fei felt a twinge of anxiety. Upon noticing her eyes flutter shut, a vivid image flashed through his mind, akin to a bucket of icy water dousing him, jolting him back to reality. He pushed Lu Yin away, his hands brushing against her bosom, and then, to her astonished gaze, he blew her a kiss before performing a flamboyant turn and leaping onto a branch, laughing boisterously as he departed. Left behind, Lu Yin stood in a daze, staring at Meng Fei's receding figure, unable to collect her thoughts for some time. Why didn't he kiss me? She pondered, a sense of loss creeping in. Shaking her head to clear her mind, she finally regained some clarity and shouted in the direction he had gone. Bastard! Her sharp voice echoed throughout the mountains. In the upscale residential area of Yanjing City, a luxurious two-story villa illuminated the night, standing out against the surrounding darkness. The villa was adorned with opulence, featuring smooth, shiny tiles and crystal chandeliers that reflected a warm orange glow. As one entered through the front door, the living room revealed 2 sofas and a crystal glass coffee table, which held a simple tea set and a porcelain cup filled with steaming green tea. One particular object caught Lu Yin's eye, the bronze mirror she had lost in her tent. Reclining on the sofa was a woman clad in pink pajamas, her damp hair indicating she had just emerged from the bath. Her feet, adorned in slippers, swayed gently. There is a saying, a beauty emerges from the bath. Fresh from her wash, the woman's beauty was accentuated by various factors, especially for someone as stunning as Yuan Song. With the warmth of the bathroom still lingering on her face, she smiled at the coffee table, where the bronze mirror lay quietly. Leaning back against the sofa, her graceful figure highlighted by cascading curls accentuated her allure. This mirror, once agitated at the excavation site, now lay still, indistinguishable from ordinary artifacts. Yet Yuan Song, privy to its secrets, held a different understanding. She gracefully extended her alabaster arm to retrieve the mirror and, as her fingers glided over its surface, a flicker of azure light danced across it. The once azure mirror now displayed several glowing characters, resembling enigmatic oracle bone script. Reading the inscriptions aloud, Yuan Song murmured, "When the seal is broken, the full moon in the night sky will guide the slumbering night wolf soldiers from the mirror back to the mortal realm." The words shimmered for a brief moment before dissipating like grains of sand blown away by the wind. Though the script had vanished, Yuan Song's heart remained unsettled. Gazing at the crescent moon outside, she realized that with the new moon just passed, she had little time to avert the prophecy's unfolding. Feeling overwhelmed, Yuan Song stood and approached the wine cabinet, pouring herself a glass of red wine to savor. As she raised the glass to her eyes, swirling the ruby liquid, Meng Fei's visage suddenly appeared in her mind, sending a peculiar shiver down her spine. Shaking her head vigorously, a glimmer of resolve sparked in her eyes as she cursed Meng Fei under her breath. Wretched man. Meanwhile, Meng Fei, far away at home, sneezed unexpectedly. Back in the villa, Yuan Song lifted the glass to her lips, and with a flick of her wrist, the glass magically refilled with water. After shaking it lightly, she cast the cleansing water into the air, where it floated, defying gravity, forming droplets that, under the gentle touch of her slender fingers, evaporated into wisps of white smoke, dispersing into the atmosphere. Returning the now clean glass to the cabinet, Yuan Song ascended the stairs with the bronze mirror in hand, glancing back at the brightly lit living room. With a snap of her fingers, the lights extinguished, plunging the expansive room into darkness. Upon entering her bedroom, Yuan Song smiled at the dreamlike decor, then reclined on her pink mattress, closing her eyes in blissful repose, a serene expression gracing her features. For her, the most tranquil moment of the day was lying in her own bed. The comfort enveloped her, gradually ushering her into a dream realm. Yet this world stood in stark contrast to the beauty of her real bedroom. Darkness engulfed her surroundings, and remnants of a city burned fiercely at her feet. The air filled with a deep, mocking laughter. As Yuan Song gazed around, she soon spotted a woman in white gauze, suspended and bound to a beam above, blood trickling from her lips. Her long, flowing hair veiled her face, cascading downwards. This woman evoked a sense of familiarity in Yuan Song, compelling her to approach. Each step was taken with utmost caution, her eyes darting anxiously, vigilant against any sudden threat. When Yuan Song stood directly beneath the suspended figure, the woman stirred, lifting her head to reveal a pale visage obscured by cascading black hair. The sight startled Yuan Song, causing her to stumble back, nearly losing her balance. "Sister," Yuan Song finally managed to utter, her voice trembling. She took a step forward, eager to free the woman, yet tendrils of green vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring her feet and rendering her immobile. "Long Shuang, don't worry about me, just go." The woman, bound above, gazed down with a mixture of shock and concern, her voice weak and strained. Taken aback, Yuan Song replied, "Long Shuang, what are you saying?" "It's me, Yuan Song. Don't you remember?" At her words, the suspended woman's expression shifted to one of confusion as she queried, "You're not Long Shuang? I am your sister, Yuan Song." "Sister, do you not remember me? We grew up together in the orphanage, both of us dreaming of flight." At this moment, the ethereal figure suspended in midair, clad in a flowing white gown, seemed to sense something. Suddenly, she turned her head sharply to the right, gazing into the boundless expanse of the sky, her face adorned with a complex expression that rendered Yuan Song momentarily speechless. Following her gaze, Yuan Song beheld the gradual emergence of a dozen towering silhouettes. Concurrently, the surrounding ruins quaked violently, as if a powerful earthquake were upon them. A laughter erupted, sharp and piercing, reminiscent of the eunuch's derisive mirth from ancient palaces, accompanied by an unnerving aura that made Yuan Song's delicate brows furrow in alarm. When the towering figures revealed their true forms, Yuan Song was left astounded, her mouth agape in disbelief. These figures resembled ancient demonic gods, grand and imposing, each distinct in form. Some were beastly, while others resembled colossal humans. Each countenance bore a variety of expressions: arrogance, pride, and recklessness. 12 demons. The suspended woman gasped as she beheld the majestic demigods towering beside her, each standing an impressive 50 to 60 meters tall. Chapter 11. The Demon of Night. Yuan Song, one of the 12 demons, pondered deeply upon hearing the words of the woman in the white dress suspended from the beam. His gaze wandered and suddenly fell upon a row of demons, among them a werewolf with long white fur cradling around. Intricately bordered mirror, the enlarged version of the bronze mirror he had seized from Luin. The mirror of the silent night. Yuan Song exclaimed in astonishment as he focused on the bronze mirror held by the werewolf. Upon hearing her words, the werewolf bowed his head, as if intrigued by some peculiar matter, and responded with a low hum. Though it was merely a simple utterance, the sound resonated around them, deep and haunting, instilling a sense of dread within Yuan Song. She observed as the towering werewolf leaned closer, its massive head looming over her, a long red tongue flicking out to taste the air, revealing eyes gleaming with a ferocious light. A laugh that resembled a beast's roar echoed from the werewolf's throat. Low and sinister, Yuan Song furrowed her brow, enduring the weight of the sound, and when the laughter subsided, her pupils dilated in horror as she witnessed the werewolf's gaping maw, ready to strike. Startled awake by this terrifying vision, Yuan Song shot up from her bed with a scream. The sound of her heavy breathing filled the stillness of the room, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. As she scanned her surroundings and realized it was merely a dream, relief washed over her, and she wiped the cold sweat from her brow and face. Meanwhile, the bronze mirror she had been clutching began to vibrate like a phone. Instinctively, she lifted it to her eyes, and the mirror reflected the ruins, the woman in white, and the 12 demons she had seen in her dream. The sinister grin of the werewolf sent a chill down Yuan Song's spine, prompting her to cast the mirror onto the bed. After a moment, she felt her reaction was somewhat excessive, so she retrieved the mirror, observing that its surface had returned to its usual azure hue, rendering the prior events as if they were mere illusions. Yet she was acutely aware that everything from her dream and what she had just witnessed was undeniably real. With this realization, Yuan Song hurriedly descended from her bed and rummaged through her wardrobe for a square box. Placing it on her desk, she opened it to reveal an ancient tome bound in deep brown leather. She then sat down at her desk, flipping through the pages while muttering to herself. The Mirror of the Silent Night. This book was peculiar. Instead of paper, it was crafted from a resilient, supple animal hide. If Lu Yin were to see this book, she would undoubtedly be astounded, for the material and the script were identical to that of the hide discovered in the ruins on the outskirts of Yanjing. Yuan Song recognized that this book belonged to a different era, as its contents were too extraordinary for ordinary belief. Most would dismiss them as mere folly. However, She placed unwavering trust in it, for her water-related abilities were bestowed by this very tome. As she perused the description of the Mirror of the Silent Night, her slender fingers traced a particular passage, and she murmured, "The Mirror of the Silent Night, the Mirror of the Demon of Night, the White Wolf." Pausing to reflect on the giant werewolf from her dream, she pondered aloud, could that towering humanoid wolf truly be the Demon of Night, the White Wolf? This thought ignited her curiosity about this member of the 12 demons, and her eyes meticulously scanned the strange text. From the moment Yuan Song first laid eyes on the hidebound book in the cave, it had felt familiar. The meanings of the peculiar characters had manifested clearly in her mind upon her first encounter. She had contemplated the reason behind this familiarity but had been unable to unearth an answer, leaving her with lingering questions. Having never before examined this extraordinary book with such diligence, Yuan Song became engrossed, studying late into the night. It was only when her alarm rang at dawn that she realized the sun had begun to rise, casting a warm glow outside. Stretching and yawning, she made her way downstairs to pour a glass of milk, retrieving a few slices of bread from the refrigerator. Returning to her bedroom, she drew back the curtains, allowing the brilliant sunlight to bathe her in warmth. Peering out the window, she observed the bustling street below, where people donned freshly laundered clothes, humming tunes or exchanging greetings in a lively display of life. Humanity had grown accustomed to the rhythms of daily existence. Yet, in that moment, Yuan Song found herself lost in thought. The descriptions of the White Wolf in the hidebound book revealed that long before humanity's emergence, another civilization had flourished on Earth, only to be obliterated. The White Wolf and the other 11 demons had played pivotal roles in its downfall. Her greatest concern now was the prophecy within the Mirror of the Silent Night, foretelling that on the night of the full moon, the Night Wolf soldiers would return to the mortal realm. Yuan Song contemplated a drastic solution: to destroy the Mirror of the Silent Night. With this resolution, she gazed intently at the bronze mirror beside her computer, her eyes glinting with determination as she approached it, a palpable aura of menace filling the room. However, just as she was about to take action, a phone call diverted her attention. Retrieving her phone from her purse, she pressed the answer button and responded to the voice on the other end. After a brief exchange, she discarded the phone back into her bag. Casting a glance at the Mirror of the Silent Night and the ancient tome, she decided to conceal both in the square box, hiding it within her wardrobe. Before donning a black work outfit, as she stood before the mirror, a mature and competent aura emanated from her. Suddenly, Yuan Song's reflection in the mirror became shrouded in a white mist. A minute later, as the mist dissipated, the woman in the mirror had transformed into someone entirely different. This new woman picked up her handbag, donned a pair of deep-set glasses, and descended the stairs to drive away. Luine was discovered by the police in the early morning as she strolled along a bumpy, uneven path, her mind preoccupied with two pressing matters. First, she sensed an ominous premonition regarding the recently unearthed relics, suspecting they were far more than mere artifacts. Second, she speculated about the identity of the enigmatic figure known as Dreamfly, still grappling with the disbelief that a single person could deflect bullets with flesh and blood and melt down projectiles with their bare hands. When Hua spotted Luine, a look of surprise lit up his face, and he leaned out of the police car window, calling out to her. His voice broke her reverie, and she turned to see the approaching police vehicle, momentarily stunned before breaking into a radiant smile. Upon returning to the excavation site, Luine found not only the experts from Yanjing, but also 3 additional individuals. Among them were 2 men and a woman. One of the men was tall and thin, wearing glasses and named Chen Peng, an expert in Shang dynasty history. The other man, over 60 years old, bore an air of pride that suggested he was a distinguished figure in the field of archaeology, having made significant contributions to the discipline in the country. This esteemed individual was named Yu Jinwei, and he had come to the site not for the artifacts resembling the Mirror of the Silent Night, but for several coffins unearthed from the ruins. He had noticed from online photographs that these coffins were unlike any previously found in other tombs, hinting at a potentially groundbreaking discovery. A woman, approximately in her 40s, often adorned with a warm smile, bore the surname Su and the given name Lady. She had published numerous papers both domestically and internationally, demonstrating profound expertise in the study of bronze artifacts. Luine shook hands with her and subsequently led them into the conference tent. At that moment, Yu Jinwei noticed a box sent by Zhou Yuanming and inquired, "Is this the latest excavation?" Upon hearing Yu Jinwei's question, Luine recounted the details regarding Zhou Yuanming. After Yu Jinwei appeared enlightened, she prepared to present her work log and brief the 3 newly arrived experts. Just then, a man in a suit, accompanied by a guide from the alley, approached her and said, Sister Een, Quanzhua Television, under the Excellence Group, would like to invite you for an interview concerning this archaeological discovery. This gentleman is the station director. Chapter 12. The young police captain, the director of Quanzhua Television. A middle-aged man named Hu Dao was approaching 50. He styled his hair in a neat bun, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, and his face was impeccably shaven, devoid of any stubble. Standing at approximately 6 feet tall, his smile exuded a warm and approachable demeanor, creating an immediate sense of familiarity. Hello, Group Leader Lu. Hu Dao introduced himself in the narrow alley, stepping forward and extending his palm to shake hands with Lu Een. The friendly smile on his face made it impossible for Lu Een to refuse, whether out of courtesy or politeness. Handing over her work log to her colleague Yu Jinwei, Lu Een smiled and shook Hu Dao's hand, replying, You're too kind, Director. After their handshake, Hu Dao cheerfully produced his business card from his pocket and presented it to Lu Een. Upon receiving it, he remarked, The discovery of the ruins has created quite a stir both domestically and internationally. Our television station has established a special program dedicated to it, and we hope you will grace us with your presence, Group Leader Lu. Lu Een smiled, aware that several television stations had already called, requesting her to appear on their programs since the excavation of the ruins. However, she had declined due to her busy schedule. Quanzhua Television was a division of the Zhuiyue Group, and her sister-in-law was the sister of the group's chairman, creating a familial connection. Given this relationship, Lu Een felt she could not casually reject Hu Dao's invitation. After some contemplation, she agreed to his request. Hu Dao's face broke into a relaxed smile upon hearing Lu Yin's acceptance. He had been warned that she was difficult to deal with, so he was pleasantly surprised by her response. The program will air tonight, and we will need to rehearse this afternoon. A special vehicle will be arranged for your transport, and I appreciate your understanding regarding any inconvenience. Not at all, Lu Een replied with a forced smile. To be honest, she was quite reluctant to partake in the television spectacle, but given the circumstances, she had no choice but to comply. Once Hu Dao had achieved his purpose, he glanced around at the experts present before slowly retreating. As Hu Dao departed, Xiao Xiang approached Lu Een with a grin, saying, Sister Een, you will surely look stunning on camera. I can't wait to watch tonight's broadcast. Lu Een had taken the work log back from Yu Jinwei, and, hearing Xiao Xiang's teasing, playfully tapped him on the head with the log, jokingly scolding, Stop spouting nonsense. Go help me prepare a script for tonight's television appearance. If I embarrass myself, you will be the first to face my wrath. Laughter erupted among the group as they watched Xiao Xiang, beaming, rush to fulfill Lu Yin's request. At that moment, Deng Fangfang entered with a police officer, briefly explaining something to Lu Een, causing her expression to darken. She handed the log to Anhua to communicate with the 3 new experts, and then left with the officer. A breeze greeted them outside, brushing against Lu Een and her accompanying officer, filling the air with a pleasant fragrance. Lu Een stretched her arms lazily. The officer beside her, Han Min, was in his 20s but already a notable figure in the city's police force, having apprehended thousands of criminals. Now serving as the captain of the criminal investigation team. He was quite handsome and cheerful. Lu Een was familiar with Han Min, not just personally, but also as a household name among women in the country. Newspapers unabashedly extolled his righteousness and capabilities, elevating him to the status of a super heartthrob. This portrayal was not solely due to his personal merit, but also because of the influential background of his family. The Han Jun Group was a leading conglomerate, surpassing even the Zhuiyue Group and Lu Yin's brother Lu Tian Group. Han Min's father, Han Kun, was the wealthiest man in the nation and a prominent figure in the international economic arena. With such a father and remarkable abilities, it was no wonder the press painted him as a heroic figure. As they walked out of the tent, Han Min noticed Lu Een stretching without any sign of fatigue. He smiled and remarked, Group Leader Lu, I heard about last night's events from expert Deng Fangfang. I just arrived from the bureau, and it's impressive that you managed to stay so energetic after a night of pursuing thieves. Hearing Han Min's words, Lu Een laughed and replied, I just yawned. And you say that? Are you trying to make me feel awkward? Oh no, Group Leader Lu, please don't misunderstand. I certainly did not mean that. Han Min quickly responded, his anxious expression eliciting a smile from Lu Een, who thought to herself that perhaps this so-called heartthrob was not as imposing as the tabloid suggested. Lu Een chuckled, I was merely joking. Please don't take offense, Captain. That's good. Han Min wiped his forehead, seemingly relieved. He was unsure why he felt so at ease in front of other women, yet so nervous around Lu Een, as if walking on thin ice. After a prolonged silence, Han Min finally spoke. Actually, I rushed over immediately upon hearing about last night's incident. I need more information from you regarding the thieves. Of course, Luin agreed. Recalling the appearance of Meng Fei, suddenly, she realized she had forgotten to ask the man's name. Lost in thought, she continued walking until Han Min called her several times before she blushed and responded, recounting her encounter with Meng Fei, only mentioning her pursuit on the road and how she pretended to be injured to subdue him. She cleverly concealed the details of his martial prowess, and Han Min showed no signs of suspicion. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Group leader Lu, you are indeed a remarkable woman." Han Min's compliment was heartfelt and not mere flattery, a sentiment Lu Yin could discern from his expression. She smiled appreciatively, and by now, they had arrived outside Lu Yin's resting tent. "This is where the bronze mirror was stolen. Let us go inside and see if your investigative skills can provide any insight," Lu Yin suggested, gesturing towards the tent. After Han Min nodded, they both entered. Han Min possessed strong investigative skills. The moment he stepped inside the tent, his sharp eyes scanned the surroundings like a hawk. The chaos of the scene seemed expected to him, but the large hole in the tent's top captured his attention. Pointing at it, he asked Lu Yin, "Group leader Lu, was this hole made last night?" Lu Yin followed his gaze, and, after a moment's reflection, recalled what Meng Fei had said about someone with similar abilities stealing the treasure and escaping through the top. Could this be true? Lu Yin pondered aloud, prompting Han Min to inquire, "What's true?" "Oh, I was just lost in thought," Lu Yin quickly covered, then pointed to a vertical scratch on the tent wall and said, "That scratch was made by the white-clad thief last night. He must have exited through there." Han Min stepped closer to examine the scratch, feeling its sharp edge. Noticing the burned edges, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "How strange. What did the thief use to tear through the tent?" Lu Yin approached him, studying the scratch, and asked, "Is there something unusual about it, Captain?" "Look closely." As Han Min noticed Lu Yin approaching him, he remarked on the situation, simultaneously pinching the edges of the burn mark, exposing it to Lu Yin's gaze. He continued, noting that the edges were smooth, suggesting they had been scorched by fire. What kind of weapon could have been used? Upon mentioning fire, Lu Yin suddenly recalled the dramatic display of incendiary bullets that Meng Fei had performed for her the previous night. In that instant, she accepted the reality that Meng Fei possessed extraordinary abilities. "He acted with such swiftness that we were left unaware," Lu Yin responded to Han Min, speaking the truth. "I see," Han Min replied, a hint of disappointment creeping into his voice. He then turned to survey the surroundings with a composed demeanor, even adopting a somewhat serious expression, clearly exhibiting a professional attitude. Lu Yin couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration for this captain. In an era where few took their profession seriously, especially someone like Han Min, a wealthy second generation who could easily live without working, Lu Yin was aware of her allure and the numerous admirers she attracted. Noticing Han Min's slightly awkward demeanor from earlier, she understood that he too was captivated by her charm, watching him so engrossed in his work, as if oblivious to the world around him. She smiled sweetly at him in appreciation. Han Min, caught off guard by Lu Yin's smile, momentarily froze, a blush spreading across his face as he shyly inquired, "Did I do something wrong?" Chapter 13. Farewell to Zhou Yueming. "Oh, it's nothing." Lu Yin, feeling a bit embarrassed after being caught peeking, quickly clasped her delicate hands in front of her chest and averted her gaze, distractedly observing her surroundings. Han Min, noticing Lu Yin's demeanor, also turned away to ease the awkwardness, focusing intently on the chaotic scene around them. The scattered instruments and debris suggested that a fierce struggle had taken place here. Han Min then inquired, "Given the disarray, did you have a violent confrontation with the bandits?" Lu Yin replied honestly, upon entering the tent, "We saw the bandits attempting to flee. We did not engage in any conflict." "How peculiar," Han Min mused, pausing in his movements to sit on a nearby workbench. He furrowed his brow, meticulously scanning the area with his eyes, his right hand thoughtfully stroking his chin. Could it be that there was more than one bandit, perhaps two? This statement startled Lu Yin, who had been approaching Han Min. She then observed the man in police uniform fixating intensely on the large hole in the tent's ceiling, his eyes gleaming with a piercing brilliance that left her astonished by his keen observation skills. After studying the gaping hole for a while, Han Min finally acknowledged Lu Yin's presence and, with a hint of embarrassment, smiled as he remarked, "I have gathered a fair amount of information from the scene. Our colleagues from the police department will arrive this afternoon to collect evidence. I hope you, Team Leader Lu, will facilitate their work." "That may not be possible," Lu Yin responded. "I have an interview scheduled at Quanzhou Television regarding this archaeological excavation. However, I will inform my assistant, Liang Xiaoxiang, and he will cooperate fully with you." Upon hearing that Lu Yin would be appearing on television, Han Min's face lit up with surprise. Team leader Lu is going on TV? I shall eagerly await the broadcast. Thank you. Lu Yin smiled in response, but soon found herself at a loss for conversation, just as Han Min did, leading to a moment of awkward silence. Finally, Han Min suggested they go out for breakfast. A proposal Lu Yin readily accepted to break the uncomfortable quiet. The two exited the tent, and after exchanging a few words with Liang Xiaoxiang, Lu Yin hurried to catch up with Han Min. Just as she was about to speak, they heard a voice calling from the entrance of the enclosure. Team leader Lu. Team leader Lu. They turned to see a black SUV followed by several vans making their way through the police checkpoint and gradually arriving at the site. Zhou Yueming, dressed in sportswear and wearing sunglasses, leaped from the vehicle, shouting Lu Yin's name. Is he someone you know? Han Min asked, a hint of jealousy in his tone, while Lu Yin, oblivious to the nuance, replied, he is a well-meaning individual I met last night. One of the artifacts we discussed in the meeting was generously donated by him for the benefit of the public. Ah, I see, Han Min acknowledged, then turned his attention to Zhou Yueming, who had approached Lu Yin and saluted her, saying, Comrade, your enthusiasm is commendable. On behalf of the people, I thank you. As Zhou Yueming reached Lu Yin's side, he noticed Han Min, momentarily taken aback by the officer's warmth. He then extended his hand to shake Han Min's, laughing as he said, Captain Han, you jest. It is merely the duty of every citizen. I hardly deserve such gratitude. You know me? Han Min asked, slightly embarrassed. Zhou Yueming burst into laughter, replying, the girl killer headline in the tabloid. Who in the country does not know of you? Han Min felt flustered and glanced at Lu Yin, who smiled gently, her striking beauty momentarily captivating him until Zhou Yueming loudly declared, Team leader Lu, I returned home last night. Increasingly excited about contributing to our nation and assisting you. I could hardly sleep, so I called some friends through the night. They have retrieved 3 artifacts from local antiquities dealers and sent them our way, and I have brought them to you right away. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin, driven by her instincts as an archaeology expert, was as eager as a gold digger upon spotting a diamond. She hurried after Zhou Yueming to inspect the artifacts in the van. The 3 items included 2 boxes identical to those from the previous night and a double-headed sickle, which, though rusted, still emanated a chilling aura that deterred Lu Yin from reaching out to touch it. These artifacts likely belonged to the same era as those discovered in the ruins, as they bore intricate inscriptions. At that moment, Hua stepped out from the meeting tent and approached Lu Yin. Team leader, expert Yu Zhenwei has requested that we open the boxes delivered by Zhou last night. Zhou Yueming's expression shifted to one of complexity before he smiled and said, excellent. I am eager to see what mysteries lie within. Lu Yin furrowed her brow, contemplating. Opening the boxes is a significant matter. We must seek approval from the higher-ups. Expert Yu has already liaised with the authorities in the Cultural Relics Department, and they have granted permission, and Hua informed her. This revelation momentarily startled Lu Yin, prompting her to think, it seems Yu Zhenwei has connections within the bureau. If he wishes to claim credit, let him. Lu Yin then asked, when do you plan to open the boxes? Expert Yu suggests this afternoon, came the reply. Oh, they are trying to sideline me. Lu Yin silently mused, yet she maintained her pleasant demeanor, responding, very well. I shall be at the television station this afternoon. Please ensure that you and Liang Xiaoxiang handle the matter with utmost care. Understood, and Hua replied before hastily departing. Zhou Yueming then inquired, Team leader, do you have plans this afternoon? Lu Yin shared her television appearance with him, prompting Zhou Yueming to cheerfully ask, would you mind if I pick you up later? No. Thank you. The television station will send a car, Lu Yin replied. Oh, I see, Zhou Yueming said, somewhat disappointed. At that moment, Han Min pointed to his wristwatch and remarked to Lu Yin, if we don't leave soon, we shall be having lunch instead of breakfast. Lu Yin smiled apologetically, and Zhou Yueming chimed in. Are you going to have breakfast? Yes, Lu Yin nodded. I know a restaurant with excellent breakfast. You wouldn't mind if I joined you, would you? Not at all, Zhou. You are most welcome, Lu Yin responded, watching as Zhou Yueming laughed heartily and pulled out his phone, saying, wait a moment. I need to call my brother. Out of courtesy, Lu Yin gestured for him to proceed. My apologies, Zhou Yueming said, then moved away to make his call in a corner of the excavation site, drawing a crowd of rugged men around him as if sharing a secret. Han Min furrowed his brow, observing Zhou Yueming's gathering with a pensive expression. Zhou Yueming, noticing the crowd's interest, whispered to the burly men, listen. The boxes containing the artifacts we delivered last night will be opened this afternoon. Once they do, these items will lose their value. You must retrieve them before they take action. Don't forget the 3 pieces of bait in the vehicle as well. At that moment, one of the men beside Zhou Yueming asked, Boss, with so many police officers around, can we manage it? Zhou Yuandream cast a glance at him and muttered, Fool. If we could confront the police head-on, why would I risk bringing 4 artifacts here to gain their trust? Can't you think for a moment? Our role is that of a thief, not a bandit. The burly man lowered his head and responded with a meek acknowledgement, akin to a schoolboy admitting his wrongdoing to a teacher. Zhou Yuandream continued, Remember, our objective encompasses all the artifacts here. Those coffins are too conspicuous. We need not concern ourselves with them. At this point, Zhou Yuandream glanced at his subordinates and cautioned, You must keep in mind to avoid gunfire whenever possible. And if we can spare lives, we should strive to prevent any fatalities. Once the job is done, head straight to the dock and depart with the goods. Yes, brother. Rest assured, his subordinates murmured in response. Zhou Yuandream then turned to a scarred man and instructed, I will be stepping out with Luin shortly. You are in charge of directing everyone. Understood? Affirmative. Very well, that's settled. Now disperse. After issuing these commands, Zhou Yuandream feigned a loud request for assistance in moving 3 artifacts from the van into the tent. He then jogged back to Luin, approaching her with a cheerful demeanor. I apologize for the inconvenience. We've encountered some business issues, but they are resolved now. Please, get into my jeep. I'll take you to the restaurant. Luin responded with a smile, and soon the 3 of them boarded Zhou Yuandream's black jeep, departing from the excavation site and heading toward the city. Chapter 14. Sandwich, my favorite meal. Tang Jiada, a friend of Meng Fei, returned to the office on the 8th floor, carrying a bag of takeout in each hand. As he passed Meng Fei's desk, he casually placed one of the bags beside him before settling back into his chair. Their proximity allowed Tang Jiada to lean back and, with a push of his legs, glide his wheeled chair closer to Meng Fei. Xiao Meng, have you heard? Tang Jiada leaned in conspiratorially, whispering in Meng Fei's ear. A beautiful woman is coming to the company this afternoon. Meng Fei feigned indifference, responding with a nonchalant humph, and continued, with a company this large, how could beautiful women not frequent it? This time is different, Tang Jiada replied, puffing his chest. This one is a heavyweight beauty. Not only stunning, but also comes from an impressive family. With that, he tousled his hair, exuding self-adoration. You know, it's quite a conundrum for a handsome man like me. When beautiful women see me, they tend to flock over. If I accept their advances, people will say I'm after their wealth. If I refuse, I'd be rejecting beauty. Suddenly, Tang Jiada straightened up, gripping Meng Fei's shoulders, and dramatically exclaimed, How could you be so heartless? Meng Fei pushed him away, saving his work on the computer. He opened his lunchbox, revealing a goose leg and a fried egg, and asked, What about the other goose leg? Tang Jiada patted his stomach, saying, Right here. Meng Fei pretended to throw the lunchbox at him, and soon they were devouring their meals like hungry wolves. Midway through, Meng Fei suddenly asked, By the way, what is the name of that beauty? Luin, Tang Jiada replied, the stunning archaeological expert frequently featured in the Yanjing Cultural Report. She has a fiery figure, heavenly beauty, and an age that exudes desire. Just one word. Enchanting. Meng Fei nearly choked at the mention of her name, quickly inquiring, Luin, what is she coming to our company for? Instinctively, he feared that his own identity might be exposed. Tang Jiada looked at him with disdain for his ignorance and smugly responded, The ruler of the upper floors of our building, Director Hu, announced this morning that Luin has agreed to participate in a talk show about recent archaeological discoveries. With a self-satisfied grin, Tang Jiada added, Such a desirable woman, with a captivating figure and a gentle demeanor. Hearing the phrase, gentle demeanor, Meng Fei recalled how she had pretended to be injured to subdue him the previous night, and he couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly at the sight of Tang Jiada lost in reverie. What are you laughing at? Tang Jiada asked. Nothing, just laughing. Meng Fei replied casually, but Tang Jiada leaned closer, whispering mysteriously, Do you know what happened to old Andy? Since she returned to work, she hasn't left her office once. In the past, if she didn't come out, we would have been scolded to no end. After a moment's thought, Tang Jiada continued, I suspect she is heartbroken. Heartbroken? Meng Fei scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. The premise of heartbreak is having a man to desire. Do you really think an old woman like her has a suitor? If she does, may the heavens spare me from choking on this food. As he spoke, Meng Fei scooped a mouthful of rice with a plastic spoon, arrogantly declaring, but when he finally ate that rice, he truly choked. Struggling to breathe, he clutched his throat, desperately pounding his back with his other hand, causing Tang Jiada to rush over to assist him. Be careful, watch your manners. Finally, after expelling the rice, Meng Fei's attention drifted elsewhere as he scanned the surroundings, his eyes sparkling with a hint of excitement as if searching for something. What's wrong? Have you lost your mind? Tang Jiata asked, noticing Meng Fei's sudden alertness. Without answering, Meng Fei abruptly stood and strode out of the office. It must be here, he murmured, fully aware that a familiar force had stealthily approached him. Exiting the office, he turned down a long corridor, only to be met by old Annie Han Hong, who strutted towards him. Seeing her approach with an exaggerated sway, Meng Fei shivered inwardly, thinking, could it be her? What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Han Hong scolded, clearly displeased with Meng Fei's gaze. Meng Fei, undeterred, retorted, is there a beauty here, you old hag? Did you just call me an old hag? Han Hong's eyes widened in disbelief at his audacity. What do I have to fear? I've visited Director Mu several times. What's a few more? You have guts. We'll see about that, Han Hong replied, pointing a trembling finger at him before storming off to her office, her exaggerated wiggle making Meng Fei cringe with discomfort. Shuddering, he rubbed his arms to dispel the goosebumps, then headed toward the elevator. As he reached the space between the corridor and the elevator doors, a sudden hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, followed by a sweet voice. I've come to find you again, Meng Fei. Turning around, he saw the illustrious Zhuo Shi, microphone in hand, her makeup soft and elegant. Dressed in a tailored gray suit complemented by a matching knee-length skirt, white stockings, and black heels, she had transformed from a carefree girl into a sophisticated professional, exuding an irresistible allure. Why are you dressed like this? Meng Fei asked. Do you think it looks good? Zhuo Shi replied, spinning around playfully. Meng Fei, intrigued, rested his chin on his hand, nodding. It would be even better if the collar were a bit lower to reveal some skin. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Shi realized he was teasing her and pouted, playfully tapping his head before pushing him toward the elevator, insisting, I'm here to host a show for a national audience. I can't dress too provocatively, can I? As she pressed him against the elevator door, Meng Fei accidentally hit the button for the 12th floor. With a ding, the elevator arrived, the doors opening suddenly, causing Meng Fei to lose his balance and tumble inside. In a reflexive motion, he seized Zhuo Shi's delicate wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Suddenly jerked, Zhuo Shi exclaimed and lunged forward. However, this unforeseen incident did not conclude as Meng Fei had envisioned. He initially believed he would crash heavily within the elevator, but in reality, as the doors opened and he lost his balance, he soon found his back colliding with two soft forms, halting his fall. Simultaneously, the force of the impact sent Zhuo Shi tumbling into his embrace. The mingling of two distinct fragrances penetrated Meng Fei's senses. With his years of observation of the female form, he was acutely aware that he was sandwiched between two women, Zhuo Shi, the clever and enchanting maiden in front, and Lu Yin, the alluring and graceful lady behind. Meng Fei remained still, savoring the intoxicating sensation of being flanked by such beauty, while inwardly he mused, a sandwich. My absolute favorite. Chapter 15. A play between two women. Though Dream Fei was uncertain about the ambitious woman behind him, his intuition suggested that a woman with such a figure must possess an equally captivating appearance. It was an undeniable truth that Zhuo Shi was a beauty. Since fate had decreed that he would encounter such allure today, he felt compelled to take the initiative rather than disappoint the heavens. Dream Fei leaned back, attempting to position himself comfortably while subtly twisting his torso. The reaction from Zhuo Shi in his arms was unmistakable, as he felt an undeniable response from his third hand. While he would not boast of being a muscular man, the mere presence of arousal was enough to defy the constraints of his athletic wear. Zhuo Shi's fair legs were pressed against something firm. Initially, she paid little heed to it, but as she glanced down, a rush of blood surged to her cheeks, nearly prompting a startled scream. Like a bolt of electricity, she pushed Dream Fei away, standing rigidly before the slowly closing elevator doors, her heart racing audibly in her ears. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, positioned behind Dream Fei, raised her eyebrows at the man who had taken advantage of the situation. She attempted to push him off her bosom, but found it a strenuous task, reinforcing her belief that this shameless man was doing it on purpose. With this thought in mind, Lu Yin ceased to be polite, her delicate hands slowly moving to either side of Dream Fei's waist, her fingers playfully poking inward. Ah! Dream Fei exclaimed, propelled forward by Lu Yin's playful gesture. He performed a swift 180-degree turn, now facing Lu Yin. As he recognized her, the reprimand he intended to voice caught in his throat. With a strained smile, he remarked, "What a surprise to see you here." Upon recognizing Dream Fei, Lu Yin felt a sense of familiarity, yet knew she had never met him. With a slight widening of her beautiful eyes, she retorted, "Do you know me?" Caught off guard, Dream Fei hesitated. Admitting familiarity would expose his identity from the previous night at the excavation site. Thus, he responded evasively, "Miss Liu, your beauty and grace are well known in our archaeological community. Who wouldn't recognize you?" Expecting a different response from Dream Fei, Lu Yin rolled her eyes and stepped back, indicating her desire to be left alone. The elevator continued its ascent to the 12th floor, and Dream Fei stood there like a deflated balloon, hesitant to speak further. Suddenly, a sharp voice broke through the silence. "Dr. Liu, you are Miss Lu Yin. How wonderful. I thought I'd only see you tonight." Dream Fei turned to see Zhuoxi rushing to Lu Yin, resembling an adoring fan. "While I'm not particularly fond of archaeology, I am fascinated by ancient lifestyles and greatly admire your work. Could you sign something for me later?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the attention, Lu Yin glanced around before the elevator chimed, signaling their arrival at the 12th floor. Zhuoxi suggested, "There's a restaurant on this floor. Let us discuss further there. After all, tonight I'll be interviewing you, and it's best to get acquainted now." Lu Yin hadn't anticipated that the host of her interview would be this cheerful girl. With many people around, especially Dream Fei, who seemed to be eyeing her inappropriately, she readily agreed. The two women brushed past Dream Fei, heading toward the restaurant. Dream Fei quickly followed, calling out, "What about me?" His shout halted the two women in their tracks. Lu Yin turned to him and asked Zhuoxi, "Do you know him?" Before Zhuoxi could respond, Dream Fei cheerfully interjected, "She's pregnant, and it's mine." Lu Yin was momentarily stunned, staring at Zhuoxi in disbelief, as if to say, "With your qualities, how did you end up with such a scoundrel?" Zhuoxi huffed and kicked Dream Fei's heel, threateningly declaring, "I only said that to save you. If you dare speak out of turn, I'll jump off this building to make my point." Dream Fei, taken aback, replied, "I was just joking. Why take it so seriously?" Noticing the genuine anger flashing across Zhuoxi's face, he clarified to Lu Yin, "All right, I'll be honest. I'm this girl's bodyguard, her protector." As he finished, he playfully wrapped his arm around Zhuoxi, attempting to lighten the mood. Lu Yin, slightly amused, suggested, "Since you're her protector, let us go have a drink together." Zhuoxi, unable to escape Dream Fei's persistent presence, reluctantly complied. She feigned a playful jab at him before turning to follow Lu Yin, casting a warning glance over her shoulder, signaling him to keep his distance. Dream Fei responded with a grin and a mock salute, reassured that it was lunchtime and no formalities were required. The restaurant was adorned in a Western style, with smooth tiles gleaming and crystal glass furniture creating a dazzling effect. Seated in a triangular formation, the trio ordered their drinks. Zhuoxi introduced herself and Dream Fei briefly before inquiring, "Miss Liu, which dynasty do these ruins belong to? I've seen photos online, and they seem unrelated to any dynasty we know." Lu Yin paused, then smiled appreciatively. "Indeed, we have reached a preliminary conclusion that these artifacts predate the Shang dynasty. Although the script bears about 60% similarity to oracle bone inscriptions, we cannot definitively claim they belong to that era. The Shang dynasty is considered one of the earlier periods in our historical records. After that, oracle bone script fell out of use, suggesting these artifacts must belong to an even earlier time." "Miss Xue, you are quite astute. Our team is currently aiming to prove these artifacts are from the Xia dynasty, as there is still no conclusive evidence of its existence in the archaeological community." Taking a sip of orange juice, Lu Yin leaned back in her chair, a hint of pride evident in her demeanor. "Once we verify these artifacts belong to the Xia dynasty, it will undoubtedly astonish the nation." Dream Fei, intrigued by Lu Yin's confidence, listened as Zhuoxi raised her glass in congratulations. "Then I'll be the first to congratulate you, Miss Liu. Just call me Lu Yin," she replied with a smile. Dream Fei chimed in. The term "miss" carries significant meaning. His comment drew sharp glares from both women, their gazes piercing enough to puncture him with 1,000 tiny holes. Sensing the tension, Dream Fei lowered his head and took a hearty sip from his milk tea, his gaze drifting to a woman seated at a nearby table. Long hair flowed elegantly around her, and she glanced over, raising a glass of red wine in a silent toast, her smile beckoning him closer. Dream Fei raised his milk tea in response, took a sip, and saw her rise from her seat, casting a lingering glance back as she exited the restaurant. He turned to the two women beside him and announced, "I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving." As soon as the sound emerged, Meng Fei immediately chased after the woman. Behind him, Zhuoxi and Lu Yin watched his departing figure. Zhuoxi then pouted her lips, seemingly complaining, "What a lecher." He spots a woman and rushes after her. Fickle and ungrateful. Hearing this, Lu Yin scrutinized Meng Fei's silhouette and observed that he was indeed pursuing a long-haired woman clad in black. After a brief moment of surprise, He smiled at Zhuoxi and asked, "Are you jealous? Who would envy the scoundrel? We are discussing our own matters." Zhuoxi shot Meng Fei a disdainful glance, retorting Lu Yin's question before dismissing Meng Fei from her thoughts and continuing her discussion with Lu Yin. Meanwhile, the departing Meng Fei was not, as Zhuoxi suggested, fickle and ungrateful. Rather, he pursued the woman not for her beauty, but because her face was one he recognized all too well. She was Yuan Song, whom he had encountered twice in recent days. Chapter 16. The intent of Yuan Song on the rooftop of the Shidon building, belonging to the Excellence Group's Beijing branch. A gentle breeze stirred the long hair and dark attire of a solitary figure standing at the edge. From a side view, this figure exuded a serene yet commanding aura, startling Meng Fei, who was leaning against a water tank and smoking. He asked, "What brings you here?" The tall figure, Yuan Song, turned to him and retorted, "You truly know nothing?" With wide eyes, Meng Fei replied, "Know what?" Seeing his obliviousness, Yuan Song sighed in exasperation, stepped closer, and, after a prolonged gaze, instructed, "Follow me." After speaking, Yuan Song strode toward the edge of the rooftop. As Meng Fei stood beside her, she suddenly pressed her left hand against his back and gave him a forceful shove. Caught off guard, he fell, and Yuan Song followed suit, arms outstretched as if toppling like a tree. As they plummeted through the air, Meng Fei pushed down with both hands, unleashing a burst of energy that propelled him upward. With a swift kick, he soared through the cityscape like a rocket. Yuan Song, matching his speed, pursued him through the streets, drawing the gaze of onlookers who could only catch a fleeting glimpse of them, astonished by the spectacle of two figures soaring through the daylight sky. Ultimately, Meng Fei chose to land atop an inconspicuous warehouse, turning to Yuan Song and asking, "Is this all you wanted to say? Have you considered what would have happened if you lacked superpowers?" She replied coldly. Meng Fei pondered her words, realizing she had observed his encounter with Lu Yin the previous night. Seeing his astonishment, Yuan Song scoffed, stepping aside before facing him, her hands forming a gesture that conjured a white water screen before him, displaying flowing text like a television screen. As Meng Fei read the words, he heard Yuan Song declare, "Regardless of whether you are truly unaware or merely feigning ignorance, the world has undergone a transformation. As fellow superhumans, it is our duty to protect the order of humanity." While speaking, she studied Meng Fei, who was engrossed in reading the text, and her disdain softened slightly. "You are an unusual individual, possessing two abilities. Thus, to mitigate the repercussions of these anomalies, we can temporarily set aside our grievances. What do you say to joining forces?" Once she finished her proposal, Meng Fei completed reading the text, his face still displaying traces of shock, and he remained silent for an extended moment, gazing at Yuan Song. She stood firm, her right hand raised, inviting him to join in a pact. "The concept is intriguing, truly," Meng Fei finally said, causing Yuan Song's expression to darken. She slowly lowered her hand, her voice icy. "So you doubt me?" Meng Fei, not entirely disbelieving, replied, "To craft such a grand narrative for your theft, I must commend your intellect." Yuan Song's expression darkened further, as if her gaze could pierce through him. "I fail to understand why fate has made you the sole individual with two distinct abilities. I'm just handsome, it's beyond my control." Meng Fei retorted with a smirk, eliciting a disdainful scoff from Yuan Song. She approached him, raising her palm, from which white vapor coalesced into a book, which she handed to him. "For someone like you, I have no time for trivialities. This book contains everything I need to convey. Read it." As she prepared to take flight, Meng Fei called out, "Wait, what is it?" Yuan Song asked, not turning around but glancing back coldly. "I wish to pay my respects at your sister's grave. I know you helped Yuan Miao relocate it." Upon hearing this, Meng Fei's demeanor shifted to seriousness, shedding any trace of levity. Yuan Song hesitated, memories of her sister's pale face and silent calls for a man flooding her mind. Her fists clenched slowly. Suddenly, a white figure flickered before Meng Fei, and a powerful punch struck his cheek, sending him crashing into a large water tank nearby. With a resounding thud, a circular hole appeared in the tank, water gushing forth. Yuan Song held her fist raised, standing still for half a minute before moving towards the tank, stating, "If you can catch up to me, then follow." With that, she soared into the sky like a rocket, while a streak of yellow and purple light ascended from the tank, chasing after her. In midair, an aircraft drifted through the clouds, where an elderly man with glasses peered out the window, spotting the two figures and leaping in shock. "Dear, dear, look, people flying in the air." His wife, engrossed in horse betting, was annoyed by his outburst and glanced outside, seeing nothing but clouds. Angry, she pulled his ear, scolding, "I told you to stop reading those trashy novels." You've ruined your eyes, and now you're bothering me." The old man pleaded for mercy. And once her fury subsided, he wiped his eyes and looked out again, realizing there was indeed no one there, resting his heart and leaning back in his seat. Outside the plane, Meng Fei pursued the white figure of Yuan Song, weaving through the clouds until they descended rapidly into a mountainous region. Upon landing, Meng Fei surveyed his surroundings, noting the serene beauty that contrasted sharply with the bustling city of Beijing, and asked, "Where is this? And where is your sister's grave?" Ignoring his inquiries, Yuan Song approached a nearby stream, extending her right hand and drawing forth a small, luminous pearl from the water, which floated gently into her palm, glistening. Meng Fei, momentarily speechless, gazed at the pearl she offered him. "Take a look." At this moment, Yuan Song's expression lost its usual indifference, replaced by a subtle veil of sorrow. Addressing Meng Fei with a poignant utterance, he then transformed into a beam of white light, swiftly entering the orb as he caught the astonished gaze of his companion. After Yuan Song's disappearance, the white orb hovered in midair, radiating a blinding brilliance, compelling the hesitant Meng Fei to morph into a striking yellow-violet beam and, with a swift motion, plunge into the orb. Chapter 17. The artifact thieves. Upon emerging from the tomb of Yuan Miao, concealed within a bead, Meng Fei and Yuan Song exchanged no words, their faces shrouded in a veil of complex emotions. The events that transpired within the grave remained known solely to these two individuals. As Meng Fei observed Yuan Song carefully stowing away the bead and preparing to take flight, he hastily inquired, "Is what you said truly the case?" Yuan Song halted but did not turn, responding coldly, "Of course, soon you shall witness it with your own eyes." "What must I do?" Meng Fei's question elicited a fleeting look of astonishment on Yuan Song's face, which quickly vanished as she stepped closer, asserting, "All the answers lie within the book I have given you. The malevolence that has slumbered for 30 million years before this era is gradually awakening. It shall once again plunge the world into darkness." As she spoke, Yuan Song scrutinized Meng Fei's expression, and upon detecting a hint of disbelief, she continued, "Do not forget, to others, we too are extraordinary beings. If we serve as an example, what remains to be doubted?" Meng Fei, momentarily stunned, then nodded as if struck by a revelation. Satisfied by his newfound belief, Yuan Song retreated step by step, gliding like a wisp of smoke, and then, like a candle melting into water, she vanished from sight. Were an ordinary person to witness such a sight, they would surely be terrified, yet Meng Fei remained unfazed, cradling the book formed from the condensation of Yuan Song's vapor. As he opened it, he sat by the riverbank, engrossed in its pages, oblivious to the passage of time. At that moment, neither Meng Fei nor Yuan Song were aware that the evil they understood was arriving swifter than they could have imagined. At the excavation site on the outskirts of Yanjing City, Zhou Yuanming returned in a jeep. Possessing a work permit allowed him unfettered access. The police merely conducted a cursory check before promptly allowing him entry. After parking in an open area, Zhou Yuanming leaned toward a few subordinates who had gathered and whispered, "What is the situation?" "Rest assured, big brother," one replied. "The brothers are stationed at various points, ready to act. As long as you lead the charge, success is virtually guaranteed." Zhou Yuanming nodded, scanning the surroundings with a keen eye, observing his men lurking in the shadows, smoking and awaiting their cue. "Where do we begin?" After ensuring they were not being observed, the subordinate leaned closer to Zhou Yuanming and whispered, "Currently, all the experts are inside the conference tent unboxing artifacts. We should first seize the remaining relics and load them into the vehicle, then storm the conference tent to claim the rest. Everything is in place. Then let us act immediately. If we delay, that foul officer Hanmin will arrive with reinforcements, making our task far more difficult." "Understood," came the reply, and with that, the group of artifact thieves dispersed, each attending to their assigned duties. Zhou Yuanming and another disguised themselves as visitors to observe the archaeological unboxing conducted by Yu Jinwei. Outside the tent, however, others had already begun to meddle with the artifacts on display. Due to the intrusion of Meng Fei and Yuan Song the previous night, the security presence had been somewhat alleviated. Around 10 officers were tasked with maintaining order, though many were lax in their duties, providing ample opportunity for Zhou Yuanming's men. Zhou Yuanming and his companion feigned interest as the experts focused their attention on a box enveloped in a layer of red talismans. After extensive analysis, Yu Jinwei and the other experts discovered that the box, contrary to initial assumptions of being wooden, was in fact made of iron. However, a perplexing question lingered. Given the box's size, why was it so remarkably lightweight? This enigma clouded the minds of every expert present, yet none could provide an explanation. Ultimately, Yu Jinwei declared with unwavering conviction, regardless of the reason, once we remove the fabric covering the box, all will be revealed. The experts perked up at his words. Yet Zhou Yuanming exchanged anxious glances with his companion, simultaneously glancing towards the entrance. According to their plan, they merely needed to await a signal from those outside to control the experts within and abscond with the artifacts. Yet, outside, there was not a hint of commotion. Zhou Yuanming anxiously felt the concealed revolver at his waist. As seconds ticked by without any sign of action, the experts began to peel away the fabric covering the box. Suddenly, an inexplicable gust of wind swept through the tent, sending a chilling sensation through everyone present. Zhou Yuanming fixated on the box, now partially uncovered by Yu Jinwei's tweezers, his hand twitching around his gun, ready to strike. However, his companion restrained him, signaling for patience. Trusting his companion's prudent nature, Zhou Yuanming suppressed his urge to act, frustration boiling within him as he glared at the experts gathered around Yu Jinwei. Just then, several of Zhou Yuanming's men entered, signaling him with nods, allowing him to exhale in relief. "Let us move, brothers," he commanded. In a flash, Zhou Yuanming's order was executed. His men brandished their weapons and advanced upon the bewildered experts, cornering them. Zhou Yuanming personally approached the workbench, seizing the box that had been partially unsealed, while his subordinates collected the remaining artifacts nearby and led the way out of the tent. Upon exiting, several police officers who had rushed to the disturbance drew their firearms, forming a line before Zhou Yuanming and his crew. Observing this, Zhou Yuanming's companion, still clutching the box, handed it to a fellow thief, then raised his AK-47, sweeping it across the officers, taking them down. Zhou Yuanming had not anticipated such ruthlessness from his companion. As he turned to voice his thoughts, the latter interrupted. "Big brother, there is no time to waste. We must flee. Black Dog has secured the tickets." Hearing this, Zhou Yuanming ceased his protest, surveying the scene and noticing fallen officers around them, realizing that his men had resorted to taking lives in their quest for treasure. Acknowledging the gravity of their crimes, he nodded grimly, tossing the half-unsealed box and other artifacts into a van before taking the driver's seat of his jeep to make their escape. Zhou Yuanming's crew had arrived with 4 vehicles, 1 jeep and 3 white vans, 2 of which were occupied by crew members while 1 was designated solely for the stolen artifacts, driven by a single driver. Upon departing the excavation site, the vehicles followed a prearranged route through the rugged mountain paths towards a nearby dock. Throughout the journey, the van carrying the artifacts jostled continuously, causing the seals on the partially unsealed box to loosen, from which a chilling black smoke began to billow forth, gradually coalescing into a grotesque visage. The driver of the van, a murderer who had undergone plastic surgery, was anxiously fixated on the road ahead, oblivious to the strange occurrences unfolding behind him. As he hummed a tune to steady his frayed nerves, a half-formed specter, resembling a child and composed of swirling smoke, began to materialize from a box. This shadowy figure, grinning faintly, spoke in a low, raspy voice, yet its words were drowned out by the din of the music within the vehicle. The apparition, moving with a mechanical stiffness, turned its head to survey the surroundings. When its gaze fell upon a dual-headed scythe within the van, its expression shifted from surprise to delight. Suddenly, this child-sized entity expanded dramatically, its right hand reaching out to draw the scythe into its grasp with an ethereal pull. As the dual-headed scythe, a relic gifted by Zhou Yuanming to Lu Yin, was seized by the smoky specter, it gleamed with a sudden brilliance, the rust that had coated it falling away in an instant to reveal its obsidian core. The scythe's blade shone with a sharp, icy whiteness, radiating a dazzling light. Caressing its cherished treasure, the shadowy figure turned its gaze toward the driver, a chilling smile spreading across its face. It emitted a series of eerie laughs before its form gradually distorted, transforming into swirling black smoke that glided over the seat between the driver's position and the rear of the van. Chapter 18. The Jester Gatekeeper. As the sinister black smoke was transmitted through the rearview mirror to the van driver, an overwhelming sense of dread surged through him, causing goosebumps to erupt across his skin. He turned to behold the ghostly visage formed by the smoke, its gaping mouth finally releasing a loud, anguished cry. "Ah!" The sound reverberated, drowning out the music within the van, echoing into the vehicles ahead. Almost immediately, the spectral face of smoke collided with the driver's forehead, causing him to claw at his face, skin rippling as if a frantic creature lurked beneath a stretched cloth. Despite his continuous howls, the driver now detached from the steering wheel, lost control, and the white van laden with priceless artifacts crashed heavily into the roadside barrier, producing a thunderous noise. In the aftermath of the crash, sharp screeches of brakes pierced the air as 3 vehicles ahead came to a sudden halt. Zhou Yuandong drew his pistol, spat on the ground after pushing past the jeeps, and muttered curses as he approached the van now crumpled against the guardrail. Meanwhile, his gang members, filled with fury, leapt from their vehicles, surrounding the artifact-laden van, intent on exacting vengeance on its driver. This reaction was hardly surprising. At such a critical juncture of survival, anyone would be enraged by the driver's blunder, especially these lawless criminals. However, when Zhou Yuandong and his band of outlaws rapped loudly on the door of the van, silence met them, stirring a flicker of doubt in Zhou. He exchanged glances with his companion, signaling an unspoken understanding. Stepping back, he allowed his comrade to wrench open the slightly deformed driver's side door. With a resounding thud, the door swung open, revealing a skeletal figure collapsing onto the ground. Clad in the driver's former attire, even adorned with the jewelry still clinging to the bones, Zhou's crew were hardened criminals, accustomed to bloodshed. The sight of a human form reduced to a mere skeleton sent them staggering back in shock, a few among them letting out terrified cries. Zhou, trembling with anxiety, fired several shots at the skeletal remains. His pale-faced companion approached, whispering, "Big brother, what should we do?" At this, all eyes turned to Zhou, eagerly awaiting his response. "Forget him. Move the artifacts from the van to our vehicle, then let South leave this place at once," Zhou commanded, pointing towards a nearby van. He holstered his pistol and strode towards his jeep, but just a few steps later, a loud shout drew everyone's attention, including Zhou's. He turned to see a ghostly figure, draped in a black robe and wielding a double-headed sickle, hovering in midair. Beneath it, one of Zhou's subordinates, clutching a box taken from the van, was being pulled upwards, legs flailing in a desperate bid for freedom, his face contorted in agony. Ultimately, he relinquished the box, clutching his throat as if to tear it away. This ghostly creature was the manifestation of the black smoke, now appearing more corporeal, as if it had absorbed something to solidify its form. A piercing, shrill laughter, reminiscent of a eunuch's cackle, erupted from the figure, which then extended its clawed hand towards Zhou's hapless comrade suspended in the air. Everyone sensed impending doom, hearts racing in unison. The ensuing spectacle left all breathless, eyes wide as they witnessed the once living man slowly drained of blood and flesh, reduced to a heap of bones, while a pale blue phantom-like essence was consumed by the creature's gaping maw. A surge of dark energy erupted from the ghostly figure. Without hesitation, Zhou and his companions unleashed a torrent of gunfire, emptying their weapons into the specter. Yet, to their horror, the bullets halted midair, as if striking an invisible force field, before clattering to the ground. Unable to articulate their terror, the gang of thieves screamed and scattered into the surrounding woods, Zhou included, when faced with the threat of death. Even the most valuable treasures seemed worthless. The hovering specter appeared relentless, lifting its hand to inspect the decaying human skin covering its own hand, which was corroding as if scorched by acid, emitting a noxious stench. A deep, ominous voice emerged from its throat. "It seems humanity's vessel cannot endure much longer. I must find a more solid host to inhabit." With that, the ghostly figure turned its gaze upon the fleeing artifact thieves, licking its crimson tongue around its lips before transforming into a cloud of smoke, its laughter echoing hauntingly as it passed through the fleeing outlaws. In the end, only Zhou and his companion remained, fleeing together, their faces glistening with sweat, expressions frozen in terror. They propelled themselves forward, driven by sheer will, glancing back at the specter, which loomed above like a cat toying with its prey. The ghostly figure pursued them, sickle in hand, laughing triumphantly, causing Zhou to falter in exhaustion. Falling to his knees, he begged, "Great Spirit, spare my life. I shall be your servant. Please, grant me mercy." Witnessing their leader's submission, his companion followed suit, kneeling beside him. The specter halted above them, its face grave as it regarded the two kneeling figures. After a long silence, it inquired, "Do you truly wish to serve me?" Having consumed the lives of the others, the creature's voice had grown less deep, more human. Zhou and his companion, sensing a glimmer of hope, exchanged furtive glances and replied in unison, "We will, master." Hearing their pledge, the specter hesitated, finally stating, "Humans are the most cunning deceivers. Whether 30 million years ago or today, they remain unchanged." At this revelation, Zhou and his companions' faces paled, trembling in fear. As the specter drew closer, extending its sickle towards them, an icy chill enveloped them. They raised their hands in supplication, pleading, "Rest assured, Master, we shall remain utterly loyal to you." After a considerable pause, the ghastly figure finally ceased its aerial stance, resting the dual-headed scythe upon its shoulder. Its visage, a terrifying and grotesque countenance reminiscent of a mummy, bore a pair of abyssal eyes that fixated intently upon Yuan Ming and his companion. It spoke, "For the time being, this demon god shall place its trust in you." As it uttered these words, the figure extended its left hand, directing a beam of azure light towards the necks of the two individuals. Upon contact, they were adorned with pendants suspended from their necks, each featuring elongated, azure-hued rhomboidal crystals. Suddenly, the figure drew closer, lowering its ghastly face toward the kneeling pair, causing them to lean back in sheer terror. It then coldly declared, "I am known as the Jester Gatekeeper." Chapter 19. The Transformation Jester Gatekeeper? Zhou Yuandream heard this name, imbued with an artistic aura, and could not help but utter a remark, casting a glance at the figure beside him. From the expression on the other's face, he discerned a similar question lingering in their mind. The figure clad in a black robe, the self-proclaimed Jester Gatekeeper, extended a grayish left hand to grasp Zhou Yuandream's cheek, forcibly turning his face, marked by a blend of fear and confusion, toward himself. With a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he declared, "Indeed, I am the gatekeeper of the underworld." As he spoke, a foul breath escaped the jester's mouth, nearly making Zhou Yuandream retch. The jester then gradually withdrew his face from Zhou Yuandream, releasing his grip, yet in doing so, he inadvertently pulled the upper half of Zhou Yuandream's faint blue soul from his body. The onlooker, paralyzed with fear, could do nothing but stare in astonishment. In the moment when Zhou Yuandream's soul was being yanked away, the last vestiges of consciousness in his mind screamed, "This is bad. My body can't move. Am I going to die? Damn it." As the former formidable figure in the underworld lamented internally, the jester, floating before him, chuckled with delight. He loosened his grip on Zhou Yuandream's distorted soul and flicked his finger. Zhou Yuandream found himself propelled back from the gates of death to the realm of the living. After such a harrowing experience, he gasped for air, his eyes fixed intently on the black-robed figure before him, a being that seemed to dominate all. Though filled with wrath, he dared not voice it. After a prolonged moment, he bowed deeply and declared, "Thank you for your benevolence." This utterance left both the onlooker and the jester in shock. The onlooker, witnessing the once mighty leader's fall from grace, felt a wave of emotion, while the jester, hovering in midair with his dual-headed scythe, erupted into laughter. Eventually, the laughter subsided, and the jester proclaimed, "From this day forth, you shall be the most loyal hounds of this divine being, following me as we drag this new human civilization into the dark abyss, just as we did 30 million years ago." Hee hee. Both Zhou Yuandream and the onlooker wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Although they did not comprehend what the jester meant by the human civilization from 30 million years ago, they understood from his tone that their lives had been spared. Meanwhile, Han Min arrived at the scene from the police station, where his deputy handed him a glass of water, which he then offered to Yu Zhenwei, saying, "Expert Yu, please drink some water first." Yu Zhenwei snatched the cup from Han Min's hand and gulped down the water, then wiped his mouth, the panic on his face noticeably diminishing. After calming his racing heart, he addressed Han Min, "You scared me to death." Han Min regarded the flustered Yu Zhenwei with a hint of disdain, furrowing his brow as he listened to the stammering man insist, "Captain, you must capture these reckless and shameless criminals. We must protect our nation and our shared wealth." In his agitation, Yu Zhenwei grasped Han Min's hand tightly. Growing impatient, Han Min withdrew his hand and glanced around, then turned to Anhua, who appeared more composed, hoping to glean more information from him. Just then, Liang Xiaoxiang rushed in, reporting the disastrous loss of artifacts at the scene. Upon hearing this, Anhua was the most shocked, exclaiming, "This is terrible," before he dashed out, clutching a folder of notes. Observing Anhua's hasty departure, Liang Xiaoxiang pulled out his phone to make a call, only to be stopped by Han Min, who grasped Liang's hand and asked, "Are you calling Team Leader Lu?" "Of course. Given the gravity of this situation, how could we not inform Sister Yin? Trust me." Han Min's gaze bore into Liang Xiaoxiang, his expression turning serious. "At this moment, Team Leader Lu is about to conduct an interview. If you call her now, you'll only disrupt her program." But Liang Xiaoxiang began to object, but was silenced by Han Min's unwavering look. Going on television for an interview is an opportunity for Team Leader Lu. At Han Min's words, the crowd fell silent, exchanging glances, while Liang Xiaoxiang gradually came to accept Han Min's reasoning. He tucked his phone away and smiled at Han Min, asking, "All right, I trust you, Captain Han." Han Min smiled in return. What shall we do next? Liang Xiaoxiang inquired. In response, Han Min began to exhibit his capabilities as an exceptional detective. First, we need to retrieve footage from the surrounding cameras for future evidence. Second, you must investigate the missing artifacts. As for the third task, it falls to our police department. But we will need your cooperation in providing a statement and conducting a scene report to be submitted to higher authorities, awaiting further instructions. Seeing Han Min handle the situation so adeptly eased Liang Xiaoxiang's worries somewhat. However, at that moment, Anhua rushed in, panic-stricken, shouting about a grave situation. All the artifacts, except for this piece of animal skin and a few heavy coffins, nearly 10 national treasures, have vanished. As Anhua spoke, he handed over the animal skin catalog to Han Min. The revelation of nearly 10 missing national treasures caused everyone present to gasp in disbelief, their gazes turning to Han Min, who was already gaining a reputation as a prominent detective captain. Realizing the severity of the situation, Han Min addressed the visibly shaken experts. Now that this has occurred, lamenting or expressing anger will not rectify it. What you need to do now is assist the police in securing the scene. Soon, our forensic team will arrive to gather evidence. Having said that, Han Min turned to his deputy, instructing him to take the experts outside to rest and to establish a perimeter around the site. Once the crowd dispersed, Han Min exhaled deeply, contemplating Zhou Yuandream's meticulous orchestration and successful escape. He surmised that this individual was a seasoned thief, and the investigation ahead would undoubtedly be arduous. Feeling overwhelmed, he rubbed his temples and stepped outside, gazing at the sun setting in the sky. The orange-yellow orb slowly descended, casting its warm glow across the land. As birds soared overhead, and a refreshing evening breeze wafted by, enveloping him in a sense of tranquility. Han Min stretched his arms wide, relishing the moment. Suddenly, his expression hardened, and his brow furrowed as he observed a peculiar sight in the darkening sky. The orange sunset appeared to be devoured like a celestial dog consuming the sun. And soon the entire sky was bathed in a silvery light, the sunset replaced by a luminous white moon. Everyone at the excavation site took notice of this strange phenomenon, gathering to discuss the otherworldly spectacle above them. This extraordinary event in the sky conveyed a message to all of humanity. Thus, a tranquil evening transformed into something extraordinary. The first to react were the journalists and meteorologists. Reporters flooded the streets to document the unfolding events, while meteorological experts swiftly organized teams for investigation. Yuan Song stood amidst the bustling thoroughfare, gazing skyward at the peculiar phenomena, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as an exclamation escaped her lips. In a flash, she wove through the throngs of people, making her way home. Along the journey, memories flooded back of the words she had glimpsed in the mirror of the night. When the seal is broken, the full moon in the darkened sky will guide the slumbering night wolf soldiers from the mirror back into the world. How could this be? It was merely the beginning of the month. Why had the full moon arrived prematurely? What was transpiring? As Yuan Song pondered these questions, outside her residence in a prestigious villa district in the city center, a clown stood with Zhou Yuanmeng, and to the left of the clown was a woman dressed in a classical white gown, her long hair cascading down to her waist. She appeared peculiar, barefoot with pristine soles, her complexion as pale as snow, as if all the blood had been drained from her body. Yet, her features were exquisitely beautiful, albeit her face was perpetually marked by an expression of icy indifference, unchanging through time. On the clown's right stood a child enveloped in a black cloak, their face concealed behind a white, ghostly mask, cradling a crystal ball. The child also walked barefoot, though their feet hovered an inch above the ground, never making contact. The clown chuckled gleefully at the villa's entrance, and, with a swift motion of the double-headed scythe resting on his shoulder, created an arch-shaped breach in the security gate. Zhou Yuanmeng and exchanged a glance, a shiver running down their spines. Chapter 20. Long Frost. As the jester stepped through the archway into the villa, wielding a double-headed scythe and wearing a smug grin as if he were the sole ruler of the world. A woman in a white gown with long hair floated beside him, accompanied by a small child drifting on his other side. They entered the villa in his wake. Yuandream and his companion were left outside by the jester to guard, grateful for the distance from these three terrifying figures. They chuckled and bowed in agreement, observing as the jester's mummified face twitched, his small, dry nose wrinkling as he sniffed the air like a police dog searching for drugs, his head swiveling around. When he faced the direction of the second-floor Yuansong room, the jester halted, a deeper shadow creeping over his smile, then fixed his gaze on that direction. Speaking to the beauty in white beside him, "Huan Yu, If it weren't for you illuminating the sky with a full moon, one could hardly detect the overwhelming aura of that white wolf, 100-fold stronger than usual. The woman named Huan Yu remained silent, her gaze icy and unyielding, reminiscent of ancient ice, as still as a puppet on strings. The fourth among the 12 demons was on the verge of resurrection. The jester raised his hands in triumph, laughing heartily as he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, rushing towards the second floor. Huan Yu and the peculiar child with the white ghost mask exchanged glances. The child uttered in a hoarse voice, "Kong Yi." As the words left his lips, the crystal ball in the child's hands emitted a blinding white light, twisting the space around Huan Yu and himself into a black hole, drawing them in as if they were light being absorbed. Yuan Dream and his companion exchanged wide-eyed looks at the bizarre spectacle. The jester's form coalesced in the center of Yuan Song's bedroom, where a black vortex appeared beside him. Huan Yu and the child emerged from within, landing to the jester's right. Raising his weapon, the jester slashed at Yuan Song's wardrobe, and a flash of light ignited as strange ethereal flames erupted from the wardrobe, incinerating everything except for a box containing an ancient beast skin book and the midnight mirror. The box levitated towards the trio, pausing above them, emanating a chilling white light as if conveying a message. "Lu Li, open the box," the jester commanded, looking at the child beside him. The child, considerably smaller than the jester, turned to him defiantly. "I've told you, I despise being ordered." The jester's terrifying visage morphed into an apologetic smile as he implored Lu Li. At that moment, Huan Yu raised her right hand, extending her 2 slender, snow-white fingers, which glowed with a layer of white light. She then sliced at the box. A white beam, akin to a whip of light, struck the box fiercely. It shattered instantly. But concurrently, a powerful white light exploded forth, knocking the trio backward. They were dragged several meters before regaining their footing. As they looked ahead, they saw the midnight mirror and the beast skin book floating midair. Strangely, the book stood upright on its own, pressing down on the trembling midnight mirror, its pages flipping as if alive, radiating countless beams of white light. Suddenly, the pages halted, projecting a beam of brilliance that illuminated the three, gradually revealing a woman draped in a flowing white robe, her long white hair cascading down. Long Frost, the jester gasped, his face contorting in rage as he glared at the woman, cursing each word. Huan Yu, ever indifferent, regarded the white-haired woman with her beautiful eyes, her cherry-red lips parting to utter, "You're not dead?" "No, I am indeed dead," the woman named Long Frost replied, meeting Huan Yu's gaze. Then turning to the child holding Lu Li, "I care not whether you are dead or alive. Our 30 million years of slumber is all thanks to you and your sister, Long Yao, and this debt must be settled." Long Frost's exquisite, pale face revealed little emotion as she glanced at the three, prompting the jester to laugh mockingly. "Wretched witch, do you regret not killing us back then?" "But alas, it is too late." With a sly smile, Long Frost responded, "Back then, I faced only 2 choices, to kill you or to seal you for 30 million years. Using my water spirit to nurture a vibrant human civilization on Earth once more." Huan Yu interjected, "You chose the latter." Long Frost nodded, affirming her choice and adding, "Even if I created a brand new human era, upon our resurrection, we shall still bring about its destruction. This so-called new civilization reveres technology. Unlike the humans of 30 million years ago, who thrived in what now seems like bizarre sorcery." As Lu Li locked eyes with Long Frost, the glow of her pupils reflected an ethereal light. "Moreover, this time they will not suffer as they did 30 million years ago. Your sister, Long Yao, is no longer here." "Indeed, she is gone," Long Frost acknowledged with a mysterious smile, continuing, "But the power of the celestial river has found its heir." "The celestial river?" The 3 demons were instantly taken aback, the jester's face twisting with distaste and a hint of fear as he pointed at Long Frost, exclaiming, "Nonsense." Long Frost noted the concealed fear in his words and smiled at him, saying, 30 million years ago. Although my sister Long Yao was the most powerful witch of her time, you all know that had it not been for the celestial river's intervention, the 12 demons would have been utterly defeated." The jester fell silent, his growing dread betraying the truth in Long Frost's statement. Long Frost continued, "For this new civilization, the power of the celestial river, as the guardian of this era, was my greatest bargaining chip in allowing humanity to start anew." Huan Yu coldly retorted, "As a witch nearly on par with your sister, how could you make such a reckless choice? You are unworthy of being called a saint." "Reckless?" Long Frost countered, spinning in place, then smiling at the three. "The civilization of 30 million years ago has been forsaken by Earth. In this new era, the new humanity shall reclaim dominion over all, passing down ancient texts to the highly intelligent beings of millennia past. They have flourished, creating today's splendid culture. This is called recklessness? Huan Yu was left speechless as Long Frost continued. As the guardian saint of humanity, my duty is not to preserve the past, but to usher them toward a brighter future. The jester then screeched sharply, spare me the platitudes. Whether it was your sister Long Yao, you wretched witch, or the celestial river, it matters not. Just as the ancient humans fell 30 million years ago, so too shall this current humanity. With that, the jester swung his double-headed scythe in a vicious arc, unleashing a tangible black blade of light aimed at Long Frost, intending to cleave her in two. However, as Long Shuang's body was cleaved in two, a faint luminescence emanated from the wound, causing her form to reunite. She then turned to face the jester, extending her palm in a forceful push, which propelled the arrogant gatekeeper of the underworld backward, crashing heavily against the wall. Numerous fissures radiated outward from the point of impact between the jester and the wall. Having ascended beyond the corporeal realm a millennium ago, I am but a fragment of my former soul, yet I possess more than enough power to contend with a mere gatekeeper. Observing the smile that graced Long Shuang's face, the jester shrieked in outrage, black flames erupting from him, his eyes burning crimson like blood as he tightly gripped his twin-headed scythe, coldly declaring, "Wretched woman, do not revel too much in your triumph." Chapter 21. The battle in the otherworld. The atmosphere on the scene gradually solidified. The Joker had readied himself for a decisive strike, while Long Shuang stood before the three ancient demons, enveloped in wisps of ethereal white flame. As she was a soul herself, it appeared as though she was burning from within, the edges of her form twisting and distorting. Huan Yu seemed disinclined to take action. Showing no change, everything remained as it was. Only Liuli had leaped aside, gently raising her hands, cradling a crystal ball. Then, a surge of intense white light erupted from the crystal, enveloping the entire room. The walls of the chamber began to twist and warp, and soon Long Shuang, Liuli, and the Joker found themselves in a void of an otherworldly space. Long Shuang glanced around with her peripheral vision before fixing her gaze on Liuli, her expression grave, and said, "The Master of Space has been dormant for 30 million years. I never imagined your abilities remain as formidable as ever. Your control over space still as adept as it was." Listening to Long Shuang, Liuli seemed to smile and replied, "Thank you." At this moment, the Joker interjected with a chuckle, "Long Shuang, even if your magic was unparalleled 30 million years ago, you are now but a soul. Your powers reduced to a mere 30% of what they once were. Can you truly defeat both of us?" Long Shuang fixed a cold stare at the Joker, causing the latter's smile to freeze in place, slowly twisting into a grimace. The Joker then transformed into a thick plume of black smoke, which spread outward from his location, akin to a drop of ink diffusing in hot water, gradually filling the space. Liuli turned to look at the Joker, her eyes reflecting dissatisfaction. She then leaped behind him, seemingly preparing to be a diligent spectator. Through the eye holes of her mask, her gaze fixed intently on the expanding black smoke, watching as it slowly coalesced into a towering demon wielding an equally enlarged double-headed scythe. Manifestation of demon suppression. A deep voice resonated from the demon's throat, followed by a relentless onslaught of scythe strikes aimed at Long Shuang below. The black light flickered, forcing Long Shuang to somersault backward, simultaneously clasping her hands over her chest and murmuring incantations. After gaining some distance, Long Shuang crouched low, extending her palms to the ground. A surge of aqueous energy emanated from her hands, flowing towards the Joker's feet, transforming into tendrils of white mist that ensnared him in place. The Joker struggled in vain, letting out a cry, as Long Shuang leaped backward a few paces, rising to adopt an archery stance. A flash of white light erupted as a bow, seemingly crafted from crystal, materialized in Long Shuang's grasp. The bowstring was taut, yet no arrow was nocked. The Joker, gazing at the bow, felt his pupils constrict and exerted more force in his struggle. Noticing the bow in Long Shuang's hands, Liuli exclaimed, "Heavenly bow, demon suppression, demon-breaking arrow." Long Shuang coldly addressed the Joker, "Demon-breaking arrow." As her voice resounded, a sharp arrow materialized on the bow called demon suppression, resting on the drawn string. Upon witnessing the arrow manifesting from thin air, the Joker was struck with alarm. He turned to Liuli, shouting for her help, yet in the blink of an eye, the arrow surged toward him. "Great teleportation," Liuli uttered, as the arrow approached the Joker. With a deliberate breath, she spoke the words, and a distorted black vortex appeared before the Joker, swallowing the arrow, which vanished without a trace. With a sigh of relief, the Joker's fury ignited anew. He broke free from his bindings and, howling, swung his double-headed scythe in a sweeping arc towards Long Shuang. The impact of the strike caused the otherworldly space to tremble slightly. Long Shuang furrowed her brow, gathering her strength to defend. Pushing her hands forward to form a hemispherical white crystalline shield against the slicing beam of darkness. At this moment, Liuli grinned, squeezing the crystal ball in her hands. And after a mysterious chuckle, she uttered, "Great teleportation." Instantly, the black beam aimed at Long Shuang vanished, only to reappear behind her, striking her slender form. The beam sliced through Long Shuang, dissipating her essence like sand in a tempest, until she reformed as a half-kneeling figure, clutching her abdomen. A trickle of blood seeped from her lips. Liuli, floating atop the Joker's shoulder, gazed in astonishment at the bloodied Long Shuang and remarked, "Remarkable. As a soul, you still bleed." Long Shuang wiped the blood from her mouth, standing tall, and replied, "There are many things that may astonish you." With that, Long Shuang thrust her right hand fiercely into her chest, extracting a radiant orb from within and smiling at the two demons before her. This smile caused Liuli, floating beside the Joker, to gasp in horror and exclaim, "Are you planning to?" Long Shuang, understanding Liuli's realization, replied, "With my current strength, I cannot eliminate you." But, as she spoke, the orb in her hand began to levitate and disintegrate into strange symbols, swirling throughout the space. Liuli hastily grasped her crystal ball, chanting, "Great teleportation." Yet, before she could finish her incantation, Long Shuang unleashed the demon-breaking arrow, which shot toward her with deadly precision. The Joker, caught off guard, watched as the arrow struck the surface of Liuli's crystal ball with tremendous force, sending her sprawling backward and interrupting her spell. The symbols emitted from the orb melted into beams of light, vanishing from the sight of the three. Having seemingly exhausted her strength, Long Shuang collapsed to her knees, the remnants of her magical energy dissipating into shimmering sands of light. Clutching her chest with her right hand, she coughed violently, becoming even more ethereal than before. This sight left the Joker in stunned silence, while Liuli's fury surged. Standing, Liuli clutched her crystal ball, chanting, "Great teleportation." However, the three remained trapped in this space, as if her magic had faltered. Observing their predicament, Liuli scanned the surroundings, then glared at Long Shuang with clenched teeth, furiously accusing, "So, you intended to sever this space from the outside world, leaving us trapped here? What?" The Joker gasped upon hearing this revelation, brandishing his scythe at Long Shuang, shouting, "You wretched woman! 30 million years of imprisonment is not enough for you. Now you seek to confine us here? I will slay you." Struggling to breathe, Long Shuang looked at the orb she had extracted, remnants of her exquisite heart, now lost, leaving her on the brink of collapse. She cast a derisive glance at Liuli. "Liuli, I can seal you both with my shattered soul, and your assistance is no longer needed." Fuming, the masked child seethed, "You think you can seal us for long? The moment you turn to dust, this barrier will naturally collapse." With that, Liuli turned to the towering Joker and commanded, "Strike now, Joker." Upon realizing that killing Long Shuang would grant them freedom, the Joker let out a piercing scream and swung his double-headed scythe toward Long Shuang. Long Shuang gazed at the approaching jester with a serene smile, standing tall. Then, like a candle melting under the heat, he gradually dissolved into the surrounding void, as dark as ink, vanishing without a trace. Naturally, the jester's attack proved futile. The voice of Long Shuang echoed around, proclaiming, "Once the demons outside are vanquished by the air of the heavenly river, I shall fulfill my merit and release you to your demise." The jester, witnessing the ineffectiveness of his assault and hearing Long Shuang's triumphant tone, scanned his surroundings in desperation. With a wild swing of the scythe in his hand, he unleashed torrents of black light that shot forth, only to collide with an invisible barrier, which flickered momentarily before swallowing the energy. Ugh! The jester seethed with rage. Clenching his fist and raising his scythe, he shouted, "Wretched woman, show yourself." His voice was sharp, laced with indignation and defiance. Chapter 22. Phantom Moon. As Yuan Song approached her home, the sight of Zhou Yuanming intensified her unease. In an instant, she lunged forward, seizing Zhou Yuanming's arm and executing a powerful shoulder throw, followed by a swift kick to his chest. The force of Yuan Song's attack was enough to render both of them unconscious. After dealing with Zhou Yuanming, Yuan Song's gaze sharpened like a blade as she stormed into the villa's grand hall, her eyes fixated on the direction of her room on the second floor. Suddenly, a figure clad in white descended from the sky, hovering above her. Looking up, Yuan Song saw a woman in a flowing white dress with long hair, holding a shimmering dark mirror that emitted a faint azure light. Her pale face bore no hint of emotion, cold and unyielding. This woman was none other than Phantom Moon. The two locked eyes, and silence enveloped them. However, Yuan Song noticed a flicker of surprise cross Phantom Moon's face as she slowly spoke. Long Shuang? The name Long Shuang puzzled Yuan Song, as she recalled the woman who had held the dark mirror in her dreams. Who was Long Shuang? Hearing Yuan Song's bewildered response, Phantom Moon's expression shifted to one of confusion as she replied, "You are not Long Shuang? I am Yuan Song. But you, who are you? And about that mirror?" Yuan Song coldly pointed at the dark mirror. "Return it to me." Phantom Moon glanced at the mirror, then replied, "I have gone to great lengths to conjure a full moon. How could I abandon it now? The mirror is not yours." Upon hearing this, Yuan Song gathered her strength. White bubbles began to form and spread from her body. Another water-based ability? Phantom Moon observed the bubbles emerging from Yuan Song with her brows furrowed in contemplation. This woman is identical to Long Shuang. What could this mean? As Phantom Moon mused, Yuan Song had already taken action, flicking a water droplet towards her. Under the influence of Yuan Song's water-based powers, the droplet shot forth like a bullet, piercing through Phantom Moon's chest and smashing into the railing on the second floor with a tremendous crash, shattering it to pieces. A massive hole appeared where the droplet struck Phantom Moon, yet no blood flowed from it, as if she were merely a statue suspended in midair, devoid of flesh and blood. In reality, this Phantom Moon was far more enigmatic than mere stone. After the water droplet created a gaping wound in Phantom Moon's chest, she began to twist and distort, vanishing from Yuan Song's view like a reflection in water. As a capable wielder of powers herself, Yuan Song displayed no surprise at this phenomenon. She was instead curious about the abilities this woman possessed. Just as Yuan Song pondered the nature of the disappearing figure, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed behind her, cold as ice. Water in the moon, flowers in the mirror, ephemeral and illusory, true and false. At the sound of the voice, Yuan Song's heart sank. She turned just in time to feel a hand press firmly on her shoulder, an ominous premonition surging within her. In the next moment, that premonition materialized. Yuan Song felt a powerful force lift her off the ground, and she was hurled like a stone into the spacious living room on the right side of the villa's entrance. The scene erupted into chaos as the once neat sofas were toppled, fragile furniture lay shattered across the floor, and Yuan Song collided with the wall, leaving behind deep cracks. Rising to her feet, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes fixed intently on Phantom Moon, who stood across from her. This woman remained as indifferent as ever, devoid of any expression, as if uttering another word or displaying another emotion would exhaust her entirely. With a powerful push of her legs, Yuan Song propelled herself like a rocket towards Phantom Moon, her right fist enveloped in a layer of white light, aiming to strike the pale beauty before her. Like a snowman being obliterated, Phantom Moon's head was sent flying by Yuan Song's forceful blow, scattering into a flurry of snowflakes in the air. However, rather than elation, Yuan Song felt a sinking sensation in her heart, for the absence of blood indicated that this was indeed the illusion of the flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. Yuan Song's realization was accurate. The headless Phantom Moon was indeed a mere fade. The real Phantom Moon had already darted behind her, delivering a forceful strike to her back, propelling Yuan Song forward and grasping her arm to pull her closer. With a rapid succession of movements, Phantom Moon unleashed a flurry of 49 strikes to Yuan Song's chest, launching her backward. As Yuan Song collapsed to the ground, every bone in her body felt as if it had shattered, and her breath became labored. After a long pause, she exhaled heavily, grimacing in pain as she coughed up crimson blood. Phantom Moon observed Yuan Song on the ground, uttering 2 words, "too weak." Her expression remained unchanged, as if she were a puppet merely reciting lines. She then approached Yuan Song, lifting her pristine foot, declaring, "Regardless of your connection to Long Shuang, your mission ends here." As she prepared to stomp down on Yuan Song's head, a voice interrupted. "Hey, I've been watching for quite a while. Could you spare me a moment of attention?" Phantom Moon halted her movement at the sound, and both she and Yuan Song turned to see Meng Fei, casually leaning against the doorframe with his left hand. His body slightly tilted to the left, his right hand running through his hair, and his right foot crossed over his left, exuding an air of cool confidence. After regarding Meng Fei for a moment, Phantom Moon withdrew her foot from above Yuan Song and faced him directly, suddenly launching an attack. In a flash, Phantom Moon was upon Meng Fei, delivering a powerful strike with both hands. Meng Fei's pupils constricted. Clearly, he had not anticipated such ferocity. He was mercilessly sent crashing into the residential area outside the villa, colliding with the wall opposite Yuan Song's home, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. Regaining his footing, Meng Fei scanned the area, but Phantom Moon's figure had vanished, and he muttered to himself, "She's fast." Before he could finish his thought, he looked up, his left hand igniting with blue lightning flames as he prepared to counter the inverted Phantom Moon's punch. Bang! A powerful shockwave rippled from the point of contact, bending nearby utility poles and street lamps. "It's lightning!" Phantom Moon exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening at the sight of Meng Fei's left hand. Without hesitation, Meng Fei's right hand, ablaze with orange flames, reached out towards the airborne Phantom Moon. This turn of events caused Phantom Moon's pupils to narrow. She appeared stunned by the astonishing display. As Meng Fei seized her arm, she offered no resistance, allowing him to hurl her toward Yuan Song's villa. Like a runaway train, Phantom Moon skidded across the ground, leaving a deep gouge in her wake as she crashed into Yuan Song's home. Colliding against the wall of the Yuan Song villa, Huan Yue's gliding form finally came to a halt. Gradually, she rose to her feet, her gaze fixated on the man outside, her expression marked by an unusual blend of fear and astonishment, a stark contrast to her usual indifference. At this moment, Yuan Song had also propped himself up, observing the expression on Huan Yue's face, filled with confusion. A man possessing dual abilities. Could this truly be the heir of the Tianhe power, as Long Xuang had mentioned? Huan Yue watched as Meng Fei approached the villa's entrance, his face adorned with a mischievous grin and a languid demeanor, starkly different from the warrior revered 3 million years ago. Yet, Huan Yue felt a profound conviction that Meng Fei was indeed the bearer of the Tianhe legacy, for an indescribable aura of authority emanated from him, instilling a sense of imminent threat, regardless of Meng Fei's outward persona. Chapter 23. The Commencement of Chaos. I am a person of considerable sensitivity towards the fairer sex. Were you to allow me ample opportunity for affection, I might yet spare your life. As Meng Fei stood at the doorway, gazing at Huan Yu, he uttered these words, seemingly taking advantage of the moment. At that juncture, Yuan Song rose unsteadily from the ground, staggering to his side, clutching his heaving chest, and casting him a disapproving glance. Meng Fei, feeling an interminable sense of remorse towards Yuan Song, quickly softened the mischievous grin he typically wore in the presence of beauty, and, under Yuan Song's piercing gaze, playfully ruffled his hair before stepping forward to inquire of Huan Yu. Who precisely are you? You cannot take the Chun Yi Jing. At this, Meng Fei turned to the enchanting figure before him and added with a playful tone, if it pleases you, why not sit down, share a cup of tea, partake in some pastries, and forge a friendship? Huan Yu, however, remained fixated on Meng Fei, seemingly trying to reconcile his form with something familiar, disregarding his incessant prattle. Observing this, even Yuan Song found it peculiar. While Huan Yu had always struck her as an ice-cold persona, she now exuded not only indifference, but also an air of confusion. Meng Fei extended his hand, waving from a distance to gauge her reaction. After a lengthy attempt, it appeared as though Huan Yu had turned to stone. Instinctively, Meng Fei stepped closer, while Yuan Song remained vigilant of their surroundings, suspecting that this might be yet another ruse by Huan Yu, with the true version of her lurking nearby, ready to strike. Yet, in this instance, Yuan Song's concerns proved unwarranted. The immobile woman before Meng Fei was indeed the genuine Huan Yu, not a mere illusion. As Meng Fei closed the gap, Huan Yu finally stirred, uttering a few words, "Water Moon Mirror Flower." With her words, the space around Huan Yu began to ripple, akin to the shimmering surface of water. And within the undulating expanse, her form gradually morphed into a figure that both Yuan Song and Meng Fei recognized all too well. "Yuan Miao, sister," they exclaimed in unison, stepping forward in a heartbeat, their gazes fixed intently upon the woman before them. Clad in a flowing skirt and barefoot, her once pallid visage transformed into a rosy, youthful countenance, yet her expression remained cold and devoid of warmth. This very flaw prompted Yuan Song to pull Meng Fei, who was advancing towards Huan Yu, aside, exclaiming, "She is not our sister." Enlightenment dawned upon Meng Fei as he scrutinized the woman before him. Although her appearance bore a striking resemblance to someone from his memories, the demeanor mirrored that of Huan Yu. A flicker of anger crept onto Meng Fei's face as he furrowed his brow, sharing the sentiment with Yuan Song, who stood behind him. Huan Yu, seemingly unfazed by the palpable hostility emanating from the two, continued her approach towards Meng Fei, coming to a halt before him and placing her hands upon his shoulders, locking eyes with him in a silent exchange. Suddenly, Yuan Song's pupils dilated, prompting her to shout, "Be careful." The moment her voice rang out, Meng Fei sensed imminent danger. However, it was too late. The visage before him reverted to Huan Yu's original form, her lips curling into a triumphant smile, as if her scheme had come to fruition. With a resounding crash, Meng Fei was hurled out of the villa, causing quite a commotion. Witnessing this, Yuan Song, suppressing her earlier pain, charged at Huan Yu, unleashing a flurry of strikes. But each was deftly countered or evaded by Huan Yu. After much effort, she managed to land a blow, yet it struck only the illusion. As Huan Yu's true self launched an attack from another direction, tossing her out of the villa. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the moon shone with a chilling light, casting an ominous atmosphere over everything. Meng Fei and Yuan Song stood side by side, while Huan Yu's figure flickered from the villa, extending her hands towards Meng Fei and Yuan Song to halt their advance, stating, "Indeed, as Long Shuang described you." Pointing at Meng Fei, she continued, "As the guardian of this new human era, is this truly the moment for you to engage in a petty squabble with me?" Meng Fei and Yuan Song exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by Huan Yu's words. Huan Yu then ascended into the air, surveying them from above as she elucidated. "Venture into the city. The seal of the Chun Yi Jing has been lifted. The full moon will guide the night wolf soldiers to return to the mortal realm through the mirror." This proclamation sent a shiver down Yuan Song's spine, prompting her to step forward and accuse Huan Yu. "Are you implying that the so-called night wolf soldiers reside within the Chun Yi Jing?" Huan Yu regarded the anxious Yuan Song thoughtfully before responding. "You are mistaken. The mirror contains only the entity known as the White Wolf, the god of night." "What then? Are the night wolf soldiers?" Yuan Song pressed. "That is not a question I need to address," Huan Yu replied, averting her gaze from Meng Fei and Yuan Song, her form beginning to dissipate like a mirage in water. As Yuan Song watched Huan Yu's figure dissolve, she called out in vain to retain her. In the aftermath, only Meng Fei and Yuan Song remained, standing amidst the debris of the villa's surroundings, where streetlights and electrical lines lay in disarray, casting a dim illumination under the moonlight, which enveloped the scene in a palpable sense of foreboding. Meng Fei, intent on breaking the silence, was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a plump woman, her clothing tattered and drenched in blood, rushing toward them. The moonlight revealed her terrified expression as she cried out, "Ghosts! Help me!" Upon hearing her, Yuan Song and Meng Fei exchanged knowing glances and stepped forward to assist the distressed woman. Initially startled by the sudden appearance of the two figures, she stumbled back, gasping in fright, but as she recognized them, her fear gradually subsided. With an air of urgency, she clutched at Yuan Song and Meng Fei, urging, "Quickly, return home and secure your doors and windows. The streets are in chaos, teeming with man-eating monsters." Having delivered her warning, the woman dashed away toward her nearby home. Once she had departed, Meng Fei and Yuan Song exchanged glances again, with Yuan Song stating, "It seems that woman spoke the truth. The man-eating monsters she mentioned are indeed the night wolf soldiers foretold in prophecy. Where on earth are these creatures emerging from?" As she spoke, Meng Fei's phone began to ring from his pocket. Yuan Song fell silent, watching as Meng Fei retrieved the device, swiping the screen. As the call connected, a hurried voice emerged from the other end, tinged with a hint of distress. "Hello?" Though somewhat distorted, Meng Fei recognized it to be Zhuo Shi's voice. He attempted to respond, but Yuan Song seized the phone, placing it against her ear and asking, "Who is this?" The voice on the other end responded with evident excitement. "Are you?" It took Zhuo Shi a moment to determine how to address Meng Fei, and after a pause, she finally asked, "Are you the one who burned bullets with your hands?" Meng Fei and Yuan Song exchanged startled looks, realizing the implication. Zhuo Shi continued, "Sister Lu mentioned you are not just anyone. No, she said you are quite formidable. There are many man-eating monsters at the television station. Hurry and save me." Hearing this, Meng Fei felt a surge of urgency. It appeared that the streets of Yanjing were indeed swarming with the so-called night wolf soldiers. He attempted to reclaim the phone to reassure Zhuo Shi, but Yuan Song intervened, instead responding on Meng Fei's behalf. "Remember, find a sealed room and wait. Do not give up. Do take your time, but please be swift. Sister Lu is on the brink of collapse." The call abruptly ended, and Yuan Song hung up. He turned to Meng Fei and said, "It appears we must collaborate. How shall we divide the tasks?" Meng Fei inquired. "I will locate the night wolf soldiers and draw them out, while you are responsible for eliminating the monsters plaguing the city." "What nonsense! The streets are teeming with these creatures. How can I possibly vanquish them alone?" Meng Fei protested, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yuan Song, indifferent, turned his back and remarked, "Suit yourself. If you lack the resolve to save others, I shall not hinder you." Seeing Yuan Song's back, Meng Fei pondered for a moment before responding, "All right, I agree." Without turning, Yuan Song tossed the phone into Meng Fei's hands and advised, "If you wish to avoid causing a commotion, it is best to conceal your identity and wear this." With that, he threw a long robe back to Meng Fei, and before he could utter another word, he crouched and propelled himself like a rocket into the night sky. Chapter 24. The hero descends from the sky. The city of Yanjing was engulfed in a state of utter panic. Upon Meng Fei's return to the urban area, the traffic was paralyzed, and the air was filled with the cacophony of honking cars, terrified screams, and the howls of armored werewolves. The scene before him resembled an apocalyptic vision. The ground was strewn with corpses, and a putrid stench wafted through every corner. The sound of gunfire from the police was dwindling, and helicopters occasionally plummeted from the sky. The mayor's office was inundated with frantic phone calls. Every hospital was overwhelmed with the injured. Numerous teenagers stood atop tall buildings, gazing down at the chaos below, muttering, "Is this how the end of the world arrives?" Although Meng Fei encountered many werewolves armed with blades and shields, his singular purpose was to reach the Shidan building swiftly to rescue Zhuoxi and Luyin. He could scarcely imagine the horrific fate that awaited these two beautiful women if they were to be torn apart by werewolves. Despite possessing the powers of thunder and fire, the matter of life and death was beyond his control. With this thought in mind, Meng Fei moved like lightning. When the roads proved impassable, he chose to take to the skies. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air, shooting towards the Shidan building like a swift arrow. However, after flying a few hundred meters, some werewolves on the street noticed his presence. Several upright werewolves tilted their heads back and emitted low, guttural howls at Meng Fei, who was soaring overhead. Following that, a blood-red maw opened wide, unleashing a sharp cry. Then, a dozen werewolves leaped into the air, dragging Meng Fei down to the ground. With a loud crash, the sound drew the attention of both fleeing civilians and the predatory werewolves. As the smoke cleared, Meng Fei found himself half kneeling on the ground, a werewolf's corpse lying before him, his fist deeply embedded in its heart. It turned out that when Meng Fei was suddenly attacked in midair and brought down by the werewolves, he had instinctively counterattacked, crushing the werewolf that had seized him into the ground with a powerful blow. As the remaining werewolves nearby witnessed this, they howled in unison, drawing in their comrades. Encircling Meng Fei, unwilling to be ensnared by these foul creatures, Meng Fei knew that every moment wasted increased the danger to Zhuoxi and Luyin. Thus, as the werewolves closed in, he straightened his posture. The thunder and flames surging within him caused his robe to flutter, making him appear as a gallant hero from ancient times. The onlookers, no longer targets of the werewolves, were driven by curiosity, oblivious to the peril surrounding them. They pulled out cameras, phones, and other high-tech devices to capture the scene of the man in the white robe, discussing excitedly among themselves. Amidst the crackling flames, Meng Fei stood with a golden longsword in his right hand and a translucent purple sword in his left. The dual energies emanated from him, sweeping across the surroundings, lifting abandoned trains and cars into the sky, eliciting gasps from the crowd as they scrambled to avoid the debris. With a resounding clash, Meng Fei executed a sweeping motion, unleashing beams of yellow and purple light that cut through the encroaching werewolves. The innermost werewolves were instantly cleaved in two, dissipating into dense white mist that scattered with the wind. However, the sheer number of werewolves was overwhelming, and despite his efforts, he could not vanquish them all. As more werewolves continued to swarm in from other parts of the city, as Meng Fei surveyed his surroundings, his caution proved costly. A werewolf leaped from above, attacking him with a heavy shield and a fierce blade. Sensing the imminent danger, Meng Fei swiftly pivoted, thrusting his thunder sword against the night wolf soldier's thick shield, while his fire sword cleaved through the beast, turning it into vapor. Yet, in the process, several agile werewolves seized his left arm, rendering it immobile. Startled by the unexpected resistance, Meng Fei realized these creatures were not as easily subdued as he had imagined. He raised his right hand, wielding the fire sword to slash at the troublesome foes, but soon found his right hand also captured by another group of werewolves. With both arms incapacitated, Meng Fei was taken aback as a robust werewolf from behind lunged at him, wrapping its arms around his body. Clearly, the werewolves had coordinated their attack, with one more pressing forward with a blade. This werewolf, adorned in armor distinct from the others, resembled a leader from ancient military ranks. As it charged towards Meng Fei with a sinister chuckle, it appeared to view him as already defeated. However, as the werewolf drew near, A glimmer of determination sparked in Meng Fei's eyes. With a swift kick, he struck the creature's chin, sending it soaring through the air before crashing to the ground, leaving a deep crater in its wake, from which wisps of white mist began to rise. Cheers erupted from the crowd, with some witnesses overcome with emotion at the sight of this superhuman who had effortlessly dispatched a creature that had withstood countless bullets. Meng Fei was aware of the crowd's fervor, yet despite vanquishing the werewolf leader, he remained ensnared by several powerful nightwolf soldiers. In a moment of desperation, he gritted his teeth and shouted, unleashing the torrent of thunder and fire within him, incinerating the nearby werewolves into charred remains or ash. The crowd reached a fever pitch, enthusiastically waving and urging one another to take pictures, entirely forgetting the lurking dangers. Seeing their comrades fall so easily at Meng Fei's hands, the surrounding werewolves began to falter, encircling him hesitantly, uncertain whether to attack. Normally, Meng Fei would relish the opportunity to engage with such creatures, but now he had no time to spare. The Shidong building was within reach, and the lives of Zhuoxi and Lu Yin depended on his swift action. However, Meng Fei understood that if he abandoned the crowd to flee, they would likely fall victim to the merciless nightwolf soldiers. Therefore, he ascended into the air, calling out, "You must leave quickly to avoid any harm." As he spoke, he transformed into a blazing fireball, exuding an imposing aura. Gazing at the swirling, two-toned flames suspended in midair, forming a spherical inferno that grew increasingly fierce, one could sense the ominous intent to descend from the heavens and consume all in its path. The onlookers, realizing the imminent peril, swiftly scattered like startled birds and beasts. As these individuals fled the scene, the blazing sphere, adorned with intertwining flames, plummeted to the ground. Upon impact, it erupted into fiery waves that surged outward in all directions. What transpired next left onlookers in sheer astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the earth. The nightwolf soldiers, once hunters of humanity, were now compelled to cower in abject fear before an unexpected superhero, their retreat a spectacle of utter disarray. However, the ferocious momentum of the flames proved overwhelming, as all nightwolf soldiers positioned on the central street, where Meng Fei stood, were instantaneously vanquished. Chapter 25. Bestiality. The two-tone flames engulfed the entire street, appearing from a distance as if a fiery lawn had been laid across the city's surface. From an aerial view, one could see the flames spreading like a tide, centered around the point where Meng Fei fell. The nightwolf soldiers within the vast area were reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air. Gradually, the flames dwindled until they vanished from sight. At that moment, Meng Fei soared from the ground, leaping into the sky before making a sharp turn towards the Shidong Tower. Thunderflame. A hurried cry escaped Meng Fei's throat as he neared the top of the Shidong Tower. He crashed into the water tank atop the building, striking the chest of a howling nightwolf soldier, sending it flying backward for several hundred meters, where it lay on the street, consumed by purple flames. As he landed on the tank, Meng Fei's cloak billowed in the wind. The werewolves on the rooftop, witnessing his descent, momentarily froze in shock before one of them roared, summoning all the nightwolf soldiers to pounce upon Meng Fei. Suddenly, a violet lightning sword appeared in Meng Fei's hand. He moved with the swiftness of lightning, leaping from the water tank into the midst of the werewolves, deftly avoiding their attacks while wielding his sword with fluid grace, reducing the dozen or so nightwolf soldiers atop the Shidong Tower to mere mist. With the obstacles cleared, Meng Fei surveyed his surroundings and spotted a large electrical appliance connected by wires. He approached, grasped the wire, and with a mental flick, transformed into a streak of light, diving into the wire and heading towards the recording studio of the Quanzhou television station. Bang, bang, bang. The steel door of the studio was locked shut. Yet the werewolves outside continued to ram against it, causing the thick door to crumple under their relentless attacks, threatening to burst open at any moment. Inside the studio, blood pooled on the floor, with several lifeless bodies sprawled face down, presumably departed from this world. Among the living were 3 women and 4 men. One woman was a news anchor, another was Zhuoxi, and the third was Lu Yin, clad in a tight-fitting outfit, utterly exhausted. The 4 men, all staff members of the television station, one a director, another a cameraman, and the remaining 2 lighting technicians, were determined not to collapse like the 3 women. Standing nervously behind the trembling door, clutching knives and other weapons, though their fear remained unassuaged. The door grew increasingly battered, and all 7 understood that perhaps in the next moment, it would burst open, sealing their fates. Zhuoxi and Lu Yin had encountered the attack in the makeup room, and it was only through Lu Yin's knowledge of martial arts that they found refuge here, Otherwise, Zhuoxi, with her delicate constitution, would have fallen prey to the ferocious wolves long ago. However, Luyin, being merely human, was unable to contend with these monsters, and Zhuoxi had sustained severe injuries. Her pallid face a testament to her blood loss, her eyes dulled and lifeless. Leaning against Luyin, Zhuoxi trembled and began to weep. Luyin, I'm scared. I don't want to die. I still want to wish my parents a happy birthday. Their birthdays are coming soon. Luyin, upon hearing this, embraced Zhuoxi tightly, stroking her long hair in a comforting manner. Do not fear, we will be fine. As she spoke, Luyin suddenly recalled Meng Fei's image draped in a white cloak and his extraordinary skills, which calmed her significantly. He will come. But why is he taking so long? Zhuoxi cried out once more, just as a large screw on the door was dislodged, causing it to tremble ominously. The four men, witnessing this, involuntarily swallowed hard. Retreating a few steps, while two of them, unable to maintain their composure, collapsed to the ground, discarding their weapons and crying out in despair. The director and cameraman, both towering figures, were now paralyzed with fear, exchanging glances before dropping their weapons and turning their attention to Luyin and Zhuoxi. The look in their eyes sent chills down Luyin and Zhuoxi's spines. It mirrored the ferocity and greed of the werewolves outside, yet it bore an additional layer of primal bestiality. In that moment, they understood that something far more horrific was about to unfold. The news anchor had already slipped away to a corner, while the director and cameraman advanced towards Luyin and Zhuoxi, a look of despair morphing into a twisted smile as they began to shed their clothes. Since we are all destined to die, I might as well enjoy myself. The director sneered. Luyin shielded Zhuoxi with her arm, slowly rising to her feet, her eyes cold as ice as she faced the two shameless men. And despite her pain, she assumed a defensive stance. Seeing Luyin's defiance momentarily halted the director and cameraman in their tracks, exchanging uncertain glances. They had witnessed Luyin's prowess before and were wary of making a foolish move. The atmosphere became tense until another screw was dislodged from the studio door, prompting the director and cameraman to regain their resolve and charge at Luyin. Luyin, recognizing the impending danger from the two burly men, felt a surge of dread as she realized her exhaustion and injuries left her at a disadvantage. With a swift kick, she struck the director's chest, slipping under his arm and executing a throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Watching the director, now sprawled and silent, Luyin felt a rush of satisfaction rise within her. However, the cameraman seized the moment, tackling her from the side and pinning her to the ground. The faint scent of her body overwhelmed him, and he lunged forward, attempting to kiss her while roughly tearing at her outfit, revealing her luxurious red lingerie and ample curves. As he beheld her form, his eyes widened with lust, and blood surged through him. Zhuoxi, witnessing Luyin in peril, gritted her teeth, suppressing her pain and fear as she rushed to rescue her, but was abruptly blocked by the suddenly standing director. Clutching his chest, the director bore a pained expression, mingled with a lewd grin as he pushed forward, taunting, Miss Zhuo, Miss Zhuo. Zhuoxi's face drained of color as she heard his deranged words, her gaze reflecting his monstrous visage. She crossed her arms defensively, twisting and struggling desperately against his grasp. Before the mighty director, she resembled a captured little rabbit, her panic heightened by his triumphant laughter. The director gazed at Zhuoxi, who was struggling fiercely, and for a moment, his primal instincts intensified. With a mischievous smile, he reached out to cradle her delicate face, then began to explore downward, eliciting louder cries from Zhuoxi as she writhed in desperation, as if her very flesh were being sliced away piece by piece. In stark contrast, Luyin exhibited no such madness. Her demeanor was calm yet fierce as she watched the cameraman's incessant violations. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly intent on inflicting countless wounds upon this man. And whenever she detected an opening, she delivered a forceful blow. This defiance incensed the cameraman, who seized Luyin's hair, pulling her close before delivering a resounding slap that sent her reeling backward, stars dancing before her eyes. In her dazed state, Luyin finally caught sight of an anticipated figure, a tall, imposing presence cloaked in a white robe, face obscured by a veil, exuding an air of silent authority. Chapter 26. A heroic rescue. Suddenly, Meng Fei appeared on the scene, capturing everyone's attention. The director and the cameraman halted their actions, gazing at Meng Fei's upright figure, seemingly puzzled as to where this man had emerged from. They exchanged glances, searching for answers, but only found confusion reflected in each other's eyes. The two lighting technicians and the female host, paralyzed by fear, looked at Meng Fei, who had appeared without warning, and were rendered speechless. instinctively retreating to observe from a distance. On the ground, Zhuoxi, who had heard Lu Yin's description of this man, lay quietly, staring at the figure clad in white. Suddenly recalling something, she cried out, "Help me! Save me!" The director turned upon hearing her voice, raising his hand as if to slap Zhuoxi, but midway, his wrist was seized by a powerful hand. He immediately turned to see Meng Fei had closed the distance, standing directly behind him, gripping his wrist tightly. A wave of searing heat radiated from the grip, akin to being scorched by fire. His pupils dilated, and he glimpsed the bizarre sight of Meng Fei's hand engulfed in flames. A scream, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, erupted from the director's throat, accompanied by his frantic struggles and contorted face reflecting sheer agony. Meanwhile, the cameraman who had subdued Lu Yin scrambled to pick up a long knife and charged towards Meng Fei's back, aiming for his spine. Although Lu Yin felt an instinctive certainty that Meng Fei would not be harmed by the blade, worry overwhelmed her, prompting her to shout, "Be careful!" Upon hearing her, Meng Fei turned slightly, just as the long knife pierced through, its tip appearing in Zhuoxi's line of sight, causing her to scream in terror. The director, initially startled, soon broke into a mocking laugh, exuding arrogance and confidence. However, the scene quickly shifted, his laughter freezing in an instant, morphing into horror, as Meng Fei remained upright, unmoving, with no blood seeping from the wound. "Unbelievable," the director muttered under his breath, while the cameraman behind Meng Fei, terrified, released the knife and stumbled backward, only to be kicked aside by Lu Yin, who had regained her composure and was now seething with anger. Meng Fei observed Lu Yin's furious expression, momentarily taken aback. Then a smile crept onto his lips. He turned his gaze to the panicked director and forcefully threw him, sending him crashing into a table and chair, rendering him unconscious. Having dealt with the director, Meng Fei looked down at Zhuoxi, who lay gazing up at him, her large, bright eyes shimmering with allure. Her face reflecting the relief of survival mingled with a hint of fear directed at him, making her appear remarkably vulnerable. In the past, he had found her clever and endearing. Now, her fear was unexpectedly captivating. After a moment, Meng Fei bent down, extending a hand towards Zhuoxi, signaling that he could assist her in standing. However, after witnessing the extraordinary sight of his hand transforming into flames and his immense strength, Zhuoxi, overwhelmed by fear, instinctively scooted back on the ground, distancing herself from Meng Fei. He paused, maintaining his outstretched hand. Eventually, Zhuoxi seemed to realize her overreaction, slowly placing her delicate hand in his. Instantly, she felt an invisible force lift her, allowing her to stand. As Meng Fei helped her up, their eyes met, and the distance between them diminished. A warm current surged through Zhuoxi, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Blood rushed to her face, painting it a delicate shade of crimson. She attempted to avert her gaze from Meng Fei's inscrutable eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Yin furrowed her brow slightly as the steel doors of the studio were kicked open by soldiers of the Night Wolves. A dozen ferocious werewolves brandishing long knives and shields stormed in, forming a semicircular formation facing Meng Fei and the others. Lu Yin, like Zhuoxi, felt her body tense up, instinctively retreating. The female host and the two lighting technicians had already forced their trembling bodies to hide behind nearby obstacles, emitting incoherent sounds of distress. In stark contrast to the panicked crowd, Meng Fei stepped forward with confidence, addressing the two women behind him with a nonchalant step back. Lu Yin and Zhuoxi complied, retreating a few paces. The night wolves stationed near the entrance began to howl and brandish their weapons before launching themselves at Meng Fei. Zhuoxi's face drained of color at the sight, and she instinctively moved, but Lu Yin held her tightly, urging her to remain calm. Despite restraining Zhuoxi, Lu Yin could not suppress her own rising anxiety, her expression darkening with worry as she silently cheered for Meng Fei. As the four night wolves charged in a line towards him, Meng Fei's lips curled into a smug smile beneath his mask. With a swift motion, he summoned flames that erupted into a transparent orange sword, gripping it firmly. With a sweeping strike, flames erupted from the sword, creating a fan-shaped arc that cleaved through the four night wolves, reducing them to wisps of white mist. Although Lu Yin had witnessed Meng Fei's prowess before, the ease with which he dispatched four foes left her astounded, while Zhuoxi and the female host stared in wide-eyed disbelief. As the remaining werewolves descended upon him like a frenzy, Meng Fei welcomed the onslaught, thrusting his left hand, crackling with electricity, into the chest of one night wolf, searing it to blackened remains. His right hand wielded the sword with fluid grace, effortlessly slicing another werewolf in half, unfazed by the loss of their companions. The night wolves continued their assault, agile and relentless, leaping and encircling Meng Fei. In the face of this overwhelming force, Meng Fei straightened, causing the lightning and flames to dissipate from his body. Gradually, two colors of fire enveloped him, consuming his form. All eyes, including Lu Yin's, were riveted on Meng Fei, who transformed into a swirling fireball of intertwined hues, speechless in awe. A thunderous explosion reverberated, jolting them back to reality as the night wolves collided with the hemispherical fireball surrounding Meng Fei, rebounding like they had hit a trampoline, crashing to the ground lifeless. Some still crackling with electricity or engulfed in flames. One charred werewolf landed at the feet of Lu Yin and Zhuoxi. The two girls, their faces ashen, stared in horror at the lifeless body before them, instinctively retreating a few steps. As they cast their gazes around, they observed the fireball in the distance slowly dissipating, as if reassembling the form of Meng Fei. Before long, Meng Fei, clad in a white cloak, re-emerged in full view. Lu Yin was about to utter a word when, in the blink of an eye, Meng Fei had unexpectedly appeared right before her. Reacting instinctively, she took a step back. This place is no longer safe. I shall escort you, Meng Fei declared, addressing both Lu Yin and Zhuoxi. The two stunning women, momentarily taken aback, suddenly felt their feet lift off the ground, their bodies hoisted onto Meng Fei's shoulders. With a playful laugh, she added, "Carrying two is manageable for me." After this, Meng Fei turned towards the female anchor and the two lighting technicians behind her, gesturing toward the director and cameraman sprawled on the ground. "Bring them along. Follow me as we depart from this place." The three individuals from the anchor's side stared at Meng Fei for a moment before responding with an "oh" and proceeding to act as instructed. Chapter 27. Friends. At the top of the Shidon building, a lengthy tunnel leads to the recording studio of the wide media television station. Flanked by square windows fitted with glass that is purportedly bulletproof, possessing a hardness thousands of times greater than ordinary glass. Yet, this glass now lies shattered on the ground. The handiwork of the werewolves. The Shidon building towers several stories high, so much so that one might poetically declare that one could pluck the stars from the sky. As dawn approaches, the temperature plummets, and a cold wind seeps through the shattered windows, causing those traversing the tunnel to shiver involuntarily. Meng Fei, endowed with the powers of lightning and fire, remains unfazed by the chill. Moreover, with two exceptionally beautiful women resting on his shoulders, he feels a delightful warmth that renders the biting cold inconsequential. Just then, a cacophony of howls erupts from the stairwell at the end of the corridor, and several werewolves materialize before Meng Fei and his companions, bearing their fangs and dripping crimson fluids from their maws. The female broadcaster behind Meng Fei instinctively leans closer to him, sensing the slight tremors of the women on his shoulders. Amused, Meng Fei tightens his embrace and steps forward. Simultaneously, the werewolf soldiers charge at them. Seizing the moment, Meng Fei delivers a powerful kick, his foot striking one of the werewolves squarely in the chest, propelling it like a bullet toward the elevator doors at the corridor's end. With a resounding crash, the elevator door buckles and distorts, while the werewolf's skeletal structure collapses, its form dissolving into a cloud of white mist, a fate that soon befalls the remaining werewolves. At the end of the corridor stand two elevators. One is rendered inoperative due to the distortion of its door, while the other remains intact. However, as Meng Fei and his group approach the functional elevator, their spirits dampen upon observing the electronic display on the wall next to the door. Its lights are dark, a clear indication that the building has ceased to supply power. Gently lowering Zhuoxi and Lu Yin, Meng Fei places his left hand on the display, channeling his mental energy. Sparks of electricity erupt from his hand, causing those nearby to instinctively step back in alarm. Soon, the red indicator lights flicker to life, igniting a wave of excitement among the group. The elevator doors slide open, and they step inside, descending to the 8th floor. Suddenly, the doors burst open, and 5 individuals surge in, 2 men and 3 women. Meng Fei nearly cries out in surprise upon recognizing one of the men as his close friend, Tang Jiada, accompanied by the director of the wide media television station. The 3 women include the lobby manager, while the other 2 are merely colleagues whose names Meng Fei does not recall. The 5 newcomers are momentarily startled by the sight of the strangely dressed man standing in the elevator. However, when the chilling howls of the werewolves echo behind them once more, they quickly dismiss their apprehension, realizing that this peculiar man is indeed human and not one of the beasts pursuing them. Once inside, the elevator doors are nearly shut when 2 ferocious werewolf captains pounce upon them, one gripping the lobby manager's clothing and yanking her backward. She pales at the prospect of facing the werewolves, recalling the horrors she has witnessed, and does not wish to become a mere heap of flesh. In a desperate attempt, she clutches the director's arm, crying out in fear. Director Hu Dao has also witnessed the savagery of the werewolves. Since the disaster struck, he has been hiding with a handful of employees, only to see his companions sacrificed whenever the werewolves breach the building. He has managed to escape to the 8th floor, where he meets Tang Jiada, who is valiantly protecting 3 women with a hammer. Now, with the elevator operational and a potential escape route within reach, he finds himself unwillingly tethered to the lobby manager. Fearing that he might be dragged out with her, he erupts in anger, stripping off his jacket to facilitate his escape, promptly pressing the button to close the elevator doors, ready to abandon her. Tang Jiada, intent on rescuing her, is halted by Hu Dao, who curses, "Forget her. We must go." "What nonsense. You coward." Tang Jiada retorts, delivering a swift kick to Hu Dao's knee, causing him to double over in pain and release his grip on the button. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Jiada swiftly presses the button to reopen the doors and rushes out. Approaching the lobby manager, he raises his hammer and delivers a crushing blow to the face of the werewolf captain. The impact sends the captain reeling, yet he quickly regains his footing, his features contorting back to their original form as he lets out a furious howl. Tang Jiada stands tense, his legs twitching involuntarily, hands gripping the hammer tightly, determination etched on his face. Meng Fei watches his friend with deep admiration. However, in his focus on the werewolf in front, Tang Jiada neglects the second captain lurking behind him. In a swift motion, the second captain seizes him from behind, wresting the hammer from his grasp and sinking his teeth into Tang Jiada's shoulder, eliciting a pained cry. The lobby manager, witnessing the scene, pales in horror, stumbling backward until her arm inadvertently brushes against a fire extinguisher. Without a second thought, she swings it at the werewolf captain clinging to Tang Jiada. The metallic extinguisher collides with the captain's head, producing a sound akin to iron striking stone, momentarily diverting the creature's attention. Its ferocious gaze now fixed on the lobby manager. She falls to the ground, stifling a scream. Hu Dao, observing the chaos, mutters, "It's over, it's all over." He presses the button to close the doors once more, but is swiftly halted as Meng Fei's powerful hand grips his wrist firmly. Hu Dao, ready to protest, turns to find Meng Fei's gaze as sharp as a blade. The words he intended to utter die in his throat as Meng Fei's grip tightens. The elevator doors, closing halfway, are abruptly forced open again. In a flash, Meng Fei leaps above Tang Jiada's head, delivering a decisive stomp onto the werewolf captain, brandishing a knife aimed at Tang Jiada's heart. The captain lets out a mournful wail as his body crashes to the ground, disintegrating into a mist before dissipating into the air. At this moment, the second werewolf captain, witnessing the demise of his comrade, lets out a howl and hurls Tang Jiada aside, lunging toward Meng Fei. Unfazed by the rushing beast, Meng Fei prepares to confront the werewolf, his lips curling into a subtle smile. As the werewolf closes in, Meng Fei steps forward, delivering a powerful punch that shatters the creature's neck, reducing it to mist and leaving its armored body to collapse heavily onto the floor, where it too dissipates into a cloud of white vapor. The rapidity of the events leaves all present in stunned silence. Although Zhuo Shi and her companions have witnessed Meng Fei's prowess before, the sight of his formidable abilities once more leaves them speechless, rendered as immobile as statues. At this moment, Meng Fei cast a sweeping glance over all those present. The man with the Hu knife, upon realizing Meng Fei's formidable prowess, dared not make a single move, silently observing as Meng Fei approached Tang Jiada. He extended his hand to lift both Tang Jiada and the manager of the hall. With a gentle pat on Tang Jiada's shoulder, Meng Fei smiled and said, "You are a good man." Tang Jiada, taken aback by the hand resting on his shoulder, stood in a daze for a moment before finally responding with a smile. "So are you." Their eyes met in mutual understanding, and they burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 28. The giant werewolf. The elevator descended from the 8th floor straight to the 2nd, and upon the sound of a chime, Meng Fei led Zhuo Shi and the others out. As they reached the top of the escalator and looked down, they were met with a grim sight in the grand lobby on the 1st floor. Numerous dismembered corpses lay scattered in disarray, dark red blood staining the ground, and a nauseating odor permeated the air. Zhuo Shi stifled a groan, bending over with her hand covering her mouth, on the verge of retching. Observing this, Luin tightened his grip on her right arm and gently patted her back with his left hand. In the expansive lobby, several werewolves prowled back and forth. Upon noticing Meng Fei and his companions at the top of the escalator, they swiftly surrounded the base, barking menacingly at the group above. With a leap, Meng Fei soared gracefully through the air, crashing into one of the werewolves and sending it tumbling onto the street. He then half-knelt on the ground. And as the remaining werewolves closed in, he swiftly stood up, conjuring 2 long swords of fire and thunder in his hands. With a flurry of moves, vibrant purple and yellow lights flickered for a few seconds before he felled all the werewolves. After dispatching the creatures, Meng Fei surveyed his surroundings and, seeing no traces of the werewolves, turned to the 10 individuals still atop the escalator and urged, "Let us move quickly." Having witnessed Meng Fei's prowess on multiple occasions, the group immediately complied, rushing down the escalator to join him. Together, they passed through the shattered glass doors of the Shidon building and stepped onto the street. At this moment, dawn was breaking. The sky was a pale hue, and the sun's rays filtered through the clouds, casting a faint glow on Zhongshan Road across from the Shidon building. Although it should have been a tranquil morning, chaos reigned instead. The sound of helicopters echoed throughout the street, with machine guns on both the aircraft and the ground unleashing fiery bursts while the cries of the panicked populace mingled with the cacophony. It seemed the turmoil had persisted since the previous night without pause. As Meng Fei and his companions emerged onto Zhongshan Road, the sight before them rendered them all, including Meng Fei, speechless. The once vibrant thoroughfare lay in ruins. Shops along the sides were in disarray, their contents strewn about, while overturned vehicles choked the road, adding to the chaos. The military had deployed dozens of tanks and hundreds of special forces to retaliate, yet they were met with relentless defeat. The adversaries before them were no longer merely the towering, armored werewolves of the previous night. They were colossal werewolves, each adorned with white fur and shimmering golden armor, wielding spears, swords, broadswords, and shields, each towering at least 10 meters high. Their roars could drive a person to madness, while their fists could shatter buildings with a single blow. The weapons they wielded could split tanks as easily as cutting through tofu. The firearms upon which humanity heavily relied had lost their efficacy. Bullets and shells either failed to penetrate the massive werewolves or were deflected by their weapons. Disheartened soldiers abandoned their posts, fleeing down Zhongshan Road from the advancing giant werewolves, whose ferocity only intensified as they began to sprint after them. The ground trembled beneath their immense weight. Helicopters circled overhead, targeting the giant werewolves below. Among them was a helicopter emblazoned with the logo of a central television station, where a female anchor, risking her life, captured footage of the disaster-stricken area in Yanjing City, broadcasting it to the world. As the military retreated in disarray, weaponry proved futile, and civilian casualties continued to rise. The mayor of Yanjing City, watching the live broadcast from his office, wore a grim expression. After a lengthy silence, he finally declared, "We must organize special forces to infiltrate the most affected areas of Zhongshan Road, rescue the trapped civilians, and deploy fighter jets for a counterattack with missiles." The officials present were left dumbfounded. Using missiles would likely reduce 2/3 of Yanjing City to ruins. Some voiced their objections, but the silver-haired commander glared at them, rebuking, "This is our last resort." Observing the mayor's somber demeanor, no one dared to oppose him further. Additionally, citizens in other areas of Yanjing City must evacuate outside the city. Central rescue teams will arrive shortly. The mayor added this without opposition, and the atmosphere grew tense. Ultimately, the newly organized special forces departed from the city center, transported by 10 helicopters to the skies above Zhongshan Road, where they would parachute down. These helicopters were merely responsible for transportation. After deploying the advance unit, they swiftly returned to the city center to retrieve the remaining team members. Contrary to expectations, the leader of this advance unit was a woman named Qi Yao, in her early 20s, clad in camouflage that accentuated her striking figure. Her features were well-defined, radiating beauty. With arched eyebrows and large eyes, her sun-kissed skin gave her an air of noble elegance, further amplified by the heavy machine gun she bore. Once on the ground, the team quickly detached their parachutes, gathering around Qi Yao. Under her directives, they exchanged glances and nodded in understanding, dispersing into smaller groups of 4. Meng Fei, having exited the Shidon building, did not immediately engage the giant werewolves. Instead, he sought out an overturned armored truck nearby, righted it, and checked the driver's seat for functionality. Confirming that it could still operate, he returned to Tang Jiada and said, "I leave these people in your hands." Tang Jiada, meeting Meng Fei's profound gaze, felt an inexplicable familiarity. Turning to observe the rampaging giant werewolves to his right, he clasped his hands together and smiled. "I will lead them to safety. Take care." Meng Fei's smile was concealed beneath his mask as he extended his hand for a firm handshake with Tang Jiada, nodding in acknowledgement. In haste, Tang Jiada and the others hurried toward the armored truck. Due to limited space in the front, most had to squeeze into the back. As Meng Fei turned to look back, he noticed tears glistening in the eyes of Lu Yin and Zhuoxi. Initially taken aback, he then made a victory sign with his fingers. Instantly, the frowns on their faces transformed into smiles, albeit still shimmering with tears. As the armored truck vanished from sight, Meng Fei's concealed smile gradually faded. He swiftly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on the colossal werewolves wreaking havoc in the street, his anger boiling within. Suddenly, a police car sped toward him, evading a giant werewolf's pursuit with perilous maneuvers. When the police car reached Meng Fei's side, it abruptly halted, and a young man in uniform leaped from the driver's seat. If Lu Yin were present, she would recognize him immediately as Han Min, the captain of the criminal investigation team. "What are you still doing here? Get in the car and let us go," Han Min shouted, rushing to Meng Fei's side. Disregarding his unusual attire and treating him as an ordinary civilian, attempting to pull him into the police car for safety. As Meng Fei observed the anxious expression on Han Min's face, he realized that this individual, who had paused amidst the chaos to rescue a mere passerby, was distinctly different from the likes of Hu Dao. Thus, when Han Min grasped his arm, intending to usher him into the back seat of the police car, Meng Fei abruptly pressed down on the back of Han Min's hand. Sensing an unusual warmth emanating from this man, Han Min turned his head in astonishment, scrutinizing Meng Fei closely, and it was then that he truly perceived the extraordinary nature of this individual. Casting a sidelong glance within the vehicle, Meng Fei noticed it was filled with children, their innocent eyes wide with bewilderment. He then spoke, "Just take the children and leave. I have matters to attend to." Han Min found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to retort. Suddenly, his pupils constricted in alarm, and he exclaimed, "Be careful." Upon hearing this, Meng Fei turned to follow the direction of Han Min's gaze, where he beheld a colossal werewolf, brandishing a massive axe above its head, howling from a great height, and preparing to bring its weapon crashing down. Chapter 29. Special Forces. With a resonant clang followed by a thunderous boom, a wave of formidable energy surged forth, reminiscent of a shockwave, as the two swords, one purple and one yellow, crossed in Dream Fei's hands to collide with the massive axe. The impact swept across the street, sending Han Min, the captain of the criminal police team, tumbling backward, unable to maintain his footing. Lying on the ground, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain that felt as if his bones were fracturing, Han Min struggled to rise and gaze upon Dream Fei. What unfolded before him left him speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. The colossal werewolf wielded a gigantic axe, bending low to strike at Dream Fei's slender blades. Yet the axe could advance not an inch. In stark contrast, Dream Fei, despite his slight stature, stood firm against the onslaught of this behemoth, not yielding even a fraction. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Min swallowed hard, riveted by the scene before him, momentarily forgetting the responsibility of rescuing the group of children trapped in the police car. Meanwhile, the massive werewolf, evidently agitated by Dream Fei's resistance, straightened up and unleashed a roar that seemed to echo throughout the city of Yinjing. With hands raised high, gripping the axe tightly, it suddenly swung downward, aiming to sweep Dream Fei off the ground. Before the axe could reach him, the gust from its swing created chaos in the street. Dream Fei leaped like a monkey, soaring into the air, only to be caught off guard as the werewolf's fist struck him like a meteor, dragging a luminous trail behind him as he plummeted toward the street, leaving a deep gouge in his wake, reminiscent of an aircraft crashing down. The shockwave from the impact sent Han Min stumbling backward, narrowly avoiding sharp debris whizzing past him. As the police car nearby swayed perilously, threatening to topple over, causing the children inside to scream in terror. Their cries jolted Han Min back to reality, prompting him to draw his pistol and fire the last few bullets at the gigantic werewolf as a final act of support for Dream Fei. He then hastily jumped back into the car to flee. However, as the police car sped away, the enraged werewolf, angered by the sight of Dream Fei buried beneath the rubble, redirected its fury toward Han Min. Upon noticing the police car racing away, it unleashed another furious roar, its hands transforming into claws that dug into the ground. With a motion akin to lifting a carpet, it tore up the street surface, sending the police car tumbling forward as if caught in a tsunami. Glancing in the rearview mirror at the apocalyptic scene unfolding behind him, Han Min's heart sank, his complexion turning pale. As he shifted his gaze to the windshield, he spotted a group of about 10 individuals spreading out ahead, heading toward the police car. This group was none other than the special forces led by Qi Yao. Their actions filled Han Min with both astonishment and rage. As a police officer, He felt compelled to intervene rather than stand idly by as they charged toward danger. Consequently, Han Min drove the police car a short distance before abruptly braking and executing a sharp turn. He kicked open the door and emerged, instructing the children inside to stay put before pursuing Qi Yao and her team. As Qi Yao and her subordinates approached the street that had been upheaved like a carpet, fear overwhelmed them, prompting each to seek refuge within the crumbling storefronts lining the street. Suddenly, a tremendous noise resonated outside, engulfing everything in dust and chaos, mingling with the triumphant howls of beasts. At that moment, as the street was violently lifted like a tsunami, Han Min instinctively dropped to the ground, resembling a fallen bamboo pole. Once the tumult subsided, he emerged from the debris, brushing off the dirt and surveying his surroundings. Before him stood a dozen figures clad in special forces attire, armed with heavy weaponry, all of whom faced forward, motionless. Shifting his gaze slightly, Han Min beheld the scene of utter devastation. The street resembled a cataclysmic disaster, with the surface stripped away to reveal the earth and rocks beneath. Nearby, buildings lay in ruins, nearly blocking the entire roadway. The Zhongshan Road area of Yinjing had been utterly ravaged. Qi Yao's resilient facade faltered as shock registered on her face. She had prepared for the worst before arriving, yet the reality before her far exceeded her darkest expectations. "Captain, should we proceed?" inquired one of the female team members, her face marked by fear as she trembled with uncertainty. Qi Yao, too, was indecisive, her gaze fixated on the chaos ahead and the enormous form of the werewolf in the distance. In that moment, she was rendered speechless, her brows knitted tightly in contemplation. Suddenly, from the debris, a beam of dual-colored light shot forth, striking the werewolf's face as it wreaked havoc upon the surrounding buildings. The hearts of those present soared at the sight, and they watched in awe as a figure cloaked in a white cape stood tall, feet firmly planted upon the werewolf's visage. The force of the impact sent the werewolf crashing backward with a deep, resonant thud, sending vibrations through the ground, while the cloaked man executed a graceful somersault before landing back on the earth. The Special Forces members were taken aback by the spectacle, nearly bursting into applause, their hearts aflame with excitement, yet their faces bore expressions of disbelief. Some even pinched themselves, questioning whether they were dreaming, the sting of reality reminding them of their current predicament. In that moment, the white-caped figure, Meng Fei, did not wait for the colossal werewolf to regain its footing before unleashing his power. Flames flickered to life around him, violet on the left and golden on the right, enveloping his form in an inferno. "Fire rain," he declared, and the flames manifested into a barrage of fiery projectiles, akin to bullets from a machine gun, surging toward the recently risen werewolf. The fireballs struck the werewolf with devastating effect, causing its armor to crack and crumble as the towering figure staggered backward, its body emitting wisps of white vapor until it ultimately vanished completely. Having vanquished the giant werewolf, Meng Fei felt his strength waning, his breath becoming labored and heavy. Qi Yao gazed at him with a mix of fear and awe, and after a prolonged moment, she hefted her heavy weapon and made her way toward Meng Fei, followed closely by her team and Han Min. Upon reaching Meng Fei's side, Qi Yao abruptly halted and asked, "Who are you?" Meng Fei turned to face her, noting her striking beauty and the resolute aura she exuded. He gestured toward the approaching werewolves in the distance and urged, "Do not concern yourself with my identity. Do you see those monsters? We must leave at once. I am a soldier, tasked by my superiors with the evacuation and rescue of the citizens trapped here. We shall not abandon them. To do so would only result in greater casualties when the airborne forces unleash their missiles." Meng Fei was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the government contemplated deploying missiles for retaliation. He exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? Do they intend to erase Yinjing City from the national map?" Qi Yao found herself at a loss for words. Truthfully, she did not support such violent measures, yet it was an order from above. At that moment, Han Min and the remaining special forces approached, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the giant werewolves charging towards Meng Fei. Han Min had taken a heavy weapon from the special forces and positioned himself protectively in front of Qi Yao, proclaiming, "This is not the time for idle chatter. Captain, since you are determined to rescue the trapped citizens, there are a few children in the police car behind us. I entrust them to you. I may not hold a high rank as the captain of the Yinjing City Criminal Police, but I bear the responsibility to protect this place." Seeing Han Min's unwavering resolve, Qi Yao felt a surge of emotion. She had not anticipated finding such a sense of justice in a police officer hidden within these walls. However, she could not allow someone else to undertake her mission. Thus, A glimmer of a smile appeared on her otherwise cold and aloof face as she hoisted her machine gun, aiming it at an approaching werewolf. Charging ahead of Han Min, she let out a crisp battle cry and opened fire with relentless fury, exuding an aura of strength reminiscent of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Chapter 30. Cooperation. Although bullets proved ineffective against the colossal beast, the relentless barrage forced it to stagger backward several paces. This elicited great fury from the special forces behind Qi Yao, who shouted fervently at their commander, each of them mimicking the others by raising their weapons. They advanced steadily, firing at the enormous creature while vocally rallying one another. Flames danced from the muzzles of their guns. Bullets whizzed through the air amidst a cacophony of noise. Every member of this elite team garnered Han Min's admiration, prompting him to smile and join them, shouldering his own weapon as he moved forward. No matter how formidable the massive werewolves blocking their path appeared, their ironclad bodies could not withstand the relentless onslaught of thousands of bullets from a dozen soldiers. The impact of the gunfire, though deflected by the werewolves' tough skin and armor, still accumulated tremendous force, causing several of them to topple backward. A deep, resonant boom echoed around them as the gunfire subsided, and wisps of smoke rose from the muzzles of their weapons. Each bullet fired generated a counterforce, and the special forces, being human and not impervious like the werewolves, felt their hands tremble under the weight of their arms, their bodies gasping for air. Every soldier's gaze was sharp, locked onto the fallen werewolves ahead. After a prolonged moment, a raucous laughter erupted from the team. They had managed to bring a powerful foe to the ground. A thrilling victory that prompted several members to applaud in celebration. A hint of relief crossed Qi Yao's face, yet she remained vigilant, aware that their adversary had merely lost a round and was not defeated. Perhaps even graver threats lay ahead. Indeed, as Qi Yao pondered the potential outcomes, the fallen werewolves suddenly sprang to life, their eyes glowing a fierce crimson. One of the beasts raised its fist, bellowing in rage. Qi Yao, quick to react, shouted for everyone to flee and rolled away from the scene. The werewolf's fist crashed down where she had just been. When Qi Yao glanced back after rolling to safety, she saw several of her comrades had not escaped in time and had been reduced to mere pulp. A surge of anger, excitement, and disgust welled up within her, prompting her to scream at the werewolf as if it were her mortal enemy. Rising to her feet, she unleashed the last of her ammunition from her machine gun. In response to Qi Yao's gunfire, the werewolf showed no fear, joining its three enraged brethren in a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The sound was so powerful it seemed to threaten to shatter the eardrums of everyone present, shattering the glass of nearby buildings. Except for Meng Fei, Qi Yao, and Han Min, who stood resolute, the rest of the team crumpled to the ground, clutching their ears and crying out in pain. Meng Fei, unfazed by the noise, observed Han Min and Qi Yao, both of whom were visibly strained, yet they held their ground admirably. With a brief smile, Meng Fei's focus shifted to the werewolves, his expression hardening as he coldly uttered, "Bastards." In an instant, he darted toward one of the werewolves, summoning a long yellow sword that seemed disproportionate to his slender frame, and thrust it mercilessly into the beast's neck. The werewolf howled in agony, its crimson gaze dimming as it gazed skyward. As its vast body began to dissolve into mist, Meng Fei propelled himself into the air, gracefully arcing toward another werewolf. With deft precision, he slashed through the three remaining giants, cleaving them in half from shoulder to leg, leaving no blood in his wake as the mist enveloped the scene. The four werewolves were dispatched with remarkable swiftness, leaving Han Min and Qi Yao speechless in awe of Meng Fei's uncanny prowess. As the dazed members of the special forces regained their senses, Meng Fei turned to them, instructing, "If you truly wish to save lives, follow closely behind me. There are many more in need ahead." With this declaration, Qi Yao momentarily hesitated before smiling and ordering everyone to load their spare ammunition, preparing to charge forward with Meng Fei. Although she remained uncertain of this man's identity, she recognized that following him would significantly enhance their chances of completing the mission compared to recklessly advancing on their own. Seeing Qi Yao's decisive actions, Meng Fei turned his gaze forward, noticing more colossal werewolves closing in on their position. Internally, he cursed, wondering why the relentless tide of these beasts seemed never-ending. As Meng Fei muttered under his breath, Qi Yao positioned herself behind him, declaring, "All right," before turning to Han Min, saying, "You are not one of us. You may withdraw now to avoid any repercussions." Though her words suggested a retreat, Qi Yao sensed that Han Min's capabilities far surpassed those of her own team, and his departure would deprive them of a valuable ally. Han Min chuckled, raising his hands in defiance, glancing back at the police car parked in the distance. Such a meaningful endeavor cannot proceed without me. Let us not forget that I, too, am a captain. However, leaving those children behind is not a viable option. Following Han Min's gaze, Chi Yao's eyes sparkled as she commanded a timid female team member to drive the children to safety, to which the young woman promptly obliged. Watching her sprint toward the vehicle, Han Min smiled lightly at Chi Yao, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Don't mention it. I'm not doing this for you. Chi Yao replied with a smile, just as Meng Fei shouted, they're coming. At that, Chi Yao turned to face the street. Witnessing a formidable wave of colossal werewolves surging toward them, their synchronized, thunderous steps causing tremors throughout the street, toppling several surrounding buildings. In the face of this overwhelming horde, Chi Yao and Han Min stood shoulder to shoulder, flanked by nearly 10 Special Forces members. While fear flickered across their faces, they did not flee, bolstered by the genuine support and confidence that Meng Fei instilled in them. Charge! Meng Fei commanded, striding forward, and Chi Yao echoed his call, shouting, fire and advance. Understood. The 10 or so soldiers responded in unison, sprinting after Meng Fei, firing at the approaching werewolves as they charged forth, akin to storming an enemy fortress. Concentrate fire on the closest one. Bring it down. Han Min shouted, running alongside, intending to say coordinate with Meng Fei's assault, but uncertain of how to refer to him. He instead opted for coordinate with the superhero's attack. Chi Yao and the others ceased to pay attention to the remarks made by the Han people regarding Meng Fei being some kind of superhero. They simply found his suggestion commendable. And as they ran, they turned back to shout to their comrades, this is a good idea. The whole team should follow suit. Consequently, their firepower concentrated entirely on the first giant werewolf that charged at Meng Fei. Under the relentless barrage of machine gun fire from over a dozen men, it, like the earlier colossal werewolves, was knocked to the ground by the impact of the bullets. Meng Fei gazed at the werewolf collapsing before him, a smile breaking through the cloth covering his face. He then soared into the air, conjuring dual lightsabers of purple and yellow, and executed a cross slash against the creature's neck, severing its head with brutal precision, thus claiming the first victory. At that moment, a massive wave of giant werewolves collided with Meng Fei and his human companions, bringing their frantic charge to a halt. Meng Fei, surprised by the seamless cooperation with Chi Yao and the others, ascended gracefully into the air, his body swirling upward. With his lightsabers in hand, he dispatched several nearby werewolves before finally landing atop the vanishing body of the decapitated creature. He turned back to Chi Yao and the others, giving them a thumbs up. In an instant, Chi Yao and the others emerged from their shock, erupting into applause and cheers. Chapter 31. Fierce battle within the mayor's office in Yanqing City. The mayor, engrossed in discussions with his subordinates regarding the critical matters of public rescue and the resettlement of citizens, was startled by the sudden intrusion of his flustered assistant, Xiao Zhang. With an urgent tone, Xiao Zhang exclaimed, prompting the mayor to turn around and reprimand the younger man, who was 2 decades his junior, in a serious manner. Xiao Zhang, how many times have I told you not to panic over every little thing? Remain composed. Yes, Mayor, I apologize for my excitement. However, there has been a change in the situation on Zhongshan Road. What? The mayor seemed unable to comprehend Xiao Zhang's words, first responding with a question, then appearing to contemplate something more dreadful. His eyes widened as he pressed Xiao Zhang for clarification. Is the casualty count rising again? Didn't the subsequent rescue teams deploy? Seeing the mayor's reaction, Xiao Zhang was taken aback and quickly waved his hands, replying, no, it's not a matter of casualties. Upon hearing this, the mayor relaxed slightly and pondered before asking, then what is the issue? It's a superhuman, Xiao Zhang stammered, suddenly realizing that discussing such a term in the context of serious matters felt somewhat inappropriate. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, in short, it's something quite strange. A man, not just any man, but one capable of dispatching these beasts with his bare hands, has appeared on Zhongshan Road. Captain Qiao's advance team is currently coordinating with his assault. If you don't believe me, Mayor, come with me. With that, Xiao Zhang disregarded all formalities and pulled the amiable mayor out of the conference room and into the administrative hall just outside. He pointed towards the large LCD screen mounted on the wall, exclaiming, Mayor, look. Upon entering the hall, the mayor, now over 50, noticed a crowd gathered around the screen, murmuring and gesturing in hushed tones. As he shifted his gaze to the screen, he was met with a scene reminiscent of a science fiction film. Chaos reigned as the street lay in utter disarray. The camera bobbed and swayed, creating a dizzying effect. Yet, the mayor, fixated on the content, felt no discomfort, only the profound shock of the unfolding events. There stood a man clad in a white cloak before Qiao and his companions, facing a colossal, roaring werewolf. Despite the aerial angle of the footage, every viewer could sense the man's commanding presence emanating a sense of stability and hope. The wind whirled around him, seemingly channeling boundless power from his slender frame. His robe fluttered, and fragments of debris floated weightlessly around him, while purple and yellow flames burst forth, resembling a magnificent blossom from above. Slowly raising his right hand, the man appeared to take on the role of a leader preparing for an assault. With a decisive motion, he thrust his hand forward and shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards the towering werewolf to engage in a fierce confrontation alongside Qiao, Han Min, and their comrades. Countless bullets erupted from behind the cloaked figure, providing cover as he neared one of the werewolves. Suddenly, he transformed into twin tongues of fire, wrapping around the beast's legs, constricting tightly until its massive form was reduced to flaming chunks of flesh. Although these creatures lacked blood, a thick white mist enveloped the scene, nearly obscuring the overhead cameras. Having vanquished one werewolf, the intertwining flames gradually morphed back into the white-cloaked man. Meanwhile, a nearby werewolf seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful blow that sent him crashing into the ruins on the left side of the street. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the spectators in the hall, each person covering their mouths in shock, their hearts gripped with concern for the man. On Zhongshan Road, Qiao observed a werewolf poised to stab a fallen dreamer with its spear. Instinctively, he raised his machine gun, aiming at the beast's face, and fired furiously. As Qiao took action, the remaining 10 or so members followed suit, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that diverted the creature's wrath towards themselves. The gigantic werewolf turned its gaze towards Qiao and his team, roaring mightily before swinging its weapon with overwhelming force. The spear, imbued with an aura that seemed capable of rending space, swept across the ground, causing a deafening crash as it struck. Han Min and the others were violently thrown back, rolling several times before spitting blood. The werewolf let out another roar, advancing towards Qiao's group with heavy strides. The earlier sweep had left several of Qiao's comrades as nothing more than mangled remnants, and even Qiao herself had sustained a grievous injury, her left arm hanging limply. Han Min, unable to contain his concern, inquired, "Are you all right?" His gaze fixated on Qiao's wounded left arm. Reluctant to reveal her vulnerability, Qiao unfastened a long rope from her waist and secured her injured arm to her side, tying it in place. After completing this task, she offered a strained smile to Han Min, whose face was smeared with dirt and blood. "It's just a minor injury. I'll survive. I prepared this rope in advance." Upon hearing her words, Han Min couldn't help but admire her resourcefulness. He then noticed her scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Only 4 team members remained beside her, each appearing battered and weary. "Do we have any ammunition left?" Qiao asked, glancing at the remaining members, only to receive negative shakes of their heads in response. Observing their dire state, Qiao checked her own supplies and exchanged glances with Han Min, confirming that none of them had any ammunition left. She then drew a dagger strapped to her leg. A look of resolute defiance shone on the faces of the 6 who unsheathed their blades, ready to confront the approaching giant werewolf, armed only with their steel. With a resounding impact, a shockwave erupted among Qiao and her comrades, sending them tumbling to the ground. As Han Min regained his bearings and lifted his head, he was met with the horrifying sight of a teammate severed in 2. Despite being mere temporary allies, an inexplicable bond ignited Han Min's fury. Gritting his teeth, he stood and hurled his Swiss Army knife at the immense werewolf's eye. The blade struck true, eliciting a howl of agony that echoed throughout the city. Han Min laughed triumphantly, momentarily forgetting the peril that still loomed. Meanwhile, Qiao, crouched to the side, narrowed her eyes and shouted to Han Min, "Be careful." At the sound of her warning, he felt a chill race down his spine, turning to discover a towering werewolf brandishing a massive hammer, poised to strike. With no time to react, he braced for inevitable destruction, knowing he would soon be reduced to nothing but a stain upon the earth. At that moment, in the capital city of Huajing, Han Min's father, Han Kun, watched the unfolding danger facing his son on Zhongshan Road through a broadcast on central television. The cup he held slipped from his grasp, shattering upon impact, his complexion draining of color. The mayor of Yinjing City and the others gathered in the hall watched the scenes unfolding on the television screen. A collective gasp erupted, followed by a tense silence as they anxiously observed the broadcast, their concern mounting for the promising young detective. The television reporter dared to capture footage from the air, while the female anchor's voice quivered, possibly due to despair or tension. As the helicopter ascended to greater heights, The camera captured the vast expanse of the southern district of Yanjing City, revealing colossal werewolves prowling the streets like an organized battalion, instilling a sense of suffocating dread in the hearts of those watching at home. Chapter 32. The End of Catastrophe Boom. A fiery column erupted from beneath the earth. Just as a colossal werewolf brandishing a spear loomed before Han Min ascending into the azure sky, the golden pillar danced with crackling violet and white lightning, radiating an orange glow that captivated every gaze, including that of the werewolf poised to strike Han Min. The creature halted its spear's motion and turned to look back. Qi Yao was the first to snap back from the shock of the towering inferno before her. Gritting her teeth, she mustered her seemingly collapsing body and hurriedly dashed to Han Min's side, pulling him back to reality from his stupor. Together, they supported each other and moved aside, narrowly escaping the werewolf's lethal thrust. The giant werewolf, having sensed movement at its feet, redirected its focus forward. Upon recognizing Qi Yao and Han Min's actions, its maw revealed sinister fangs, and a low growl emanated from its throat. Then, it let out a thunderous roar, raising its spear once more to launch an attack on Han Min. The distance the two humans covered was negligible compared to the monstrous creature's mere shift, and as they turned to glance at the fiery column above, their faces turned pale, their legs paralyzed by fear. In that life-and-death moment, a chilling aura enveloped them both. Great flame rain. At that moment, a voice resonating like an ancient deity's fury echoed across the scene. The fiery column gradually became translucent, revealing Meng Fei, suspended in midair. His body curled with arms protecting his forehead and fists bent as if gathering strength. Surrounding him, an orange-red flame flickered like a corona, expanding into a spherical form, until it erupted like a balloon, sending countless fireballs raining down upon the city. Each fireball that struck a werewolf would penetrate its body, incinerating it from within. A cacophony of wails filled the city. A photographer in midair captured this scene, broadcasting it across the globe. As the flame rain subsided, Meng Fei descended like a piece of ceramic forged in fire, crashing to the ground before the approaching Qi Yao and others, scattering sparks everywhere. Qi Yao, though troubled, merely furrowed her brow. Behind her, a female teammate gasped in shock, but the next moment, an inexplicable phenomenon shook their understanding of modern science. The scattered sparks on the ground began to wriggle back towards the epicenter, gradually reforming Meng Fei's imposing figure. His flowing robe rustled, and the onlookers felt a reverence for the young man standing before them, reminiscent of a celestial being. The aftermath of the battle descended into silence, interrupted only by the crackling flames and the restless sound of a helicopter emblazoned with the CCTV logo hovering above. While outsiders remained oblivious to Meng Fei's condition, he was acutely aware of his own state, akin to a marathon runner who had just exhausted half of his vitality. Indeed, having vanquished all the werewolves in the vast city of Yanjing was an overwhelming exertion. The helicopter finally touched down, and a female anchor descended, microphone in hand. Her voice infused with relief and excitement as she approached Meng Fei, her expression reflecting curiosity and admiration. Although fatigued, Meng Fei sensed her approach. Not one to flaunt his newfound abilities, he lowered his center of gravity and, in an instant, shot skyward like a rocket, vanishing from sight. This ascent captured everyone's attention, and the cameraman followed suit, raising the lens to track his trajectory. For a long while, the scene remained eerily silent, as if a heavy, invisible weight pressed upon the hearts of all present, leaving them unable to find solace. When Yuan Tsang awoke in her dilapidated villa, she found herself greeted by the familiar sight of her pink canopy overhead, with white drapes elegantly surrounding her bed. The events of the previous day felt like a fleeting dream. She remembered returning home, battered and bruised, and seemingly falling into Meng Fei's embrace. But her recollection faded from that moment onward. Struggling to sit up, pain etched across Yuan Tsang's face, a reminder that the previous day's events had indeed transpired. Gritting her teeth, she managed to stagger to the window, drawing back the curtains to gaze outside, only to be struck dumb by the scene before her. From her elevated vantage point in the upscale residential area, the devastation of Yanjing City lay bare, rendering her speechless. Click! The sound of a lighter ignited a flickering flame, soon followed by the tip of a cigarette catching fire, turning a vivid red as smoke billowed forth. A day had passed, and Yanjing City had descended into chaos, with apocalyptic theories circulating throughout the streets. Startled by a voice from behind, Yuan Tsang turned swiftly, only to find Meng Fei, cigarette in mouth, hair unkempt, clutching a pair of glass orbs, clad in nothing but shorts that boldly displayed his masculine attributes. all while wearing a comically lewd grin reminiscent of Stephen Chow's characters. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Yuan Song quickly averted her gaze, but a sudden thought crossed her mind, dispelling her shyness. She furrowed her brow again, seated herself on a solitary sofa, crossed her legs, and reproached, "This must be your fault, right?" Meng Fei's gaze lingered on Yuan Song's bare legs, and he swallowed hard. Then, as if responding to her invitation, he summoned another sofa closer and casually reclined, mirroring her accusatory tone. "That should be what I say to you. According to our initial plan, you were responsible for stopping these beasts from escaping into the world, yet it has continued unabated. Whose fault is it really?" At his words, Yuan Song's expression darkened, her eyes glinting with intensity as she fixed her gaze upon the nonchalant man before her. "The answer is clear," she began slowly. "Like a prophecy, every full moon, the night wolf soldiers emerge from mirrors until their leader, the night demon white wolf, is vanquished from this world." Meng Fei's complexion shifted at her revelation, and after a long pause, he inquired, "So, they appear every full moon? And the mirror refers to the night mirror?" Yuan Song chuckled bitterly at his question, shaking her head as complex emotions flickered in her eyes. "You are mistaken. Any surface that can reflect moonlight serves as a portal for the night wolf soldiers to escape." A heavy silence enveloped them as the weight of her words sank in. Both Meng Fei and Yuan Song wore somber expressions, concealing traces of helplessness and dread. After what felt like an eternity, Meng Fei finally spoke again. "How can we eradicate these monsters completely? If they can return every month, the world will truly descend into chaos." Hearing Meng Fei's seemingly responsible words, Yuan Song pondered for a moment before responding. "I have already stated that to eradicate the night wolf soldiers, we must first defeat their leader, the night demon white wolf." "White wolf? Are you referring to the night demon sealed within the twilight mirror that you mentioned?" Yuan Song nodded, and Meng Fei continued. "The twilight mirror is still in the possession of that woman. What should we do?" As these words were spoken, Yuan Song's mind drifted back to the night she pursued the illusory moon, and what lingered in her memory was the figure of the man standing beside her at that moment. His long black hair, interspersed with strands of white, obscured much of his lowered face, rendering his features indistinct. Clad in a tight-fitting black garment beneath a flowing black cloak, he exuded an aura of icy detachment, as if the air around him could solidify into a thin layer of frost. He declared, "I am the messenger of the underworld, and this sword is named Zhaori. Long Shuang, you should comprehend my intentions. Summon the heavenly river, and let us fulfill the battle that transpired 30 million years ago." Chapter 33, Post-Disaster Reconstruction. The cold, indifferent voice of the man who claimed to be the messenger of the underworld left Yuan Song in shock. She then shook her head at Meng Fei, expressing her disappointment. "This woman is elusive. We have no means to locate her." Meng Fei, upon hearing this, felt a slight irritation. He chuckled, stood up, discarded his cigarette, but stretched, and turned to say, "Since we cannot find this woman, then I, Meng Fei, shall continue with my own affairs. There is no need to ponder. My life consists of wandering the streets by day, reveling in bars by night, and charming beautiful women." At this point, Meng Fei paused, intending to offer Yuan Song some words of encouragement for her rest, but the words failed to escape his lips. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his right hand and waved it gently, turning away without a backward glance, uttering simply, "Take care." As soon as his voice faded, Meng Fei strode purposefully towards the door. "Stop!" Yuan Song called out, suddenly rising to her feet. "He will come looking for you." Meng Fei was momentarily halted by this seemingly nonsensical statement. He turned around, his face a canvas of confusion, and asked, "Who is he?" The chilling image of the man resurfaced in Yuan Song's mind. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, "The messenger of the underworld. He may be more formidable than the woman we encountered. You must be cautious." A complex expression flickered across Yuan Song's face. One she seemed reluctant for Meng Fei to notice, prompting her to turn away from him. When Meng Fei pressed further about the messenger of the underworld, Yuan Song merely shook her head and dismissed him. Recognizing that he was not welcome to linger, Meng Fei left her with a parting remark. "There is breakfast in the kitchen on the first floor. Help yourself if you wish," before turning to depart. Upon hearing this, Yuan Song felt a sudden urge to move. She stepped to the window and soon spotted Meng Fei's retreating figure at the foot of her villa, slowly fading away, as if he were taking with him something of utmost importance. Perhaps it was the weariness of a wandering heart that had grown tired, leading her to seek solace in Meng Fei's embrace that night. Feeling an inexplicable sense of stability and happiness, Meng Fei left Yuan Song's villa and made his way toward Zhongshan Road. gradually approaching the area hardest hit by the disaster. The sight before him was shocking. The once vibrant streets, flanked by towering buildings, had been reduced to rubble, resembling the aftermath of a catastrophic earthquake. Television stations seized the opportunity for sensational news coverage, with dozens of cameras from various networks diligently capturing every inch of the devastation, every frantic figure working in the streets, and every chilling breath of despair. Surveying the surroundings, Meng Fei sighed, his gaze falling upon the mayor of Yanjing City being interviewed by a female reporter. Clad in workman's attire and wielding a shovel, he offered succinct responses to the reporter's incessant chatter, his attention frequently drifting to the construction workers busy clearing the debris. Clearly, this seasoned mayor had no interest in the spotlight. His heart was solely focused on the ruins surrounding him. Meng Fei's first impression of him was that he was a dedicated public servant. Continuing his journey, Meng Fei soon approached the Yanjing branch of the Excellence Group. He wondered if the Shidan building could still stand tall after enduring such a calamity. With this thought, he quickened his pace, deftly navigating around the construction workers and machinery along the bumpy Zhongshan Road. In the distance, he spotted his close friend Tang Jiada directing a large group of people in their recovery efforts, exuding a natural leadership presence. A smile spread across Meng Fei's face as he recalled Tang's heroic actions in the building that day, and he rushed forward, waving as he called out, "Xiao Detzi, I'm back." Upon hearing Meng Fei's voice, Tang Jiada, who was engrossed in a notepad, turned to see him. Initially taken aback, he quickly rushed over and embraced Meng Fei joyfully. "I thought you were dead. I can't believe you're here, alive and kicking. No excuses. We're going out for late-night snacks tonight. It's on you." As he finished speaking, Tang Jiada pushed Meng Fei away playfully and punched him lightly on the chest, his sincere smile radiating excitement that stirred Meng Fei's emotions. In response, Meng Fei lightly tapped Tang Jiada's chest, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, several individuals approached Tang Jiada, inquiring about the disposal of debris within the building. Meng Fei observed as Tang Jiada engaged them in conversation. They bowed respectfully before swiftly departing. Seeing his friend in a leadership role left Meng Fei momentarily stunned, a look on his face that Tang Jiada quickly noticed. With a proud grin, he puffed out his chest and proclaimed, "Allow me to introduce myself. I have replaced Hu Dao as the station manager of Quanzhou Television. If you ever wish to charm a beautiful woman, feel free to come to me. I shall keep the finest for you." Meng Fei felt a surge of happiness for his friend. Although their paths would no longer cross in the workplace, Tang Jiada's promotion marked a significant milestone in his career, and it was indeed a cause for celebration. "When did this happen?" he inquired. "Just yesterday," replied Tang Jiada, his eyes gleaming with pride. "Mr. Mu called personally upon hearing of my valorous deeds during the crisis and appointed me as the station manager, entrusting me with the post-disaster reconstruction efforts. So, my brother, I have quite the responsibility ahead of me." Words failed Meng Fei, and he could only express his congratulations. Tang Jiada then leaned in closer and whispered, "If all goes well, you might soon become the chief director too." "Chief director? What do you mean?" At this, Tang Jiada surveyed their surroundings as if searching for something. When he realized he could not find what he sought, he continued in a hushed tone, "2/3 of our engineering department's colleagues are either dead or injured, including Wen Dong, who usually worked part-time as a fitness coach, torn to pieces. With old Gu Po's frail condition, there's a high probability she met a grim fate as well." For some reason, Meng Fei felt a wave of sadness wash over him at Tang Jiada's words. Despite any past grievances with Han Hong, he could not help but feel a tinge of sorrow, prompting Tang Jiada to question, "Xiao Mingming, are you lamenting for that old woman? She's just a tyrant wielding power like a feather duster. Her demise is hardly tragic." Before Tang Jiada could finish, he was abruptly struck on the back of the head by Han Hong, who had suddenly appeared behind him, brandishing a clipboard. Her characteristic sharp voice rang out. "One moment of success, and you lose your wits. The formal documents from headquarters haven't arrived yet. I am still your superior. Do you believe I won't fire you?" Meng Fei and Tang Jiada turned to see Han Hong, dressed in her usual black attire and glasses, making her entrance. Given her connections at the Excellence Group headquarters, Tang Jiada dared not provoke her, adopting a sheepish demeanor as he offered his apologies. Meng Fei, meanwhile, couldn't help but smile warmly at Han Hong, his expression genuine and inexplicable. This caused Han Hong to pause momentarily, before she huffed dismissively and turned away, swaying her hips as she walked off. Tang Jiada stuck out his tongue at Han Hong, but when he turned back to Meng Fei, he found him still gazing after the old woman. And he gave Meng Fei's arm a sharp tug. "Are you out of your mind?" "You're the one who's out of your mind," Meng Fei retorted. "Why are you staring at her?" Did you hit your head and fall for this old woman? Tang Jiada pointed towards the direction in which Han Heng had departed, pressing Dream Fei for answers. Just as he finished speaking, a small stone flew in from an unknown source, striking him heavily on the forehead. Ouch! He exclaimed, clutching the wound from which blood began to ooze. He scanned the surroundings for any suspicious figures, but found none. After muttering a few complaints, he nudged the still pensive Dream Fei and asked, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you in a daze?" At that moment, Dream Fei was preoccupied, attempting to reconcile the inexplicably familiar figure of Han Heng with that of a woman. His mind was in turmoil, mulling over, Yuan Song? Could it possibly be her? Oh no, no, no. These two women are far too different. Besides, Yuan Song wouldn't resort to such actions. Yet, how should I interpret this sudden feeling of familiarity that old lady brings? Dream Fei, a melodious voice called out from a distance, drawing him back to reality. Following the sound, he beheld Zhuoxi, the young lady, clad in a checkered dress, her legs enveloped in leggings, and sporting a pair of athletic shoes. Her cascading curly hair framed her face as she waved at him. The innocence radiating from her was a stark contrast to the fearful demeanor she had displayed just the day before. Dream Fei couldn't help but smile as he approached her. Chapter 34. Serendipity in the heart of Yinjing City, not far from the government administrative building. A restaurant stood resilient against the recent onslaught of werewolves, suffering only minor damage. Consequently, this establishment, along with other public facilities and commercial venues, remained open. The businesses here thrived, especially given the devastation that struck the southern areas near Zhongshan Road. After much searching, Meng Fei and Zhuoxi finally secured a spot against the wall in the restaurant. Through the glass window, they could see workers from the Urban Construction Bureau occasionally driving by, transporting supplies towards the southern part of the city. In stark contrast to Meng Fei, who devoured his meal with fervor, Zhuoxi took only a few bites of her food, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed out the window, her lips pursed in contemplation. It was only when Meng Fei coughed, choking slightly, that she snapped back to reality. Catching sight of a grain of rice stuck to the corner of his mouth, a smile crept across her face as she instinctively reached out to remove it for him. This gesture puzzled Zhuoxi. She wondered why she felt such an intimate connection with Meng Fei, performing an action typically reserved for couples. Meng Fei, momentarily taken aback by her seemingly casual act, recalled the day Zhuoxi had fabricated a pregnancy story to prevent her mother from firing him. A silly grin spread across his face. Noticing his goofy smile, Zhuoxi frowned playfully and lightly tapped his head, teasingly demanding, "What are you laughing at? Speak." Still chuckling, Meng Fei waved his hands dismissively, his eyes fixed on Zhuoxi's belly, gesturing for her to lean in closer. With a hint of skepticism, Zhuoxi complied, and his voice, warm and teasing, tickled her ear, igniting a delightful sensation that made her laugh uncontrollably. However, after hearing Meng Fei's interpretation of her laughter, her innocent smile morphed into one tinged with mild embarrassment and irritation. In a playful retaliation, she grabbed his head and pressed it onto the table, playfully tugging at his ear while laughing heartily. For a moment, they resembled a couple, frolicking in the bustling restaurant, drawing numerous curious glances, including that of a pair of strikingly familiar eyes, those of Qi Yao. Dressed in casual attire, Qi Yao exuded an aura of regal authority that commanded respect, contrasting sharply with her four companions, who had recently completed a mission with her and appeared more down-to-earth. In the past, Qi Yao would have dismissed the playful antics of Meng Fei and Zhuoxi as mere childish play, perhaps even feeling a twinge of disdain. Yet, at this moment, she found herself inexplicably drawn to Meng Fei's familiar gaze, feeling a surge of uncharacteristic annoyance at their joviality. "Captain," Han Min called, raising his glass towards Qi Yao. When she did not respond, he followed her gaze, and Meng Fei's face came into view. Like Qi Yao, Han Min recognized Meng Fei's eyes. Feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint where he had seen them before. No one would connect this unassuming office worker with the superhero who had recently become a topic of online discussion. After a moment of surprise, Han Min shifted his focus back to Qi Yao, momentarily stunned. To him, she resembled a celestial being, someone who existed beyond the realm of ordinary life. Yet, in that instant, he sensed a hint of jealousy flickering across her features as she observed Meng Fei. Does she feel jealousy? Han Min's thoughts raced. He then redirected his gaze to Meng Fei, intrigued by the man capable of stirring such emotions within Qi Yao. Zhuoxi, having noticed Qi Yao and her companions, scrutinized the aloof woman for a while. Upon meeting Han Min's gaze, she instinctively nudged Meng Fei away and called out, Han Min, what brings you here? Han Min, startled by her exuberance, quickly scanned between her and Meng Fei before rising to introduce Zhuo Shi to Qi Yao and the other team members. The 4 Special Forces soldiers greeted Zhuo Shi warmly, while Qi Yao merely lifted her teacup, sipping slowly, maintaining an air of indifference towards Zhuo Shi's outstretched hand. Zhuo Shi, taken aback by Qi Yao's apparent rudeness, wore a puzzled expression as she looked to Han Min for an explanation. Han Min, feeling the weight of the situation, thought it was unbecoming of a captain to ignore common courtesy. Just then, Meng Fei approached the group, prompting Zhuo Shi to introduce him to ease the awkward atmosphere. Han Min followed suit, introducing his companions to Meng Fei. As introductions were made, Zhuo Shi pulled Han Min aside, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Han Min, has Ziren returned? He hasn't contacted me in ages. Han Min, recalling someone special, sighed inwardly. He is still abroad, working on his studies. I haven't heard from him in a while either. But don't worry, as soon as I get any news, I'll let you know. Oh, I see. Zhuo Shi pouted, her face betraying a sense of disappointment that tugged at Han Min's heartstrings. He sighed again, reluctant to hurt his childhood friend. Observing her hopeful demeanor, he struggled to find the courage to reveal the truth until he caught sight of Meng Fei standing nearby, and an idea sparked to divert Zhuo Shi's attention. Who is that Meng Fei to you? Han Min inquired, prompting Zhuo Shi to glance over. Upon seeing Meng Fei raise an eyebrow and adopt a comical expression, her face lit up with delight. He's a complete rascal, she explained with a laugh, but not entirely bad. I've only met him a few times, yet he possesses an inexplicable charm that draws me in. As Han Min absorbed Zhuo Shi's description, he scrutinized the smile illuminating her face. Reminiscent of an artist admiring their finest creation, could Meng Fei truly be an ordinary man, connected to both women who held significant places in Han Min's heart? As an astute detective, Han Min possessed a heightened sensitivity to people. His curiosity about Meng Fei deepened, and throughout their conversation, his gaze remained fixed on him. Similarly, Qi Yao, sitting beside Han Min, observed Meng Fei with a quiet intensity, her gaze discreet yet probing. With each glance, her sense of familiarity with him grew. Along with her intrigue, Meng Fei was acutely aware that 2 individuals had been scrutinizing him. However, he remained utterly indifferent, shamelessly devouring his meal with great gusto. He occasionally leaned closer to Zhuo Shi, whispering a few risque jokes into her delicate ear, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Qi Yao, observing the flirtatious banter between the two, gradually furrowed his brow. At that moment, a news segment aired on the large screen in the dining hall, capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 35. Renowned the female anchor from CCTV appeared before the camera, dressed impeccably, transmitting signals to every corner of the globe. While not conventionally beautiful, she exuded an air of quiet competence, particularly accentuated by her flawless Mandarin, which garnered admiration. She stated, "A large number of unidentified creatures have recently emerged in our country, capturing the attention of scientists worldwide. Thus, numerous experienced scientists in various aspects of this incident have gathered today in the capital, Huajing City, for a symposium, hoping to uncover the origin of these creatures. Are these wolf-like beings mutations of earthly species, or do they hail from elsewhere? We shall continue to follow this matter." At this juncture, the anchor paused, lowering her gaze to organize the files in her hands. The television then displayed footage from the recent attack in Yanjing City, sending a chill through everyone in the restaurant. For those like Qi Yao and Han Min, who had personally endured the battle, the fear was amplified. Longtime comrades had vanished before their eyes. Qi Yao's eyes glinted with fierce intensity, and her hands, gripping the cup, turned pale from the pressure. Dream Fei observed Qi Yao, his expression a tapestry of complexity. After several minutes of chaotic aerial footage, a somber atmosphere enveloped the restaurant, with faces reflecting the lingering fear of survival. When the screen returned to the studio, the anchor continued to smile as she introduced the next piece of news. As the disaster recedes, 2 topics have dominated public discourse. One concerns the identity of the creatures that attacked Yanjing City. The other revolves around the mysterious man in a white cloak who appeared at the scene. As she spoke, a distant shot of Dream Fei's silhouette appeared in the upper right corner of the screen. She continued, "The emergence of this man has shrouded this unnatural disaster in even greater mystery, for he, too, is enveloped in enigmas that our current science cannot elucidate." The screen transitioned once more to a distant shot capturing Dream Fei, cloaked in white and surrounded by dual-colored flames, reminiscent of an ancient deity, majestic and enigmatic, evoking disbelief. In the restaurant, silence reigned, every gaze fixated on the screen, accompanied only by soft, somber music. Zhuoxi gazed at the man on screen, memories flooding back. Stirring emotions within her, gratitude, relief, confusion, or perhaps admiration, she could not discern. Dreamfei's perceptiveness was keen. In that moment, he noted only a singular emotion reflected in Xiao's furrowed brow, utter bewilderment. It was a confusion regarding the man depicted on television, devoid of the intricacies of Zhuoxi's thoughts. He pondered solely on the identity of this man, friend or foe, and the source of his extraordinary abilities. Suddenly, the man on screen turned his face toward the camera, revealing a visage obscured by a white mask. Xiao felt a jolt of recognition, immediately turning to Dreamfei. He, too, was observing her, and their eyes met once more. Yet this time, Xiao's gaze instilled a sense of trepidation in Dreamfei. As he noticed her eyes flitting between him and the television, he averted his gaze, internally questioning. Could she really have recognized me? Xiao's curiosity deepened as she locked her gaze onto him, remaining fixated until the anchor's voice once again broke the silence. She voiced the collective concern. The man who led Yinjing City from panic and catastrophe has become a topic of conversation in every alley and CAF, with people speculating whether his presence is a boon or a bane, and whether he stands as ally or adversary. Given that the werewolves, which our current science cannot confront, were obliterated by his incredible strength, one must ponder how we would contend with such a man should he turn against humanity. After a brief pause, the anchor continued, "Now, let us turn our cameras to the streets to gather public opinions on this enigmatic figure." The screen transitioned to footage of interviews conducted on the streets, with individuals expressing their views, some incredulous, likening the events to a film. Others theorized about eccentric scientists manipulating the genetics of wolves and humans, leading to this catastrophic farce. And some even began to espouse apocalyptic theories. Yet, the overall sentiment gleaned from the interviews indicated that the populace viewed Dreamfei's actions in saving Yinjing City positively. Thus, he was largely regarded as a hero, a savior, and a superhuman in the eyes of many. Reality and cinematic fantasy seemed to converge. Dreamfei had never aspired to be a hero or a figure of public intrigue. He simply pursued his own path. Nevertheless, the unfolding events were beyond his control. In the days that followed, Dreamfei's persona as a superhuman graced the front pages of numerous newspapers and magazines. The latest issue of Time magazine featured a photograph of him glancing back as its cover. Every television station hosted discussions centered around this real-life superhero, inviting witnesses who had seen Dreamfei in action, resulting in soaring viewership. Videos of Dreamfei battling the werewolves, captured on mobile phones, amassed over 1 billion views on YouTube. Within 5 days, Dreamfei had eclipsed every celebrity in popularity. As discussions about his identity flourished, the fervor to witness the real-life figure exploded across the internet and social discourse. Various versions of the true superhero emerged, while unscrupulous individuals established forums, embedding phishing viruses that caused significant economic fallout. Conversely, some astute entrepreneurs utilized images of Dreamfei in white robes to promote their products for free, crafting computer-generated superhero videos for advertisements, while certain clothing manufacturers directly sold Dreamfei's uniform, reaping substantial profits. Amidst the whirlwind of public opinion, Dreamfei, the protagonist, had been living a carefree life since parting ways with everyone in the restaurant that day. This was due to a phone call from Tang Jiada, who informed him that the Shidon building required repairs and support for the families of victims, necessitating the hiring of new staff. Consequently, he would not need to work for nearly 2 months. Most surviving employees were set to be promoted and receive raises, provided they completed the tasks assigned by the headquarters. Dreamfei, due to his favorable relationship with Tang Jiada, who was temporarily filling in for Mu Sunyang, was assigned the advantageous task of recruiting staff, merely needing to review applicants' information online and relay it to the interviewers. After reviewing a batch of university applicants, Dreamfei stretched leisurely, exclaiming, and then leaned back heavily in his chair, turning to glance at the refrigerator standing quietly beside him. With a snap of his fingers, he opened the refrigerator door from a distance, retrieving a bottle of cola. He twisted off the cap and took several refreshing gulps. Suddenly, the phone beside his computer rang. Dreamfei picked it up, noticing the caller ID displayed Yuan Song's name. He felt a jolt of surprise, paused to contemplate, and then swiped his finger across the screen to answer the call. Yuan Song's voice was somewhat grave as he calmly suggested meeting outside. After hanging up the phone, Meng Fei rose from his chair, stretched lazily, and then, using telekinesis, summoned his clothes to him, which adhered to his body. After a brief shimmer, he donned the attire, snapped his fingers to shut down the computer, and stepped outside, soaring into the air. The moment he laid eyes on Yuan Song, Meng Fei was utterly stunned. According to his understanding of Yuan Song, this woman bore a resemblance to Qi Yao and seemed to have no connection to gentleness. Yet, at that moment, she was adorned in a flowing white silk gown, and with her hair elegantly styled in an updo. She appeared as a charming and serene figure reminiscent of a youthful fairy tale lover. However, her expression towards Meng Fei remained cold, and she spoke with a tone that seemed laced with sarcasm. I suppose I should congratulate you. You have now become a national hero. Chapter 36. The life and death race on the highway. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Meng Fei revealed a self-satisfied smile. Producing a cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips, with his right hand, he merely extended his index finger towards the cigarette's tip, and, with a flicker of his psychic energy, a small flame erupted from his fingertip, igniting the cigarette. Like a melancholic prince, he took a few languid puffs, a look of indulgence gracing his features as he replied, "It's all just vanity. What is there to celebrate?" Despite this, Yuan Song detected a hint of pride in Meng Fei's expression, prompting her to snort derisively and turn her face away. She gazed thoughtfully at the expansive view visible from the hillside of the suburban city, remaining silent for a long while before finally speaking. The 15th is approaching. Her words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly freezing the expression on Meng Fei's face. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he looked at Yuan Song, recalling her words from a few days prior. On the 15th of each month, the Night Wolf soldiers will return to the human realm through the mirror. A sudden monster attack had already sent the citizens of Yanjing City into chaos. Should another assault occur, the consequences would be unthinkable. Do you have news of the Midnight Mirror? Meng Fei inquired, only to see Yuan Song shake her head. She then turned to him, her expression grave, and stated, "Now that the disaster has passed, the people of Yanjing City will only be preoccupied with rebuilding and relief efforts. If those creatures were to strike again during this vulnerable time, the casualties would undoubtedly exceed those of the last assault, possibly even worse." At this point, Yuan Song merely gazed at Meng Fei, refraining from elaborating further. Sensing that she had more to say, Meng Fei furrowed his brow and pressed, so Yuan Song smirked slightly, responding swiftly, "Aren't you a hero? You could take it upon yourself to inform the world of this matter. Such a meritorious deed would certainly help solidify your reputation as a national hero." Meng Fei paused, momentarily taken aback by her words, before bursting into laughter and replying, "What a joke! Even if I were willing to step forward, let alone whether they would believe I am the so-called hero they speak of. Human nature is inherently peculiar, fearful of illness and wary of medicine. The mere idea of accepting that they still remain under threat from these monsters is something they would rather not confront." Yuan Song, seemingly taken aback by Meng Fei's insightful observation, gazed at him in silence for a while before finally retorting, "Then you must make them believe you." Upon hearing this, Meng Fei's face radiated confusion, prompting Yuan Song to ask, "Not clear?" Meng Fei shook his head. "To get them to believe you sounds easy. But to actually do it." Yuan Song paused, a confident yet mischievous smile spreading across her face, "is just as easy." Observing her smile, Meng Fei suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, realizing he might have been led into a trap. 3 days later, on the northern highway of Yanjing City, a thrilling game of life and death unfolded between the police and criminals. To swiftly pacify the disaster-stricken citizens in the southern district, the government dispatched considerable police forces to assist in relief efforts. Seizing this opportunity, a group of criminals targeted the temporarily weakened police force, robbing a bank's cash transport vehicle of nearly 100 million yuan. Fortunately, divine justice was at play. As the criminals made their escape on the highway, they encountered a traffic jam caused by a prior accident, delaying their getaway. A large contingent of police officers engaged in relief efforts promptly pursued northward. These robbers were not ordinary thieves. They belonged to a notorious gang known as the Venomous Serpents, characterized by a highly organized structure, a large membership, and formidable firepower, including AK-47 rifles and rocket launchers. Consequently, when the remaining police officers in the northern district attempted to intercept them, they were caught off guard as nearly 10 police cars were blown apart, resulting in casualties among both law enforcement and civilians numbering in the hundreds. As the robbers, encased in 5 black armored vehicles, found themselves trapped behind the traffic accident, their leader emerged from the vehicle to survey the situation ahead. The increasingly audible wail of police sirens behind him made him grit his teeth, and he shouted to his companions wielding rocket launchers, "Forget it. Clear the road first." Upon hearing their leader's command, the 2 fierce-looking criminals with rocket launchers cheered with excitement, aiming their weapons at the approaching police officers. After a series of whizzing sounds, explosions erupted, followed by the terrified screams of the crowd. "Get in the car, let's move," commanded the leader, dressed in a tight black uniform that accentuated his muscular build. To his companions, still eager to fire, they all boarded their vehicles, charging forward, trampling everything in their path, from debris to panicked bystanders. At that moment, Chi Yao, along with a dozen comrades in military jeeps, pursued closely behind. Upon seeing the towering black smoke and the retreating armored vehicles, her expression turned as cold as a 1,000-year-old glacier. Her brows knitted together in fury as she yearned to sprout wings and chase after them to unleash her wrath. Standing in the back seat, she fired several rounds from her submachine gun, but fearing collateral damage to civilians, she refrained from further shooting. Frustrated, she kicked the left door and shouted to her team driving the vehicle, "Hurry up and catch up." Suddenly, a fellow team member, who had also stood up to fire moments earlier, shouted, "Captain, watch out." Alerted by the warning, Chi Yao immediately focused on the front of their vehicle, where the roof of a nearby car had been pried open, revealing a burly man brandishing a rocket launcher aimed directly at them. More whizzing sounds followed, with projectiles rapidly hurtling their way. Chi Yao and her teammates instinctively ducked for cover as their vehicle began to sway violently, akin to a skidding horse. Before they heard the resounding thud of an explosion ringing in their ears, causing their brows to furrow in distress. However, the driver of the Jeep was no novice. Squinting slightly, he angled his head to the right while keeping his eyes glued to the road ahead, pressing the accelerator to the floor, steadily closing the gap between their Jeep and the 5 robbers' vehicles. Sensing the threat posed by the 2 pursuing Jeeps, several other vehicles opened their hoods and windows, with burly men emerging from inside, armed and ready to shoot back. Under the relentless barrage of fire, one of the front wheels of the Jeep was struck, causing the vehicle to lose balance and direction, careening toward the guardrails on either side of the highway. Bang! The Jeep collided with the guardrail, producing a deafening crash. If it weren't for Chi Yao gripping the seat tightly, she would have been thrown forward by the force of the impact. Yet even without being launched from the vehicle, the momentum from the high-speed collision left the 4 occupants disoriented. Regaining her composure, Chi Yao shook her head and surveyed her surroundings, finding that her teammates, like her, had sustained minimal injuries. She instructed them to arm themselves and prepare to disembark. At that moment, Chi Yao felt a tightening sensation on her right arm. Turning her head, she saw a female teammate with a face painted in fear, her eyes fixed on the left front. Following her gaze, Chi Yao's heart sank. Several projectiles launched from rocket launchers screamed toward their immobilized Jeep as death beckoned to the 4 Special Forces members. The explosions erupted as expected, and Chi Yao and her team instinctively hunched down, closing their eyes in despair. The sound of the explosion reverberated loudly in their ears. As the 4 gradually regained their senses and began to survey their surroundings, they were astonished to discover that they were unscathed, seated securely within the vehicle. Remarkably, the military Jeep they occupied bore only damage to its front, while the rest remained intact. Such an incongruous situation became clear to them upon noticing a figure before them, a man clad in flowing white robes. This silhouette was both familiar and foreign to them. He radiated flames of purple and gold, exuding an aura of both enigma and authority that ignited their inner jubilation. Chi Yao, with a countenance as cold as ice, displayed a hint of emotion, fixating on the sudden appearance of this white-clad specter. Her lips moved as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Then, she observed him turning to face her, raising his hand to give her a thumbs up. Chapter 37. Capturing the bandit. Seeing the man in the white robe give a thumbs up, reminiscent of a child receiving praise from parents for acing an exam, Chi Yao momentarily froze before revealing a serene and innocent smile. As the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, visibility began to improve. The gang of ferocious bandits across the way halted their vehicles and disembarked, gazing in astonishment at the white-robed figure. They exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Surrounding the man was a semi-spherical, transparent blue shield that resembled an impenetrable fortress, safeguarding Chi Yao and her companions from the devastation that had obliterated their surroundings. The man in white was none other than the much-discussed Meng Fei, a figure whose exploits had captivated the media recently. Both Chi Yao and the bandits were aware of his reputation. Detailed accounts of his abilities circulated online. Upon confirming that this was indeed the man who had rescued the city of Yanjing from the brink of destruction, a burly bandit near the leader's side displayed a look of dread. He stammered to his superior, "Boss, this guy is the leader," sensing his subordinate's hesitation, dismissed it with disbelief. Seizing a rocket launcher from one of his men, he aimed it at Meng Fei, shouting defiantly, "I don't believe you have any extraordinary powers. Die!" As his voice echoed, a projectile soared toward Meng Fei, trailing a white plume of smoke. Attracted by the commotion, Meng Fei and Qi Yao turned their gazes forward. Upon seeing the incoming missile, Qi Yao's face paled, and she instinctively uttered, "Be careful." Meng Fei's eyes narrowed with a steely intensity as he furrowed his brow. Just as the rocket approached, he extended his left hand and deftly deflected it aside, causing it to detonate harmlessly in the distance. Before the stunned crowd could regain their composure, he leapt into the air, hand outstretched, pointing at the 5 armored vehicles and the bandits below. Everyone gazed upwards at the suspended figure, a palpable tension enveloping the crowd, the atmosphere growing thick with anticipation. After what felt like an eternity, Meng Fei's commanding voice shattered the silence, calling out firestorm. A conflagration erupted at his fingertip, sending forth streams of golden light that manifested as small, fireball-sized projectiles hurtling toward the bandits below. Sensing the lethal intent of the incoming fireballs, the bandits instinctively crouched behind their vehicles, using them as shields. The sound of heavy metallic impacts reverberated as the fireballs struck, perforating the sleek surfaces of the vehicles, leaving them battered and scarred. In the ensuing chaos, the bandit leader began to panic, shouting at a nearby henchman, "Damn it! Is he even human? This is insane. Boss, the internet calls him Superman," came the fearful reply. "Damn it." The leader, incensed by his subordinate's comment, unleashed his frustration by slapping the young man, berating him, "Do you think this is a movie, you fool?" As he finished his tirade, the cacophony around them faded into silence, and Meng Fei descended gracefully onto the roof of a nearby vehicle, his enigmatic smile unnerving the bandits, who instinctively recoiled, creating distance between themselves and him. Only the leader remained unmoved, though fear gnawed at him as he stealthily reached for something concealed beneath his clothing. Meng Fei noted the movement, but chose not to intervene, maintaining his smile as if eagerly anticipating the leader's next action. Suddenly, the bandit leader brandished a Browning handgun, aiming it at Meng Fei's forehead. Moments later, with his face contorted in malice, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a volley of bullets toward Meng Fei. However, as the bullets left the barrel, they appeared to lose momentum, slowly approaching Meng Fei's brow, where upon impact, they melted like wax against heated metal. The leader's triumphant expression faltered, morphing into one of astonished disbelief as he stammered, "What the hell?" Meng Fei casually touched the molten metal that had dripped onto his forehead, molding it into a sizable bullet with a flick of his fingers. Before launching it back at the leader, the makeshift projectile struck the bandit chief squarely in the right leg, eliciting a howl of agony from him. The remaining bandits stood frozen, wide-eyed and paralyzed by fear. Meng Fei raised his hands, leisurely addressing the leader, "Does it hurt?" "Damn you!" The leader, consumed by rage, hurled curses at Meng Fei, raising his weapon once more and firing wildly. In response, Meng Fei effortlessly caught every bullet, shaking his head in disapproval as he let them fall to the ground like discarded toys. With a voice reminiscent of a wise elder admonishing a wayward pupil, he declared, "There's no saving you." In an instant, he darted forward, grabbing the leader's collar and propelling him upwards like a rocket. After several exhilarating ascents and descents, the once fearsome bandit leader succumbed to unconsciousness, left crumpled on the ground, awaiting the hand of justice. As the police arrived, swiftly surrounding the scene, numerous onlookers gathered, applauding the extraordinary feats of the so-called Superman, who had once again captured the public's imagination. Witnessing their leader's downfall, the remaining bandits surrendered in despair, while a few desperate souls attempted to flee in different directions, hoping to elude Meng Fei's grasp. Meng Fei observed their futile attempts with a silent sigh. But just as he was about to intervene, Qi Yao and her comrades swiftly subdued the fleeing bandits, simultaneously giving him a thumbs up. Acknowledging the soldiers with whom he had fought side by side, Meng Fei reciprocated their gesture. Meanwhile, the surrounding media captured this iconic moment. Thus, clad in the mantle of a hero, Meng Fei once more ignited a sensation across the internet. The following day, as he browsed through the myriad of articles and photographs showcasing his exploits, a smile crept across his face. In the kitchen, however, the faucet inexplicably turned on, and streams of water coiled gracefully through the air, coalescing into the ethereal form of Yuan Tsang. With her customary air of detachment, Yuan Tsang surveyed the kitchen before directing her gaze toward Meng Fei's room, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the designated path as she stepped forward. As Yuan Tsang appeared at the door of Meng Fei's room, a man seated before his computer engrossed in news about himself, held a cigarette between his lips. With his right index finger, he ignited the cigarette's end, drawing in a puff with an air of elegance that exuded a potent masculinity. Suddenly, the man turned his face towards her, a profound smile gracing his features as he said, "Go on, tell me what you wish for me to do next. I shall comply with whatever you say. However, I find it rather curious that your methods resemble those of someone I know." Upon hearing this, Yuan Song, stepping into Meng Fei's room, inquired, "Who is it?" "My superior, Han Heng." The moment those words escaped his lips, a long silence enveloped the two as they exchanged glances. Chapter 38. The jewelry exhibition. With a gentle smile that erupted from the silence, Yuan Song leisurely approached Meng Fei, handing him several printed photographs of human heads. In this vast world, is it truly surprising that a few individuals share similar pursuits? Let us refrain from unnecessary chatter. Behold, these images depict the world-renowned jewel thieves. Jewel thieves. Meng Fei was taken aback, and after scrutinizing the black and white photographs for a moment, he lifted his gaze to Yuan Song, inquiring, "What do you want with these scoundrels' pictures?" Yuan Song, unhurried, settled into a nearby seat. After studying Meng Fei's perplexed expression for a while, he elucidated, "In 3 days, the group will host an international jewelry exhibition in the capital. Among the treasures displayed will be the Ocean Heart, a family heirloom that once established the family's fortune. This news has sent ripples across the globe. These thieves would undoubtedly catch wind of it." Upon hearing this, Meng Fei began to grasp Yuan Song's intentions. He waved the photographs and asked, "Are you suggesting I become a bodyguard? What's the matter?" Yuan Song raised an eyebrow, pressing further, "Are you unwilling? Are you joking? Although the group is my benefactor, they possess wealth and power. Naturally, they will implement stringent security measures for such a valuable artifact. I need not involve myself. Moreover, while these rogues may appear fearsome, far from my own handsome visage, they are not invincible. Rest assured, nothing will go awry at the exhibition. You have a penchant for showcasing your abilities. This is an opportunity. If you manage to apprehend these fugitives, coupled with yesterday's confrontation, you will earn the title of a superhero. Furthermore, with the 15th approaching, before the legendary night wolves resurface, you could convince them to trust you and prepare defenses in advance." Upon hearing this, Meng Fei pushed his chair closer to Yuan Song and fixed his gaze upon her as though attempting to peer into her thoughts. After a lengthy silence, he finally responded, "I don't understand why you are so eager for me to protect these individuals. Do you see yourself as a savior?" Before he could finish, Yuan Song furrowed her brow. Rising abruptly from the bedside, coldly, she stated, "The decision is yours. However, I have something else to discuss that may pique your interest." "Speak." Meng Fei, observing the anger radiating from Yuan Song, raised his right hand in a gesture for her to continue, wearing an expression of indifference. She continued, "This time, the model for the Ocean Heart is the family's eldest daughter. She will be adorned with the jewel. While I cannot guarantee these thieves have the capability to steal the Ocean Heart, should they set their sights on that blue gem, your charming and lively companion's situation will undoubtedly be perilous. If the notion of punishing evil does not entice you, surely the idea of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress would not be refused?" Expecting her words to strike a chord, Yuan Song was instead met with a face devoid of tension, fear, or concern, instead illuminated by a mischievous glimmer in Meng Fei's eyes, fixed intently in one direction. A bit perplexed, Yuan Song followed Meng Fei's gaze, only to find that, due to her leaning closer, her attire inadvertently revealed more than intended. Startled, she straightened up, and with a swift motion, she seized Meng Fei by the neck and hurled him outdoors. Caught off guard, Meng Fei crashed into the wall of his room with tremendous force, creating a sizable hole, and was flung outside, rolling several meters away. Fortunately, residing alone on the outskirts of the city meant his identity remained concealed. As he coughed and stood up, a figure swiftly descended before him, landing with a powerful thud, prompting Meng Fei to instinctively flip onto his back. Yuan Song, her face a mix of fury and indignation, pointed at Meng Fei and scolded, "I have relayed the situation to you." And yet, as she spoke, Yuan Song lunged forward and grasped Meng Fei, pulling him up to face her. Despite his devilish grin, she furrowed her brows and executed a forceful shoulder throw, not stopping there. She used her knee to drive into his back just before he hit the ground. With a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, Meng Fei's body was sent sprawling, scattering sparks like gunpowder across the ground. After executing her move, Yuan Song performed a series of somersaults, directing her ire at the flickering embers, vowing, "If you dare act recklessly again, I shall gouge out your eyes." With that, Yuan Song ascended into the air, leaving a gentle breeze and scattered sparks that gradually reformed into the shape of Meng Fei. Observing Yuan Song's departure, Meng Fei slowly regained his footing and turned to make his way back home, only to be met with the gaping hole in his wall, prompting a few sighs as he rubbed his forehead and shook his head slowly. That night, Meng Fei received a text from Zhuoxi. The message contained only a few lines, yet it overflowed with her delight at being the model to wear her family's treasured artifact, concluding with an adorably awkward emoticon, eliciting a faint smile from Meng Fei as he prepared for bed in his shorts. While he had been hesitant during the day regarding Yuan Song's proposal, he resolved to attend the group's jewelry exhibition in the capital. He realized that Zhuoxi had begun to influence his decisions more than he had anticipated. 2 days later, outside a grand exhibition hall located near the towering headquarters of Hanjing Bank in the capital, soldiers armed with submachine guns were stationed in droves. Luxurious cars lined the surrounding area, and a deep red carpet led to the entrance, where numerous dignitaries walked inside. Each time someone entered, the 2 imposing soldiers stationed at the entrance saluted, their movements precise and powerful, their faces unyieldingly serious. Meng Fei, lacking the extravagant attire of the affluent entering the hall, and without a prestigious background, would inevitably be turned away by the guards. Thus, he chose to observe from a distance, perched on a tall statue in the park across the street, a cigarette glowing red between his fingers, his expression casual and contemplative. With his abilities, entering the hall would be a trivial matter. His lingering outside was solely to wait for someone. How long had he waited? An alluring voice broke the silence, prompting Meng Fei to glance down. There stood Yuan Song, adorned in an elegant dress, a string of white pearls gracing her neck. Her hair styled in a simple bun, and platinum hoop earrings dangling from her ears. Her lightly applied makeup accentuated her fresh and regal appearance, and her naturally tall stature only enhanced her grace. Initially taken aback by Yuan Song's sudden appearance, Meng Fei soon asked, "What brings you here? I feared you might struggle, so I came to lend my presence." At her words, Meng Fei rolled his eyes. Had he known this captivating woman would be present, he could have enjoyed himself in Yanjing City. However, after experiencing her fiery temperament once more, he refrained from speaking further. A confrontation here would lead to dire consequences, and he was left with an overwhelming sense of being trapped, compelled to take a few drags from his cigarette while gazing skyward. As Dream Fei gazed at the stone statue with a sulky expression, Yuan Song felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he snorted softly and turned to depart. Humph. After Yuan Song had walked away, Dream Fei raised his middle finger in her direction, uttering a disdainful word. When his gaze shifted to the right, a blue sports car glided along the avenue, gradually slowing as it approached him on its way to the clubhouse. The vehicle made a turn and came to a halt in front of the stone statue in the park. From within emerged a woman with cascading long hair, tall and graceful, clad in a form-fitting white gown. Carrying a handbag, she approached Dream Fei with a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. This woman was Lu Yin, the very person Dream Fei had been waiting for. Chapter 39. Handsome, yet under fire to my surprise, you arrived earlier than I expected. I thought you wouldn't dare to come, Lu Yin remarked, her hands gracefully cradling her bosom as she gazed at the statue, where Meng Fei swung his legs like a child lost in dreams. Her voice broke the silence, conjuring memories of their second encounter 2 nights prior at the Blue Bar. At that time, Lu Yin sat alone at the bar, her legs crossed, deeply immersed in her drink while numerous suitors approached her, only to be rebuffed one by one. When the confident Meng Fei stood behind her and greeted her with a casual hi, their eyes met under the soft glow of the lights, both momentarily silenced. For Meng Fei, it was their second meeting, yet for Lu Yin, it was the first. After a prolonged silence, she offered a slightly awkward smile, inviting Meng Fei to take a seat. He obliged, ordering several bottles of wine, his profile turned towards her. In the late hours, Lu Yin appeared as a siren, draped in the seductive veil of night, her allure starkly contrasting with the dignified archaeologist or the heroic thief he had previously known. She resembled the captivating women surrounding them, a true object of desire. Perhaps out of curiosity, Meng Fei daringly nudged Lu Yin's calf with his foot. Although he was not a frequent visitor, the implications of his actions were not lost on Lu Yin. Her brows furrowed, her eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity as she locked onto the mischievous man beside her. Like a sudden chill in the dead of winter, Meng Fei understood the gravity of her gaze and quickly downed the icy drink the bartender had pushed towards him. Turning his head away, Lu Yin would not let an audacious man, even one she recognized, escape unscathed. Just as she was about to reprimand Meng Fei, a thought surged through her mind, halting her hand. After a considerable wait with no action from Lu Yin, Meng Fei gradually turned around, only to find himself momentarily dumbfounded. Instead of the anticipated scowl, Lu Yin rested her head on her hand, her body leaning against the bar, a coy smile gracing her lips. "I have a favor to ask of you," she said softly. "What is it?" Meng Fei inquired, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. "Promise me first." Lu Yin replied, her smile deepening, a flirtatious glint in her eyes that sent a shiver down Meng Fei's spine. "You can't expect me to agree without knowing the details," he stammered. "I fear you might refuse if I tell you," Lu Yin countered. "Very well. I refuse at this moment. Farewell," Meng Fei declared, attempting to leave, only to be met with a loud crash and an angry shout. "You dare to leave." His steps faltered as he turned to see Lu Yin's face contorted with genuine anger, her right hand gripping a glass bottle of ice wine. The source of the earlier noise. "Hee, my dear Lu, my friend needs me. I must take my leave. Try leaving and see what happens." Lu Yin brandished the bottle towards him, her demeanor that of a volcano on the verge of eruption, compelling Meng Fei to return to his seat, fidgeting in discomfort. As Lu Yin surveyed the scene, her anger dissipated, and she called for more drinks. Once opened, she handed a bottle to Meng Fei, saying, "Drink up. It's on me. But you must listen to my request while you do." With no other options, Meng Fei chuckled nervously. "All right, go on." Upon hearing his acquiescence, a genuine smile lit up Lu Yin's face. "It's quite simple. I want you to accompany me to the capital for the jewelry exhibition hosted by the Excellence Group." Stunned, Meng Fei paused before asking, "Is it really that easy?" "Not quite. Your presence will put you in danger," Lu Yin replied, her voice softening as she lowered her gaze. Reminiscent of a child who had broken a vase, evoking a chuckle from Meng Fei at the sudden shift in her demeanor. "What kind of danger?" "Your question implies acceptance." "Doesn't he it?" "Not yet confirmed," he retorted instinctively. "Unacceptable." Lu Yin's tone hardened, adopting a commanding stance. "You must agree. It's settled. We meet in the capital in 2 days. If you dare not show up, I swear I will make it impossible for you to stay in Yinjing." With that declaration, Lu Yin leapt from her chair, striding purposefully towards the bar's exit. Upon reaching the door, she paused to glance back, searching for Meng Fei's presence. Noticing he had not followed, her face blossomed into an innocent, radiant smile, her heart pounding as though she had just accomplished the unthinkable. Typically serious and fiery, she had never before audaciously coerced someone into assisting her. Yet, with her brother's pressure weighing heavily, she felt compelled. Regardless, since Meng Fei had not emerged to haggle. Lu Yin felt a weight lift from her heart, gazing at the night sky, arms outstretched, exclaiming in joy. Unbeknownst to her, Meng Fei had been watching from a distance. Perched on a large tree, sipping his drink and laughing lightly. He understood Lu Yin's insistence stemmed from her own reasons, and though she remained tight-lipped, he could not appear weak in the face of such a beautiful woman's request. Thus, when Lu Yin approached the statue to speak to him, Meng Fei finished the remaining half of his cigarette, knowing she detested smoking, and with a determined breath, he extinguished it, leaping down to stand before her with a smile. "As you command, Miss Lu, I will comply." A smile graced Lu Yin's face as she covered her lips with her delicate hand, unable to conceal her gentle expression. "Take this," she instructed, handing him a red invitation card. "What is this?" he inquired, accepting it. "Without it, you cannot enter the venue." Understanding her words, Lu Yin glanced at her pristine wristwatch and added, "Time is of the essence. We must hurry. Let us go." With that, she led Meng Fei to her car. Just as they entered, a sudden screech of brakes captured their attention. A sleek black sports car came to a sharp halt, blocking their path. Its front end aimed directly at them. More black sedans arrived, surrounding the sports car, and from these vehicles emerged burly men clad in black suits. They approached the sports car and opened the door for a young man dressed in ostentatious wealth, with anger etched on his face. The wealthy heir and his entourage advanced toward Lu Yin. Her expression darkened, brows furrowing deeply as she braced herself. Meng Fei sensed the tension, darting his gaze between Lu Yin and the brash young man outside, questioning, "What is happening here?" A shadow of discontent clouded Lu Yin's face as she coldly uttered a remark before disembarking from the vehicle. After stepping out, she noticed Meng Fei still inside and chastised him. "Are you not coming out?" He complied, but the moment he opened the door, he was seized by a wealthy heir emerging from a distant black sports car. The heir's expression was a grotesque blend of rage and mockery as he proclaimed, "Who do you think you are to compete with my father for a woman?" "Compete for a woman?" Meng Fei was taken aback, glancing at Lu Yin, who was pinching her forehead in exasperation. She then turned towards the heir and his henchman, seemingly apologetic, saying, "Brother, let us discuss this calmly." The heir retorted, "Do you understand the enmity of a father's murder and the resentment of a stolen wife?" With that, he brandished a handgun, aiming it at Meng Fei's head. Lu Yin's face turned pale with fear, prompting her to rush forward to intervene. Meng Fei, paralyzed by the audacity of the heir, realized that while the gun would not harm him, his own identity could be exposed. He leaned back, raising his hands, exclaiming, "Brother, brother, don't be impulsive." As Lu Yin attempted to grasp the volatile heir, he shoved her away and pressed the gun more firmly against Meng Fei's forehead, demanding, "Speak. What gives you the right to take my woman?" Seeing the dire situation, Lu Yin recognized the peril Meng Fei was in and shouted at the heir, branding him a lunatic. Yet, he ignored her, fixated on Meng Fei, insisting, "Speak now." Meng Fei stammered, struggling to find his words, until a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. With a smile, he replied to the heir, "Perhaps it's just that I am handsome. Even lying down, I attract trouble." Chapter 40. The commotion before the club upon hearing Meng Fei's words. Both Lu Yin and the affluent heir were taken aback. Then, a series of melodious laughter erupted from Lu Yin, who had not anticipated that in a moment where Meng Fei's life was threatened, he would utter such a statement. In stark contrast to Lu Yin's demeanor, the young heir clad in black turned a deep crimson, his inner fury bubbling forth. Igniting his impulsive nature as he pressed his finger decisively against the trigger, Lu Yin's face suddenly drained of color, and as the thunderous gunshot rang in her ears, she instinctively covered them with her hands and crouched down. After a brief moment of shock, she regained her composure, only to find that Meng Fei had already subdued the arrogant heir beside her, gripping his left hand tightly behind his back with his left hand, while his right elbow pressed down on the vulnerable area at the back of the heir's neck, keeping him firmly pinned against the sports car. Surrounding them, the heir's bodyguards rushed forward, encircling Meng Fei and his companions, some brandishing firearms to threaten them. The gunfire and the actions of the black-clad men had already stirred quite a commotion on the street. Not far away stood the heavily guarded jewelry exhibition venue, and the soldiers dispatched to protect the establishment quickly rushed over. Concerned for Meng Fei's safety, Lu Yin dashed forward to grasp his hand, her eyes sparkling as she gently shook her head, silently conveying the message, "There are too many of them. Do not act recklessly, or you will suffer." Though Meng Fei was not in imminent danger, engaging in a confrontation would surely lead to complications, particularly regarding the exposure of his true identity. Thus, he released his grip, just as soldiers arriving from the club surrounded everyone. The commanding officer, tall and robust, with a healthy, rugged complexion, raised his handgun and pointed it at Meng Fei and his companions, demanding, "Who fired the shot?" "It was him." Meng Fei interjected immediately, a mischievous grin on his face as he pointed at the young heir beside him, diverting the officer's attention. The officer scrutinized the heir, his eyes glinting like a predator sizing up its prey, causing everyone present, including Meng Fei, to shiver involuntarily. After being scrutinized for a prolonged period, the black-clad heir straightened up, feigning confidence as he adjusted his attire while approaching the officer, and in a tone reminiscent of a superior, he boisterously asked, "What is your name? Do you dare question me?" Before he could finish, the officer swiftly subdued him with a few expert moves, pinning him to the ground as he cried out in pain, prompting his bodyguards to draw their weapons and confront the officer's men. As if disregarding the presence of the bodyguards entirely, the officer remained calm, unwavering even with several guns pointed at him, his piercing gaze causing the bodyguards to falter and retreat. Noticing their capitulation, the agile officer returned his focus to the subdued heir, coldly stating, "My surname is Jean. I serve in a special forces unit under the People's Liberation Army as a squad leader. I do not care who you are, as long as you fired the gun. I will arrest you." With that, Officer Jean ruthlessly stomped on the heir's arms, eliciting another howl of pain, which brought a smile to his face. He then gestured to his subordinates, commanding, "These people are accomplices. Apprehend them." "Yes." The soldiers with submachine guns responded in unison, moving to detain all the bodyguards and confiscate their weapons, forcing them to huddle together. At this point, Officer Jean approached Meng Fei and Lu Yin, his sharp eyes scrutinizing them for an extended period without uttering a word. "You, come with me." Finally, Jean spoke, pointing at Meng Fei in an authoritative tone, intending to take him and the young heir away. Lu Yin naturally intervened, questioning, "Wait, on what grounds do you intend to take Meng Fei?" Jean, aware of Lu Yin's identity and that she was not involved in the matter, coldly replied, "Miss Lu, this matter does not concern you. I am merely following protocol to ask him questions. Military affairs are not your concern. If you attempt to take him, I will intervene," Lu Yin declared, grabbing Meng Fei's arm to prevent Jin from pulling him away. Zhen's expression darkened instantly, his brows furrowing as he fixed a steely gaze on Lu Yin, warning, "If you do not release him, you will be obstructing official duties, and regardless of your status, you will face legal consequences." At the mention of legality, Lu Yin was initially startled, nearly releasing her grip on Meng Fei, but quickly regained her composure and retorted, "You are failing to discern right from wrong. I can equally report you for abuse of power." Do as you wish." Zhen scoffed, then forcefully attempted to pull Meng Fei away, only to find Lu Yin, though seemingly delicate, possessed immense strength. His gaze shifted to her with a hint of admiration. "Release him." Zhen issued a chilling ultimatum, and as Lu Yin defiantly held her ground, he suddenly struck, targeting her hand gripping Meng Fei's arm. However, Zhen did not treat Lu Yin as he would a typical adversary. Fearing he might mar her beauty, he carefully aimed to disarm her without causing harm. His initial move was to target her right hand, but Lu Yin had already anticipated his action, retracting her hand and moving closer, using her shoulder as leverage to grip Zhen's right arm and execute a powerful throw. As Zhen hit the ground, Lu Yin seized the opportunity, swiftly pressing her knee down on the rising Zhen, pinning him firmly to the ground while securing his arms, effectively subduing the leader of the squad. Meng Fei had witnessed Lu Yin's prowess before, yet he was still astonished and impressed. The same could be said for the onlookers. As for Zhen, the moment he found himself pinned down, all feelings of disbelief washed over him, and when he regained focus, he saw Lu Qingji hastily exiting a luxury vehicle, rushing towards them with an anxious expression, demanding Lu Yin to release Zhen and repeatedly apologizing. Lu Yin released Zhen's arms, snorting in disdain before stepping aside. Observing her older brother apologizing profusely and feeling an urge to express her frustration. However, she was subtly restrained by Meng Fei, and upon meeting his sparkling gaze and slow headshake, she managed to suppress her impulse. As Zhen, shaking off the dust and regaining his composure, stood up, he paid little attention to Lu Qingji's fervent demeanor, instead casting a serious glance at Lu Yin before addressing Lu Qingji. "Mr. Lu, you are being overly courteous." Encouraged by Zhen's willingness to engage, Lu Qingji softened his approach, smiling broadly and speaking more amiably, continually advocating for the subdued air. After he had finished his lengthy discourse, Zhen Dan unceremoniously declared, "Regardless, I must apprehend these individuals." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingji's expression darkened slightly. As a person of stature and reputation, he could not tolerate such a blatant disregard for his dignity. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated through the gathering. Everyone turned in the direction of the sound, and there appeared Zhuoxi, the chief female model of the jewelry exhibition, elegantly adorned in a low-cut gown, gracefully making her way from afar. Accompanying her was another woman, an elder whom Meng Fei recognized all too well. It was Han Heng. Chapter 41. Resolving conflicts. The arrival of Zhuoxi and Han Heng intensified the atmosphere on site. As the young lady Zhuoxi, who garnered as much attention as the treasured ocean heart of the Zhuo family, approached, she dashed to Meng Fei's side. Amidst the curious gazes directed towards them, she chuckled awkwardly and inquired, "What has transpired?" Seeing Zhuoxi, Lu Yin recalled their recent shared tribulations, prompting her to lean closer and quietly recount the events that had unfolded. After sharing the details, her gaze shifted to Meng Fei, only to discover that this usually jovial fellow had adopted a serious demeanor. His eyes were intently fixed on an elderly woman not far away, radiating a sense of suspicion as if he were seeking a flaw in her demeanor. This elderly woman was Han Heng, who appeared to be somewhat apprehensive under Meng Fei's scrutiny, her gaze darting nervously to the side, revealing a complex expression. Lu Yin, being astute and perceptive, quickly sensed the tension between the two. Meng Fei had two suspicions. First, Han Heng's eyes increasingly resembled those of Yuan Song. Second, Zhuoxi had accompanied him to the event, raising questions about her connection to the Zhuo family. These answers could not be ascertained through mere speculation. And after observing Han Heng for a moment, Zhuoxi's voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, pulled him back to reality. "Captain Zhen, you were invited by my father to oversee the security of the venue. While you have duties, you cannot obstruct the entry of individuals related to the jewelry exhibition." Captain Zhen paused, momentarily taken aback by Zhuoxi's words. Gazing at her delicate yet striking visage, he suppressed the rapid beating of his heart and retorted, "Is he indeed related to the jewelry exhibition?" Having reviewed the guest list and photographs prior to his assignment, he noted that Meng Fei was not among them. He pressed further, "I have never seen this individual on the guest list. I implore you, Miss Zhuo, do not put me in a difficult position." Zhuoxi found herself at a loss for words in the face of Captain Zhen's rebuttal, yet her quick wit soon conjured a plausible explanation. With a slight puff of her chest, she introduced Meng Fei. He is my private bodyguard, specifically tasked with ensuring my safety. This matter is confidential. Naturally, you would not be aware of it. Captain Zhen remained hesitant, recognizing Zhuoxi's intent to shield Meng Fei. He turned his gaze to Lu Qingji, who wore an expression of indifference, and then to Han Heng. The elderly woman's demeanor turned grave as she fixed her gaze on Meng Fei. Adjusting her thick glasses, she stepped closer to Zhuoxi and declared, I am her aunt. I vouch for him. This revelation left Meng Fei astonished, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Captain Zhen, equally surprised, recalled Han Heng's identity from the guest list. With her guarantee, the earlier justification for removing Meng Fei due to his involvement in the altercation and unclear identity was rendered invalid. He then ordered his subordinates to escort the wealthy heir and his bodyguard away from the scene. Upon witnessing Captain Zhen's intent to detain the wealthy heir, Lu Qingji grew anxious. He had gone to great lengths to match his sister Lu Yin with the heir, Huang Tianfeng, and now his plans were in jeopardy. Captain Zhen, he is the sole heir of the Huang family. For the sake of Huang Zizai, please reconsider and do not trouble Tianfeng. Huang Zizai, the head of the Huang Transportation Group, held a significant position, overseeing 60% of the domestic transportation business. Lu Qingji's purpose in bringing Lu Yin was to create an opportunity for her and Huang Tianfeng. If the latter faced legal troubles, it would reflect poorly on him when facing Huang Zizai, compelling him to rescue Huang Tianfeng from Captain Zhen's grasp. Unfortunately, despite Lu Qingji's earnest pleas, Captain Zhen coldly replied, in a public space, discharging firearms in my protective area is unacceptable, even if you are the chairman. Mr. Lu, this matter does not concern you. It is best you withdraw. Having enjoyed a lifetime of admiration as a business tycoon, Lu Qingji found it intolerable to be dismissed by a mere soldier. Resorting to intimidation, he darkened his countenance and warned, Captain Zhen, I advise you to think carefully. His words bore a menacing undertone, causing Captain Zhen to pause momentarily. Their gazes locking in a tense silence, each refusing to yield. The atmosphere grew palpably strained, teetering on the brink of eruption. Lu Yin intervened just in time, pulling Lu Qingji aside. Despite his reluctance, he acquiesced, aware that this man was impervious to intimidation. Continued confrontation would not only jeopardize Huang Tianfeng's safety, but also risk his own detainment for disturbing the event, an outcome he could not bear. With Lu Yin providing an escape route, Lu Qingji retreated. Captain Zhen surveyed the remaining attendees, particularly casting a glance at Meng Fei, before commanding his subordinates to escort Huang Tianfeng and his companions away, leaving only Meng Fei and the two women. Zhuoxi had intervened primarily to rescue Meng Fei. Recognizing that he had accompanied Lu Yin to the jewelry exhibition, she sensed the budding affection between them and sought to deepen their friendship through this incident. Yet, Lu Yin departed with her brother, leaving Zhuoxi puzzled as she watched their retreating figures. After a moment, she turned to Meng Fei and asked, Sister Lu Yin has left. Why do you not pursue her? Meng Fei, who had been engaged in a silent contest of glances with Han Heng, redirected his attention to Zhuoxi. With a playful smile, he replied, Did you not say I am your bodyguard? Naturally, I shall follow you. Intrigued, Zhuoxi leaned closer, her voice a whisper. Honestly, what is your relationship with Sister Lu Yin? What can it be? We have only met once. You do not think there is something more between us, do you? Meng Fei responded with a teasing inflection. Zhuoxi scrutinized his expression, her curiosity piqued. Really? Absolutely. Meng Fei replied nonchalantly, prompting Zhuoxi to beam with delight as she playfully patted his shoulder. Well then, you are officially my bodyguard now. By the way, how are your skills? In response, Meng Fei demonstrated a Wing Chun stance and declared, I can take on 10. Zhuoxi laughed, then turned to Han Heng, Aunt, do you have any objections? With a huff, Han Heng turned and walked towards the venue. As Meng Fei pondered her meaning, Zhuoxi leaned closer to his ear and whispered, My aunt is like this. Her silence is consent. However, it is peculiar today. Previously, she would have vehemently opposed. Meng Fei smiled, contemplating Han Heng's retreating figure. Her lack of opposition today surely has its reasons. Are you speaking to me? No. Let us quicken our pace. The exhibition is about to commence. Meng Fei pointed towards Han Heng, who was striding ahead, and the two hastened to catch up. Unbeknownst to Meng Fei, at that very moment within the venue, 3 imposing men were observing him through binoculars from a distance. If they were to meet face to face, Meng Fei would undoubtedly recognize them, for they were the world-renowned jewel thieves that Yuan Song had mentioned. This group of individuals, having exploited the oversight regarding the handling of Huang Tianfeng's case, infiltrated the club. One of them, clutching a pair of binoculars, leered at Zhuoxi as she gradually approached the establishment, and with a lascivious grin, remarked to his companion, "Brother, this time let us not only seize the jewels, but also abduct the young lady from the Zhuo family. She is exceedingly captivating, making it hard to resist." The burly man, referred to as brother by the lecherous individual, was seated on a white leather sofa in a private room of the club, indulging in opium. His brow furrowed in deep thought. He took a considerable amount of time before responding to his subordinate's inquiry with a vague reply. "I've given it some thought. Perhaps we should refrain from proceeding this time." Upon hearing this, the nearly 10 others present were left agape, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. The man who had been eyeing Zhuoxi spun around, abruptly discarding the binoculars, and pressed for an explanation. "Why? Hasn't brother been planning this heist for quite some time?" Chapter 42. The dispute. I have an ominous premonition that this time, our endeavor will end in utter defeat. Sitting on the sofa and leading this band of jewel thieves, the head of the group furrowed his brow as he spoke, his words laced with disappointment. The man who had previously spied on Zhuoxi with binoculars was momentarily taken aback, then a mocking smile crept across his face as he retorted, "Is it just because of your ominous premonition that we should call off the operation? Brother, with all due respect, you've grown old and timid." The leader, taken aback by such insolence from his subordinate, grunted heavily, fixing his icy gaze on the defiant one and demanding, "What did you say?" At that moment, his voice was cold, exuding palpable anger. Observing the confrontation, a man in a suit standing beside the leader began to chastise the defiant one, "Skinny Monkey. What nonsense are you spouting?" The man dubbed Skinny Monkey shot a glance at the suited man, snorted, and defiantly turned back to the leader, asserting, "I'm not speaking nonsense. It's just that some people are acting recklessly." The insinuation was clear, and as the words hung in the air, a heavy silence enveloped the room. With all the thieves present now fixated on their leader, gauging his reaction, gradually rising to their feet, the suited man adjusted his glasses. His gaze locked on the leader seated on the sofa, his face betraying signs of anxiety and fear as he awaited the leader's explosive response. He knew his leader's temperament well, but the tension was palpable, and the potential for internal strife loomed ominously. After a long, tense exchange of glances, the leader finally chuckled faintly, took a long drag from his cigarette until it was completely consumed, and with a flick of the ash, he extinguished it in the ashtray. Rising from the sofa, he began to approach Skinny Monkey with slow, deliberate steps, his face inches away from his subordinates, and coldly remarked, "If I were reckless, you would have long since lost your life during our earlier endeavors, and you wouldn't be here acting so brazenly." Feeling the sting of truth in those words, Skinny Monkey's arrogance faltered, and he replied, "I naturally remember the grace of my elder brother. I may not possess great skill, but I do have a fervent spirit and a fierce resolve. I cannot bear to witness a coward retreating in the face of danger. If my words have offended you, I sincerely apologize." Before Skinny Monkey could finish, a burly man with his upper body exposed seized him, revealing a ferocious expression as he coldly inquired, "Who are you calling a coward?" Skinny Monkey remained silent. Despite his bravado, he dared not openly insult his leader. Meanwhile, the suited man intervened, pulling the two apart as the leader's fury reached its peak. "Brother, we've put in considerable effort for this operation. If we suddenly withdraw, it won't just be our financial loss to bear. We must also account to the mercenaries. Please reconsider your decision." After hearing the suited man's plea, the formidable leader lapsed into a moment of contemplation, ultimately collapsing back onto the sofa. His display of weakness prompting both the suited man and Skinny Monkey to exchange troubled glances. Finally, the suited man inquired, "Brother, given the current circumstances, there is nothing detrimental to our plans. Why then do you entertain thoughts of withdrawal?" The leader cradled his forehead in his hand and shook his head gently, responding, "I do not know. I just feel an inexplicable unease, a strong premonition that this time, we may be embarking on a path of no return." After a brief pause, the suited man chuckled reassuringly, "It's merely a premonition, brother. There's no need to dwell on it." At that moment, the leader abruptly raised his head, his eyes shimmering with a softness uncharacteristic of a hardened thief, resembling a wistful soul rather than a ruthless criminal. In a voice tinged with gravel, he remarked, "When Sandworm met his end, I felt a similar sensation. This premonition is even more intense." As his words echoed, both Skinny Monkey and the suited man fell silent, exchanging glances, the atmosphere thickening with tension as memories of the fallen comrade, Sandworm, flooded their minds, recalling the tragic scene of his demise. Recognizing the weight of discussing the death of a brother, the suited man understood the courage it took to bring it up. Thus, he merely nodded in agreement, affirming his unwavering loyalty to the leader's decision. The leader then turned his gaze back to Skinny Monkey, who appeared conflicted. Faced with such a leader and the haunting memory of Sandworm, even the most hardened of hearts would waver. Furthermore, the leader's intentions were clearly for the safety of his men, making it even harder for Skinny Monkey to reject the counsel. Nonetheless, he hesitated to abandon the opportunity before them, for a man like Skinny Monkey, driven by reckless ambition, would not easily relinquish a chance to claim what his heart desired. Just as Skinny Monkey was grappling with his indecision, a bearded man burst through the door, known among the thieves as Black Whirlwind. He leaned against the door he had just pushed open, panting heavily, and called out to the leader, "Boss, the exhibition has begun." With that, the previously tense atmosphere reignited with excitement, and Skinny Monkey's eyes gleamed as he turned to the leader, "Boss." The suited man chimed in, "Big brother, the arrow is knocked. We cannot afford to hesitate." The leader glanced at the suited man, then lowered his head in thought, stroking his chin. He understood that the fervor of his men was beyond restraint. Prolonging the discussion could yield adverse effects. After several moments of persuasion from Skinny Monkey, he swiftly made a decision, his eyes sharpening with resolve as he addressed Black Whirlwind. "What is the situation with the Blue Shadow Mercenary Corps? Are they in position?" Upon hearing the leader's query, both Skinny Monkey and the suited man exchanged relieved smiles, their anticipation palpable as they turned their attention to Black Whirlwind. Eager to hear his response, having circumvented surveillance on the first floor, Black Whirlwind took a moment to catch his breath before replying, "They've all arrived." The leader of Blue Shadow, Lord 9, inquired when you intend to strike. Upon hearing this, the head of the jewel thieves sprang to his feet, took a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply, gazing at Black Whirlwind with determination. "No need to rush. Let us assess the situation on site before we make our move. Remember, when we arrive, try to mingle with the crowd and avoid the cameras. Communicate discreetly using hand signals." "Understood, boss." They all replied in unison. With his inner turmoil cast aside, the leader stepped confidently toward the door, followed closely by Skinny Monkey and the suited man, along with Black Whirlwind. As they made their way to the jewel exhibition hall on the first floor, evading surveillance cameras and navigating through blind spots, taking an arduous half-hour to traverse a few floors. Upon reaching the grand hall, the leader of the Blue Shadow Mercenary Corps, Lord 9, approached the jewel thieves with a glass of champagne in hand. He signaled for the leader to join him in a discreet corner, whereupon he raised his glass and remarked with a grin, "The illustrious leader of the Drought Eagle arrives fashionably late to such a grand affair. Is it that you hold the illustrious Joie family and their priceless heart of the ocean in such disdain?" The notorious leader of the Drought Eagle, upon hearing the words, erupted into hearty laughter, raising his glass to clink with that of Lord Geo. He then remarked, "The heart of the ocean, the star of the desert, the tear of the stars, these three renowned diamonds are treasures of unparalleled fame. I, the Drought Eagle, do not dare to underestimate them. After all, here I am." As their glasses met with a resounding clang, Lord Geo tilted his head back to empty his goblet and leaned close to the ear of Drought Eagle, whispering, "Indeed. Since you have come, Drought Eagle, you shall not return empty-handed. Just remember to share a bit of the spoils with your brothers." Following this exchange, the two shared a knowing smile. After a prolonged silence, Drought Eagle placed his hands on Lord Geo's shoulders and chuckled, saying, "You are too modest, my brother. This time, I shall rely on your guidance. Do not be stingy with those precious bullets, for diamonds are far more beautiful than they. Right. In any case, this time, we brothers shall join forces, and the jewels shall be ours," Drought Eagle affirmed, once again patting Lord Geo's shoulders with a grin. Chapter 43. The mysterious man and woman as Ninth Master and the Drought Eagle conspired in the shadowy corners of the venue to seize the treasure. The vibrant hall of the exhibition center resonated with the cheerful voice of the stage host. "Good afternoon, esteemed guests. Today, we gather here to witness the exhibition of the Ocean Heart, presented by the M.N. Jewelry Company, a subsidiary of the Excellence Group. On behalf of Mr. Zhuofifan, the chairman of the Excellence Group, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your warm presence." Upon concluding his words, the host, impeccably dressed in a black suit, bowed deeply with his feet together, and the previously hushed hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. As the applause subsided, he raised his arms, calming the audience, and continued, "As instructed by Mr. Joie, this exhibition will extend into the night, at which point he will personally escort the family heirloom, the Ocean Heart, to meet you all. Before that, let us admire the other exquisite diamond artworks from M.N. With that, the host raised his hands once more, declaring, "I hereby announce the official commencement of this jewelry exhibition." No sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of fireworks filled the stage, and a thick cloud of white smoke billowed from below, mingled with vibrant streamers. A resounding piece of music enveloped every corner of the hall, stirring the emotions of all present, who felt an electrifying thrill. As the smoke began to clear, two tall and alluring models emerged from backstage, elegantly showcasing their dazzling diamond pendants, their movements serpentine as they posed at the front of the stage, revealing the captivating allure of the jewelry around their necks. Though these jewels lacked the legendary value of the ocean heart, they were treasures worth a fortune. Chairman Zhuofifan had intentionally used these gems to accentuate the ocean heart, intensifying the yearning among journalists and attendees for the seemingly mythical diamond. The flashing cameras, accompanied by the clicking of shutters, illuminated the eyes of everyone in attendance. Each person lost in their own thoughts while gazing at the sparkling wonders, including the typically composed Lu Yin. Lu Qingji had stormed out in anger over the Huang Tianfeng incident, while Lu Yin remained, finding solace in the quiet. Standing beside Meng Fei, she gazed intently at the glimmering diamond pendants on stage, her eyes shimmering with softness and her face reflecting a dreamlike expression. Diamonds, the most beautiful yet fragile dreams of a woman's life. Perhaps, at this moment, this nearly 30-year-old refined lady was envisioning her Prince Charming gazing at her with tender eyes, gently placing an enchanting diamond necklace around her neck, everything so enchanting and warm. Thus, Lu Yin's face was awash with rapture, startling Meng Fei, who realized that this formidable woman was not an otherworldly being, but an ordinary woman beneath her fierce exterior. With this thought, Meng Fei felt a mischievous idea sprout within him, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. However, his grin did not go unnoticed, as a mysterious man with a hunchback, supported by a stunningly tall beauty, caught sight of him through the cascade of hair falling over his shoulders. "Let us go," the hunchbacked man rasped, and the beautiful woman beside him nodded, moving closer to Meng Fei. Yet, just a few steps in, they were blocked by a rotund, ostentatious man. "Hey, don't go, beautiful. Here is my business card." The overweight man spread his arms, obstructing the pair as he addressed the enchanting woman beside the hunchbacked man, flashing a lewd smile while his eyes lingered on her décolletage, swallowing hard before casting a disdainful glance at the hunchbacked man, as if he were a thorn in his side. The woman's brow furrowed at the sight of the obstructive man, her graceful brows knitting together, her eyes flashing with fury. Just as she prepared to confront the lecherous man, the hunchbacked man discreetly gripped her left wrist, compelling her to look at him, as if seeking confirmation or guidance. He subtly shook his head, signaling her to refrain from acting. Seeing this, the woman had no choice but to swallow her anger, glaring fiercely at the rotund man, causing him to falter back, nearly stumbling. Yet, despite her ire, her beauty remained captivating, prompting the overweight man to compose himself and maintain his lewd grin. "May I ask your name, miss?" he inquired, undeterred. "Humph." The woman scoffed haughtily, turning her face away, her arms crossed defiantly across her chest, dousing the man's enthusiasm with icy disdain. However, he remained undeterred and prepared to pursue her further, only to be interrupted as the hunchbacked man wobbled between them, creating distance. The overweight man recoiled in disgust, as if he had encountered something vile, stepping back and patting his clothes as if dust had settled upon them. "Disgusting, get away, you cripple," he spat. At these words, the woman behind the hunchbacked man bristled with fury, ready to spring into action, yet was once again restrained by him. She was deeply attuned to his wishes and, under his restraint, forced herself to suppress her rage, glaring daggers at the rotund man, poised to pounce the moment her companion gave the signal. Seeing the beauty calm down, the hunchbacked man turned to face the overweight man. Despite his severe hunch, he strained to raise his head high enough to meet the man's gaze. However, the piercing brilliance in his eyes, glimmering beneath the curtain of his hair, struck fear into the rotund man, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. With a faint smile breaking on the hunchbacked man's gaunt face, he called out softly, "Brother." This jolted the overweight man back to reality, and he responded with an arrogant sneer, "What do you want?" The hunchbacked man, fully aware of the disdain and mockery directed at him, chose not to engage in the same manner as the woman behind him. Instead, he maintained a calm demeanor, replying mildly, "Nothing of your concern. We have matters to attend to. Please, step aside. Step aside." The overweight man retorted incredulously, his voice raised. His eyes darted between the hunchbacked man and the stunning woman. Then he continued, "What do you mean, we? What is your relationship with this beauty?" At this question, The woman behind the hunchbacked man froze, for she too was curious to know. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, her earlier anger dissipating as she awaited his response. Yet she felt a flicker of apprehension, fearing what he might reveal. What did she represent to him? Friend, lover, partner? The ambiguity both excited and terrified her. The hunchbacked man was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. He glanced at the radiant beauty behind him before turning back to the overweight man. His voice turned cold, shedding the earlier semblance of weakness, transforming into something sharp and formidable. That is not for you to know. The corpulent man, infuriated by the sound, retorted in a sarcastic tone, simultaneously seizing the hunchbacked man's attire and lifting him up. Gloating at the hunchback's distressed visage, he taunted, I demand to know, what can you, this worthless creature, do? Speak. The woman behind the hunchback, attempting for the third time to intervene, was once again restrained by the man beside her. She then heard him share a cryptic smile with the overweight man before coldly proclaiming, the soul of a person bears a distinct flavor. The virtuous soul is bland, while the malevolent soul is exquisitely delectable. As these words resonated, the corpulent man felt a sudden flash before his eyes, as if struck by a sharp pain, causing him to relinquish his grip and stagger back a few paces. The woman behind the hunchback swiftly stepped forward to support him, leaning close to his ear to inquire, Ming, why do you not kill him? Despite hearing her question, the hunchback's gaze was darting about, seemingly searching for something. Upon realizing that Meng Fei had vanished, he turned to glance at the overweight man, who was still rubbing his eyes, then shifted his attention back to the beautiful woman beside him. Slowly, he replied in a hushed tone, I have already opened the gates of hell for him. His soul is a tantalizing delicacy, and the one who can provoke my hand has always been but a single individual. With that, the hunchback's gaze returned to the spot where Meng Fei had stood moments earlier, his eyes dark and glinting with menace. Chapter 44. The Soul Snatcher. Amidst the lively and focused atmosphere as the audience eagerly watched the dazzling runway show, a discordant scream pierced through the air, startling everyone. The first to notice this commotion were the few spectators positioned far from the stage. These individuals turned to see a portly man blocking the path of a mysterious couple, his mouth agape and finger pointing upwards, his face contorted in panic and disbelief, as if he had encountered a monster. Overwhelmed by fear, he stumbled backward, his legs stiff and numb, colliding with the crowd below the stage. Earlier, many attendees had been oblivious to the man's cries due to the loud music. However, as he crashed into the audience, the chaos he created drew everyone's attention to this frantic figure, who appeared to be in a state of utter madness. As though the end of the world had arrived, the exhibition had to be temporarily halted, and the host quickly recognized the situation, scanning the surroundings before shouting, Security! Security! Upon hearing the call, several security personnel in uniforms rushed from a distance. The host pointed at the portly man, urging, quickly, remove him from here. The agile guards swiftly subdued the man, akin to hungry tigers, and escorted him toward the exit. There's a ghost! Let me go! Let me go! The portly man struggled against their grip, writhing in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet, his indulgent lifestyle rendered him no match for the security staff. Despite his frantic shouting and thrashing, he was forcibly led toward the glass doors. At that moment, he turned to glance behind him. Terror etched across his features as he faced the inevitability of death. Overcome by shock, he could no longer articulate words, merely emitting mute cries, his eyes reflecting despair. Unbeknownst to the audience, who regarded him as a lunatic, the reality was far grimmer. Above him, emerging from a dark fissure in the air, a demonic figure clad in black armor, with crimson eyes and elongated limbs, was half visible. Its menacing grin, highlighted by white fangs, rendered the portly man immobile with dread as he beheld the creature reaching out for him. The security personnel and onlookers remained oblivious to the horror above, mistakenly believing the man had surrendered to despair. One of the guards opened the lobby doors, while the others prepared to toss the heavy body outside. Just then, the previously lively man, who had been screaming and struggling, suddenly collapsed, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. The guards checked for signs of life, confirming the grim truth: he had passed away. A wave of commotion erupted in the lobby as the host leapt from the stage, rushing to the fallen man, following protocol to check for breath and heartbeat, even flipping open the lifeless eyelids. His expression turned skeptical as he glanced at the nearby security, causing them to instinctively retreat, eager to distance themselves from any implication of wrongdoing. Meanwhile, a crowd of spectators gathered around the host, murmuring and pointing. Yet, two figures remained detached from the chaos: a hunchbacked man and a tall, beautiful woman. They observed the unfolding events with serene expressions, smiles gracing their faces. Utterly devoid of pity, their eyes also caught sight of the monster the portly man had seen in his final moments, hovering above the curious crowd, grasping a pale, rigid soul, devouring it as if feasting on corn. This creature was the very soul snatcher the hunchbacked man had mentioned earlier. It thrived on human souls. Silently watching the monster consume the portly man's essence, the hunchbacked man's eyes glinted with intensity, and a smile crept upon his lips. His quiet laughter did not go unnoticed by the soul snatcher, which recoiled in fear, retreating into the fissure from whence it came. "Let us depart," the hunchbacked man declared, turning toward the rear exit of the lobby, with the beautiful woman following closely behind. Upon exiting into a long corridor, they spotted a man elegantly leaning against the wall, reminiscent of a prince, casually smoking a cigarette. The hunchbacked man and the tall beauty halted, their gazes locking in mutual recognition. The woman exclaimed, "It's him." The man she referred to was Meng Fei. Upon hearing her words, he detached himself from the wall, facing the pair. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he exhaled slowly, forming rings of smoke, and flashed his characteristic flirtatious smile, inquiring, "My dear, do you know me?" Before the beautiful woman could respond, the hunchbacked man had already appeared before Meng Fei, placing his hands on his shoulders. Although Meng Fei sensed a connection between this man and the earlier events in the lobby, he was taken aback by the hunchback's sudden proximity. Observing the triumphant and enigmatic smile on the man's face, he momentarily froze, then glanced at the hands gripping his shoulders, asking, "What do you intend to do?" The question felt somewhat superfluous, yet the hunchbacked man continued, "I mean no harm. I merely wish to test you and see if you are indeed the person I seek." As the hunchback spoke, an ominous premonition surged within Meng Fei, swiftly materializing into reality. Without any chance for a response, a tremendous force surged through Meng Fei's body, propelling him backward until he crashed into the wall at the corridor's end. The wall, at this junction, marked a right turn leading to the stairs connecting to the underground garage. Meng Fei, akin to a speeding vehicle, collided with the wall, resulting in a loud crash as a gaping hole formed before the hunchbacked man and the beautiful woman. Meng Fei tumbled onto the open area outside, coughing violently, yet draped in a long, silver robe that resembled his previous encounter with the werewolves. In that moment, as the hunchbacked man propelled him outside, Meng Fei swiftly donned the silver robe using his powers to conceal his identity, covering his face with a mask. As he rose from the ground, the hunchbacked man approached him once more, delivering a powerful kick to Meng Fei's abdomen. Anticipating this attack, Meng Fei was ready to defend himself. As the hunchbacked man's foot connected with his midsection, he clenched his fists tightly, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the blow. The collision of their formidable forces sent both men hurtling in opposite directions. The hunchbacked man staggered back to the alluring beauty, while Meng Fei was propelled to the center of the road in front of the jewelry exhibition, narrowly avoiding the cars that screeched to a halt. Suddenly, the enigmatic figure of Meng Fei captivated the attention of everyone surrounding the highway. After a brief moment of astonishment, they gazed upon the extraordinary arrival, realizing it was none other than the legendary superhero that had circulated through online whispers. As if beholding a dazzling star, the crowd eagerly retrieved their phones to capture the moment. Yet, in that instant, Meng Fei found himself devoid of the inclination to revel in the adoration of the citizens. Abruptly, he lifted his gaze towards the sky, his pupils narrowing, and instinctively called out to the throng of onlookers, "Make way." Chapter 45. The Unfinished Battle. 1. In the bustling streets, the onlooking citizens turned their gazes upward, startled by Meng Fei's sudden exclamation. Above them, a colossal wall, measuring several hundred square meters, had detached from the rooftop of a nearby building, plummeting at a terrifying speed. Should it collide with the street below, the casualties would undoubtedly be catastrophic. In that moment, the crowd stood frozen in shock, entirely oblivious to the need for evacuation, until one voice pierced the air, urging them to flee. It was only then that the dazed spectators snapped back to reality, frantically scattering in all directions. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, it was already too late for many to escape. Meng Fei furrowed his brow as he observed a smooth, blade-like edge on the crumbling wall. As if it had been cleaved by a sword, his gaze shifted to a hunchbacked man in the distance, who had inexplicably acquired a bronze longsword, held diagonally at his side. The identity of the wielder responsible for the impending disaster was painfully clear. At that moment, flames surged within Meng Fei, spilling forth from his body to envelop him in a fiery mantle reminiscent of a solar corona. Amid the chaos, a small girl with two horn-like pigtails, fleeing in panic, collapsed at Meng Fei's feet, bursting into tears. Her mother, struggling against the tide of fleeing individuals, attempted to reach her daughter but was pushed further away. In a moment of desperation, she too began to weep openly. The massive stone was now perilously close, casting a dark shadow over the scene, enveloping those still trapped in despair. They seemed to glimpse the grim smile of death beckoning them closer. Suddenly, a sound like flames dancing in the wind erupted, followed by a golden flash sweeping across the crowd's vision. After a brief moment of disorientation, they focused intently to witness a pillar of flame erupting from where Meng Fei had stood, striking the airborne wall. Upon impact, the wall shattered and was consumed by an intense inferno, reduced to ash. The crowd fell silent, mesmerized by the extraordinary spectacle unfolding before them. A cloud of ash descended upon the street, blanketing the onlookers. The fiery mass in the sky shone with the brilliance of the sun. After what felt like an eternity, a wave of fervent cheers erupted from the crowd below. The flaming sphere gradually floated down like a feather, and with a series of crackling sounds, Meng Fei emerged, enveloped in flames, cradling the small girl with the horn-like pigtails in his arms. The girl's mother, upon seeing her daughter, burst through the throng, rushing to Meng Fei's side. Without uttering a word of thanks, she snatched her daughter from his grasp, holding her close and nuzzling her flushed cheeks with her own, a fundamental expression of maternal love. Meng Fei smiled at the touching scene, while the little girl, her big watery eyes fixated on him, seemed oblivious to her mother's affectionate gestures. After a moment, she broke into a toothy grin, her laughter ringing like silver bells as she reached out toward Meng Fei. Captivated by her charm, Meng Fei instinctively extended his hand. But in that instant, his expression shifted to one of concern. He furrowed his brows, eyes gleaming with intensity, as he turned to see the hunchbacked man charging towards him. Sword raised. With a crack, Meng Fei vanished from the road, leaving behind only an echoing shadow, darting towards a nearby jewelry exhibition, colliding head-on with the advancing hunchbacked man. Clad in his fiery attire, Meng Fei gripped a purple sword crackling with electricity in his right hand. As their weapons clashed, a powerful shockwave erupted from their point of contact, sending debris, road signs, trees, parked vehicles, hurtling into the air. The force of the impact was so great that nearby buildings could not withstand it, bricks tumbling from rooftops. The unfortunate pedestrians caught in the chaos suffered grievously, with casualties soaring into the hundreds. Surveying the tumultuous scene, Meng Fei felt a surge of rage. Grasping the hunchbacked man's collar with his left hand, he propelled them both into the air, soaring like a rocket until they hovered near the clouds. "You remain the same, still mingling with the common rabble." The hunchbacked man sneered, a sinister smile gracing his features. It was the same 30 million years ago, and it remains so. As he spoke, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes, and he suddenly heaved Meng Fei away with tremendous force. Feeling a powerful force strike him, Meng Fei found himself unable to halt his trajectory, hurtling through the air until he collided with a passing airplane, severing one of its engines. Though some of the impact was absorbed by the massive aircraft, Meng Fei tumbled through the air, flipping several times before stabilizing. Floating in the sky, he saw the plane he had struck begin to tremble, spiraling downward like a meteor. Without hesitation, Meng Fei dove toward the falling aircraft, but halted mid-flight. For the hunchbacked man had already raised his sword, aimed at Meng Fei's throat. "You face me, Tianhe," he declared. "What nonsense. My name is Meng Fei." With a roar, Meng Fei lunged forward, allowing the hunchbacked man's sword to pierce his throat. In that fleeting moment of pain, Meng Fei's form transformed into a being of fire. The sword emerged from the back of Meng Fei's neck, but the chill emanating from the blade no longer inflicted harm as he had become a being of flame. Closing the distance, Meng Fei's right fist crackled with electricity as he struck the hunchbacked man downwards. With a resounding thud, the hunchbacked man plummeted towards the ground. Yet Meng Fei did not pursue him. Instead, he cast a glance towards the descending airplane, crossing his arms over his forehead. Gathering his strength, he unleashed two beams of fire, propelling himself toward the aircraft. Inside, the passengers were paralyzed with fear as the descent accelerated. Some had fainted, unable to retrieve oxygen masks in time, while others, unbuckled, were flung from their seats, colliding with one another in chaos. The weight of despair hung heavily over them all. Suddenly, the plane jolted violently, and due to inertia, the passengers lurched forward. Fortunately, the seatbelts held, preserving their lives. As they regained their composure, they sensed the descent had slowed. Outside, Meng Fei grasped the tail of the aircraft, halting its nose, which was perilously close to crashing into the ocean. The sight sent the pilots into a near panic, nearly fainting from shock. Before they could comprehend the situation, the aircraft began to ascend slowly, hovering in midair without any engine's aid, gliding toward a nearby airport. This bizarre occurrence sent the passengers into a frenzy, with some curious souls unbuckling their seatbelts to peer out the windows. It wasn't until the flight attendants intervened that their curiosity was quelled, and they reluctantly returned to their seats, fastening their seatbelts once more. With a heart laden with confusion and emotions still shaken, the aircraft, carrying over 100 passengers, was brought to the vicinity of a nearby airport. As it neared the ground, a cacophony of excited voices erupted from outside. Suddenly, the plane jolted to a halt, and the door was forcefully breached by airport maintenance personnel. At the sight of these individuals, the passengers, still dazed from the harrowing ordeal they had just experienced, merely stared in bewilderment until one of the maintenance workers directed them to disembark. It was only then that the passengers emerged from their stupor, hurriedly obeying the instructions and forming a line to exit the aircraft. Upon stepping outside, the passengers beheld a vast airport scene where a man clad in a white robe was encircled by a throng of people. Cameras were trained on him, and several journalists were engaged in interviews. As they approached, the survivors learned through the reporters' questions that the figure in white was the much-discussed superhero who had emerged after the plane's tragic incident, guiding it safely to this airport. In a flurry of excitement, they began to capture photographs of him with their phones. Overwhelmed by guilt, the hero reflected on the fact that the aircraft had been flying smoothly until his involvement had led to its misfortune. Consequently, when pressed by the journalists, he offered little in response, merely raising a hand in a gesture of triumph towards the camera before propelling himself into the sky with a powerful leap. Chapter 46. The Unfinished Duel, 2. At the heart of the ocean exhibition in the capital city of Huajing. The clash between Meng Fei and the hunchbacked man outside created quite a stir, prompting a temporary halt to the exhibition. A throng of attendees surged from the exhibition hall's front and rear doors, rushing into the streets outside. As those emerging from the rear door beheld the large gaping hole in the wall, their suspicious gazes instinctively fell upon the woman standing quietly inside. However, upon further contemplation, they dismissed their doubts, reasoning that such a violent act could hardly be attributed to this delicate lady, and hurried away from the scene. Once outside, the chaotic environment sent some timid women into fits of terrified screams. Throughout the ordeal, the statuesque beauty in the corridor remained unmoved, her face adorned with an unperturbed smile, until Han Heng passed by her, at which point she furrowed her brow slightly. As Han Heng walked past her, he felt as though he had been jolted by something. Turning to meet her gaze, in that moment of eye contact, an invisible spark flickered between them, akin to rivals on high alert. Yet, Han Heng was pulled away by Zhuo Shi, leaving the alluring woman to turn her face and slip through the wall's gaping hole into the outside world. A premonition washed over Han Heng. The woman behind him was no ordinary foe. The intensity of her gaze had already conveyed an unspoken challenge. Thus, for Zhuo Shi's safety, he sought a place to protect her. He chose a nearby hotel that was not too far from the venue. Regardless of the myriad questions from the girl beside him, he remained silent, hastily securing a room and ushering Zhuo Shi inside. He instructed her sternly, "Remember, no matter what happens outside, do not come out. It is safest for you here." Zhuo Shi, observing her aunt's solemn expression, felt a mix of fear and confusion, prompting her to ask, "What exactly is happening, Aunt? Why must I hide here? I want to obey." Han Heng interrupted her inquiries with a commanding tone, compelling Zhuo Shi to fall silent. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded slowly in acquiescence. Seeing this, Han Heng finally smiled, gently caressing Zhuo Shi's delicate face before closing the door and departing. However, just a few steps down the hotel corridor, he encountered the tall beauty approaching him with a smile. Like a lamb facing a tiger, Han Heng froze, directing a wary inquiry at this seemingly familiar yet dangerous figure. "Who are you?" The beauty did not reply, continuing her slow advance until she leaned close to Han Heng's ear, whispering, "That question should be posed by me." Usurping another's identity in a world 30 million years ago is a crime equivalent to murder today. Upon hearing the words usurping identity, a flicker of fear crossed Han Heng's face, but before he could respond, the woman continued. Disguising oneself before a master of illusion is akin to brandishing a heavy blade before Guan Yu. Realizing that his true identity had been unveiled, Han Heng attempted to react, but found himself ensnared by the delicate, yet thorny hands of the woman before him, an unfamiliar suffocating sensation overwhelming him. "Dragonfrost sorceress, no. I recall your name is Yuan Song." So, at this juncture, do you still wish to conceal your identity? The woman gripping Han Heng's throat smiled triumphantly, her voice devoid of warmth. As her words echoed, Han Heng began to undergo a transformation. His body gradually became translucent, emitting a dazzling white light that was somewhat blinding. Ultimately, the brilliance enveloped him, and when the radiance dissipated, the figure standing before the mysterious woman was no longer Han Heng, but Yuan Song. Beholding Yuan Song's true form, the enigmatic woman smirked and remarked, "So, your true self has finally been revealed?" Yuan Song responded with a smile, "That is indeed thanks to you." Upon finishing her words, the mysterious woman tightened her grip on Yuan Song's neck, crushing her head from her body with the ease of shattering a droplet of water. Strangely, no blood was spilled. Instead, Yuan Song's severed head and body transformed into sparkling droplets, exploding outward. The mysterious woman displayed no surprise or fear, her exquisite features adorned with a tranquil smile. Only when the dispersed droplets began to coalesce in front of her did she furrow her brow. Just as her expression shifted, the reformed Yuan Song, now with a blade-like right hand, plunged it fiercely into the woman's chest. Despite the blade fully penetrating her chest, the mysterious beauty exhibited no sign of pain, and no blood emerged from the wound. However, Yuan Song frowned, for she observed the woman before her shedding layers like crumbling plaster from an old wall, revealing her true form, which leapt back several meters. This true form was familiar to Yuan Song. It was the illusionary figure known as Huan Yu, who had once visited her villa. "So, it is you." Yuan Song scrutinized Huan Yu closely and then shifted her gaze to the surroundings. Catching this movement, Huan Yu smiled and said, "No need to search. He is not here." "Not here?" Yuan Song replied skeptically. "Then where is he?" Huan Yu's expression momentarily shifted to one of disappointment, only to quickly regain composure as she answered Yuan Song's question. "He has gone to pursue his unfinished duel, and you must not interfere." "Unfinished duel?" Yuan Song pondered aloud, and Huan Yu clarified, "Indeed, it is the unfinished duel from 30 million years ago." As Huan Yu spoke, she turned her gaze toward the blue sky, her face reflecting a complex array of emotions: hope, concern, and contemplation, her beautiful large phoenix eyes shimmering softly, as if peering 100 miles beyond. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away on the tumultuous sea, the hunchbacked man was engaged in the duel Huan Yu had mentioned. With his feet planted firmly on the raging waters, his body swayed slightly as he held a long sword dripping with crimson blood, directing it at Meng Fei, who knelt on the surface of the sea. "You have diminished significantly, Tianhe," he remarked coldly. Meng Fei, kneeling with both hands and knees pressed against the water, coughed a few times before unsteadily rising to his feet. His gaze fixated on the bloodied sword in the hunchbacked man's hand, and after a moment of contemplation, he glanced at the fresh wounds on his abdomen. Seeing the crimson blood seeping out, he attempted to cover it with his left hand, only to wince in pain upon contact. The sword wielded by his opponent seemed capable of injuring him despite his intangible form, a fact that troubled Meng Fei greatly. He raised his bloodied palm to inspect it, just as the hunchbacked man spoke again. "It has been a long time since you've seen your own blood, given your ability to transform into thunder and fire at will." The hunchbacked man emphasized his words by lifting the sword that had wounded Meng Fei, continuing, "The Zhaori divine sword. You should be well acquainted with it." Upon hearing this, Meng Fei scrutinized the long sword named Zhaori divine sword with newfound seriousness. After a moment, he smirked and replied, "Apologies, but I cannot recall it at all." "Not to worry, after enduring a few more strikes from me, you will remember how it once fell to you 30 million years ago. Moreover, both he and I now seek to redeem ourselves from past disgrace." Chapter 47. The Unfinished Duel 3. As the hunchbacked man finished speaking, an invisible force tugged at the tranquil surface of the water at his feet, causing it to swirl into a vortex. The sea transformed into two serpentine streams that coiled upward, ultimately twisting around the hunchbacked man, poised to strike at his opponent. Meng Fei, faced with the formidable aura of his adversary, Meng Fei executed several backward somersaults, retreating over 100 meters on the water's surface with the ease of solid ground. He struck his palms together in the air, his left hand open and his right hand clenched into a fist. With a resounding crack, a fierce power erupted from within Meng Fei, radiating outward. Soon after, his body ignited in dual-colored flames, purple-blue on the left and orange-yellow on the right. Witnessing this spectacle, the hunchbacked man's eyes flickered with a complex gleam, and his expression momentarily stiffened. After a prolonged silence, he exclaimed, "Very well, let us finish the battle that took place 30 million years ago. Come, Celestial River." His voice rang out, imbued with a soldier's fearless resolve. Then, the hunchbacked man executed a sweeping upward slash with his sword, unleashing an invisible sword energy that sliced through the air, aiming directly at Meng Fei with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to defend. The sword energy cleaved through Meng Fei, severing him into two fiery halves, the sound reminiscent of flames being whipped by the wind. However, while the hunchbacked man's blade could wound Meng Fei, its energy could not harm his now ethereal form. Meng Fei transformed into two columns of fire, one purple, one yellow, arcing like arrows toward the man standing opposite. As the dual flames surged forth, the hunchbacked man lifted his eyelids, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Under the guidance of his mental prowess, the two water columns flanking him lunged toward the incoming flames. The clash created a powerful shockwave that rippled across the surface of the sea, nearly capsizing distant fishing boats. In a relentless struggle, Meng Fei's fiery forms plummeted toward the water, gradually entwining into one. Upon contact with the sea, he reformed into his corporeal shape, kneeling upon the water's surface. His gaze fixed intently on the two towering water columns that shattered into droplets, cascading down like a waterfall above the hunchbacked man. Amidst the curtain of water, the long-haired man appeared unflustered, exuding an aura akin to that of a harbinger from the abyss, instilling a sense of dread. Suddenly, Meng Fei's pupils contracted, and in the blink of an eye, the hunchbacked man lunged forward, his sword plunging into Meng Fei's abdomen, piercing through his back. Flames flickered from the wound, crimson blood seeping forth. Yet, the hunchbacked man bore no triumph, his expression rippling with barely contained rage. Meng Fei grasped the hunchbacked man's shoulders with a vice-like grip, his fingers digging deep into bone, the blood oozing from the wound thick and dark. With all his might, Meng Fei thrust the hunchbacked man away. But the injury caused him to fall to his knees, a sweet taste of blood filling his mouth as it sprayed onto the water, his feet sinking beneath the surface. Meanwhile, the hunchbacked man, after being thrust aside, rolled along the water's surface for several dozen meters before clawing at the sea to stabilize himself. He felt a searing pain in his shoulders, noticing flames emerging from his left shoulder and purple fire from his right, as if his body were a candle burning at the shoulder blade. Upon seeing this, the hunchbacked man glared at Meng Fei, and witnessing his adversary gasping for breath on the ground made him momentarily forget his own injuries, breaking into laughter. Hearing that slightly triumphant laugh, Meng Fei raised his head, only to be frozen in astonishment by what he beheld. The hunchbacked man, still chuckling, began to crack open, his entire form resembling a sturdy shell being torn apart from within, collapsing into the sea. Emerging from within was a man with striking black and white hair, exuding a sense of age and maturity. His features were chiseled, yet his expression remained cold and monotonous, his tall stature radiating an air of nonchalance. The sword he wielded trembled, glowing with an eerie green light. "Is this truly your true form?" Meng Fei inquired as he stood. The man opposite him merely raised his sword, pointing it at Meng Fei, responding, "Indeed, and you need not hide any longer. Unleash your full power, so we can have a decisive battle today." With a smirk, Meng Fei did not comply. Instead, he lazily questioned, "You keep saying we are arch-rivals. What exactly is the story behind that? Enlighten me." The man, taken aback by Meng Fei's inquiry, finally showed a flicker of surprise on his otherwise impassive face. He gazed at Meng Fei for a long moment before asking, "You truly do not know?" "Of course not." Observing Meng Fei's expression, the man sensed sincerity rather than bravado, and he continued, "You are not Celestial River?" "Huh. I have not changed my name nor my surname. My family name is Meng, and my given name is Fei." "Meng Fei." The man pondered, slowly lowering his sword from his chest, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Meng Fei. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a fierce light. He swung his sword, creating a black rift in the space before him. The rift widened, revealing a crimson abyss within, accompanied by the haunting cries of anguished souls. Some pale, translucent specters attempted to flee from the fissure but collided with an invisible barrier, recoiling with terrified shrieks. Meng Fei's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the cold man opposite him, grappling with words that eluded him in this moment of shock. Sensing Meng Fei's turmoil, the man spoke slowly, "Indeed, this place is hell, and I am your adversary from 30 million years ago, the messenger of the underworld, Lan Feng." 30 million years. Messenger of the underworld, Lan Feng. Meng Fei echoed, astonished, as he watched the rift gradually mend. Lan Feng proclaimed, "I am the messenger of the underworld, and this sword allows me to sever the gates of hell at will." He gestured to the sword in his hand. Gazing intently at Lan Feng, Meng Fei processed this information before donning his characteristic lazy smile and inquiring, "If you claim I am your rival from 30 million years ago, then who am I?" Meng Fei's tone was somewhat dismissive, reflecting a casual indifference. Regardless of the time, we should not be rivals, but rather honorable opponents. Yet, as he spoke, Lan Feng's eyes gleamed with intensity, fixating on Meng Fei with a voice laced with resentment. "But you heeded the treacherous words of that cursed shaman, Long Shuang, betrayed us, and conspired with the Light Clan to seal us 12 demon lords away." Meng Fei's expression shifted, an instinctive realization dawning upon him that Lan Feng was about to unveil more shocking truths. "Indeed, you are Celestial River, the ancient warrior from 30 million years ago, and one of the 3 leaders of the 12 demon lords, a man born with dual abilities." Meng Fei stood in stunned silence, grappling with the enormity of Lan Feng's revelations. Chapter 48. The Incomplete Duel. 4. Time passed slowly as Meng Fei and Lan Feng stood opposed on the surface of the sea, the undulating waters swaying them like fragile boats threatened by tumultuous waves. Their gazes locked, and both gradually relinquished their combative spirits. After a prolonged silence, Meng Fei was the first to break into a smile. Though he was only half convinced by Lan Feng's assertions, he opened his mouth to speak, but Lan Feng interjected. "That may be the case, but you are far inferior to even half of Tiana's power. I could eliminate you with ease." Meng Fei, perplexed and dismissive, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He saw Lan Feng draw his sword in a swift motion, and a flash of black light appeared, carving an invisible scar in the space before him. This scar widened ominously, a fierce pull drawing Meng Fei towards it. Understanding that this rift led to the underworld, Meng Fei resolved not to succumb to Lan Feng's intentions of casting him into hell. Thus, as he was drawn forward by the force, he lowered his center of gravity, his submerged feet losing their grip, yet he could not halt his movement, perilously close to being engulfed by the rift. At that moment, Meng Fei's brows furrowed, and his body, though not particularly imposing, split into 2 as flames of 2 distinct colors ignited, preparing to transform into fiery tongues to escape the rift's gravitational circle. The rift expanded further, and the pull intensified, drawing the sea water into towering columns, along with aquatic creatures, into the abyss. Yet, Lan Feng remained unconcerned with the chaos around. His focus was solely on Meng Fei's every move. Upon witnessing the flames erupting from Meng Fei, his keen intellect discerned Meng Fei's intent. In an instant, Lan Feng, who had been positioned behind the rift, vanished and reappeared swiftly behind Meng Fei, thrusting his Zhaori sword through Meng Fei's back. With a furrowed brow and a groan, Meng Fei, who had intended to transform into 2 pillars of fire, felt his strength wane as he collapsed, his body unable to morph into ethereal flames under the assault of the Zhaori sword. In that moment, he was merely a common man, pierced by the blade. The searing pain sent jolts through his brain, and as Lan Feng withdrew the sword, Meng Fei fell to his knees, severely wounded. Simultaneously, the rift in the underworld inexorably drew him upward, jerking him towards its maw. Despite being wounded like an ordinary person, as soon as the sword left his body, flames of yellow began to emanate from his wounds, slowly healing. Though Meng Fei's recovery was exponentially faster than that of an average person, he now felt utterly fatigued, his skeletal frame lacking the strength to resist the rift's pull. Resigned to his fate of being dragged into the underworld, in that fleeting moment, believing his life to be forfeit, Meng Fei's mind was flooded with vivid images: the indifference of Yuan Tsang and Qi Yao, the charm of Zhuo Shi, the maturity of Lu Yin, and finally, the nobility and beauty of Yuan Miao. Just as his head neared the rift, Lan Feng seized his ankle with a powerful grip, producing a sharp crack that echoed in Meng Fei's ears. Startled, Meng Fei looked at Lan Feng, confusion etched across his face. Despite the suspicion in Meng Fei's gaze, Lan Feng paid little heed, still holding him fast, while with his other hand, he clawed at the air, causing the rift to seal. Releasing Meng Fei, the latter fell back into the water with a splash. After several somersaults, Lan Feng leapt aside, silently observing the ripples where Meng Fei had plunged. Suddenly, Meng Fei burst forth from the depths, standing upon the waves, wiping the seawater from his face, and exclaiming, "You nearly scared me to death." After a prolonged moment of self-reproach, Meng Fei finally turned his gaze to Lan Feng, waving a hand. He recognized that he was no match for this man, yet felt assured that he would not perish today. With the threat of death lifted, Meng Fei's habitual nonchalance returned, and he smiled, saying, "It seems you're not entirely malevolent. You saved me this time, and I shall remember this favor. Thank you." Lan Feng regarded Meng Fei's overt friendliness with cold indifference. replying coolly, I saved you merely to illustrate that you are currently inferior to me. Indeed, indeed. You've lived for 3,000 years. Your experience is unmatched. Meng Fei, now fully aware of Lan Feng's formidable power, far surpassing that of the moon mirage he had encountered previously, adopted an obsequious demeanor, playfully acknowledging Lan Feng as the god of war, though none believed it. This was Meng Fei's unique trait. When he conceded defeat, he did so gracefully. In life, one need not always adopt the stoic rigidity of the righteous rebels in the heavenly society. If one cannot prevail, employing a touch of flattery, akin to Wei Xiaobao's wit, is also a commendable strategy. Lan Feng, however, found Meng Fei's attitude intolerable, his brows knitting in displeasure as he admonished, previously. The moon mirage spoke of how Long Xuan connected the era of 30 million years ago to this new age, and you represent Tian's rebirth. Initially, I held some doubts. But there is no one else capable of withstanding the combined might of thunder and fire except for Tian'a. Thus, I chose to believe. Meng Fei, though still somewhat bewildered, grasped Lan Feng's implications and waved dismissively. If I can't even defeat you, how can I be considered a god of war? Ignoring Meng Fei's words, Lan Feng extended 3 fingers, stating, I grant you 3 months to restore the powers of Tianhe from 30 million years ago. Otherwise, he raised the Zhaori sword menacingly. I will plunge the entire world into the underworld. Lan Feng's final words chilled Meng Fei to the core. His previously languid smile froze, morphing into shock. With Lan Feng's strength, dragging the world into the underworld would be child's play. As this realization washed over him, Meng Fei involuntarily shivered, and he saw Lan Feng raise his hand, declaring, it is a pact. Now hold on. I have no idea how to regain this Tianhe power you speak of. Even if I did, why must I engage in battle with you? Meng Fei protested. At this, Lan Feng's eyes gleamed with intensity as he scrutinized Meng Fei, his tone turning icy as he inquired, so, you are unwilling? At that moment, Meng Fei felt a shiver run down his spine under Lan Feng's penetrating gaze. He mused, this guy is no ordinary threat. His sword can wound me. If I refuse, will I not be turned into a pincushion? No. I must choose between death and a chance to survive. Resolving himself, Meng Fei straightened, a sly look crossing his face. It's not that I am unwilling. Even if I agree, if I cannot fulfill your demands in 3 months, wouldn't that still lead to my demise? At least guide me on the right path. Hearing this, Lan Feng silently approved, gesturing towards the south. The South Sea holds all that you seek. Take care of yourself. With that, Lan Feng transformed into a plume of black smoke, gradually dissipating from Meng Fei's sight. Meng Fei watched as Lan Feng's figure vanished, then turned his gaze towards the South Sea, momentarily lost in contemplation. Chapter 49. The Zhua family outside the exhibition hall of the Zhua Group's jewelry exhibition in the capital. Several ambulances were parked at the side, while medical personnel clad in white robes moved back and forth, striving to save the injured citizens on the street. The president of the Zhua Group had just received a call from the hall manager when a long black luxury car arrived at the scene. The door opened, and Zhua Jijun hurriedly helped his wife, Mu Jiling, out of the vehicle. The journalists surrounding the scene immediately surged forward, bombarding them with questions. Zhua Jijun was only aware of 2 things. Firstly, that the jewelry exhibition had been abruptly halted due to unforeseen circumstances, and secondly, that his beloved daughter, Zhua Shi, had arrived at the venue early that morning. His only concern was her safety. As the bodyguards pushed through the throng, Zhua Jijun made his way into the hall, where the security promptly shut the door, blocking the overly curious reporters outside. Glancing back at the crowd holding microphones, Zhua Jijun shook his head in dismay and, adopting a commanding tone befitting his status, asked the bespectacled gentleman beside him, what exactly is happening? Please explain it clearly. I couldn't grasp the situation over the phone. The suited man nodded in acknowledgement and led Zhua Jijun and his wife into a more upscale room within the hall, where he recounted in detail the chaos that ensued after someone collapsed during the exhibition and the mysterious appearance of an internet sensation, without holding anything back. Zhua Jijun, being a successful businessman, had heard whispers of significant events occurring in the social sphere, particularly the recent frenzy surrounding the so-called Superman on the internet. Thus, upon hearing the news of this online celebrity's appearance, he sighed, considering the state of affairs outside the hall. The world is vast and full of wonders. Who would have thought that a character like Superman, straight out of a movie, could truly manifest in our lives? The suited man chuckled in agreement. You are absolutely right, Boss Zhua. Initially, I too believed it was mere online hype. Seeing is believing, and only after witnessing it firsthand did I come to accept it. However, Mu Jiling was not concerned with the internet sensation, but was solely anxious about one person, her precious daughter, Zhuoxi. She urgently inquired of the suited man. Forget about that superhero business. What about my daughter? Is she all right? This question left the suited man momentarily speechless, stammering without a reply, which only intensified Mu Jiling's worry. Zhuo Jijun felt a chill in his heart, but reassured his wife, "Do not fret, my dear. She is with Heng Heng. She will take care of her." Upon hearing the name Heng Heng, Mu Jiling recalled Han Heng and felt a bit relieved, though her anxious expression remained until a voice calling mom suddenly rang out from outside. At which point she finally felt at ease. As the saying goes, a mother knows her child best. Having carried Zhuoxi for 10 months and nurtured her for over 20 years, she immediately recognized who had called out. Upon hearing the voice, she sprang from her chair, rushed to the door, and tearfully embraced her excited daughter, gently patting her back. The sight of their deep maternal bond moved Zhuo Jijun, the suited man, and Han Heng, who stood behind Zhuoxi. After a considerable time, Mu Jiling finally released her daughter and cupped her delicate face, saying, "You're already 20. Yet you wander around without a thought for others' concerns?" Zhuoxi, observing her mother's face which clearly showed joy masked by feigned anger, felt a surge of emotion. She stuck out her tongue and made a funny face before turning to Han Heng, saying, "It was Andy." At this point, Zhuoxi's words trailed off. Her eyes fixated curiously on Han Heng's heavily bespectacled face, as if she were observing something she had never encountered before. Both Mu Jiling and Han Heng were taken aback, directing their gazes toward Zhuoxi, who was lost in thought. Han Heng waved his hand in front of her face, asking, "She, what are you thinking about?" Returning from her reverie, Zhuoxi forced a smile, akin to that of a stranger, and replied, "In nothing." Han Heng, noticing her evasive eyes, contemplated thoughtfully until Mu Jiling interjected, "Let us not just stand here talking. Come inside, and let us discuss further." Once inside, Mu Jiling pulled her beloved daughter to sit beside Zhuo Jijun, playfully chastising him. "Thank heavens she is unharmed. Otherwise, I wouldn't spare you." Zhuo Jijun was momentarily speechless and raised his hands in protest. "How is this my fault? How is it not your fault? If you hadn't organized this jewelry exhibition and made she a model, we wouldn't be facing such a chilling situation," she retorted. With a furrowed brow, Zhuo Jijun sighed and explained, "The MN Company is an old brand under our Zhuo Group, which has gradually been overshadowed by newer jewelry companies. I organized this exhibition to revive our former glory. Moreover, our Zhuo Group was founded on jewelry. If we allow our foundational business to be eclipsed without a fight, how can we bear it?" The suited man listened intently, nodding vigorously, while Han Heng merely smiled in response. Mu Jiling, unable to counter his logic, hugged her daughter and said, "Let us forget about the past. What matters is that all is well now. But Zhuo, you must consider whether this situation allows for the exhibition to continue." Zhuo Jijun's face lit up with excitement at her words, and he eagerly explained, "Of course. We must proceed. The media is focused on the events happening here. Our previous promotional efforts pale in comparison to the attention we are receiving now. Why squander such a splendid opportunity?" He then turned to Han Heng. "Heng Heng, you have always excelled at promoting events. I would like to hear your thoughts on the current situation." Zhuo Jijun's remark drew everyone's attention to Han Heng, who, under Zhuoxi's skeptical gaze, cleared his throat and said, "I completely agree with your perspective, brother. Ah, great minds think alike. My sister is truly remarkable," Zhuo Jijun exclaimed, slapping his thigh with laughter. Han Heng smiled and continued, "As brother pointed out, both the media and the public's attention are fixated on this place. If we were to abandon this jewelry exhibition, not only would our prior investments in promotion go to waste, but we would also let a fantastic opportunity slip through our fingers. That would be most regrettable." "Indeed, that makes sense." The suited man was the first to agree. Mu Jiling nodded in silent accord, while Zhuoxi continued to gaze skeptically at her aunt, as if searching for clues. Zhuo Jijun pressed on, "So, Heng Heng, do you have any effective promotional strategies? Given the current situation, do we even need a new plan?" Han Heng retorted with a raised eyebrow, then added, "As long as we connect the events occurring here with the buzz surrounding that internet sensation, we will undoubtedly capture the public's attention." With a playful adjustment of his glasses, Han Heng smiled. "This time, it seems the heavens are aiding us. If heaven grants, but does not take, it must invoke divine retribution." Chapter 50. Anecdotes from the restaurant. After Han Heng finished speaking, Zhuo Jijun exclaimed with enthusiasm. He then addressed the man in the suit, saying, "Xiao Chun, this matter is entrusted to you. Please spread the word that 3 days from now, the exhibition of my family's treasured heart of the ocean will still take place here. Upon hearing this, the man in the suit smiled and nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Zhuo Jijun expressed his satisfaction with a grunt, and then turned to his daughter, Zhuo Shi, and his wife, Mu Jiling, saying, "You both must be tired. If so, you can rest at the hotel. I've already booked a room for you." As he spoke, Zhuo Jijun handed them 2 hotel key cards. Mu Jiling took hers. But at that moment, Han Hang suddenly interjected, asking, "Brother, the heart of the ocean is invaluable, and you've kept it securely in the family vault. Taking it out this time, could it be dangerous?" Zhuo Jijun, upon hearing this, looked at his sister with a smug smile and replied, "Rest assured. I have taken care of everything, ensuring that it is completely safe." "That's good to hear," Han Heng stood up to say before striding toward the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he turned back to his brother's family and said, "I have matters to attend to, so take care of yourselves. I will certainly be present at the jewelry exhibition in 3 days." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Jijun called out to Han Heng's retreating figure, "Wait, is there something you need?" Han Heng paused, turning with a puzzled expression, for he usually ventured out alone without his brother's inquiry. Life outside without money is challenging. As he spoke, Zhuo Jijun tossed a gold card to Han Heng. Han Heng caught it, casting a complex glance at Zhuo Jijun before nodding and departing. Inside, Zhuo Jijun muttered, "This girl is becoming increasingly distant from us, hardly speaking a word as before. It's quite strange." Mu Jiling nodded in agreement, while Zhuo Shi silently observed Han Heng's departing silhouette, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Meng Fei sat in a white leather chair at the restaurant. His head bowed as he swallowed a plate of jelly presented by the waiter. After tilting his head back and feeling his chest, he sighed in relief, and then raised the plate, requesting, "Another one, please." The waiter, speechless, noted that Meng Fei had already devoured nearly 10 jellies since his arrival, while the stunning young lady across from him had ordered an extravagant meal, typically costing 100 yuan per serving. However, the restaurant had its rules, and the waiter could only cast a disdainful glance at Meng Fei before rudely taking the plate from him and walking away. Opposite Meng Fei, Yuan Song was dressed in her customary white gown, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Her fair and translucent face bore a frown, her brows knitted, as her cold gaze fixated on the glutton across from her. Though her dissatisfaction with Meng Fei was apparent, she refrained from voicing any complaints. At that moment, Meng Fei's attention was locked onto the jelly plate in front of Yuan Song, his eyes sparkling with desire. In a flash, he swiftly reached out his right hand toward the plate. Yuan Song seemed to anticipate this move, and as Meng Fei's hand approached, she pouted slightly and directed a sharp exhalation toward his thieving hand. A flash of white light erupted as Yuan Song expelled a translucent, needle-like jet of steam, piercing Meng Fei's hand. The sudden sting jolted Meng Fei's nerves, prompting an involuntary gasp. The sound drew the attention of other diners in the restaurant. With a straightened posture, Meng Fei met the curious gazes of the onlookers and chuckled, then pointed at Yuan Song, saying, "My wife is upset and bit me. It hurts terribly." As he spoke, he raised the injured area of his hand for a nearby couple to see. Upon noticing the crimson mark on Meng Fei's hand, the couple shot Yuan Song a fierce glare, their faces flushed with color. After a moment, they burst into laughter, and the male half of the couple remarked, "Darling, I want you to bite me too." The woman retorted, "Are you insane? What nonsense. I want tea bite. I want a bite. No, you want tea. I want a bite. No, you won't." The playful banter escalated into a teasing quarrel, causing Yuan Song to shudder with discomfort, her skin prickling, and her gaze sharpening toward Meng Fei, who was chuckling at their antics. "Is it amusing?" Yuan Song queried, gripping a spoon and fixing her gaze on the snickering Meng Fei, who was covering his mouth and suppressing laughter. With a sudden exertion of force, she bent the spoon with ease. Meng Fei, well aware of Yuan Song's temperament, recognized that provoking her could lead to a swift and violent reaction, potentially sending him crashing into the wall. All right, I was wrong. I apologize." Meng Fei hurriedly waved his hands in a conciliatory gesture. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, he began to eat the jelly that the waiter had just presented, trying to exude a semblance of gentlemanly decorum, which seemed to placate Yuan Song's ire. Yuan Song then asked, "The messenger from the underworld, Lan Feng, has approached you, hasn't he?" At her words, Meng Fei paused, the spoonful of orange-flavored jelly halting midair, as the image of the hunched man surfaced in his mind. After swallowing the jelly, he set down the spoon and faced Yuan Song's flawless, pale face, responding, "Indeed." He introduced himself and even mentioned my past life. Yuan Song's brows quirked, revealing her interest in his mention of a past life, leading Meng Fei to inquire, "Would you like to know more?" "Speak. I am listening," Yuan Song replied coolly, reclining against her chair with an emotionless tone. In response, Meng Fei smiled and retorted, "What I know is inconsequential. What's vital is that I wish to ask you about the 12 demon lords. How much do you know? You must answer me completely." As he emphasized the need for a thorough response, Meng Fei's expression shifted to one of seriousness, catching Yuan Song off guard. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. "Do you remember the book I gave you earlier?" Hearing this, Meng Fei instantly recalled the book Yuan Song had tossed to him from the rooftop of a tall building, filled with characters he could not decipher, resembling oracle bone script, yet even more cryptic. "Do you recognize those characters?" "Indeed. Do you understand oracle bone script?" "I do not." Yuan Song replied candidly, without a hint of pretense. After taking a delicate sip from the glass teacup on the table, she continued, "But I can comprehend those characters. They are not oracle bone script, but a script even older than that. An ancient script predating oracle bone script?" Meng Fei sensed the gravity of her words and couldn't help but ask, "What script is that?" Yuan Song gazed at him in silence for a moment, her eyes shimmering with intense light, and replied, 30 million years ago, during a different ancient civilization on Earth, that was the script used by humanity. Chapter 51. The Unrecorded Demon. What a jest. Apart from our human civilization, is it conceivable that another humanity existed 30 million years ago? Meng Fei raised his hands, expressing skepticism towards Yuan Song, his face etched with disbelief. "You are merely deceiving yourself," Yuan Song retorted, setting down her teacup and fixing her gaze upon him. The emergence of the night wolf soldiers, the excavation of numerous ancient relics of indeterminate age in Yinjing City, along with that enigmatic messenger from the Nether Path and the peculiar woman, Huan Yu. Do these not indicate a profound truth? Observing the conflict of emotions on Meng Fei's face, which seemed to resist acceptance, Yuan Song added, "The supernormal qualities we possess serve as evidence." Upon hearing this, Meng Fei widened his eyes in surprise, pausing momentarily before a look of relief washed over his tense features. He exhaled deeply and replied, "Very well. Share with me all your knowledge regarding that ancient civilization from 30 million years ago and the 12 demons. After all, the book has its limitations, and my understanding is rather superficial. I am willing to hear your partial insights," Meng Fei replied, focusing intently on Yuan Song as she divulged what she knew. After a considerable time, Meng Fei finally spoke up. "So, the text only records the names of 11 demons, leaving one unmentioned? I am uncertain. There is something curiously familiar about those inscriptions. They seem to be understood effortlessly, as if they were old friends I had not seen in years. According to my interpretation, there is indeed no mention of the last demon among the 12, while the rest, such as Huan Yu, the Nether Path Messenger, and the Dark God of Night, are all duly recorded." Upon hearing this, Meng Fei felt a sense of conviction regarding his thoughts and stated, "Perhaps I know the name of the last demon." "You know?" Yuan Song responded incredulously, questioning how Meng Fei, who struggled to comprehend the text, could possibly know the name of the final demon. Seeing the expression on Yuan Song's face, Meng Fei smiled enigmatically, an expression that was difficult to discern as either pride or sorrow, and replied, "The last demon should be me, Meng Fei." At this, Yuan Song's expectant expression froze, and she coldly interjected, "Speak no more nonsense, or I shall render you incapable." "What do you mean by that? Do you doubt my ability to be one of the 12 demons?" "Your ability?" Yuan Song retorted, disdain evident in her laughter. "I am referring to my past life. Even if I was the god of war, Tian He, 30 million years ago." This revelation left Yuan Song momentarily dumbfounded, her crystalline gaze fixated on Meng Fei, and she inquired, "The god of war, Tian He?" The name was both foreign and familiar to her. Suddenly, she recalled an incident in her villa when Huan Yu mistook Meng Fei for Tian He, thereby increasing the credibility of his claim. "Is this true? If you do not believe me, then let the Nether Path Messenger, Lan Feng, speak of it. That should suffice." "Did he say this?" "Indeed," Meng Fei affirmed with a nod. Yuan Song began to recall the day she had seized the midnight mirror from Meng Fei and the dream she had had of a woman resembling her sister bound to a cross alongside the 12 demons. Among them, one man adorned with a golden veil and emitting purple and yellow flames made her abruptly rise from her seat, pointing at Meng Fei and exclaiming, "That looks just like you." Yuan Song's astonishment caused her to stand abruptly, attracting the attention of those around them. To dispel their suspicions, Meng Fei grasped Yuan Song's delicate wrist, urging her back down, and turned to the onlookers with a playful grin, explaining, "No worries. My girlfriend merely mentioned that a man outside resembling me was holding a girl. My apologies for the disturbance." As Yuan Song felt Meng Fei's hand wandering restlessly, She shot him a glare and forcefully shook off his grip. Must you be so dramatic? Meng Fei quipped in response. Humph. How was I to know that the man I had admired all along was someone I needed to eliminate? Truly, what a cruel twist of fate. After saying this, Yuan Song slammed her teacup onto the table, suddenly realizing that her admission of admiration for Meng Fei implied an affection she had not intended to convey. This ambiguous remark caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Meng Fei, having overheard her words, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yuan Song would unwittingly reveal her innermost thoughts. He tilted his head, peering at her averted gaze, and smiled. What was that? You admire me? Yuan Song's face reddened further, feeling as if it were ablaze. After a moment, she spat defensively. Enough of your prattle. I believe what you say. Since we belong to opposing factions, we shall be enemies upon our next encounter. Farewell. With that, she abruptly stood to leave. Meng Fei quickly seized her arm, pressing her back down, and once again turned to the curious onlookers, cheerfully explaining, Forgive me, my girlfriend is quite headstrong, insisting that I am the man outside. As he spoke, he playfully traced a finger across Yuan Song's delicate cheek, signaling intimacy. The crowd's suspicions dissipated, but Yuan Song, noticing Meng Fei's hand moving restlessly along her arm, remarked coldly, Release your grip. Meng Fei chuckled and let go, replying, What a harsh term, pig trotter. Such cruel words. With that, he picked up a glass teacup from the table, leaned back in his chair, and scrutinized the enchanting woman before him. It must be said, Yuan Song was indeed strikingly beautiful. Her long hair cascaded down her back, her skin was fair and delicate, and her exquisitely defined features radiated an undeniable charm. Especially her eyes, reminiscent of crystal-clear autumn waters. With a gentle blink, they could ensnare the soul of any man. Having inadvertently revealed her thoughts, Yuan Song could not bring herself to look Meng Fei in the eye, instead casting her gaze out the window to the bustling street. Yet she was fully aware of Meng Fei's scrutiny and coldly remarked, Have you seen enough? Speak your mind if you have something to say. Oh, how unladylike to speak so crudely. Meng Fei jested, but upon noticing the intensity in Yuan Song's gaze, he understood that the moment for jest was over. He added, You are simply impatient. I mentioned that Tian He is one of the 12 demons, but there is more to unveil. Upon hearing this, Yuan Song's brow furrowed, a flicker of anticipation crossing her features. Meng Fei continued, The Netherpath messenger informed me that Tian He was the god of war in his time, a rival he aspired to surpass. Ultimately, he betrayed the other 11 demons after heeding the words of a sorceress named Long Shuang, sealing them with the Light Clan for 30 million years. Having finished, Meng Fei gestured towards Yuan Song, saying, That is all I know. Consider this. Tian He betrayed the 12 demons, which means I, Meng Fei, am a good person, aligned with you. With a mysterious smile, he leaned closer to Yuan Song and whispered, How could the man you admire be a villain? Upon hearing this, Yuan Song fixed her gaze on Meng Fei, her complexion shifting between red and pale, trapped in an awkward silence. Mop Cat Chinese Chapter 52. A slap ode speak another nonsensical word if you dare. Yuan Song found himself in an awkward silence under the ambiguous words and fervent gaze of Meng Fei, his body subtly exuding an intimidating chill. Ah, no. Meng Fei quickly straightened up in his seat, gesturing with both hands while wearing an apologetic expression, which gradually cooled Yuan Song's anger. He then posed a question. Aside from that, did Lan Feng truly say nothing else? Naturally, that fellow. Who knows if it's a problem here? Meng Fei remarked, pointing to his head. He continued. He insisted on sparring with me, claiming I must restore the power of the heavenly river before we duel again in 3 months. Since I cannot defeat him, wouldn't he just kill me with one sword strike? And yet, he still wants to make an agreement. The one thing I despise most in this life is agreements. As he uttered the last words, Meng Fei's countenance darkened at the mention of agreement, losing its frivolity and adopting a solemn demeanor. His gaze drifted to the street outside the restaurant, where a tender light flickered in his eyes, imbuing him with an air of melancholic elegance. At that moment, a remarkably innocent and radiant face appeared in his mind, accompanied by a pang of heartache and echoes of distant, melodious calls. Meng Fei, Big Brother, wait for me. Originally, upon hearing Meng Fei's admission of inability to defeat Lan Feng, Yuan Song had intended to mock him, saying, Did you not just declare how remarkable you are? What happened? Unable to defeat the messenger of the underworld, yet you aspire to be one of the 12 demons? Do you think you are worthy of it? However, as silence lingered with no response from Meng Fei, Yuan Song glanced at the man across from her, only to be taken aback, rendered speechless, her face awash with astonishment. Before her stood Meng Fei, transformed entirely, a figure of depth and allure, unwittingly striking a chord within Yuan Song's heart, causing her cheeks to flush. She quickly averted her gaze, yet found herself stealing another glance. Ironically, in that furtive moment, she caught Meng Fei's sly smile directed at her, prompting a jolt in her heart. As she heard his teasing voice, "Though I am indeed handsome, there is no need for you to steal glances at me so bashfully. If you wish to look, I can allow you to gaze to your heart's content." As he spoke, Meng Fei shamelessly leaned his face towards her, adopting the demeanor of a rogue, which inadvertently prompted Yuan Song to slap him. The sound was crisp and resonated throughout the restaurant. The patrons, already accustomed to the unusual antics of this couple, turned their heads at the sharp sound of the slap. Yuan Song had not intended to strike Meng Fei. It was an accident. A wave of regret and apology surged within her, compelling her to reach out and caress the spot on Meng Fei's face where she had struck him. But the words of apology she had prepared escaped her lips as a mere whisper, leaving her cheeks crimson. Upon hearing Yuan Song's apology, Meng Fei's initial shock morphed into a smile tinged with anger, and he turned to the crowd surrounding them, playfully addressing them before fixing his gaze on the now averted Yuan Song. "Is a mere sorry sufficient? You truly do not regard me, Meng Fei, with any seriousness. What do you want then?" Yuan Song met his gaze, noticing the anger etched on his face. She attempted to sound assertive but faltered, aware of her own wrongdoing. As the saying goes, one must repay kindness with kindness, and grievances with grievances. "You slapped me, so I shall return the favor. It is only fair," Meng Fei retorted. Yuan Song, hearing this, bristled like a hedgehog, her eyes flashing with determination. Yet, recognizing her fault, she lowered her tone, asking, "Hit me?" "Indeed, clever girl," Meng Fei replied with a grin, snapping his fingers. Yuan Song, unable to contain her frustration, gazed at Meng Fei's triumphant expression, wishing to deliver another slap. However, his words about fairness resonated with her. She realized she owed him a slap for her earlier misstep. After considering, she decided she had no reason to owe this insufferable rogue a debt. Thus, she closed her eyes, presenting her face before Meng Fei, saying, "Go ahead." Meng Fei, momentarily taken aback by her submissive stance, found her demeanor captivating, sending his heart racing. Her words, "Go ahead," echoed in his mind as an encouragement to unleash his full strength without pitying her for being delicate. After gazing intently at Yuan Song's face for several seconds, Meng Fei finally raised his hand and gently grazed her cheek with his fingertips. The warmth of his touch sent a ripple through her nerves, leaving her wide-eyed and entranced by the mysteriously smiling Meng Fei across from her. It wasn't until Meng Fei stood up and casually declared, "I'm leaving," that Yuan Song snapped back to reality, weakly inquiring, "Where to?" "To the South Sea." Meng Fei pointed in a direction and answered without hesitation. Before Yuan Song could grasp the situation, he had already started walking towards the restaurant's exit. After a few steps, he paused, turning back to add, "Lan Feng mentioned that there are secrets we wish to uncover at the South Sea." After hearing this, Yuan Song contemplated briefly, her eyes darting with thought, before rising to follow Meng Fei out of the restaurant. As they passed the service counter, she left a contact address for the staff to send their ordered dishes. Upon exiting the restaurant, they found themselves on a busy road, where Meng Fei's figure soon became lost among the throngs of people. With his absence, an unsettling feeling crept into Yuan Song's heart. She looked around, unease creeping onto her face, when suddenly, a familiar voice spoke, accompanied by an arm draping over her shoulder. "Have you missed me so much in just a moment, beauty?" Upon hearing the voice, Yuan Song immediately recognized who it was. At that moment, his frivolous words replaced her earlier anxiety with anger. She swiftly turned, gathering her strength in her right hand, which became translucent, and then struck Meng Fei squarely in the chest. Caught off guard by the sudden force, Meng Fei was propelled backward, akin to a derailed train, crashing into a parked bus. The commotion drew the attention of onlookers, and Meng Fei quickly cloaked himself in a white robe, while Yuan Song, now translucent like mercury, soared into the sky, weaving through the clouds, with Meng Fei trailing behind, leaving a colorful trail. In an instant, they traversed mountains and rivers, arriving at the South Sea. Stopping at the shore, Yuan Song gradually regained her former appearance, while Meng Fei, landing behind her, watched as the white robe he wore disintegrated in the fierce wind, scattering into the air before his eyes. Ahead lay the South Sea, a vast expanse of rippling azure, a horizon stretching endlessly, where earth and sky met in a clear, delineated line. Chapter 53. the seabed of the South China Sea as Meng Fei gazed at the undulating azure waters of the boundless South China Sea. A wave of yearning washed over him. He stepped forward to stand alongside Yuan Song, arms outstretched, calling out with exuberance. Yuan Song's usual aloof demeanor softened, replaced by a hint of admiration in his serene smile. The vastness of the ocean seemed to envelop all of her worries, confusion, and anxieties, gradually clearing her mind. Upon hearing Meng Fei's exclamation, Yuan Song's expression shifted slightly as she turned to the right, her gaze falling upon the elegant profile of the man beside her. Features more exquisite than she had ever noticed before flooding her thoughts, causing her cheeks to flush. You have finally arrived. Just as Yuan Song blushed for Meng Fei, and Meng Fei shouted in joy at the ocean, a deep, resonant voice emerged from behind them, instantly capturing their attention. In that moment, they conjured an image in their minds of the speaker, undoubtedly the man known as Lan Feng, who could sever the path of the underworld with a single sword stroke. Turning around, they found a man and a woman standing beside Lan Feng. The woman, clad in snow-white garments, had long hair cascading past her waist, her graceful form and unparalleled beauty giving her an ethereal presence, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Her serene yet commanding expression further enhanced her otherworldly aura. The man, dressed in a dark, flowing robe, with a striking contrast of black and white hair, possessed piercing eyes like blades, and bore the Zhaori sword on his shoulder, shimmering with a hint of spiritual energy. "It is you," Meng Fei and Yuan Song exclaimed in unison, taken aback. Lan Feng glanced at them, lifting the Zhaori sword with his right hand, raising it before him. He relaxed his grip, allowing the sword's hilt to rest in his palm. A flicker of brilliance shone in his eyes as he summoned his mental energy, forming a black vortex-like array in his palm, drawing the sword into it. "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. However, this time, I do not intend to entangle with you. I merely wish to assist you in accomplishing a task." As he spoke, Lan Feng extended his palm toward Meng Fei and Yuan Song. Both Meng Fei and Yuan Song observed as the black vortex in his palm began to heal, leaving no trace behind, and Lan Feng's hand returned to its original state. "Assist us in a task? What could we possibly require your help with?" Yuan Song's words were laced with skepticism. Lan Feng chuckled softly at her tone and pointed towards the South China Sea. "Did you not come here for the very matter I mentioned? Since I possess more knowledge than you, and I am willing to serve as your guide, why would you refuse my offer?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Song exchanged a glance with Meng Fei, both recognizing the doubts reflected in each other's eyes. Yuan Song then inquired, "According to you and Meng Fei, the South China Sea holds secrets of the Tianhe from 30 million years ago. If Meng Fei is indeed the reincarnation of Tianhe and regains his former powers, that would not bode well for your 12 demon lords. Why would you extend your goodwill to us?" Lan Feng's expression darkened slightly at her words, his gaze sharpening as he replied, "Do not underestimate my intentions. I, Lan Feng, would welcome his return to the former Tianhe. Our contest remains unresolved." His excitement grew, culminating in an outburst directed at Meng Fei. Hearing his words, Meng Fei and Yuan Song exchanged glances once more, this time sensing an inkling of trust in each other's eyes. Yet, due to the nature of their identities, they remained hesitant to fully believe Lan Feng. Noticing their hesitation, the woman beside Lan Feng, Huan Yu, raised her brows slightly, her expression shifting to one of mild irritation. She took a few steps forward and pressed her palms against her chest, creating a transparent mirror-like surface in the space before them. As she moved her hands outward, a crack appeared in the tranquil sea, splitting the surface in two. The fissure extended deep to the seabed. Both Meng Fei and Yuan Song were momentarily stunned. Despite their formidable abilities, they questioned their capacity to achieve such a remarkable feat. Their astonishment, however, did not detract from their vigilance, as they kept a wary eye on Huan Yu, wary of any sudden hostile moves. Catching their cautious glances, Huan Yu smirked and lowered her hands, her smile directed at them. "Fear not. He has assured me he will not harm you this time, and I assure you I will not act recklessly." The he she referred to was clearly Lan Feng. Meng Fei looked to him and found Lan Feng meeting his gaze, an affirmation reflected in his profound eyes. "Let us proceed." Lan Feng spoke first, striding forward towards the crack on the sea's surface. Huan Yu followed suit, leaving Meng Fei and Yuan Song to glance at each other before stepping forward as well. The fissure resembled a narrow path, allowing only one person to traverse at a time. The four formed a line, Lan Feng at the forefront, followed by Huan Yu, then Meng Fei, and finally Yuan Song. After a few strides, the waters on either side began to stir, converging towards the crack. ultimately engulfing the four figures as the surface of the sea returned to its prior tranquility. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, an invisible tunnel formed around Meng Fei and his companions, enclosing them within. Experiencing the seabed world for the first time, both Meng Fei and Yuan Song were filled with wonder and amazement. Though the surroundings were dark, the ethereal tunnel crafted by Huan Yu shimmered with a white luminescence, resembling a winding ribbon of light beneath the sea. Fish, attracted by the glow, swam close. And Yuan Song, despite her water affinity, retained a childlike curiosity, extending her delicate fingers to touch the cool, moist skin of the fish outside the gossamer tunnel. A fleeting smile blossomed on her face, captivating Meng Fei momentarily before he too imitated her, teasing the fish while conjuring a fiery orb in his palm to scatter them in fright. Seeing this playful scene, both Meng Fei and Yuan Song exchanged smiles, and Yuan Song, intrigued, attempted to create a swirling sphere of water energy in her palm, ensnaring a few small fish within. In that moment, the two youthful spirits, both in their 20s, reveled in innocent play beneath the sea, drawing the attention of Huan Yu, who turned to observe them. Her expression shifted, revealing a complex blend of emotions: anger, amusement, envy, and longing. The next instant, her gaze turned towards Lan Feng, who strode ahead, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. She sighed softly, shaking her head gently. Lan Feng was well aware of Meng Fei and Yuan Song's antics behind him, yet he remained indifferent to their actions. His sole focus was the unresolved battle that lingered in his mind, concerned only with how to restore Meng Fei's former powers for a thrilling confrontation. As he walked, Lan Feng suddenly halted, as if an invisible mountain had risen to obstruct his path. He gazed into the empty space ahead, his eyes reflecting a brilliant intensity. Huan Yu halted beside him, mirroring his gaze, both fixated in silence. Chapter 54. The Great Brightness Cathedral. As the two individuals ahead stood frozen in place, seemingly transfixed, Meng Fei and Yuan Song exchanged a glance, as if seeking answers in each other's eyes. After a brief silence, they ceased their playful antics with the fish outside the tunnel and approached. "What is it?" Meng Fei inquired as he reached the side of Huan Yu. The response came in the form of Lan Feng's characteristically deep and indifferent voice. "We have arrived." "Arrived?" Meng Fei echoed, puzzled, and turned to Yuan Song, who was likewise focused intently on the space that Lan Feng and Huan Yu were observing. Following suit, he cast his gaze around, but to his dismay, he found nothingness in every direction. "This feeling, it is too familiar," Yuan Song murmured, prompting Meng Fei to ask in confusion, "What is so familiar?" Without answering, Yuan Song found herself inexplicably moving forward, standing before Lan Feng and Huan Yu. She concentrated her water energy, causing her palm to glow with a translucent light, and then waved it towards the space in front of her. A cloud of pearly sand emanated from Yuan Song's gesture, gradually erasing the barrier that had obscured the view, revealing its true form. As the barrier dissipated, Meng Fei was taken aback, nearly biting his tongue in shock. Before him loomed a majestic mountain, its summit flattened and adorned with ancient stone structures, forming a grand architectural complex. Towering above some of the rooftops were colossal gemstones, radiating a soft glow that rendered the entire scene reminiscent of a fantastical realm. "The Great Brightness Cathedral," Huan Yu involuntarily exclaimed upon beholding the magnificent structures. She then shifted her gaze to Yuan Song's silhouette, musing inwardly, "Indeed, it is her." Lan Feng, too, scrutinized Yuan Song's figure before speaking. "Let us proceed." With that, he leaped forward, landing on the mountainside and making his way towards the Great Brightness Cathedral. Huan Yu followed closely, and to Meng Fei's surprise, Yuan Song exhibited an unexpected eagerness, overtaking Huan Yu to trail behind Lan Feng. "Wait for me," Meng Fei called out as he finally set off. Though the mountain was steep, the abilities of these individuals rendered the ascent effortless. Upon reaching the summit, they stood before the towering gates of the architectural complex, where a flicker of barely perceptible excitement crossed Lan Feng and Huan Yu's faces. After all, 30 million years prior, standing boldly before the Cathedral of the Light Clan was unthinkable. As time passed, even the mightiest warriors would find themselves moved, much like Lan Feng and Huan Yu. Yet at this moment, Yuan Song furrowed her brow, the familiar sensation intensifying, as everything before her felt eerily reminiscent. The soft and gentle light surrounding them emanated from the immense gemstones, enshrouding the cathedral in an aura of purity, akin to a flawless jade, captivating the beholder's gaze. Compelled by an unseen force, Yuan Song approached the gates. This time, Lan Feng and Huan Yu exchanged dubious glances before nodding in silent agreement, following Yuan Song's lead and leaving Meng Fei behind. As they drew closer to the gates, Yuan Song felt her water energy stirring restlessly, akin to boiling water, causing her heart to race with excitement. The grand white jade gates loomed before her, and as she cautiously approached, her beautiful eyes fixated on the ancient remnants of civilization. When she reached out to touch the gate, she was struck as if by lightning, freezing in place as chaotic scenes from fierce battles flooded her mind like a cinematic projection. Lan Feng and Huan Yu's expressions sharpened, watching silently as Yuan Song remained still, her hand resting on the gate. They could feel their own powers surging, radiating outward. Noticing Yuan Song's distress and seeing Lan Feng and Huan Yu merely observing, Meng Fei stepped forward and grasped Yuan Song's delicate arm, pulling her back from her trance. As if emerging from a life-threatening ordeal, Yuan Song gasped for breath, her face reflecting a blend of shock and fear. She stared blankly at Meng Fei, a surge of emotion compelling her to throw herself into his embrace. Startled, Meng Fei caught a whiff of Yuan Song's faint fragrance, utterly unprepared for her sudden display of affection. Confused, he hesitated, his hands resting gently on her back, unsure of how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he stammered, "There are others here. It's quite embarrassing. What on earth has happened to you?" Hearing his words, Yuan Song pushed him away, her face adorned with a softness she had never shown him before, playfully slapping his chest as she pouted, "What nonsense." Meng Fei was left bewildered. Was this truly the same Yuan Song, once as proud as a solitary plum blossom on a cliff, now so gentle and delicate, rivaling Zhu Shiyi in her charm? Just as he was lost in confusion and enchantment, the footsteps of Lan Feng and Huan Yu pulled him back to reality. He turned to see their expressions darkening as they approached, while Yuan Song's demeanor gradually hardened, a palpable tension emanating from the three of them. Noticing Yuan Song's inclination toward aggression, Meng Fei positioned himself between her and the approaching figures, exclaiming, "What's going on? Let's not resort to violence here." Lan Feng halted, raising his right hand, which opened to reveal a swirling black vortex. From within, the silhouette of the Zhaori longsword emerged, which Lan Feng grasped firmly, directing it at Yuan Song and Meng Fei. "Among the 12 demons, my sensitivity is the highest. She has already revealed her murderous intent. I cannot show weakness. Rest assured. Should I slay her, I can restore you to your former self. Our final confrontation will not be delayed." Meng Fei felt overwhelmed, questioning whether Lan Feng's mind was solely occupied with the impending battle against Tianhe. Reflecting on their previously peaceful coexistence, he realized that the tension had escalated following Yuan Song's encounter with the gates of the Great Brightness Cathedral. What had transpired in that fleeting moment of electric intensity? Meng Fei was utterly perplexed as he turned to gaze at Yuan Song, only to be struck by her transformed appearance. Her hair floated as if caught in a breeze, cascading behind her like a billowing red banner. Though her expression remained cold, it bore a newfound softness, adorned with a white gemstone diadem. In her left hand, she held a pristine white longbow, her attire transformed into an ancient white robe reminiscent of a priestess, her bare feet gracing the ground, exuding an aura of primal nobility. "This," Meng Fei stammered, at a loss for words, while Huan Yu clarified his confusion, stating, "What are you afraid of? She is none other than your old acquaintance from 30 million years ago, the priestess Long Shuang." Long Shuang. Meng Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, echoing her name in astonishment. Chapter 55. Reunion with Long Shuang before the Grand Bright Hall at the bottom of the South Sea. A single utterance from Huan Yu instantly froze the atmosphere. Ice and fire. As Meng Fei gazed at the white-robed sorceress beside him, he couldn't help but think that if this woman was indeed Long Shuang, aside from the distinct aura she exuded, she was a complete replica of Yuan Song. With this thought, he scrutinized Long Shuang more closely, gradually noticing that her flowing hair was turning a silvery hue, and an aura of lethal intent began to emanate. In the moment the killing intent approached, Meng Fei observed Long Shuang fall silent, her delicate brows furrowing. With a swift backward roll, she retreated a dozen meters before stabilizing herself, drawing her longbow towards Huan Yu. With her right hand fully drawn, an arrow, seemingly forged from ice and snow, appeared on the bowstring, poised to strike. "Breaking the demon arrow! Breaking the demon arrow!" The two shouts rang out almost simultaneously. The first came from Long Shuang's melodic voice, half a second faster than the calls from Lan Feng and Huan Yu. The initially crystalline arrow, now enveloped in a layer of white light, shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards Huan Yu. As the breaking the demon arrow sliced through the air, It carved ripples in its wake, the latent power within causing Huan Yu's complexion to blanch. Before he could retaliate, Lan Feng had already made his move. With a swift stroke of his Zhaori sword, he cleaved through the air, creating a dark red fissure that spread like a scar burned into white paper by a spark. From within the crack, the wails of tormented souls mingled with an icy chill, rendering the depths of the sea even more sinister, almost as if it were a realm of the underworld. The breaking the demon arrow was drawn into the abyss by the fissure's gravitational pull, followed by a spectral shriek, piercing and mournful, presumably the anguished cry of some unfortunate soul colliding with the arrow. The fissure began to heal, and in an instant, the three had exchanged blows. Long Shuang, who had retreated, wore a grave expression, yet she slowly lowered her bow. Meanwhile, Huan Yu, standing beside Lan Feng, was filled with ire, her power rippling from her form. She prepared to strike, only to be halted by Lan Feng's outstretched hand. Seeing Lan Feng prevent her from attacking Long Shuang, Huan Yu turned to him with a hint of jealousy, asking, "What are you doing?" Lan Feng, maintaining his usual composure, fixed his gaze upon Long Shuang's frosty, beautiful visage and replied slowly, "We did not come here seeking conflict. Let us not forget our purpose." Upon hearing this, Huan Yu begrudgingly swallowed her anger. Long Shuang, hearing Lan Feng's words, gradually wore a smile as she approached Meng Fei, fixing her gaze upon him for several moments before turning to Lan Feng, saying, "It seems you still harbor grievances over that battle from 30 million years ago. Messenger of the underworld." At her words, a wave of rage surged across Lan Feng's calm countenance, a fervor Meng Fei had never witnessed. With eyes sharp as blades, he coldly retorted, "What do you mean by that battle? Speak carefully." Long Shuang appeared unfazed by Lan Feng's fury, merely smiling as she replied, "Can you shamelessly deny the outcome of that battle?" Her dismissive tone caused Lan Feng's face to flicker between red and pale, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke, "That battle does not count. Thus, for the past 30 million years, I have held on to it, vowing to challenge the river of heaven once more." As he concluded, he pointed emphatically at Meng Fei, raising his voice. Meng Fei, taken aback, pointed to himself and exclaimed, "Me?" He then raised both hands in a gesture of denial, explaining, "Wait, although that so-called war god is my previous incarnation from 30 million years ago, he is he, and I am I. His muddled accounts cannot be laid upon my shoulders." Lan Feng, seemingly accustomed to Meng Fei's evasion, said nothing further. Huan Yu, however, watched Long Shuang with a serious expression, while Long Shuang turned to approach the familiar yet strange man. As Long Shuang drew near, Meng Fei's smile faded, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. When the scent of her presence wafted into his nostrils, a cool and soft palm pressed against his face. An electric sensation coursed through him as he looked upon Long Shuang. Her tear-streaked visage, reminiscent of twinkling stars, was so enchanting that Meng Fei felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her tightly, wishing to melt her sorrow with his warmth. After 30 million years, Long Shuang gently caressed Meng Fei, murmuring softly, until her words faltered, and she collapsed against his sturdy chest, overcome by grief. Lan Feng observed the two, a flicker of tenderness dancing in his eyes, though his expression remained unchanged. Conversely, Huan Yu, initially angered by Long Shuang's sudden assault, now wore a slightly sorrowful countenance, intermingled with envy. It was evident to any perceptive observer, yet her expression eventually settled into calmness, concealing a tumultuous heart. As she pondered, if I were to treat him thus, would he be angered? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Huan Yu glanced at Lan Feng beside her, only to find his demeanor as indifferent as ever, which left her feeling despondent. Ultimately, what she saw was the pinnacle of martial prowess, and Lan Feng remained her greatest adversary. Huan Yu sighed inwardly, only to hear Lan Feng's reprimanding voice, "Enough of this sentimental nonsense, Long Shuang. You should be well aware of my purpose here." As Meng Fei reveled in the warmth of her embrace, he was abruptly interrupted by Lan Feng's disheartening remark, casting a resentful look in his direction before reluctantly releasing Long Shuang, turning away from her. "Indeed, what you seek is here," Long Shuang affirmed, glancing at Lan Feng. Upon hearing this, Lan Feng's face brightened, and he pressed on. "Then lead us there quickly, especially him. If he can swiftly regain his powers, we shall conclude this entanglement at once." Lan Feng's expression resembled that of a starving man gazing at a sumptuous feast, stirring a wave of sorrow within Huan Yu. What she had pursued for so long now felt as unattainable as flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water. Long Shuang surveyed both Lan Feng and Huan Yu before casting one last look at Meng Fei, then fell into deep contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Lan Feng, growing impatient like a rough man waiting for a bus, felt his anger bubbling over as he observed Long Shuang's composed demeanor. Just as he was about to voice his frustration, Long Shuang finally turned from her silence, raising her hands towards the grand bright hall, releasing a gentle glow. The light emanated from her hands, encircling the hall before returning to her palms. The hall before them then flickered with a brilliant radiance. A momentary burst of intense white light. As the blinding brilliance faded, Meng Fei, Lan Feng, and Huan Yu sensed a reduction in the hall's protective barrier, the spiritual energy waning slightly. Long Shuang then instructed, "Let us go, follow me." The trio followed her voice, witnessing Long Shuang stride ahead, covering great distances with each step, her figure casting a long shadow as she moved towards the city gates. Chapter 56. The Underhanded Scheme Upon Entering the Holy Hall. The pure aura that enveloped Dream Fei elicited a soft exclamation of comfort from him. The refreshing sensation was akin to being immersed in the verdant embrace of post-rain mountains and forests, invigorating the spirit. Although Lan Feng and Huan Yu bore the notorious title of demons, at their core, they were products of an era 3 million years prior, when the practice of magical arts was revered. Their cultivation was fundamentally grounded in spiritual energy, making this grand holy hall, imbued with a celestial purity, a place of solace for these ill-famed beings. Gradually, the tension etched on their faces began to ease. Dream Fei trailed behind Long Shuang, feeling as though he had stepped into an ancient village from 3 million years ago, akin to a rustic individual entering a bustling city, his eyes wide with curiosity. The streets were serene, flanked by antiquated buildings constructed of pristine white jade bricks, their elegance accentuated by the ethereal glow of floating gemstones, bestowing an almost translucent quality to the surroundings. The cobblestones beneath their feet were impeccably laid, producing a crisp sound. Yet in this tranquil atmosphere, the beauty of the scenery evoked an unsettling chill that sent tremors through Dream Fei, compelling him to cross his arms against an unseen breeze. As the last to arrive, Lan Feng and Huan Yu, with every step deeper into the holy hall, found their memories of the last great battle between light and darkness from 3 million years ago gradually resurfacing, their expressions darkening into a cold indifference. Suddenly, Huan Yu's right foot stepped upon a radiant brick, triggering a cylindrical light barrier that encased her and Lan Feng, as if they were trapped within a translucent vessel. "Long Shuang Yu," Lan Feng exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pointed an accusing finger at her, clearly taken aback by her treachery against him and Huan Yu. Dream Fei and Long Shuang halted and turned, witnessing the two ensnared within the cylindrical formation, each reacting differently. Dream Fei, like Lan Feng and Huan Yu, was astonished. For Long Shuang exuded an air of righteousness, seemingly at odds with those who employ underhanded tactics against their foes. Yet, Long Shuang acknowledged her actions with a calm demeanor. The Light Clan upheld a code of honor. All members were to engage their enemies with integrity and fairness, eschewing deceitful measures. It was this very divergence in the application of magic that had led humanity to split into the two factions of light and darkness 3 million years prior. Huan Yu, observing Long Shuang with an unflinching gaze, remarked, "Have you fallen to the darkness, Long Shuang?" With a disdainful snort, she derided her further. Unfazed by Huan Yu's accusations, Long Shuang stepped closer to the transparent barrier imprisoning them, a carefree smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Let us not dwell on the fact that we no longer reside in that era. Even if we did, I would still act as I have." Huan Yu fell silent, her expression morphing into a mixture of frustration and anger. Meanwhile, Lan Feng, boiling with rage, had anticipated settling matters with the Celestial River today, only to discover Long Shuang's betrayal of their clan's principles. He drew his sword, Zairi, and struck at the cylindrical formation with fervor. The sound of metal clashing against the barrier echoed sharply, followed by a powerful backlash that sent Lan Feng reeling until his back collided with the opposing wall of the formation, his eyes narrowing in shock as he realized the immortal locking array. Huan Yu rushed to support Lan Feng, her expression darkening as she processed his words. She turned to Long Shuang, incredulous. "You are not dead. With merely a soul, how could you possibly wield the Light Clan's secret technique, the immortal locking array?" In response to Huan Yu's inquiry, Long Shuang maintained a mysterious smile, remaining silent as she turned away, her hands clasped over her chest as she began to chant an incantation. As her words filled the air, the array binding Lan Feng and Huan Yu began to sink into the cobblestones like a quagmire, disappearing from sight. Dream Fei, witnessing Long Shuang effortlessly subdue the two formidable foes, approached her with a heart brimming with admiration, pointing to the vanished array and exclaiming, "Masterful, truly masterful. I, Dream Fei, am in awe." He gave Long Shuang a thumbs up in admiration. Long Shuang turned to him, her expression inscrutable, before placing her left hand on Dream Fei's shoulder and saying, "Let us depart." "We? Depart? Where?" Before Dream Fei could finish his query, the ground beneath him softened, causing him and Long Shuang to plunge downward as if stepping into a time portal. Despite possessing the powers of fire and thunder, Dream Fei was momentarily taken aback by the bizarre occurrence, and he could not suppress a loud cry. Yet, as he fell, Long Shuang, with a joyous laugh, floated over, wrapping her arms around him, silencing his cries. Embraced by the enchanting figure, Dream Fei felt as if he were lying upon a soft cloud, momentarily lost in bliss. Leaning into Long Shuang's gentle curves, overwhelmed with happiness to the point of fainting, time became indiscernible until Dream Fei felt solid ground beneath his feet. Opening his eyes, he was met by a mesmerizing expanse of shimmering water, captivating him utterly, as if he were willingly transforming into a droplet, yearning to dissolve into the rippling currents. Suddenly, he felt warmth upon his lips. Unbeknownst to him, Long Shuang's luscious, inviting mouth had found its way to his. Though he had once been a rogue, well-versed in the art of seduction, this kiss felt monumental, weighty beyond words, leaving him in a state of passive acceptance. Moments later, Long Shuang pulled away, tears cascading down her cheeks, gazing at him with a heart-wrenching smile, entirely devoid of the demeanor of a powerful sorceress, resembling a forlorn wife who had just spotted her returning husband. "So many years have passed, yet you remain the same, so foolish. I've made the first move, and you stand there like a statue." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of a bashful maiden, evoking a sense of tenderness. Dream Fei, caught in the embarrassment of his own folly, could only scratch the back of his head sheepishly, offering an awkward smile to the ethereal beauty before him, his gaze drifting to the surrounding void, an expanse so empty it felt limitless, devoid of impurities, with only himself and Long Shuang remaining. "What is this place?" Dream Fei inquired, surveying the emptiness. "The dreamland of the unseen," Long Shuang replied. "The dreamland of the unseen?" Dream Fei echoed, taken aback by the revelation. Observing the confusion on his face, Long Shuang seemed unperturbed, extending her right hand, palm facing upward towards the sky. As she concentrated, a swirling crystal sphere of water materialized in her palm. This technique, Dream Fei recognized from Yuan Song's demonstration within Huan Yu's intangible tunnel, and he chuckled, "I've seen this before." Yet, as he recalled Yuan Song, his words faltered, his gaze fixed on Long Shuang, lost in contemplation. Who exactly was she, Yuan Song or Long Shuang? Chapter 57. The Celestial River Relics under Dream Fei's prolonged gaze. Long Shuang felt a flush of warmth creeping across her cheeks. Turning her head slightly, her eyes widened as she inquired, "What are you staring at?" There was a hint of shyness in her voice, which captivated Dream Fei, akin to a besotted admirer. He quickly waved it off, saying, "It's nothing, nothing at all." As he spoke, the swirling crystal sphere in Long Shuang's hand expanded, ultimately bursting forth like a balloon, sending droplets of water flying. In the palm of her hand lay a golden armor and a purple long spear. Dream Fei, upon witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but ask, akin to a child spotting candy. However, Long Shuang did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned around, presenting the items with a smile, saying, "This is your battle armor and weapon from 30 million years ago, belonging to you. Is this mine?" Dream Fei felt the spiritual energy emanating from these artifacts, realizing they were treasures beyond compare, akin to Lan Feng's Jiaori sword. The revelation that they were his filled him with both shock and joy. "Of course," Long Shuang replied with a beaming smile, and then, with utmost care, she unfolded the golden armor and helped him put it on, as tenderly as a bride dressing her groom. After fastening the golden armor, she placed the purple long spear on his back, securing it with the armor's clasp, making him resemble a general from a theatrical performance. Once donned, the armor gleamed brilliantly, while the spear crackled with purple lightning, lifting into the air before landing steadily in Dream Fei's grasp. An unending surge of energy flowed into his body, making him feel as though he were an ocean, with spiritual power swirling within, ready to unleash an overwhelming force. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of authority surged within him, and he felt as if he were commanding the universe. Long Shuang gazed at the man before her, tears of excitement glistening in her eyes. If Dream Fei had merely resembled Tian He moments ago, he now mirrored the man she had cherished in her memories, both in demeanor and appearance. overwhelmed by her emotions. Long Shuang leapt into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. After several embraces, the initial strangeness and awkwardness Dream Fei felt towards her dissipated. Seeing her rush into his arms, he extended his right hand, palm facing up, and a magical formation appeared, drawing the spear into it. With his hands now free, he held Long Shuang tightly. The two of them closed together, enveloped in silence. Dream Fei relinquished any thoughts of taking advantage of the situation. He simply embraced this woman, aware that he was not the man from her memories. A tinge of jealousy stirred within him as he offered her warmth and a sanctuary from her 30 million years of longing. What transpired between Long Shuang and Tian He 30 million years ago remained a mystery to Dream Fei, yet he sensed that they had shared a profound love. Conversely, Long Shuang, who lived through that era, was fully aware of the truth, recognizing that the man before her was not the one she longed for. Some hidden fears lingered in her heart, but she refrained from voicing them, unwilling to disrupt the rare atmosphere they had created. Subconsciously, however, she recalled another woman's visage, one who was not less beautiful than herself and possessed formidable powers. This woman's presence had irrevocably fractured the bond between her and Tian He. Startled from her sweet reverie by that familiar face, Long Shuang pushed Dream Fei away, her tear-filled eyes scrutinizing him closely. After a long silence, she finally spoke. "Thank you, Dream Fei." Dream Fei was taken aback by her words, pondering, what does she mean? Does she realize I am not Tian He? You are not Tian He. Long Shuang seemed to read his thoughts, her face gradually brightening with a smile. Dream Fei was again startled, thinking, could it be that she can see through my thoughts? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed her smile deepen, and she continued, "Indeed, I can see through your thoughts." At her words, Dream Fei felt compelled to stifle his own thoughts, watching as Long Shuang giggled, playfully tapping her nose, proclaiming, "As long as you don't overthink it." With that, Dream Fei acquiesced, feigning a distressed expression, suddenly gazing intently at her, his eyes brimming with affection, which rendered Long Shuang's smile shy and frozen. Taking the initiative, Dream Fei leaned closer, but Long Shuang bashfully lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Eventually, she made a decision, tilting her head up to meet him. Their eyes locked. The distance between them vanished, and their lips met, igniting a fervent sensation that coursed through their bodies, leading them into a prolonged kiss. After parting, Dream Fei suddenly asked, "Who did you think I was just now? Was I Dream Fei or Tian He?" Long Shuang smiled and answered, "That depends on who you perceive me to be, Yuan Song or Long Shuang." As she spoke, Long Shuang suddenly bent over, clutching her chest, her brow furrowing in distress. Prompting Dream Fei to worry, he swiftly embraced her, asking, "Are you all right?" "I cannot linger for too long," Long Shuang replied, lifting her gaze to Dream Fei. Her voice strained, the rosy hue of her face fading to a pallid white. "What do you mean you cannot linger? What are you talking about?" Dream Fei pressed anxiously. Noticing the urgency etched on his face, Long Shuang managed a faint smile before pushing him away, struggling to stand, though she swayed unsteadily. Gradually, she sank down, reclining sideways, her demeanor revealing an ethereal beauty tinged with sorrow. Dream Fei was momentarily entranced, watching as white mist enveloped Long Shuang's form. Moments later, the mist dissipated, and she turned her face toward him, gently urging, "You should sit down too, right here." She gestured to the space beside her. Overcome with excitement, akin to winning the lottery, Dream Fei eagerly complied, settling beside her, and was immediately enveloped by her fragrant presence. Turning to look, he realized she had rested her head against him. In that fleeting moment, excitement and nervousness welled within him. He reached his left hand around her back, yearning to hold her close, yet hesitated, aware that she did not view him as the true Tian He. Long Shuang, resting her eyes against Dream Fei's shoulder, appeared serene, as though she had collapsed onto a soft bed after exhaustion. Upon sensing his hand on her back, she instinctively grasped his left hand, placing it gently on her shoulder. Instantly, a warmth, previously unknown, surged within Dream Fei's heart, as a tranquil happiness flowed silently between them. After a prolonged silence, Long Shuang finally spoke, her voice slow, husky, and faint. "I truly have to go." At her words, Dream Fei recalled his earlier confusion and pressed on, "You have to leave? Where to?" Long Shuang lifted her gaze, her starry eyes glistening with moisture, as she implored, "Let us not dwell on that now. Just answer me this." "I promise." "Then tell me, will you miss me when I leave? Are you not here? Where would you go? Just answer whether you will miss me or not." Long Shuang's words took on a grave tone, prompting Meng Fei to fall into a moment of contemplative silence. After a brief pause, he smiled and declared, I care not for that so-called war god from 30 million years ago. Even if you are his woman, I would still express my reluctance. Chapter 58. Departure. Tears of ice flowed from Long Shuang's eyes, her pearly smile blooming upon her flawless visage. She playfully chided, "Are you not he, and he not you? What is this talk of his woman and your woman?" As she spoke, Long Shuang's voice faded into a whisper, and she suddenly remembered. Meng Fei and Tian He were indeed two distinct beings, stirring a deep melancholy within her. Meng Fei, however, remained silent, holding Long Shuang tightly in his embrace. In that moment, the carefree demeanor he often exhibited transformed into a profound longing for a life intertwined with this woman. To plant roots together, Long Shuang leaned against Meng Fei's shoulder, her forehead resting against his shoulder blade. Unlike before, when she closed her eyes to savor the warmth, she pondered deeply. After a moment, she spoke, "I do not belong to this era. My soul can only linger within Yuan Sang's body for a few fleeting hours." At her words, Meng Fei's body trembled, and he hastily pushed Long Shuang away, gripping her arms firmly, his pupils dilating in shock. "What did you say?" he demanded, his gaze fixed intently on her exquisite face. "Just as Tian He is to you, Yuan Sang is my reincarnation," Long Shuang lamented. 3 million years ago, after the Great War, our civilization was annihilated, and the 12 demons were sealed away. I was saved by my sister, allowing me to survive. To ensure humanity's resurgence and shield them from those arcane arts, I transmitted the essence of the ancient scripts to the present, which became the rudiments of Oracle Bone script. Now, with the awakening of the 12 demons, the relics of the sealed have been unearthed, and the inscriptions upon them are my legacy to the new era. Meng Fei showed little interest in the relics. He was captivated by her mention of her sister and asked, "Who is your sister?" Long Shuang seemed taken aback by the question. Upon hearing the word sister, her expression soured, as if she were reluctant to discuss her. After a long pause, she finally managed to say, "Her name is Long Yao. Like me, she is a priestess guarding this sanctuary." As she spoke, Long Shuang's demeanor darkened, and she murmured, "Her magical prowess rivals mine, and her beauty is equally unmatched." With that, she waved her hand before Meng Fei, conjuring a translucent mirror of white mist that revealed the visage of a woman. Meng Fei recognized her instantly, leaning back in astonishment. "Yuan Miao. Yuan Miao is the reincarnation of my sister, yet alas, she also perished while saving me." Long Shuang continued, her sorrow deepening. Meng Fei, too, wore a veil of grief as he replied, "No, Yuan Miao died because of me. That is undeniable." Upon witnessing the expression on Meng Fei's face, Long Shuang hesitated before gently caressing his cheek. Suddenly, a piercing pain surged through her, causing her to double over, clutching her chest and furrowing her brow. Emitting a gasp of distress, her cry jolted Meng Fei from his own anguish. Filled with concern, he asked, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, truly," Long Shuang replied, her pallor evident as she forced a wan smile. "I must leave now. Let me rest my shoulder against you, just for this last time." Meng Fei felt tears brimming as Long Shuang leaned against him, stuttering, "I cannot bear to part." At her words, Long Shuang paused, then smiled gently, comforting him, "Fool. Even if I leave now, we may yet meet again." Meng Fei, seizing upon her words, turned to her with a look of elation, asking, "Really?" Long Shuang intended to answer but felt her strength waning. Unable to utter another word, she simply nodded wearily against his shoulder. After a long moment, she managed to say, "When I depart this world, I leave behind 3 fragments of my soul, one to guard the sanctuary, another to protect the sacred tome, which now rests in Yuan Miao's hands, and the last." Meng Fei, growing anxious as she trailed off, pressed urgently, "Where's the last fragment?" "Where?" Long Shuang, now resting peacefully on his shoulder, wore a blissful smile, akin to a child savoring candy. She nestled closer, whispering weakly, "Do not speak of it. Perhaps this way we can leave more anticipation for our next reunion. What do you think?" In that poignant moment, Meng Fei found himself rendered speechless, nodding in agreement and holding the slumbering figure in his arms tightly. Silence enveloped them, the surroundings an endless expanse of white. Meng Fei shut his eyes, fighting back tears, never realizing he possessed such vulnerability, so fragile and easily shattered. Gradually, he sensed something slipping away from him, piece by piece, until it felt as if he held nothing at all. At that moment, unbeknownst to Meng Fei, Long Shuang's hair began to shift back to its inky hue. As the figure in his arms stirred, Meng Fei awoke from his grief, turning to meet a pair of sharp eyes. The same jeweled headpiece, the same priestess robe. Yet the color of her hair had changed, her demeanor transformed, warmth replaced by coldness. Meng Fei, initially stunned, stammered, You haven't left? With a resounding slap. The sound echoed as it struck his left cheek, followed by a frigid voice from the woman before him. Did you enjoy that? Realization dawned on Meng Fei. The person before him was Yuan Song, for Long Shuang's spirit had vanished. Rubbing his stinging cheek, the softness in Meng Fei's expression faded, replaced by his usual roguish grin as he said to Yuan Song, "Not bad, really, soft and fragrant, just a bit spicy." Yuan Song's face flushed with indignation, and without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful strike imbued with her newfound strength, sending Meng Fei flying. This blow startled Yuan Song. She sensed a change within herself, her power surging. Looking down at her attire, she found herself clad in peculiar garments. Filled with confusion, she stood up and surveyed the vast, blank expanse around her before racing after Meng Fei, swiftly appearing by his side. At that moment, Meng Fei had just regained his footing, and upon seeing her beside him, he adopted a defensive posture, demanding, "What do you want now?" Ignoring the absurdity of his stance, Yuan Song coldly inquired, "Where is this place?" Meng Fei scrutinized her for a moment, noting her lack of hostility, before relaxing his stance and glancing around. "This place is called the Dream Realm." Suddenly, a wave of panic washed over him as he realized, "Oh no, I forgot to ask Long Shuang how to get out." Chapter 59, The Contest Dream Space? Yuan Song pondered briefly, then raised her head to fix her gaze upon Meng Fei, demanding in a stern voice, "How shall we escape this place?" Meng Fei was taken aback by the question, stammering and unable to meet Yuan Song's gaze, rendered speechless. Observing his reaction, Yuan Song's face clouded with frustration. She stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Meng Fei, insisting, "Do not tell me you have no idea how to leave this wretched place. I was caught off guard when Long Shuang left in haste, and I momentarily forgot to ask." Meng Fei stuttered, then with a newfound confidence, turned to Yuan Song and swore with 3 fingers raised, "But do not worry, there is always a way out. We shall surely escape. If I trust you, then I am no longer Yuan Song." She retorted angrily, gathering her energy to deliver a powerful strike to Meng Fei's chest. Having sensed the force behind her blow, Meng Fei deduced that the robe and headpiece worn by Yuan Song were gifts from Long Shuang, much like the golden armor and spear he possessed. Thus, he anticipated the intensity of her anger and swiftly summoned his hidden golden armor to materialize, just in time to collide with Yuan Song's fierce palm. With a resounding thud, Meng Fei staggered back a few steps, while Yuan Song was propelled backward, sliding several meters across the ground. Once she steadied herself, she gazed intently at the golden armor adorning Meng Fei, pondering aloud, "Is this the secret spoken of by Lan Feng and Huan Yu?" Meng Fei looked down at his shimmering golden armor, a proud smile gracing his face as he straightened up and replied, "As far as I know, this is the battle armor worn by Tian He 3 million years ago." "Tian He's battle armor?" Yuan Song murmured, her mind drifting back to the image of the 12 demon lords she had encountered in her dreams, recalling the one engulfed in dual-colored flames. Tian He, clad in golden armor, with a purple spear protruding from his back. With this realization, Yuan Song muttered to herself, "And a spear as well?" Hearing her, Meng Fei summoned the purple spear he had absorbed earlier and presented it to her, asking, "Are you familiar with this spear?" Upon seeing the spear in Meng Fei's hand, Yuan Song was momentarily stunned, reflecting, "So Tian He is indeed one of the 12 demon lords." As this thought crossed her mind, she scrutinized Meng Fei, then exclaimed, "I must see if you truly think yourself a prince simply because you wear the dragon robe." With that, Yuan Song formed hand seals, conjuring dozens of icy spikes from the surrounding vapor and launching them toward Meng Fei. The chilling sound echoed ominously within the dream space. Meng Fei's pupils contracted as he sensed the formidable power and lethal intent hidden within those ice spikes. Cursing Yuan Song under his breath, he brandished the electrifying spear, countering the icy projectiles that sliced through the air. The spear clashed with the ice spikes, and with Meng Fei's fire and lightning abilities enhancing its might, the spikes shattered upon impact. After a flurry of strikes, all the ice spikes aimed at him had vanished. However, at that moment, Yuan Song had stealthily closed the distance, positioning herself right in front of him. Gazing into Yuan Song's eyes, Meng Fei felt the urgency to retaliate. He intended to sweep his spear towards her, but realized that this weapon, wielded by the legendary Tian He, bore immense power. If he lost control, he could inadvertently harm Yuan Song, akin to destroying a delicate flower. Thus, he redirected the spear away from her, while Yuan Song approached with the grace of a flowing river, each step carrying the force of a tidal wave. Despite Meng Fei's golden armor, it was futile. Her final kick, executed with precision, sent him reeling as her foot connected with his chin. In a slow-motion spectacle, Meng Fei's feet left the ground as he spun in midair, crashing down, while Yuan Song gracefully leaped aside, her expression a mixture of complexity as she observed him fall. She realized that had Meng Fei not shown restraint, he could have easily inflicted injury upon her. With the force behind her last kick diminished by 90%, Meng Fei rose from the ground, cradling his chin, mumbling incomprehensibly. After a quick self-assessment, he released his grip, glaring at Yuan Song. "You are utterly unreasonable." His anger stemmed from the striking resemblance between Yuan Song and Long Shuang, though their personalities were worlds apart. Yuan Song, far from offended, merely chuckled at his outburst, responding nonchalantly, "You took advantage of me. I merely returned the favor." Meng Fei intended to retort, but as he recalled his infatuation with Long Shuang, he realized that he was indeed at fault. Reluctantly, he conceded, Fine, I shall consider it my mistake." He then turned away like a pouting child, surveying the empty white space around him. A flicker of amusement sparked within Yuan Song as she watched the sulking Meng Fei. Approaching him, she pointed to the robe and headpiece, inquiring, "What is the story behind these items?" At her words, Meng Fei turned to look, his gaze landing on the white robe, evoking memories of Long Shuang's tear-streaked face, his expression becoming soft and wistful. Suddenly, a sharp slap from Yuan Song brought him back to reality, as she scolded, "You cannot change your nature, can you? Do you dare to stare at me so lecherously and expect no consequences?" Meng Fei's moment of tenderness was extinguished, and he rubbed the spot on his head where she had struck him, casting a disgruntled look in her direction. He recounted his encounter with Long Shuang, omitting the more intimate details, fully aware that revealing the truth would lead to chaos. Upon hearing his account, Yuan Song's expression shifted to one of realization, and she scrutinized Meng Fei carefully, her brow furrowing as she asked, "Is that all? Did you not have any intimate moments with Long Shuang?" Realizing what she was implying, Meng Fei feigned ignorance, responding, "What do you mean by intimate?" "That? I do not even know what you mean by that," Yuan Song exclaimed, her voice rising. Meng Fei, with a sly grin, finally understood. "Ah, so you mean intimacy." Chapter 60. Contest 2. Yuan Song looked at Meng Fei, who had her head tilted back, smiling silently, a mixture of shyness and urgency evident on her face. In a moment of desperation, she displayed the demeanor typical of a young woman, stamping her foot and blushing as she pressed for answers. "It seems there is, yet it also seems there isn't," Meng Fei mused, tapping her finger on her forehead, feigning deep contemplation as she murmured, "Why can't I remember?" Witnessing Meng Fei's demeanor, Yuan Song's irritation swiftly transformed into anger. She raised her delicate, snow-white hand, gathering a faint, ethereal power, and exclaimed, "If you can't remember, I shall assist you." Meng Fei sensed the impending danger and quickly jumped aside, turning to Yuan Song, waving her left hand in protest. Wait. I recall now. I've never been intimate with you. At most. What does that even mean?" Yuan Song, feeling both anger and embarrassment, stamped her foot once more. "It means hugs and embraces, but I absolutely did not kiss you. I swear." "Well, then swear it," Yuan Song retorted. "Is a vow truly necessary?" "I can simply promise," Meng Fei replied with a playful smile. Realizing Meng Fei was reluctant to make a vow, Yuan Song felt a pang of indignation, recognizing that her first kiss had unwittingly been stolen by a rogue. In a fit of rage, she contemplated invoking her ice spear technique, but remembered that it would be futile against this rascal. In close combat, regardless of whether he would show mercy, she would gain nothing. At that moment, an unprecedented thought struck Yuan Song. Almost instinctively, she extended her left hand, fingers together and palm facing upward. As her mental energy surged, a brilliant flash of white light erupted from her palm, forming a large bow as translucent and pristine as crystal. Meng Fei, upon catching sight of the bow, exclaimed in shock, "The demon-breaking arrow." As she spoke, Yuan Song had already drawn the bowstring, preparing to unleash her shot. "Wait. You've seen what the dragon frost arrow can do, how it left Huan Yu pale with fright. If such a bow instills fear in her, what chance do I stand if I provoke it?" Meng Fei thought, realizing that should she fail to recognize the danger, she would be left with multiple holes in her body and no way to face the beautiful Zhua, Shi, Yi, and Luyin later. Thus, Meng Fei conceded, raising her hands defensively as if to signal a flag in a tempest, repeatedly pleading for mercy. "I was wrong. I was wrong." In truth, Yuan Song was oblivious to the true nature of the crystal-like bow in her hands. But seeing Meng Fei's palpable fear and sensing the powerful aura emanating from the bow, she concluded it must be extraordinary. Recalling how Meng Fei had spared her during their earlier skirmish, she questioned, "What did you do wrong? I shouldn't have deceived you. And I definitely shouldn't have kissed you." At these words, Yuan Song's pupils constricted with a mixture of urgency and anger. Pointing her finger at Meng Fei as she scolded, "Did you truly do such a thing?" Finding herself at a loss for words, Yuan Song had no choice but to raise the bow once more, drawing the string taut. A demon-breaking arrow materialized, aimed directly at Meng Fei. Meng Fei's eyes widened in shock as she cursed under her breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. Gripping her long spear, she thrust it forcefully into the ground while channeling all her strength into a defensive barrier against the arrow. An invisible, hemispherical shield enveloped her. But the arrow struck with such force that it pushed Meng Fei backward, causing cracks to spread across the shield. Yuan Song was taken aback by the arrow's potency. Watching as Meng Fei found herself in peril, and a sense of regret washed over her. Just as she considered rushing to help, she realized that firing the arrow had drained a third of her energy. In that moment, the golden armor Meng Fei wore began to emanate a gentle, sandy yellow glow, which floated forward to mend the cracks in her shield, enveloping it in a layer of golden spiritual energy that successfully absorbed the arrow's impact, halting Meng Fei's retreat. The two forces clashed fiercely, each consuming the other's energy until they shattered like glass, dissolving into shimmering particles. Both Yuan Song and Meng Fei exhaled in relief. At that moment, applause echoed through the dreamlike space, followed by a voice exclaiming, "Excellent! At last, it resembles the heavenly river." The voice caused both individuals to startle, and they turned to see a large hole forming in the space, akin to a sheet of white paper being burned, from which emerged two figures, a man and a woman. Lan Feng and Huan Yu. "It's you," Meng Fei exclaimed, pointing at Lan Feng. "Aren't you trapped by Dragon Frost's immortal binding array?" Lan Feng and Huan Yu exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Dragon Frost is but a remnant of her former self, a specter controlling the array. Once she dissipates, the array will naturally dissolve, Lan Feng explained, his face betraying a mixture of resentment and satisfaction. Huan Yu, her gaze fixed on Yuan Song, coldly remarked, "You've made a miscalculation. We initially intended to restore the power of the heavenly river, yet you, girl, have continued the legacy of that vile Dragon Frost." Yuan Song, incensed by the comment, raised her bow towards Huan Yu. Huan Yu's expression shifted slightly, while Lan Feng interjected, "Child, do you believe you can confront us with just a bow? The previous arrow should have made it clear, the demon-breaking arrow draws on your inner strength. If you strike us, you too would face obliteration. Do you truly believe you can hit us before your energy wanes?" Before Lan Feng could finish, Meng Fei leapt to Yuan Song's side, positioning himself protectively behind her. This action startled both Yuan Song and Huan Yu, who scrutinized the man before them. A strange sensation washed over Yuan Song, warming her cheeks as Meng Fei declared, "Your opponent is me." "Splendid." Lan Feng laughed heartily, a rare expression of joy crossing his features. He brandished his sword, the Zhaori, aimed at Meng Fei, but suddenly felt a sharp pain radiating from his wrist, coursing through his body. "Ah!" he gasped, bending over, clutching his wrist while cursing, "Damn it." Huan Yu rushed to support him, aware of the origins of his injury. During his entrapment in the immortal binding array, his impatience led him to strike against the barrier, resulting in the backlash that had wounded his wrist. "You're hurt. Perhaps it's best to fight another day," Huan Yu suggested after a moment of contemplation. Lan Feng, unwilling to concede, raised his gaze to the golden-armored man before him, seeing a striking resemblance to a figure from his past that had haunted him for 30 million years. Alas, he was but a step away from resolving that connection. For now, he could only bide his time, knowing that defeat would not only be unsatisfactory but deepen the unresolved ties. Recognizing the wisdom in Huan Yu's words, Lan Feng cast a glance at Yuan Song and Meng Fei before turning away, declaring, "Let us go." Chapter 61. Return to the surface upon exiting the grand gates of the bright light cathedral and descending the towering mountain. Meng Fei and Yuan Song could not help but pause to glance back. In contrast, Lan Feng and Huan Yu, who had been leading the way, pressed forward without a hint of nostalgia. The invisible underwater tunnel still lingered, and Lan Feng and Huan Yu had already distanced themselves from Meng Fei by several hundred meters. At that moment, they turned to look back, their faces adorned with disdain. Lan Feng then extended his right hand, summoning the radiant sword from the magical formation within his palm. With a casual stroke of the sword through the air, a fissure tore open before them. "That matter is settled. We shall proceed on our own paths while they take theirs," Lan Feng remarked, glancing at the radiant figures of Meng Fei and Yuan Song ahead. Addressing Huan Yu felt a surge of joy at being regarded as part of a whole with Lan Feng and nodded with a smile, subsequently leaping into the nether path alongside him. In the instant they departed the underwater tunnel, Huan Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she dissipated the tunnel behind them. As the tunnel vanished, Yuan Song skillfully concealed the bright light cathedral and the towering mountain using his water manipulation skills, only for the surrounding seawater to engulf them unceremoniously. Both exchanged a silent curse towards Huan Yu, and Yuan Song swiftly erected a barrier around himself and Meng Fei, forming a spherical bubble that enveloped them, gradually ascending towards the surface. Meng Fei, relieved to have narrowly escaped, settled down within the bubble, crossing his legs and reveling in the enchanting scenery around him, which only grew more delightful as he began to hum a cheerful tune. Observing this, Yuan Song felt a twinge of dissatisfaction seeing Meng Fei so at ease, and she kicked him playfully, exclaiming, "You seem quite relaxed, still humming away." Meng Fei, sensing her imbalance, raised his hands in a gesture of placation, saying, "This is the ocean. Even if I possess great power, it cannot be wielded here, my dear. You speak of being a war god, yet your prowess falls short." Yuan Song teased. In response, Meng Fei retorted, "I never claimed to be a war god. I am merely a vessel for one." Yuan Song could not help but chuckle, her laughter ringing like a clear bell. Suddenly, her gaze met Meng Fei's peculiar stare, and her smile froze, transforming into a facade of indifference that seemed somewhat forced, akin to a mask of false cheer. Meng Fei, witnessing this change, felt elated. At least her hostility had diminished significantly, no longer as frigid as before. Meanwhile, above the South Sea, a myriad of stars twinkled in the night sky, the shoreline deserted. A flicker of dark crimson fire appeared a meter above the water, coinciding with the waves crashing against the shore. A rift emerged, gradually widening, from which emanated a chilling ghostly wind accompanied by spine-tingling wails, a fracture in the nether path. Emerging from it were two figures, a man and a woman, Lan Feng and Huan Yu. "What shall our next step be?" Huan Yu inquired as they landed softly on the sandy ground. The question momentarily caught Lan Feng off guard. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "First, we must rescue the night demon White Wolf from the mirror of eternal night." As he spoke, Lan Feng gazed back at the South Sea, his eyes deep and shimmering like gemstones in the moonlight. "That boy's utilization of the power of the heavenly river is far from pure. Even if I were to defeat him, it would lack honor. Thus, I must find him a sparring partner, allowing him to reach his peak before I deliver the final blow." Huan Yu admired the side profile of Lan Feng, captivated by his elegant features illuminated by the moonlight. In that moment, she wished to be the heavenly river herself, for at least as his opponent, she would be a constant thought in his mind. Unlike the current situation where he never regarded her for more than 5 seconds. This thought brought her a wave of melancholy. "Do you possess the mirror of eternal night?" Lan Feng asked after a pause. His voice pulled Huan Yu back to reality, and with a shiver, she extended her left hand, raising the mirror into her palm. Lan Feng cast a sidelong glance at the mirror before lifting his gaze to the crescent moon above, contemplating, "In 7 days, it will be the 15th. Very well. I shall arrange a grand theatrical performance for all of humanity in my idle moments." With that, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and a ghostly azure flame enveloped his form. A sudden, melodious clang resonated from their left, drawing their attention. A middle-aged fisherman, startled by their presence, gaped at them, his trembling finger pointing in disbelief as he struggled to articulate his shock. After a prolonged moment, he finally managed to exclaim, "Ghost! Ghost!" As he turned to flee, stumbling as if intoxicated, Huan Yu frowned, summoning her psychic power, her form dissolving like an illusion in water. When she reappeared, she had positioned herself directly in front of the man, who gasped in terror, instinctively retreating before losing his balance and falling back. His face a mask of fear as he pleaded, "Please, don't kill me." Huan Yu smiled, leaning closer to the terrified man, her face adorned with a devilish grin. "Life is but a dream. One drifts through existence, with illusions blurring the lines between reality and fantasy. Fear not, you shall die blissfully." With that, she extended her delicate finger, gently tapping his forehead. His cries, once fervent, faded into silence, replaced by a blissful smile as he collapsed backward, lifeless. Lan Feng approached, casting a scornful glance at the man's body. "Why grant such a wretched creature a peaceful end? You allowed him to die with a good dream." Huan Yu replied with a smile, "He begged me for mercy. I never take pleasure in tormenting those who plead. This rule, you should have known for 30 million years." My affairs are of no concern to you. Lan Feng turned to regard her, taking in her flowing hair, eyes sparkling like stars, now misty with unshed tears. Her features exquisitely crafted, adorned with a delicate sorrow that rendered her pitiful. Remarkably, she had been by his side like a shadow for 30 million years, never abandoning him. Feeling a pang of guilt, as if he owed her an insurmountable debt, Lan Feng averted his gaze and departed the scene, leaving behind a rigid body, smiling as it descended into the depths of the underworld. Chapter 62. Farewell to Lu Yin. A sound akin to a balloon bursting echoed across the surface of the sea. In the tranquil morning of the South China Sea, the sun ascended gradually in the east, casting brilliant rays of orange that tinted the sky and sea, shimmering radiantly. Seabirds circled above, emitting crisp calls, and the atmosphere brimmed with a refreshing and invigorating essence. At that moment, Meng Fei and Yuan Song ascended from the depths of the sea, riding a transparent white bubble, which subsequently burst, producing the aforementioned sound. Meng Fei stretched lazily, inhaling the fresh air deeply, then stood alongside Yuan Song upon the water's surface, swaying gently like a fish's swim bladder. Yuan Song also reached out, her sparkling eyes gazing up at the vast, vibrant sky, a faint yet serene smile gracing her lips. Both Meng Fei and Yuan Song had reverted to their attire from when they had submerged into the South China Sea. When Meng Fei glanced at his watch and realized the day had passed, he turned to Yuan Song and inquired, "Where do you reside? Should I escort you home?" Yuan Song, momentarily roused from her reverie of nature's splendor, coldly declined with a terse no, then stepped onto the water as if it were solid ground, striding towards the shore. Meng Fei felt the sting of rejection, his expression revealing a sense of helplessness. He had often heard the phrase that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the sea, and now he was experiencing its essence firsthand. Shaking his head with a sigh, he had little choice but to follow. During the day, Meng Fei and Yuan Song ventured to the South China Sea. The city of Huajing had erupted into a frenzy, akin to boiling water, due to the sensational events occurring outside the outstanding jewelry exhibition organized by the Zhuiyue Group. The internet buzzed with reports of a superhuman appearing inexplicably in the capital, engaging in a confrontation with a mysterious figure of equal prowess. The saying, "Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving," rang true, as half of the capital's residents had initially scoffed at the absurdity circulating online, yet now they were compelled to believe. Thus, as Meng Fei and Yuan Song strolled through the bustling streets, television screens displayed commentary and opinions from various sectors regarding the extraordinary events of the day. Among the myriad of bizarre theories, some even featured eccentric scientists from films, suggesting that Meng Fei and the enigmatic figure were superhumans born from scientific prowess. Meng Fei closely followed Yuan Song, silently accompanying her until they arrived at a five-star hotel. Yuan Song halted, turned to the smiling Meng Fei, and raised an eyebrow, querying, "Why are you still following me? I have arrived." Upon hearing this, Meng Fei gazed at the lavish entrance of the hotel, contemplating the comfort of staying there. He raised his hands and, with a grimace, said, "You have reached your destination, but I am yet to secure mine." Perhaps, as he spoke, a mysterious smile crept across his face, and he noticed Yuan Song approaching him. She lowered her voice, stating, "Are you implying that you have nowhere to stay and wish for my assistance in booking a room?" Her eyes glinted ominously, as if to warn him that should he nod in affirmation, he would face her wrath. Understanding Yuan Song's temperament, Meng Fei discerned that he must tread carefully. He waved his hands dismissively, replying, "No, absolutely not." Following this, he observed Yuan Song's expression shift to one of begrudging acceptance. And just as she prepared to turn away, she suddenly remarked, "What I mean is, would you mind if I shared a room with you?" Meng Fei's words had effectively halted Yuan Song in her tracks. She stood there as though frozen, and after a prolonged silence, she turned to him. Her face overshadowed by clouds, her voice as cold as winter's ice, retorting, "What do you think?" Stung by her piercing gaze, Meng Fei dared not provoke her further. He leaned back slightly, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, all right, I'll leave. I'm going." As he spoke, he began to retreat step by step. Once he had distanced himself by over 100 meters, Yuan Song finally suppressed her menacing aura and turned towards the hotel. Meanwhile, Meng Fei sighed, only to collide with a woman as he turned around. The woman exuded a delicate and elegant fragrance, embodying the unique charm of a mature woman. Tall and graceful, she wore a fitted white blazer, a matching short skirt, white stockings, and high heels, radiating an air of competence. As Meng Fei looked up, he found Lu Yin smiling warmly at him. Luine, I missed you so much. Upon seeing her, Meng Fei was momentarily taken aback before he opened his arms for an embrace. Clearly, Luine had not anticipated such a sudden approach. She stepped back swiftly, pushing her palms forward, arching her brows, and playfully scolding. How dare you? Had it been anyone else, Luine would have unleashed her combat skills. But since Meng Fei had recently been in trouble, she refrained from retaliating. Moreover, an inexplicable feeling compelled her to avoid resisting him. Still, considering their public surroundings, she chose to evade the embrace. Meng Fei, intending to seize the opportunity, found himself thwarted by her agile retreat. He chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. My apologies, Luine. I was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing you and lost control. I owe you an apology. He then spread his legs apart and bowed at a 90-degree angle to the enchanting woman before him. Luine, observing this rather informal bow, couldn't help but be amused even if she had been upset. She stifled a laugh, placing her hands on Meng Fei's shoulders to lift him up. By the way, where were you yesterday? After such a significant incident in the city, I thought you might have perished in the chaos. I went to the police station multiple times, hoping to find your name on the list. Meng Fei, hearing this, feigned an exaggerated expression of gratitude, his eyes brimming with mock tears. He stammered. With you treating me this way, even if I were to die here, I would have no regrets. Luine recognized Meng Fei's penchant for flattery, yet she found herself inexplicably enjoying his compliments, despite her general disdain for insincere men. She playfully scolded, You may have no regrets, but what about me? If you were to die, what would I do? That girl, Zhuoxi, would surely tear me apart and demand that I replace you as her boyfriend. Zhuoxi? Boyfriend? Meng Fei paused, startled by her words. He muttered to himself, realizing Luine had misunderstood the situation. However, the thought of Zhuoxi's charming face suddenly filled his mind, prompting him to ask, What's wrong with her? What's wrong? Luine replied incredulously, raising her voice in a teasing tone. In your absence, she has been calling me every few hours, inquiring about your whereabouts, more anxious than I am. I'm nearly driven mad by her persistence, and you still dare to ask? Have you no conscience? With that, Luine playfully poked Meng Fei in the chest with her slender finger. Seizing the moment, Meng Fei feigned injury, clutching his chest as if struck, leaning backward dramatically, and exclaimed, Really? Perhaps my conscience was indeed fed to a dog. No wonder I felt a dog sniffing around me when I awoke by the sea today. Luine, you must check for me. See if my conscience is still intact. You must help me. As he spoke, he continued to rub his hands together, fully aware of the mischievous undertones of his words. However, Luine felt an unbearable itch, devoid of any anger. Thus, he leaned closer and extended his other hand to playfully swat Meng Fei, jesting, Dare you to toy with me, you rogue? Watch as I teach you a lesson. Upon uttering these words, Luine and Meng Fei became entwined in a playful scuffle on the street, their laughter rising, enveloped in an atmosphere of delightful intimacy. Chapter 63. The secret discovered by Zhuoxi on the bustling street. Luine and Meng Fei were engrossed in their playful tussle, utterly oblivious to the curious gazes observing them from the shadows. Among the onlookers was a luxurious Mercedes sedan, where a man clad in a tailored suit, exuding the poise of a seasoned success, burst into laughter upon witnessing the scene. He was none other than Lu Yin's elder brother, Lu Qingji. His driver, a faithful assistant of over a decade, was taken aback upon spotting Luine and Meng Fei from a distance. He turned to Lu Qingji and inquired, Lu Ge, what do you think of this? Lu Qingji, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Luine and remarked to his assistant, Xiao Kong, It's nothing extraordinary. It's merely the natural course of life. Men marry and women wed. However, I must admit, I did not expect this girl to have such unique tastes, indulging in a relationship with someone younger. Xiao Kong chuckled at this, and Lu Qingji continued, Regardless, it is a relief to see her moving on. As long as she finds joy in her affections and no longer dwells on the memories of the deceased and their remnants, I, as her elder brother, can finally breathe easy. With a contented smile, he instructed Xiao Kong, Let us go. Later, have someone investigate this young man as background. Xiao Kong nodded in agreement and started the car, departing from the scene. Meanwhile, Luine had finally escaped Meng Fei's playful grasp. She touched her flushed cheeks, feeling the warmth radiate from their earlier antics, and shyly smiled. When she caught Meng Fei's mischievous gaze, her cheeks flushed deeper, prompting her to hastily push him away and chase after him. Meng Fei laughed, evading her attempts. To the casual observer, they appeared to be an infatuated couple, eliciting mixed reactions of envy, disgust, and anger. Among the latter was Yuan Song. Hiding behind the window of her hotel room, Yuan Song watched the frolicking duo, her expression darkening as clouds gathered on her brow. In a fit of annoyance, she flung the curtain aside and scoffed, "Wretched fools, shameless lovers." With that, she turned and lay back on her bed, closing her eyes in resignation. Dressed in a delicate pink chiffon gown, Zhuoxi sported whimsical pigtails resembling little horns, adorned with large platinum hoops. She lowered her head, savoring the ice cream in the restaurant, occasionally giggling with delight. Though in her early 20s, she radiated the innocence of a 5 or 6-year-old, her spirit bright and untainted. Observing her enjoying the ice cream, Meng Fei resolved to demonstrate his technique. The proper way to indulge in ice cream is to take a sizable bite, allowing it to melt into a creamy consistency before it soothes your throat. He explained with a grin. Zhuoxi, lifting her face in disbelief, retorted, "You're deceiving me. If I take a big bite, I'll freeze my nerves. Do you not believe me?" He challenged. "Not at all." Zhuoxi puffed her cheeks and shook her head defiantly. "Very well, watch closely." With that, Meng Fei lifted the ice cream bowl above his head and tilted his head back, taking a mouthful as the ice cream cascaded down. The absurdity of his action prompted a giggle from Zhuoxi, though her eyes remained glued to his face, eager to witness his struggle against the cold. In truth, as Meng Fei held the ice cream in his mouth, the chilling sensation numbed his lips, gradually rendering his mind sluggish. In response, he summoned the fiery energy within him to counteract the cold. Instantly, warmth returned to his mouth, and the ice cream melted into a delightful creaminess, flowing down his throat. As he swallowed, Zhuoxi's face clouded with concern, and she leaned forward, cupping his face in her hands. "You're out of your mind. This could be harmful to your health." Her hands, however, felt warm against his skin, causing her to furrow her brows in confusion. "How is your face so warm?" she queried, touching her own cool cheeks, still chilled from her earlier bites of ice cream. At that moment, Meng Fei was oblivious to her words, for Zhuoxi had leaned closer, revealing her ample bosom. Her fair skin, perfectly developed, created an enticing cleavage, evoking a torrent of thoughts in Meng Fei. Dressed in vintage attire that left little to the imagination, she wore a traditional bodice held up by delicate ribbons, casting a spell that threatened to cloud his judgment. The raw heat within him surged, and he felt a trickle of blood escape his nose. "Oh no!" Zhuoxi exclaimed upon noticing the blood, her eyes widening in alarm as she shook his dazed face. "I told you not to be reckless. Look what you've done." As she shook him, her movements caused Meng Fei to feel dizzy. To prevent further embarrassment, he pushed her back into her seat, turned his head, and wiped the blood from his nose. "It's nothing, really. You needn't worry." Since he reassured her, Zhuoxi reluctantly settled back into her chair, gazing at him with wide eyes and a cute pout that stirred Meng Fei's emotions anew. Fortunately, he managed to suppress the rising heat, averting another potential mishap. "Are you truly all right?" she asked, observing the strain on his face. Finally regaining composure, Meng Fei met her gaze, though his mind still wandered to the alluring view before him, and he proudly replied, "What's the fuss? I'm perfectly fine." Seeing his usual carefree demeanor return, Zhuoxi let out a relieved laugh. "I've never seen anyone eat ice cream to the point of a nosebleed before." Meng Fei silently lamented. "It's all your fault, you little enchantress." With a playful grin, he reached out and grasped her hands, feigning deep emotion. "Sister Shi, your concern touches my heart." As he clutched her soft fingers, Zhuoxi, like Luyin, found herself unable to muster any anger. Instead, she playfully chided, "Stop being so silly. I have something important to discuss with you." As Meng Fei relaxed against his chair, propping his left hand behind his head while holding a teacup in his right, he replied nonchalantly, "Go ahead, I'm all ears." With his attention, Zhuoxi's demeanor shifted to one of intrigue. She leaned closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "I've discovered that my aunt, Han Heng, is the superhero online." Chapter 64. The Identity of Han Heng. With a sudden laugh, Meng Fei expelled the tea he had just sipped upon hearing Zhuoxi's words. Had he not swiftly turned his face away upon seeing her, she would have been in a rather embarrassing predicament. "What are you talking about? Your aunt isn't an old lady, is she?" "No, your aunt is Director Han. How could she possibly be a superhero? Besides, superheroes are male." Meng Fei composed himself and retorted. Zhuoxi, undeterred, replied, "That may not necessarily be the case. You know, that superhero online, covering his face and donning a white robe, who can tell if it's a man or a woman?" She puffed out her chest defiantly, asserting her point to Meng Fei. Meng Fei considered her argument, finding some merit in it despite knowing she was mistaken. "But how did you come to suspect your aunt?" he inquired. Zhuo Shi's expression turned enigmatic once more as she leaned closer, whispering in his ear. Because I've realized that my aunt is not the same as she once was. She has transformed into another woman. Taken aback, Meng Fei paused before asking, how did you come to that conclusion? As she settled back into her chair, Zhuo Shi recounted the incident from the exhibition days prior, where Han Heng had taken her to a hotel, instructing her to remain hidden while he engaged in a confrontation with Huan Yu in the corridor. Based on her description of the woman impersonating Han Heng and Meng Fei's own suspicions, he was now nearly certain that Han Heng was indeed Yuan Song. Internally, he cursed. Damn it, she has deceived me for so long. Seeing Meng Fei lost in thought, Zhuo Shi waved her hand in front of him. Meng Fei, are you even listening? Snapping back to reality, Meng Fei responded, of course I am. But this situation is exceedingly bizarre. Even if the woman impersonating your aunt possesses remarkable skills, she may not be the superhero depicted online. Moreover, she must have infiltrated your home for a reason. So you mustn't expose her. Why shouldn't I? If I don't reveal her, how will I know what happened to my aunt? Zhuo Shi's demeanor shifted, tears welling in her eyes. My aunt loved me dearly since childhood. Now that she is being impersonated, could it mean she has been killed? Tell me, Meng Fei, has that woman murdered my aunt? As she clutched Meng Fei's hands, her voice was filled with desperation. Feeling his heart soften, Meng Fei grasped her hands firmly, offering support without taking advantage of the moment. Rest assured, I will get to the bottom of this, I promise. His eyes gleamed with determination as he gazed towards the hotel where Yuan Song was residing. Conflicted, Meng Fei pondered why Yuan Song would impersonate Han Heng. If what Zhuo Shi claimed was true, that Yuan Song had harmed Han Heng or committed some inhumane act, what would he do? Should he assist Zhuo Shi or protect Yuan Song? For the first time, Meng Fei realized that making a choice could be more challenging than anything else. As night fell, the sky over Huajing City was adorned with twinkling stars, the moon hidden behind clouds. The city, bathed in the glow of neon lights, appeared enchanting, noble, and graceful. Even in the late hours, the streets bustled with life, reflecting the city's restless spirit. Inside, the warm glow of soft yellow lights illuminated the spacious room. Furnished with a sofa, a coffee table, and a large bed facing a wall-mounted LCD television. A half-open wine cabinet revealed a bottle of red wine resting on the table. The wind rustled the curtains, creating a gentle whisper. Draped in a white robe and holding a white mask, Meng Fei sat casually on the windowsill. One leg stretched out while the other was bent, exuding an effortless charm. In contrast, Yuan Song wore a sheer purple gown that subtly revealed her undergarments. Her damp hair and tall frame exuded an irresistible allure, reminiscent of a night sprite, embodying the city's beauty and elegance. Upon catching sight of him, Yuan Song's initially surprised expression morphed into a smirk. She dragged a sofa closer to the window, perched elegantly upon it with a rounded wine glass in hand, her long, slender legs crossed. The illustrious national superhero graces my humble abode. What brings you here? Meng Fei remained silent, his deep-set eyes locked onto Yuan Song, emanating an enchanting aura. Noticing the stark difference in his demeanor, Yuan Song raised an eyebrow and asked, aren't you going to accompany your sister Luine? Her tone was laced with a hint of jealousy. In the past, such words would have elicited joy from Meng Fei, but this time, he remained unresponsive, leaping down from the windowsill and approaching her with steady steps. As he drew near, Yuan Song's furrowed brow deepened. When he stood before her, she abruptly rose to meet his gaze, and they remained silent for a long while. Finally, Meng Fei broke the silence with a cold remark, long time no see. Director Han. The mention of Director Han briefly flashed surprise across Yuan Song's face, a fleeting expression that was nearly imperceptible. Yet, this subtle shift confirmed for Meng Fei the woman's identity before him. Regaining her composure, Yuan Song attempted to distance herself, trying to evade Meng Fei's penetrating gaze. However, after a few steps, a powerful arm seized her, and he demanded, where's the real Han Han? Meng Fei's voice echoed in the silence, met with no response. While Yuan Song's face portrayed a complex array of emotions, memories flooding her mind like flowing water. Seeing her silence, Meng Fei's previously concealed fear became more pronounced beneath his mask as he pressed. Did you kill her? How would I know if that woman is alive or dead? I don't even know Han Heng. Yuan Song lashed out, pushing Meng Fei away and glaring at him. Uncharacteristically, Meng Fei advanced a step closer, firmly countering. Then why are you impersonating her and infiltrating the Zhuo family? I warn you. Regardless of your motives. His words cut off abruptly as Yuan Song's eyes blazed with crimson fury, and she retorted, what do you mean by that? As she advanced towards him, Meng Fei found himself momentarily startled, retreating until he was cornered against the coffee table. He took a deep breath and declared, "Yes." Yuan Song's reaction was one of shock, her expression shifting to one of unexpected sorrow. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and she turned away, eventually breaking into sobs. The phrase "a beauty's tears can intoxicate a hero" rang true. No matter how furious Meng Fei had been with Yuan Song, her tears extinguished his anger instantly. He stepped forward, intending to apologize, but Yuan Song abruptly faced him, her tear-streaked face revealing, "Indeed, the current Han Heng is a role I have taken on." Chapter 65. Interrogation. Upon hearing Yuan Song's candid admission of the suspicion that had lingered in her heart, Meng Fei, despite having mentally prepared for this outcome, found herself momentarily stunned. After a lengthy pause, she finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Why? Where truly is Han Heng?" Her voice bore an undertone of reproach. "She is dead." Yuan Song closed in on Meng Fei, tilting her chin upward to meet his gaze, delivering the chilling statement with icy resolve. The revelation struck Meng Fei like a thunderbolt. She had not anticipated Han Heng's demise. Instinctively, her mind conjured the thought that the woman Yuan Song spoke of had fallen victim to her hand, a notion reinforced by Zhua Xi's earlier claims. With an expression of disbelief akin to that of a witness to malevolence, Meng Fei involuntarily took a few steps back, her voice turning frigid as she demanded, "How did she die?" Detecting the reproach in Meng Fei's tone, a fleeting sorrow crossed Yuan Song's features, only to be replaced by a bitter smile. "What if I were to say that I killed her for my own nefarious purposes and then masqueraded as her to infiltrate the Zhua family? What would you do?" As Yuan Song posed her question, Meng Fei's eyes sharpened, and she retorted coolly, "Since I have donned this attire to seek you out, I am not inquiring as Meng Fei." Yuan Song appeared momentarily taken aback by Meng Fei's response. She scrutinized the white robe he wore, reminiscent of the enigmatic hero lauded online, and realized he was asserting his role as a champion of justice. Should she be guilty of Han Heng's murder, he would certainly seek retribution for the deceased. With this thought, Yuan Song stepped back and erupted into laughter, her voice melodious yet perplexing to Meng Fei. "What is so amusing?" he queried. "I laugh at your arrogance." Yuan Song retorted sharply, before continuing, "Did you not claim to be a bystander, asserting that matters of justice were of no concern to you? Yet now, you seem to cherish the title of superhero. How hypocritical." Meng Fei, his face obscured by a mask, displayed no emotional fluctuation, maintaining his composure as he replied, "It was the eldest daughter of the Zhua family who implored me to come here." At the mention of Zhua Xi, a pang of pain pierced Yuan Song's heart, prompting her voice to soften, tinged with melancholy. "Is her plight so significant?" Meng Fei did not directly respond, instead stating, "That matter is unrelated to my inquiry. Let us return to the crux. Did you truly kill Han Heng?" Yuan Song abruptly turned away, addressing Meng Fei over her shoulder. "Whether I did or did not, that is my affair. Should the Zhua family inquire, I might entertain their questions, but what are you to me?" Meng Fei was momentarily at a loss for words. "Leave," Yuan Song exclaimed suddenly, her voice booming in the silence that followed Meng Fei's lack of response. "I cannot depart without clarity on this matter. I will not relent easily." Meng Fei countered resolutely. Yuan Song chuckled bitterly and retorted, "I shall provide you with a conclusion. Han Heng is dead. As for who killed her, are you not the superhero? Investigate it yourself." Faced with Yuan Song's unyielding demeanor, Meng Fei found himself at an impasse. He remained reluctant to believe that this woman before him could be capable of indiscriminate murder. Despite her coldness toward him, Meng Fei observed the humanity that resided within her. Thus, he stood his ground, gazing intently at Yuan Song, as if awaiting a change of heart. However, after a prolonged silence, he was met with her sharp retort, "If you do not leave, I shall forcibly escort you out." Upon hearing this, Meng Fei sensed the palpable tension in the room, a looming threat emanating from Yuan Song. Her form began to shroud itself in mist, her hands transforming into a crystalline transparency. "Will you depart, or will you not?" Yuan Song posed her ultimatum, each word laced with menace. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Fei calmly replied, "I stand by my previous statement. Until I obtain answers today, I shall not yield. Do you presume to dictate this matter?" "Absolutely." In an instant, Yuan Song lunged forward with astonishing speed, her right palm poised to strike. Given Meng Fei's prowess, he could easily evade her attack, but this time, he miscalculated her intensity. Unforeseen fury fueled Yuan Song's strike, and before he could react, the force of her blow sent him reeling backward. Straining to stabilize himself with his internal energy, Meng Fei found himself overwhelmed by Yuan Song's might. Crashing into a coffee table, shattering it to pieces. He continued to slide until his back collided with the wall, leaving deep fissures in its wake. The tremors reverberated through the room, causing the lights to flicker and the fire sprinkler overhead to rupture, unleashing a cascade of water. The spray descended upon Yuan Song, coalescing into icicles that aimed directly at Meng Fei, poised to strike him with deadly precision. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the shouts of security personnel, prompting Meng Fei to realize that the commotion had drawn their attention. If we are to engage, let us do so outside, Meng Fei suggested coldly. Fixing his gaze on Yuan Song, Yuan Song remained unresponsive, her expression inscrutable as if she had not heard him. In the next moment, a glint of determination sparked in her eyes, and the ice projectiles surged toward Meng Fei. Cursing under his breath, Meng Fei thrust his left hand forward, summoning a violet-blue hemispherical shield that shattered the incoming ice shards mid-flight. In that brief interval, the mist emanating from Yuan Song coalesced into a long white robe and a mask, mirroring Meng Fei's attire. In a flash, she appeared before him, grasping his collar with both hands, and hurled him towards the door with all her might. Caught off guard, Meng Fei was propelled like a runaway train, crashing through the door with a resounding impact, and barreled into the adjacent room, breaking through yet another door until he ultimately burst through a wall. In the opposite room, a middle-aged man engrossed in an American blockbuster suddenly found his surroundings eerily reminiscent of the film's explosive scenes. Momentarily convinced he had traversed time, he stared in disbelief until a blindingly fast white figure zipped past him, jolting him back to reality. He shouted in alarm and dashed outside to seek assistance from the security personnel. Chapter 66. Striking with all one's might in the night sky of Huajing City. Meng Fei lay suspended in midair, overlooking the bustling streets below. At that moment, Yuan Song had soared above him, confronting him with a clenched fist, which struck the shimmering golden armor on Meng Fei's chest with a resounding thud. Yuan Song unleashed her full strength, sending Meng Fei plummeting downward like a falling star. Crashing onto the street below, Meng Fei sensed something peculiar about Yuan Song's aggression that night. Each blow she delivered felt as though she were intent on taking his life. Cursing under his breath, he descended from several stories high to the ground. Upon impact, a massive crater formed in the once pristine street, and as Meng Fei's body skidded across the surface, it left a long trail, ultimately crashing into a nearby fashion boutique. Fortunately, due to the late hour, many pedestrians had already returned home, but those who remained gasped in shock, scattering like startled birds. The sudden disturbance also caused drivers to slam on their brakes, resulting in a chain collision involving 10 vehicles. Moreover, the debris from Meng Fei's fall sent numerous stones flying, injuring several bystanders. In the aftermath of the chaos, someone promptly alerted the authorities. Nearby residents, feeling the tremors, rushed to their windows, and upon spotting Meng Fei, now covered in dust and rising from the wreckage, instantly recognized him as an internet sensation, prompting them to whip out their phones for photographs. Unfazed by the commotion around him, Meng Fei glanced around before raising his gaze to the sky, where Yuan Song hovered above. Just then, a flash of white light signaled her descent as she landed before him, extending her heel to deliver another crushing blow. Instinctively, Meng Fei raised his arms in defense, but the weight of the impact bore down on him, causing his legs to buckle, just as his knees were about to touch the ground. He gritted his teeth and pushed upward, sending Yuan Song tumbling backward. As he regained his footing, Meng Fei felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. Before him, Yuan Song stood tall, enveloped in a radiant aura reminiscent of a solar corona, her white robe billowing in the evening breeze. Most alarming of all, she held a translucent white longbow in her hand. A chill ran down Meng Fei's spine as he stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming in anger, "Is it necessary for you to fight me over a simple inquiry?" Yuan Song responded with a heavy huff, retorting, "Is that truly how you frame your questions? It seems you've already made up your mind." As she approached, her voice crescendoed, "Isn't that right?" Caught off guard by her probing tone, Meng Fei fell silent, inadvertently conceding to her accusation. "I detest this feeling of distrust." Yuan Song's eyes welled with tears, her voice trembling as she continued, "You remind me of my sister from years past. Now you are the same." With a sudden intensity in her gaze, she gripped the bow tighter, pulling Meng Fei's collar as she declared, "I will fight you, and what of it?" With that, Meng Fei was once again caught off guard as Yuan Song sent him careening down the street, evoking another wave of screams from onlookers. As Meng Fei grit his teeth and rose from the ground, he saw a white magic-breaking arrow take flight from Yuan Song's bow. Upon release, the arrow distorted the air around it, generating a powerful gust that swept through the vicinity. Some were caught unawares, lifted off their feet, while even parked cars were sent soaring into the air. The street descended into chaos. Yuan Song remained oblivious to the turmoil, her piercing gaze fixated on Meng Fei, sharper than the arrow itself. Noticing the golden light radiating from his armor, she saw him wielding a purple spear crackling with electricity. With a thunderous boom, the spear collided with the magic-breaking arrow, sending shockwaves rippling through the surroundings, causing nearby buildings to sway precariously and further increasing the casualty count among the onlookers. At that moment, a sense of righteous duty surged within Meng Fei as he confronted Yuan Song's madness. Channeling his inner strength, he transferred the fire and thunder energy from his hands into the spear. The spear flared with a brilliant light, shattering the arrow mid-flight. Believing he had averted disaster, Meng Fei steadied himself, only to find that while he dealt with the first arrow, Yuan Song had already loosed a second, aimed directly at his abdomen. In a desperate maneuver, Meng Fei performed a backward somersault, landing several meters away in a stance that readied him for the oncoming strike. Holding the spear firmly, he prepared to intercept the arrow, summoning a protective barrier around himself. Just like in the dream realm, the golden armor radiated a fierce glow, enveloping him in a shimmering shield that gradually dissipated the arrow's power. However, as the first two arrows were thwarted, Meng Fei found himself panting heavily, his right hand propping him up with the spear embedded in the ground, eyes locked ahead. Suddenly, a third arrow was loosed. Yuan Song collapsed to the ground, gazing up at the arrow's tail as she saw Meng Fei's fading form, an expression of regret crossing her features, but it was too late. Meng Fei forced a wry smile, preparing to retaliate, but the arrow struck his abdomen. Had it not been for the protective armor, he would have been reduced to ashes in the night sky of Huajing City. The impact felt akin to being struck by a hammer through a thin veil. Despite the armor's protection, the overwhelming power of the arrow forced him to grimace in pain, grinding his teeth against the agony. The armor, once worn by the Celestial River 3 million years prior, while formidable, could not easily be pierced. Gradually, the arrow's power waned against the armor's resilience until it finally dissipated into nothingness. Though the arrow had vanished, Meng Fei now bore severe internal injuries, expelling a sudden torrent of blood before collapsing to the ground, his consciousness fading alongside Yuan Song's. The two lay sprawled on the street, hundreds of meters apart, as the distant wail of sirens began to echo, signaling the arrival of police and medical personnel to the scene. Given the gravity of the situation, special forces also joined the fray, cautiously surrounding the fallen figures with shields and drawn weapons. Just as they prepared to approach, a figure descended from the heavens. With long flowing hair and clad in an ancient robe, their eyes sharp as blades, it was none other than Lan Feng. Chapter 67. Awakening to see the wind. When Meng Fei and Yuan Song regained consciousness from their stupor, they were momentarily taken aback by their surroundings. The cavernous walls, rugged and adorned with moss, revealed that they were indeed ensconced within a cave. Instinctively on high alert, Meng Fei sat up abruptly, scanning the vicinity, and his gaze collided with Yuan Song's, their eyes locking in a moment of unbreakable connection. They remained silent for an extended period, each motionless in their current positions. The anger that had once marred Yuan Song's features had dissipated, replaced by an evident discomfort in confronting Meng Fei, prompting her to avert her gaze and inquire, "Where are we? Why have you brought me here?" Yuan Song's sudden question left Meng Fei bewildered, and he replied, slightly widening his eyes, "Aren't you the one who brought me here?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Song too was taken aback, and both exchanged puzzled looks, scanning their surroundings for clues, yet yielding nothing of significance. "Stop looking. It was I who brought you here." As Meng Fei and Yuan Song searched with their eyes, a familiar voice emerged from outside the entrance, startling both of them. Indeed, it was the man they had suspected, Lan Feng, maintaining his trademark aloof demeanor. Lan Feng paid no heed to their curious glances. He approached them slowly, his gaze briefly scrutinizing them before he spoke. "You two are quite peculiar. Had I not been present last night, you might have found yourselves in a police cell. Now, tell me, I am suddenly intrigued. What caused you to tear at each other?" Meng Fei, observing the troubled expression on Yuan Song's face, laughed and addressed Lan Feng, who said, "We were tearing at each other. We were merely practicing to prepare for your impending onslaught. Is that not acceptable?" Although Lan Feng recognized the falsehood in Meng Fei's words, he could not suppress his delight. Responding with a smile, "Let it be so." He then turned to Meng Fei, asserting, "You have a certain resemblance to Tian He now. Should you withstand 3 of the broken magic arrows, your performance in the forthcoming battle will surely be exhilarating." Accustomed to Lan Feng's reticent nature, Meng Fei and Yuan Song were taken aback by his sudden laughter, causing them to shiver involuntarily and exchange astonished glances. Lan Feng continued to laugh, resembling an adventurer who had finally discovered an oasis after a long search for water. Unable to bear Lan Feng's merriment any longer, Meng Fei furrowed his brow and asked, "What of the beautiful maiden who often accompanies you, Sister Huanyu?" Upon hearing her name, Lan Feng's laughter abruptly ceased, his piercing gaze fixed on Meng Fei, as if reproaching him for addressing her so casually. He then replied coldly, "I have dispatched her on a task that will surely ignite your blood. Would you like to know what it is?" Yuan Song and Meng Fei exchanged another glance, both perceiving a shared confusion. Meng Fei then inquired, "What exactly is this matter?" Lan Feng smirked, stating, "I have found you an opponent, the Night Demon, Bai Lang, from the depths of the Mirror of Night." His words detonated like a bombshell, leaving both Meng Fei and Yuan Song momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, Yuan Song finally regained her composure and pointed at Lan Feng, exclaiming, "You are insane to unleash such a fiend." Lan Feng, unfazed by her outburst, calmly explained, "Bai Lang and I, along with Huanyu, are known as the 12 demons. It is only natural to rescue our comrades. Besides," as he spoke, a mysterious smile began to form on Lan Feng's face as he turned to Meng Fei, slowly extending a finger towards him and declaring, "You, Meng Fei, though you have inherited the power of Tianhe, without worthy adversaries to hone your skills, how can you be considered a contender against me in battle?" From their prior encounters with Lan Feng, Meng Fei and Yuan Song understood his obsession with reputation and his desire to surpass Tianhe. Realizing that his claim of rescuing comrades was merely a guise to provide Meng Fei with a rival, they comprehended his ulterior motive to enhance his own glory in future contests. "You are truly despicable to toy with the lives of your comrades." Yuan Song's gaze was as sharp as a blade as she confronted Lan Feng. In response, he chuckled and retorted, "Don't speak nonsense. How can you be certain that Bai Lang will perish at your hands? What if you falter? If Bai Lang proves inferior to me, I shall still prevail. Should he lose, I shall settle the score myself." Quite clever indeed. Ha ha. The persistent laughter from Lan Feng unsettled both Meng Fei and Yuan Song, causing them to frown in discomfort. They then heard Lan Feng declare, "Regardless, the matter is settled. I advise you to wait until after your duel with Bai Lang before taking any action, lest you find yourselves at a disadvantage from the outset." Ha ha. This was the third round of laughter, imbued with arrogance, prompting Meng Fei and Yuan Song to cover their ears in irritation. Suddenly, Lan Feng produced his sword, the Zhaori Longjian, and with a swift motion, he sliced through the air, creating a rift that he vanished into. With Lan Feng's departure, only Meng Fei and Yuan Song remained, the atmosphere heavy with silence, so profound that they could hear the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. After a lengthy pause, Meng Fei finally broke the silence, asking, "Shall we still fight?" Yuan Song shuddered at the sound of his voice, turning to gaze at him for a moment, carefully scrutinizing his expression. Raising an eyebrow, she retorted, "What do you intend? If it is a fight you seek, I am ready at any moment." Caught off guard by her challenge, Meng Fei found himself unwilling to engage in combat. Thus he echoed Lan Feng's earlier words, suggesting, with Bai Lang's emergence, "Let us temporarily set this matter aside and revisit it later." Yuan Song interjected, promptly rising and heading towards the exit. It was evident that she wished to avoid further entanglement in the issue, yet Meng Fei remained insistent. "Will you not disclose Han Heng's whereabouts? What transpired between the two of you is something I must know. Otherwise, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family will uncover your identity, and you will no longer be safe here." Though reluctant to engage Yuan Song in a physical confrontation, Meng Fei felt compelled to seek understanding. Upon hearing his words, Yuan Song paused, her face reflecting a tumult of emotions. After exhaling deeply and closing her eyes as if recalling distant memories or contemplating her thoughts, she finally opened her eyes, a resolute expression illuminating her features as she turned to Meng Fei, asking, "Do you truly wish to know?" Meng Fei nodded in affirmation. "Then follow me. I shall take you there." With that, Yuan Song strode purposefully towards the cave's entrance, and Meng Fei naturally followed her out. Chapter 68. The mysterious cave. A breeze rustled the hair of Yuan Song as she stood at the edge of the cliff, her locks flowing like aquatic plants behind her. The wind, reminiscent of sand, seemed to invade her eyes, bringing forth crystalline tears. Her eyes were tinged with red, and her countenance bore an unmistakable sorrow. Dream Fei stood motionless behind her, observing her silhouette. He had heard Yuan Song recount Han Heng's tale, and now, recalling the familiar face seen earlier in the cave, he was reminded of the domineering demeanor of the old woman in the office. Unexpectedly, she had been dormant in the cave behind him all along, never having ventured out. An indescribable emotion surged within him, prompting a sigh. Han Heng had been found, and Yuan Song had shared the story. Indeed, he had misjudged the situation. All that remained was to await a reasonable explanation to address Zhuoxi. Thus, Dream Fei stepped toward Yuan Song, sitting beside her and saying, "I misunderstood you. I apologize. What do you intend to do now?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Song widened her eyes slightly and asked, "What can we do? The young lady of the Zhuo family is already aware of your identity. Can you still return to the Zhuo household?" Dream Fei elucidated. Yuan Song was momentarily at a loss for words, recalling Han Heng's words as he fell from the cliff. Her life had been saved by this woman, who had entrusted her to care for Zhuo Jijun. Could she not fulfill even this modest request? After a long contemplation, Yuan Song finally replied, "I don't know. We'll take it step by step. The most pressing matter is to thwart Huan Yu and prevent her from unleashing the white wolf from the Chunyi mirror into the world." Dream Fei too was contemplative. He had already begun to formulate a strategy to confront Zhuoxi. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked Yuan Song, "You mentioned finding the sacred book here. Does this not imply that this was once the domain of the Bright Clan? Moreover, Long Shuang had told me that she left behind 3 souls, one on the book, one guarding the sanctuary. Just now, I noticed many strange characters on the stone walls in the cave. Could they be remnants left by Long Shuang?" As Dream Fei spoke, excitement illuminated his features. Yuan Song felt a twinge of jealousy and fixed her gaze on him, asking, "Are you pleased?" "Of course I am. If the inscriptions there reveal some form of magic capable of resurrecting the dead, wouldn't that resolve everything?" Dream Fei exclaimed. Immediately rising and rushing into the cave behind him, Yuan Song pondered for a long moment, deeming it reasonable, and followed him into the cave. As their figures vanished, 2 individuals appeared outside the cave, one male and one female. The woman, her face as white as snow, smiled and turned to the man, saying, "I didn't expect we would accomplish our task so effortlessly. Do not rejoice too soon. Let us enter and see," replied the man. And together they transformed into beams of light and darted into the cave. Inside the cave, upon his second visit, Dream Fei found the surroundings unchanged, imbued with a familiar scent, as if Long Shuang were perpetually by his side. Yuan Song raised her gaze, surveying the stone walls. Having visited this place only 5 or 6 times, she had never taken the time to examine the inscriptions closely. Now, under the radiance of the shimmering water orb in her palm, she discovered numerous ancient characters resembling oracle bone script. With each character she beheld, its meaning unfolded to her, each accompanied by annotations. The first inscription near the entrance was titled Soul Calming Charm, the second Demon Suppression Order, and the third Soul Settling Song. As Yuan Song read the inscriptions aloud, Dream Fei was drawn to her words, inquiring, "What are you saying?" Standing still, Yuan Song pointed to each inscription from the first to the third, translating and explaining them to Dream Fei. It was then that he learned the Soul Calming Charm was a spell that induced slumber in the bewitched, while the Demon Suppression Order harnessed internal energy to injure the target, akin to a lion's roar. The third was a charm for subduing malevolent spirits. Dream Fei felt a tinge of disappointment as he scanned the stone path, noting the absence of further inscriptions. I didn't expect that in an era of advanced magic 3 million years ago, there would be no secret arts of resurrection. Yuan Song remained silent, tossing the glowing water orb forward. It floated in the air, illuminating the path ahead like a bright lamp. Through the narrow stone passage, they entered a spacious circular inner cave. Yuan Song, leading the way, turned to Dream Fei and said, "We have yet to explore the inner cave. Do not lose heart." Dream Fei, feeling encouraged, caught up with her and whispered, "When you were here before, did you not discover any magical secrets hidden within this inner cave?" "No," Yuan Song replied curtly, continuing forward. This place was one she wished to forget. Even if she returned once or twice, it was unlikely she would scrutinize the stone walls. At most, she would pay homage to her savior lying ahead. A pearl of water, the size of a person, hung suspended in the air, radiating a coolness that chilled the entire cave. Inside the water droplet was a woman clad in athletic attire, her eyes closed, her complexion as rosy as in life, seemingly in a deep slumber, though her abdomen showed no rise and fall typical of a sleeping person. She was Zhuoxi's aunt, Han Heng, the very old woman Dream Fei and Tang Jiada had spoken of. Yuan Song stood before the woman, tears streaming down her cheeks as memories flooded back of the day she had witnessed Han Heng's selfless act while she fell from the cliff, igniting Yuan Song's own will to survive. Dream Fei approached Yuan Song, gazing at the woman within the water droplet. Reminded of his previous criticisms alongside Tang Jiata, guilt surged within him. He sighed, placed a reassuring hand on Yuan Song's shoulder, and stepped aside. Suddenly, an odd sensation drew Dream Fei to a stone wall. He extended his right hand, and flames erupted from it, as if his palm were ablaze. Following the firelight, he examined the stone wall, yet it left no trace. Although nothing remained, the wall continued to emit an inexplicable allure, compelling him to press his palm against it. However, with that touch, a powerful force rebounded from the wall, sending Dream Fei tumbling backward, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Yuan Song gasped and rushed to his side, her face a mask of concern as she helped him up, inquiring about his condition. Dream Fei felt touched. He intended to reassure her that he was fine. But a sweet taste filled his mouth, and he spat forth blood as the fiery energy within him surged chaotically, followed by several more bouts of blood. Both Yuan Song and Dream Fei were taken aback, astonished that such a seemingly inconspicuous place could harbor such potent forces capable of injuring him so severely. They raised their gazes to the stone wall, where fragments began to fall, revealing an inscription of an ancient spell written in blinding white light. Chapter 69. Conspiracy. Stunned by the scene before them, Yuan Song and Meng Fei remained oblivious to the two figures who had just entered the cave from outside, standing silently behind them, equally transfixed by the white incantation. Upon hearing a sound, Meng Fei shuddered and quickly turned around, only to find Lan Feng and Huan Yu positioned at the junction of the inner cave and the stone path. Huan Yu's face radiated excitement, while Lan Feng appeared euphoric. "Ah, it's you again," Meng Fei exclaimed, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, coughing up blood and nearly collapsing, saved only by Yuan Song's support. Noticing Meng Fei's frail condition, Huan Yu began to explain. "It was with this very incantation that Long Shuang, her sister, and you, Tian He, sealed us, the 11 demon lords, within our own weapons for 3 million years. After Long Shuang's demise, this spell was inscribed here. Furthermore, she infused it with the secret technique of the Bright Clan, divine reflection. It is ironic that it has now harmed her own beloved." Lan Feng's expression darkened, his words unspoken, while Huan Yu continued. "When we realized this was the place where that wretched Long Shuang perished, we knew the return to essence spell must be hidden within the cave. However, given Long Shuang's intelligence and her wariness of us, she would not have allowed us to find this incantation easily. Even if we did, we could never obtain it due to the divine reflection inscribed upon it." Pausing, Huan Yu gazed at Yuan Song and Meng Fei. Elaborating further, the divine reflection can only be used once. "Regrettably, you," she pointed at Tian He, "have already shielded us." Yuan Song's eyes darted, locking onto Huan Yu as he inquired, "Are you suggesting that you lured us here solely for this incantation?" "Indeed," Huan Yu confessed, pointing to Han Hong, who lay within a droplet of water. "Fortunately, this woman is also here, and it sparked an ingenious plan in my mind, to use her as a catalyst to ignite your enmity, ultimately compelling Long Shuang to bring Tian He here. Tian He is Long Shuang's beloved, and based on the Bright Clan's magical principles, the spell follows the person. It is evident that Tian He would resonate with Long Shuang's magic." With a smug smile, Huan Yu raised her hands, exclaiming, "The return to essence spell is now within our grasp." Meng Fei was taken aback, as a terrifying thought struck him. If Han Hong was used to provoke his discord with Yuan Song, then who was the jovial Zhua Shi dining with him? As this realization dawned, a surge of murderous intent emanated from Meng Fei, startling both Yuan Song and Huan Yu, while Lan Feng looked on with admiration. Meng Fei pointed an accusatory finger at Huan Yu, demanding, "Was Zhua Shi in the restaurant really you?" "Indeed," Huan Yu replied slowly, her form dissolving like a reflection in water, reforming into Zhua Shi's likeness. Seeing this, Meng Fei instinctively took a step back, an ominous premonition intensifying within him. He pressed on, "Then what has become of the real Zhua Shi?" His voice dripped with fury, causing Yuan Song to gaze at him in shock, remaining silent. "Haha." Huan Yu laughed uproariously, taunting Meng Fei. "The wretched life of Long Shuang should remain here, so she can clearly see what kind of person her beloved truly is. Fickle and unfaithful." Huan Yu's words ignited a spark of satisfaction within Yuan Song. Meng Fei, however, appeared undeterred by the mockery, glaring furiously at Huan Yu as if she had committed the gravest transgression against him. Through gritted teeth, he demanded, "I will ask once more, what has happened to her?" Seeing this, Lan Feng stepped in front of Huan Yu, gently placing his hand before Meng Fei, saying softly, "You need not worry. She is unharmed and safe with her parents." "Is that truly the case?" Meng Fei queried. I have no reason to deceive you, Lan Feng replied, inwardly reveling in the situation. Observing Meng Fei's fierce demeanor, he realized that if he were to act decisively now, Meng Fei would retaliate with all his might. Thus, the time was not yet ripe. Meng Fei scrutinized Lan Feng's resolute gaze, and after a lengthy pause, he concealed his murderous intent, returning to a semblance of calm. So, Shuishi Yi is oblivious to the fact that her aunt is a counterfeit? Huan Yu stepped forward, asserting, not at all. This girl indeed harbors suspicions about you. As she spoke, she pointed at Yuan Song. Yuan Song did not respond. He had already steeled himself for this outcome, indifferent to the revelation. Instead, he voiced another perplexity. The return to essence spell lies here. What do you intend to do with it? Do you mean to seal yourselves again? That does not align with your reckless nature. Upon hearing this, Huan Yu covered her mouth, chuckling softly. It seems that even if you are an imitation, you will never become Long Shuang. Do you not realize that the return to essence spell seals when spoken forward, but unseals when recited in reverse? Both Meng Fei and Yuan Song's expressions shifted simultaneously at this revelation. Without warning, Yuan Song turned, unleashing a palm strike that sent a surge of water crashing into the return to essence spell, erasing it instantly. Futile. We had already memorized it, Huan Yu declared triumphantly. Yuan Song turned to stand beside Meng Fei, both now silent, having deduced Huan Yu's intentions regarding the return to essence spell. At that moment, Lan Feng stepped forward, swiftly approaching Meng Fei. He grasped Meng Fei's shoulder with his left hand while pressing his right palm against Meng Fei's chest, unleashing a wave of azure light that flowed into Meng Fei's body. Seeing this, Yuan Song leaped backward, gathering his energy to strike. Yet Huan Yu had already reverted to her original form, appearing before him, saying, Hold on. Do you believe that Feng would take advantage of a vulnerable moment to eliminate his lifelong rival? Caught off guard, Yuan Song realized the logic in her words and slightly suppressed his aura, glancing at Meng Fei and Lan Feng. Under the influence of Lan Feng's azure energy, color returned to Meng Fei's face, while beads of sweat emerged on Lan Feng's brow. Seeing this, Yuan Song began to trust that Lan Feng harbored no ill intentions towards Meng Fei. Thus he relaxed his murderous intent and stepped aside to observe. After some time, Lan Feng propelled Meng Fei aside. Simultaneously, Yuan Song rushed towards Meng Fei, while Huan Yu moved closer to Lan Feng. Gasping for breath, Lan Feng reassured them, Rest assured. We will not act rashly until your injuries are healed. With that, a radiant sword appeared in Lan Feng's hand, slicing through the underworld pathway, vanishing from sight. Yuan Song supported Meng Fei while watching the underworld pathway gradually mend, remarking, It is a pity that the return to essence spell has been seized. All the demon lords will soon return to the mortal realm. At this moment, Meng Fei was not inclined to heed Yuan Song's words. Instead, he posed a question that left Yuan Song speechless. If Long Shuang originally used the return to essence spell to seal the 11 demon lords, then why have neither Lan Feng nor Huan Yu ever reversed the incantation? How is it that they roam freely among mortals? Yuan Song was taken aback, rendered speechless. Chapter 70. The unveiling of the jewelry. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, yet warmly, as Huan Yu sat cross-legged on the cliff, a bronze mirror with ornate edges floating before her. At that moment, it shimmered with a blue glow, its surface rippling like a tranquil lake, reflecting the visage of a white-furred wolf head. The wolf's mouth opened and closed, a deep voice emanating from within. Haha. You have finally obtained the return to origin spell. Now, release me, for I wish to stretch my limbs that have been confined for 30 million years in this new world. Hurry. In its impatience, the white wolf momentarily forgot its captivity. Commanding Huan Yu with an authoritative tone, Huan Yu's body radiated a brilliant white light as her arms extended to her sides, seemingly supporting the heavy mirror in the air. Upon hearing the wolf's words, her brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of anger shadowing her face, yet she remained silent. However, Lan Feng, seated at the edge of the cliff, grasped the hilt of the Zhaori sword, which he had plunged into the ground beside him. He turned his head towards the wolf in the mirror, coldly remarking, Do not be so arrogant in front of me. We have no intention of releasing you yet. How dare you? The white wolf growled in fury, extending its claw towards Lan Feng as if to threaten him. What is there for me to fear? Lan Feng retorted, raising the Zhaori sword and pointing it at the wolf, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Not only are you currently trapped within your own mirror, but even 30 million years ago, I was unafraid of you. Do not overestimate yourself. Remember, I was one of the 3 leaders among the 12 demons. As Lan Feng finished speaking, Huan Yu's eyes gleamed like daggers, fixated on the demon within the mirror. She then extended her hand, sending a beam of white light into the mirror, striking true. A pained cry echoed from the wolf, unmistakably indicating it had been hit. Huan Yu, you vile creature. The white wolf cursed, but before it could finish its sentence, Huan Yu's expression darkened, resembling the ominous skies before a storm. With swift gestures, she sent forth dozens of beams of light into the mirror. Observing this, Lan Feng planted the Zhaori sword firmly into the ground, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. After a prolonged silence, the mirror emitted heavy gasps, akin to a marathon runner catching their breath. A voice, laced with defeat, floated out. Fine, I, the White Wolf, concede. That was my arrogance, and I apologize to both of you. However, when do you intend to release me? Rest assured, at the appropriate time, I shall release you. Lan Feng replied, a mysterious smile returning to his face as he gazed towards the center of Huajing City. But now is not the moment. Following 3 days of preparation, the Zhuiyue Group's jewelry exhibition once again graced the news media. Having learned from the previous unexpected incident, Zhuo Jijun had consulted with government officials and arranged for a company of soldiers from a nearby military district to secure the venue. As before, the entrance was lined with an array of luxury vehicles, and a throng of impeccably dressed successful individuals streamed into the venue, all eager to glimpse the legendary diamond long associated with the Zhuo family. Whispers circulated about the diamond's rumored magical properties, said to allure souls with its ocean-like, flawless blue hue, as if it were a crystallization of the sea itself. Inside the exhibition hall, the crowd buzzed with speculation about the diamond's appearance and value, pondering whether the Zhuo family would consider selling it. Not a soul dared to recall the bizarre death of a man that had transpired just 3 days prior, nor the extraordinary events that had unfolded outside the venue. The previous host ascended the stage with the same enthusiasm, his hair styled with gel into a sprightly tuft. Under the stage lights, his face appeared alabaster, enhanced by a layer of foundation that gave him a youthful, creamy aesthetic. Dressed in a striking red tuxedo, his slightly animated speech ignited a lively atmosphere. Lu Yin followed closely behind her elder brother, Lu Qingji. Today, she was resplendent in a designer white gown and high heels, together valued at around 100,000, a gift from her brother. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yin was unaware of her brother's misinterpretation. She accepted the gift without question. Dressed splendidly, she attracted the gaze of several men around her, their attention unwavering. Yet, Lu Yin's bright eyes searched the crowd, seemingly in pursuit of something. Lu Qingji, having grown up with his sister, was well aware of her thoughts. Smiling knowingly, he leaned closer and whispered, "What are you looking for? A man, perhaps? Brother?" Lu Yin stomped her foot in protest, turning to glare at him, for indeed, she was searching for a man. Feeling as if she had been caught in an act of theft, the usually proud and aloof Lu Yin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, prompting her to turn away, muttering in frustration, "Damn you, Meng Fei. I sent him a message. Where could he possibly be?" Outside the venue, Meng Fei strolled alongside Han Hong, suddenly sneezing. Lu Qingji, knowing his sister's proud nature, refrained from teasing her further, shifting his gaze back to the stage where the host, microphone in hand, enthusiastically greeted the guests. "Good afternoon, dear guests." Unlike a concert where the audience echoed the performers, the atmosphere felt somewhat subdued. However, the host remained unfazed, maintaining his cheerful demeanor as he continued, "As we did 3 days ago, before unveiling the Zhuo family's heirloom, the heart of the ocean. Let us first admire some exquisite jewelry designed by MN, a subsidiary of the Zhuiyue Group, as a warm-up for the grand reveal." A murmur of excitement rippled through the audience. The host's smile widened as he proclaimed, "Musian." At his command, a thick white mist enveloped the stage, obscuring the audience's view, while music resonated deeply within their hearts. As the music played, pairs of men and women stepped onto the stage, showcasing sparkling jewelry, while the mist began to dissipate, revealing the elegant models adorned with MN's creations. Cameras clicked, and media outlets surged forward, capturing the moment amidst applause as the exhibition commenced. Meng Fei and Han Hong arrived at the entrance of the hall, hearing the music and applause from within. "We're late again," Meng Fei lamented. Han Hong adjusted his glasses and mockingly retorted, "Afraid your sister Lu Yin might scold you." "Huh? Humph." With that, he kicked open the already closed front door and stepped inside, leaving Meng Fei momentarily behind. He raised his hands in exasperation, about to follow when he noticed several individuals trailing behind him. Turning swiftly, his eyes narrowed sharply. Chapter 71. The siege. Meng Fei stood resolutely at the entrance of the hall, his gaze reflecting the presence of a group of stern-faced men. It was evident that these individuals were not benign, with 3 of them wearing sunglasses and fake beards, yet their true identities were unmistakable to Meng Fei. Before arriving in Beijing, Meng Fei received 3 wanted posters of international jewel thieves from Yuan-Tsang. The individuals depicted were among the group before him, all adept at disguise. Meng Fei recognized their nicknames. The leader was known as Drought Eagle, while the man beside him, wearing sunglasses, was referred to as Nine Master, whose identity Meng Fei was unfamiliar with. It was not unusual for Meng Fei to be unaware of Nine Master, as he was not one to meddle in affairs better left to the police. Furthermore, Nine Master had a reputation that straddled both virtue and vice, making it difficult to ascertain his true nature within the country. As the group passed by Meng Fei, Drought Eagle turned to glance at him, a sense of foreboding rising within him, prompting confusion. He sighed inwardly, questioning why this man did not appear to be his harbinger of disaster. However, the more he looked, the tighter his heart felt. "Big brother, what's wrong?" the slender monkey inquired. Drought Eagle snapped back to reality and replied, "Nothing." With an uneasy heart, he entered the exhibition hall alongside Nine Master, casting one last glance at Meng Fei, who responded with a mysterious, icy smile, unable to suppress his growing dread. Drought Eagle whispered to his companion, "Get a few people to take care of that kid discreetly." He kept his gaze fixed on Meng Fei outside. "That kid?" the slender monkey remarked, glancing back to see Meng Fei's frail figure, bewildered by Drought Eagle's orders, and pressed for clarification. "Why? Who is he?" "I don't know. All I know is he gives me a very unsettling feeling. With him around, we are bound to fail." "Big brother," the slender monkey said, perplexed. "Why are you being so fussy this time? This isn't like you. Enough chatter. Are you the big brother, or am I? Go." With no choice but to comply, he rallied a few of his subordinates, pointing towards Meng Fei, who was smiling as he walked slowly into the hall. Upon receiving the command, several robust subordinates approached the hall entrance, drawing the attention of the nearby security, and stealthily confronted Meng Fei, one of them brandishing a knife against his abdomen. In a hushed tone, he said, "We're robbing you. Come with me to the restroom, and don't make a sound. If you do, you'll witness something quite deadly." Meng Fei maintained his smile, suddenly realizing his performance lacked professionalism. He then feigned a look of pleading and followed the 3 boastful men into the restroom. As they reached the restroom door, one of the muscular men shoved him inside, causing him to stumble. Then a loud bang echoed behind him as the door was shut and locked. The same man who had pushed Meng Fei spoke again, pointing to the restroom stall. "Kid, your luck has run out. The boss ordered you to be dealt with. If you're smart, just extend your neck there. It'll be just one quick slice." And it won't hurt much. Meng Fei's expression shifted, and he retreated in alarm, pleading, "No, don't kill me. Help, help, help." His voice grew louder, prompting the 3 muscular men to exchange glances, nodding in agreement before lunging at him. The one who had threatened him remarked, "Kid, if you prefer a painful death over a merciful one, that's on you." However, the situation did not unfold as the men had anticipated. As their fists made contact with Meng Fei's body, an electric shock surged through them, causing them to convulse and contort comically. Meng Fei couldn't help but laugh at their predicament, and after a while, he ceased the electric discharge, observing them now hair-raisingly upright and charred, kneeling on the ground. He stepped forward and walked over them confidently, exiting the restroom. Once outside, Meng Fei noticed a surveillance camera, likely having documented his entrance with the 3 men. If he emerged and they remained inside for too long, given the establishment's reputation and advanced management, the duty room would undoubtedly send personnel to investigate. If they discovered the 3 men incapacitated inside, it would spell trouble for him. Moreover, if Drought Eagle noticed their absence and sent someone to pursue him, it would be disastrous. Contemplating these scenarios, Meng Fei discreetly sidestepped the camera, assessing his surroundings. When he confirmed no one was watching, he transformed into a flash of electricity, merging with the wiring, and reappeared before the 3 men, extending his right hand and, with a claw-like gesture, flung them into a corner. As he gazed at the unconscious figures on the ground, he smiled again, dispersing a golden light from his hand that concealed them completely. The 3 figures vanished from sight. Having accomplished this, Meng Fei flickered and, with a crackling sound, transformed back into a bolt of electricity, stealthily navigating to a secluded corner of the exhibition hall. Emerging from the wiring, as he anticipated, the personnel from the duty room and Drought Eagle noticed the 3 men were missing and dispatched others to investigate the restroom. However, the door had been locked from the outside, leaving them unable to find any trace of what had transpired. Meng Fei hid nearby, stifling a laugh. Having quietly maneuvered to Lu Yin's side, Lu Yin, dressed in a long skirt, had a large portion of her back exposed, and her tall, curvaceous figure caught Meng Fei's eye, making him salivate slightly. He approached and gently tapped her shoulder. Lu Yin had separated from her brother and wandered to the buffet, scanning the area for Meng Fei's figure. Growing impatient, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Turning, she was ready to scold the intruder, only to find it was the person she had been waiting for, causing her irritation to dissipate. She playfully teased Meng Fei. "Oh, isn't this Deputy Director Meng Fei? You're quite late. Were you out chasing girls?" Her tone, laced with a hint of jealousy, coupled with her expression, conveyed a sourness to her words. Meng Fei chuckled and retorted, "Are you jealous?" "Not at all," Lu Yin hastily countered, though her cheeks flushed, betraying her embarrassment. Seeing her reaction, Meng Fei leaned contentedly against the buffet table, raised his glass towards her, and smiled, saying, "I like you." Lu Yin's entire body tensed at the compliment, her eyes wide with surprise, before she heard him add, "That bashful expression is priceless, haha." Chapter 72. Misunderstanding. Upon hearing the 4 words "I like you," Lu Yin's previously flustered heart found solace in Meng Fei's concluding remark. Yet, she soon perceived an air of ambiguity in that very statement, causing her cheeks to flush even more vibrantly. With a playful scoff, she turned her gaze towards the distant stage. At that moment, a female model adorned with a resplendent diamond necklace graced the platform. The necklace, crafted from platinum, featured a pendant resembling a pigeon egg, elegantly arranged in concentric circles. At its center, a prominent diamond was surrounded by smaller fragments, meticulously woven with platinum threads, reminiscent of stars orbiting a moon. Lu Yin gazed at the necklace, her expression transforming into one of serene happiness, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if she were entranced. It wasn't until Meng Fei waved his hand before her that she snapped back to reality, feeling slightly embarrassed as she lowered her head. "Do you also fancy diamonds?" Meng Fei asked, seemingly incredulous as he regarded Lu Yin. Shyly, she responded, "Diamonds represent a woman's most fragile yet beautiful dream, and despite their brilliance, countless moths are willing to perish in their fervent glow." Surprised by Lu Yin's philosophical insight, Meng Fei first faltered before bursting into applause, smiling at her. "You shouldn't pursue a career in history. You ought to be a writer. Your future is boundless." With a playful huff, Lu Yin teased Meng Fei, suddenly recalling his earlier question. "Wait, what did you just ask me? What do you mean by do you also like diamonds?" At her words, Meng Fei felt as though he had been struck. His intention behind the question stemmed from observing Lu Yin's dedication to ancient artifacts, leading him to believe she was not like other girls who pursued the allure of diamonds. However, expressing such a thought to a woman felt somewhat dismissive, prompting him to hastily clarify, That's because you, Sister Lu Yin, are a strong woman, unlike those vain little sisters like Zhuoxi." As he spoke, Meng Fei silently apologized to Zhuoxi. "Forgive me, young Miss Zhuo. I shall repay you when we meet again." Despite Meng Fei's flattery, Lu Yin remained unamused, letting out a scoff before turning to scold him. "Are you implying that I lack the charm of your young Miss Zhuo?" No. If I thought that. Let me." Meng Fei raised 3 fingers as if to swear, but suddenly recalled whether he had genuinely entertained such a thought. If so, it would be akin to inviting disaster upon himself, leaving him stammering, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Confounded by her own irritation, Lu Yin shot him a glare and redirected her attention to the stage, falling silent. To alleviate the tension, Meng Fei smiled and approached Lu Yin, cheerfully saying, "Sister Lu Yin, please do not be upset. How about this? I shall sell my vital organs and, gritting my teeth, purchase that necklace for you. I share a connection with the Zhuo family. I should be able to secure a friendly price." Upon hearing his words, Lu Yin was taken aback before pointing at the male model on stage and explaining, "This is part of a series. To buy the female necklace, you must also purchase the accompanying male necklace." "The male necklace?" Meng Fei nearly bit his tongue, his eyes widening as he gazed at Lu Yin. "Indeed, this is the latest couple's necklace launched by MN Company, priced at a total of 8 million. A splendid deal." Lu Yin smiled, extending her delicate hand toward Meng Fei. "You only need to buy this pair of necklaces. I will certainly find a suitable person to gift the male one." Meng Fei, feeling a lump in his throat, lightly tapped her hand and, observing her enchanting smile, raised his hands in jest. As for this financial matter, before he could finish, he felt an unexpected chill in the palm of his right hand. Turning to look, he found a gold card quietly resting there, followed by a magnetic voice entering his ears. "As long as you are determined to buy, I shall assist you with the financial matter." Both Meng Fei and Lu Yin turned to see Lu Qingji standing beside them, beaming with a smile, while Xiao Kong looked on with a complex expression. "Brother?" Lu Yin's eyes widened slightly as she regarded Lu Qingji. Meng Fei echoed the question in his mind, taking a closer look at Lu Qingji, who wore a smile imbued with the authority of a successful man. Meng Fei then held the card before his face, grinning as he asked, "Mr. Lu, what does this mean?" As Meng Fei scrutinized him, Lu Qingji was also observing Meng Fei. Although the man appeared unremarkable and not like a wealthy tycoon, he exuded a carefree aura that captivated attention. Thus, Lu Qingji felt quite pleased with his sister's suitor. When Meng Fei inquired about the gold card, Lu Qingji replied, "It contains 10 million, sufficient for you to purchase that pair of necklaces." Upon hearing this and witnessing Lu Qingji's smile directed at Meng Fei, Lu Ying finally grasped her brother's intentions, feeling both embarrassed and anxious. She stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Brother, what are you doing? We are friends. Please do not create awkwardness between us. He is the son-in-law of the Zhou family." Lu Qingji paused, eyes wide in astonishment as he scrutinized Meng Fei, as if he were gazing at a rare treasure, before bursting into hearty laughter. This laughter left Meng Fei and Lu Ying bewildered, exchanging glances. "The son-in-law of the Zhou family, splendid," Lu Qingji remarked, clasping Meng Fei's shoulder. "If the Zhou family's son-in-law becomes my brother-in-law, that would certainly be a matter of pride." He chuckled heartily, casting a glance at the perplexed Xiao Kang. Xiao Kang's gaze had not strayed from Lu Ying, who blushed like a ripe apple, wanting to leave but feeling compelled to hear Meng Fei's response. So, she averted her face. Meng Fei was taken aback by Lu Qingji's optimistic demeanor. Remaining in a stupor for a moment before regaining his composure and addressing Lu Qingji, "Mr. Lu, I must clarify 2 matters." "Go ahead." "First, I am not the son-in-law of the Zhou family." Lu Qingji paused, his expression filled with confusion as he turned to Lu Ying, noticing her flushed face, her smile deepening with embarrassment, which brought him great joy. He waved dismissively at Meng Fei, saying, "It matters not. My brother-in-law need not necessarily be the Zhou family's son-in-law. As long as you are the husband of my Lu family's princess, that suffices." Meng Fei intended to clarify his relationship with Lu Ying, but Lu Qingji's rambling made him feel overwhelmed. "Mr. Lu, I must apologize. The second matter I wish to clarify is that Lu Ying and I share a platonic friendship, not the way you might imagine." With that, Meng Fei bowed solemnly to Lu Qingji. Chapter 73. The Contest of Sons and Daughters for a Man Before Their Eyes. Meng Fei sincerely apologized to his elder brother, causing a wave of inexplicable disappointment to wash over Lu Ying. This was swiftly followed by a surge of resentful anger, her expression cooling instantaneously, the rosy hue on her cheeks retreating like a receding tide. Lu Qingji was also taken aback, glancing at his sister, unable to comprehend her relationship with the young man before him, feeling as though he was shrouded in a fog. It was not until the sharp voice of the host on stage pulled him back to reality that he could focus. The host's voice was filled with fervor, his face contorted into exaggerated expressions as he gestured animatedly towards the audience with a microphone in hand. After a brief moment of catching his breath, he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, what you have just seen are the latest diamond jewelry pieces from M & Company. Although our main attraction has yet to make an appearance, Mr. Zhui Jijun, the chairman of Zhuiyue Group, has instructed us to host a social dance competition during this interval. The prize is a pair of our new couple's necklaces, valued at 8 million. As he spoke, 2 models, a man and a woman, approached the host's side, demonstrating the jewelry in sync with his movements and voice for the audience below. Despite being surrounded by affluent individuals, the offering of an $8 million diamond necklace as a prize demonstrated the sincerity of Zhuiyue Group. The audience erupted into a flurry of discussions. By the side of Han Ying, He Xianfeng gazed at the necklace above and cursed, "Damn. These rich folks sure know how to spend lavishly." Han Ying remained silent, but the thin monkey next to him quickly retorted, "Heh, they'll eventually belong to us anyway. Don't underestimate them," Han Ying warned, fixing his gaze on the thin monkey with a glimmer of intensity in his eyes. The thin monkey dared not retort, raising his hands in resignation, a pout on his face. Observing this, Han Ying shifted his focus back to the stage and addressed a man in a suit beside him, "De Chao, go find out if Joey's people have arrived. This matter is precarious. If Joey has a change of heart, we'll be in deep trouble. You must see them with your own eyes." "Yes, brother, I will handle it," the man known as De Chao replied respectfully before stepping aside to blend into the crowd, heading towards Joey. Once De Chao left, the thin monkey grew impatient and remarked to Han Ying, "Brother, do we really need to be so on edge? I suggest we take action now, grab those jewels with guns. That Zhou family's young lady is surely backstage. We can storm in and seize both her and the diamonds, and then everything will be resolved. Why complicate matters?" As he spoke, a proud expression surfaced on the thin monkey's face, his thoughts drifting to Zhuoxi, a lewd smile gradually forming. Your suggestion? Han Ying questioned, skepticism lacing his tone as he turned to the thin monkey. If we follow your advice, we'll all be dead, and you'll be satisfied. With that, Han Ying strode directly towards the bustling crowd, leaving the thin monkey with a bitter expression as he exchanged glances with He Xianfeng, muttering, "What kind of talk is that? Do you think I would harm my own brothers? Ridiculous." He Xianfeng chuckled, patting the thin monkey on the shoulder. "That's just how brother is, cautious in his dealings. You underestimate those armed men surrounding this venue." He added, "Let us do as brother says." With that, He Xianfeng followed the distant figure of Han Ying. The thin monkey, with no other choice, trailed behind. Meanwhile, Meng Fei and Lu Yin stood frozen at the sight of the host displaying the prize on stage. Lu Qingji pondered for a moment, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to Meng Fei. "After all this time, I still don't know your esteemed surname, brother." "Meng Fei, I look forward to your guidance," Meng Fei replied. "Dreams take flight. What a splendid name," Lu Qingji exclaimed. "Thank you." At that moment, Lu Qingji glanced at his sister, the smile on his face causing Lu Yin's heart to race with anxiety. Knowing her brother as well as she did, she understood all too well the implications of his smile. It hinted at ulterior motives regarding her marital prospects. Indeed, as Lu Yin contemplated this, Lu Qingji turned to Meng Fei with a smile and asked, "Meng Fei, do you know how to dance the waltz?" Both Meng Fei and Lu Yin instantly recognized Lu Qingji's intentions. A wave of inexplicable excitement surged through Lu Yin, leaving her torn between wanting Meng Fei to agree and fearing the embarrassment that would follow if he did. Thus, she stood aside, silently observing the unfolding situation. As for Meng Fei, he grappled with the dilemma of agreeing, which would only deepen Lu Qingji and Lu Yin's misunderstandings about him. Yet he couldn't find a reasonable excuse to decline. Lu Yin was well aware that he could dance the waltz, as it was a mandatory skill for all managerial staff within Zhuiyue Group, and as a deputy manager, he certainly knew how. Just as Meng Fei was wrestling with his thoughts, a familiar voice came to his rescue. Everyone turned to see Han Hong, elegantly attired in formal wear. Although her outfit was exquisite, her age and appearance diminished her allure, making her appear as an inconspicuous figure beside the radiant Lu Yin. It was common knowledge that Zhuo Jijun had a sister, but few recognized her as Han Hong. However, Lu Qingji, having collaborated with Zhuo Jijun for many years, was well aware of her identity, as were Lu Yin and Meng Fei. With a smile, Han Hong approached, striding with perfect poise from behind Meng Fei. Upon reaching the group, Lu Qingji greeted her warmly. "Ah, the princess of the Zhuo family, what a pleasure." Her politeness momentarily quelled the faint anger brewing within Han Hong, and she responded to Lu Qingji with courtesy. "You flatter me, Mr. Lu. I wonder what you mean by inquiring about my subordinate?" As she spoke, Han Hong extended her hand, elegantly wrapping it around Meng Fei's waist, resembling a couple in a tender embrace. Her smile mysterious yet calm as she added, "I would like to hear your interpretation." The chill in her voice was tinged with a hint of anger. Meng Fei felt his entire body tense. It was as if he had experienced an unexpected embrace for the first time. Meanwhile, Lu Yin's eyes widened in shock, her expression revealing both astonishment and a trace of anger. Believing Meng Fei to be entangled with Zhuo Xi, she had thought that the latter's status and age were on par with hers, and thus Meng Fei's distance was justifiable. However, the current predicament made her feel inferior to an older and less attractive woman. Unwilling to accept this, Lu Yin's stubbornness flared. She stepped forward, grabbing Meng Fei and mimicking Han Heng's gesture, lifting her chin defiantly as she declared, "Let me answer for my brother. He wishes for Meng Fei to accompany me to your Zhuiyue dance, to win the first prize, the couple's necklace. Do you understand?" With that, the two women locked eyes, sparks igniting between them. Meng Fei could sense the palpable tension in the air, exclaiming internally, "Oh heavens, please save me. If these two women end up clashing, whom should I support?" Chapter 74. The actions of the ninth master. Though the atmosphere in the hall was lively and vibrant around Meng Fei, the air felt as if it had congealed, heavy and oppressive, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. Each individual present was engrossed in their own thoughts. Lu Yin, fixated on Han Heng before her, tightened her grip on Meng Fei's arm, as if fearing he might slip away, thinking to herself, could I possibly lose to you? I refuse to believe Meng Fei's judgment could be so poor." Han Heng, aware that his appearance paled in comparison to Lu Yin's, nevertheless held his head high, muttering in his heart, "What is so remarkable? Would Yuansong fear you?" Lu Qingji gazed at his sister's defiant demeanor, initially astonished, then ruminating, "Yin, well done. Truly, you are my sister, embodying half the charm of your elder brother. Quickly use your allure to outshine the eldest daughter of the Zhuo family and settle this matter." so that I may finally rest my heart, which has been in turmoil for a decade. Meng Fei, in desperation, silently pleaded, God, please save me. Time passed slowly, and the silence among the few was broken by the host's announcement. I hereby declare that the ball has officially commenced. Now, may I invite the first dance partners to the stage? As the voice echoed, amidst the crowd's enthusiastic response, a middle-aged couple ascended the stage, dancing gracefully to the music. Lu Qingji, observing Lu Yin, Han Heng, and Meng Fei, raised his hands to quiet them, stating, the ball has begun. You must decide who dances with whom. Lu Yin, seemingly discarding all shyness, wrapped her arms around Meng Fei's, glaring at her elder brother, exclaiming, of course it's me. Who else could it be? With Han Heng's handsome visage, he felt a little less apprehensive. Upon hearing Lu Yin's declaration, he smirked, retorting to Meng Fei, love-struck, even if I dance with you. We should consult the person involved. After this, Han Heng's gaze fell upon Meng Fei. This glance drew the attention of the crowd to Meng Fei, who had yet to express his own stance. Brother Meng Fei, what are your thoughts? Lu Qingji inquired, and before Meng Fei could respond, he added, my sister has always been shy. Her actions speak volumes, don't you think? Meng Fei was momentarily taken aback, looking at Lu Qingji and cursing inwardly, damn it. With you stating it so explicitly, how can I refute? You are both the spirit and the ghost of this situation. After a moment, Meng Fei forced a smile. About to speak when Han Heng interjected, my cheeks are also quite thin. Lu Yin, with a triumphant grin, retorted, I don't see them as thin at all. They seem rather thick. The implication was clear. She was mocking Han Heng for shamelessly pursuing Meng Fei regardless of her age or appearance, contrasting her own demeanor. However, Lu Yin was unaware that this Han Heng was not the same Han Heng she presumed. Beneath his aged exterior lay a youthful charm that rivaled her own. Thus, upon hearing Lu Yin's words, the skilled Han Heng, despite her prowess, felt a wave of indignation wash over her, her expression darkening. Seeing this, Meng Fei was alarmed, quickly raising his hands to shield Han Heng, saying, wait, I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Han Heng concealed her ire, then stepped away from Lu Yin's grasp, only to find Meng Fei anxiously questioning, what are you doing? That question should be mine. What are you doing? Just chatting with an old friend, nothing more, she replied. An old flame, perhaps? Meng Fei teased, a lazy smile gracing his lips, but then his expression shifted. Suddenly recalling something, his smile growing increasingly enigmatic as he leaned closer, asking, wait, is Lu Yin my old flame? What concern is that of yours? Oh, are you feeling jealous? As he spoke, Meng Fei instinctively leaned back, crossing his arms over his chest, playfully teasing Han Heng. I am quite traditional. Ugh. Han Heng spat at Meng Fei, then continued, there are individuals with ulterior motives in this hall. Have you not noticed? You're so preoccupied with your lover that you've forgotten everything critical, yet you claim to be a superhero, only to don that white robe and question me. As she concluded, Han Heng's voice faltered slightly. Meng Fei, catching this, responded with surprise, I certainly know. It's about those 3 jewel thieves you showed me, right? You know they're here, yet you do nothing to address it. Meng Fei's face brightened with a hint of pride. His fist clenched as he pointed his thumb at himself, boasting, when I take action, there's no storm they can stir up. They can't hurt you. But can you guarantee the safety of everyone else? Don't blame me for not warning you. I overheard one of them, a man named Ninth Master, plotting to deceive the Hawk Gang, intending to have them guard here while he intercepts Zhou Jijun's family midway. Your other old flame, the Zhou family's eldest daughter, is in grave danger, and you remain here unfazed. Hearing this, Meng Fei panicked and pressed Han Heng. Stop talking about me. You're Zhou Jijun's sister. Why aren't you going to save them? You know my true identity. I am not Han Heng. Why should I run errands to rescue your lover? Meng Fei was momentarily speechless, then retorted, is this how you treat the family of your savior? You. Han Heng was struck where it hurt, staring at Meng Fei, unable to articulate a response, and turned away in silence. At that moment, Meng Fei was frantic. If Ninth Master truly intercepted Zhuoxi's family, he might never again see her innocent, radiant face. No, this absolutely cannot happen. Meng Fei screamed internally, then prepared to stride towards the exit of the club, aware that Zhou Jijun and the others were en route from where he concealed the heart of the ocean, and Zhuoxi was among them. Stop, Han Heng called out, halting Meng Fei. What do you want? He replied, turning, irritation evident in his tone. Han Heng, detecting the annoyance in Meng Fei's voice, chuckled softly and stepped closer, saying, aren't you afraid that if you leave, your old flame will also meet with misfortune? The Hawk Gang could learn at any moment that Ninth Master has betrayed them in his quest for the heart of the ocean. If he becomes enraged, he may slaughter everyone here, seize the diamonds, and then confront Ninth Master. Wouldn't you regret it for a lifetime? Upon hearing this, Meng Fei felt as if struck by lightning, unable to take another step, turning to gaze at Lu Yin, who had been watching him intently from afar. Feeling utterly at a loss. Chapter 75. Incitement. Perceiving Meng Fei's hesitation, Han Heng spoke. Very well, your old flame is in my hands. You may stay here and guard your sister Lu Yin, lest anyone accuse me of being cold-blooded and heartless. Farewell. With that, Han Heng strode out of the hall, disregarding Meng Fei's pleas. At this moment, Lu Yin had approached Meng Fei, a triumphant smile gracing her face as she patted him on the shoulder. After he turned to face her, she lowered her head, bashfully uttering, I apologize. I didn't quite know what happened earlier and ended up causing a rift between you and, well, you know who. Meng Fei, taken aback by Lu Yin's transformation from her usual self, chuckled and replied, it's nothing. After all, Han Heng is my superior, not my lover. If he leaves, then so be it. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin felt a surge of joy and stammered, what about the ball? Meng Fei paused for a moment before responding. I will accompany you to dance. Really? Lu Yin's face lit up with delight, though inwardly she chided herself, thinking, Lu Yin, maintain your composure. However, I must attend to a matter first. Please wait for me by the stage. I shall return shortly. As Meng Fei spoke, he offered Lu Yin no chance to respond and made his way directly to where Haining was situated in the hall, turning back briefly to wave. With her heart soaring, Lu Yin lightly stamped her foot in excitement before heading towards the stage. As for Meng Fei, he navigated through the dense crowd until he reached Haining. Raising a hand in greeting, Hi, Boss Haining. Recognizing Meng Fei, Haining exchanged a glance with Shouho, who wore a puzzled expression. After scrutinizing Meng Fei for some time, Haining remarked, to recognize me at a glance and to escape from my three subordinates, it appears my instincts were correct. You are indeed no ordinary person. Now, what brings you to me? At this juncture, Shouho and Haixuanfeng discreetly drew their firearms from beneath their clothing, aiming them at Meng Fei. Aware of their furtive movements, Meng Fei raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and chuckled. Come now, is this how you treat your guests? Besides, I'm here to deliver an important message to you. Haining, observing Meng Fei's cheerful demeanor, narrowed his eyes in suspicion. After a moment, he placed his hand on Shouho's and Haixuanfeng's shoulders and inquired, share your news first. If it's truly significant, I, Haining, will express my gratitude. However, if you dare to speak nonsense, don't blame me for my bullets being indiscriminate. Meng Fei smiled in response. Had he been devoid of abilities, he would have trembled before a ruthless figure like Haining. But now, emboldened by his own prowess, he felt confident facing not only Haining, but anyone else, even Lan Feng. Thus, he remained at ease, casting his gaze around and casually asking, where is Jiu Yi? Haining, recalling his earlier agreement with Jiu Yi to divide tasks and act discreetly, immediately sensed a threat in Meng Fei's inquiry. He thought, this kid's question indicates he knows about our collaboration. I must eliminate him. Realizing Haining's dangerous shift in demeanor, Meng Fei quickly reassured, I'm merely inquiring about Jiu Yi's whereabouts. Boss Haining, there's no need for drastic measures. Smart individuals tend to meet swift ends, wouldn't you agree? Haining retorted, releasing his grip on Shouho and Haixuanfeng's shoulders, while the two men re-aimed their guns at Meng Fei. Surrounding Meng Fei, Haining's subordinates closed in. Do you know that our guns are equipped with silencers? In a place filled with music, no one would notice a shot fired. And once you are shot, my brothers will simply carry you out, Haining threatened, a smirk of pride creeping onto his face. You would die without a sound. In response, Meng Fei clapped his hands, exclaiming bravo. It seems the esteemed boss Haining is indeed a seasoned player in this game. But don't you wish to hear the message I bring? I've been waiting for you to speak, Haining replied, signaling to the crowd, who promptly took a step back. Splendid, Meng Fei praised, and after Haining acknowledged the compliment, he pressed on, as I mentioned, where is Jiu Yi? What do you want with him? Haining asked, unwilling to divulge Jiu Yi's location. Meng Fei chuckled lightly. The heart of the ocean is one of the world's 3 most precious diamonds, worth a fortune. Get to the point. Haining interrupted, visibly irritated by Meng Fei's rambling. All right, Meng Fei placated. Boss Haining desires the heart of the ocean. Surely Jiu Yi does as well? At this, Haining's body stiffened, his gaze fixed upon Meng Fei's enigmatic expression. After a prolonged examination, he coldly replied, are you attempting to sow discord between us? Not at all. I am merely a bystander, reminding you of the potential pitfalls, Meng Fei declared, grinning at Haining, who was beginning to show signs of doubt. In the meantime, Shouhou and Haixuanfeng, having overheard Meng Fei's words, began to sense the gravity of the situation. Their respective factions had previously arranged their cooperation. Jiuyi insisted on placing his men outside. Initially believing that soldiers were stationed outside for protection, they now grew wary of Meng Fei's insinuations. If Jiuyi's men had withdrawn, they would be left in the dark regarding the internal dynamics, and should anything go awry, Jiuyi could easily shift the blame onto them. As unease settled in, Haining, Shouhou, and Haixuanfeng exchanged glances, each finding affirmation in the other's eyes. Meng Fei took note of their apprehension, reveling in his triumph. At that moment, a figure, De Chao, who had been dispatched by Haining, returned with a grave expression, delivering the news that Jiuyi's men had pulled back significantly. Damn it, this bastard dares to play me. Haining spat, tossing his cigarette to the ground in frustration. He turned to Shouhou and Haixuanfeng, commanding, "You two go out and capture a couple of tongues. Find out where that scoundrel Jiuyi is gone." Understood. Both Shouhou and Haixuanfeng replied, retrieving their firearms from beneath their clothing, flaunting them before Meng Fei as they prepared to leave. "Who are you talking to?" A melodious voice suddenly chimed in beside Meng Fei. Recognizing the voice without needing to look, Meng Fei was about to turn and dismiss her when another voice, laced with panic, reached his ears. They have guns. Help. Chapter 76. The Flower Guardian. As the voice echoed, Meng Fei immediately recognized that Lu Yin had followed him, and he realized that the situation was spiraling out of control, just as Meng Fei had anticipated. Upon hearing Lu Yin's frantic cries, the thin monkey swiftly brandished his firearm, aiming it at Lu Yin, who was hiding behind Meng Fei, and shouted angrily, "What are you shouting about?" Lu Yin's shrill voice drew the attention of many nearby, who were predominantly wealthy individuals accustomed to being accompanied by bodyguards. Witnessing the dark gun gripped by two formidable men, they were naturally struck with fear and panic. The alarm spread like a contagion, sending the exhibition hall into chaos. Security personnel, having noticed the commotion, rushed towards the scene. The expression on Han Ying's face turned grotesque as he drew a short gun from beneath his clothing and fired at an approaching security guard. The sound of the gunshot exacerbated the disorder. "Enough of this. Brothers, draw your weapons." Han Ying commanded his subordinates after taking down the security guard, firing at several others without missing a shot. "To hell with the heart of the ocean. We'll take all the diamond jewelry here first. We'll settle the account with Boss Joe later." After exhausting his handgun's ammunition, Han Ying took refuge behind a large pillar, reloading as he bellowed. The thin monkey, Black Whirlwind, and De Chao swiftly obeyed his orders and made their way towards the stage. Meng Fei, unable to intervene directly, prioritized Lu Yin's safety. In the midst of the turmoil, he embraced her tightly, guiding the pale-faced Lu Yin toward the hall's front entrance. "Wait, my brother is still inside. I have to find him." Lu Yin, protected by Meng Fei, maneuvered through the crowd towards the exit. However, she remembered her elder brother, Lu Qingji, was still near the stage. In a moment of desperation, she disregarded her own safety, struggling to break free from Meng Fei's grasp to rescue her brother. Meng Fei was resolute. Knowing that Han Ying and his accomplices had lost their sanity and would likely harm innocent bystanders to maintain control, he feared for Lu Yin's safety. He held her tightly, and despite her desperate attempts to escape, Meng Fei's strength proved insurmountable, propelling her towards the exit. Just as they were about to step outside to safety, Han Ying stood on a table within the hall, wielding the only AK-47 among his group, scanning the entrance with a predatory gaze. Outside, the military was present, and Han Ying would not allow anyone to flee. Even though the gunfire had drawn attention, the affluent guests were valuable bargaining chips for him against the government. Several individuals who had approached the front exit, elated at the prospect of escape, were gunned down in a pool of blood by Han Ying's AK-47. Following this, the thin monkey rushed to guard the entrance, using his weapon to push people back into the hall before ordering his subordinates to close the door. Relying on her taekwondo skills, Lu Yin surged forward unexpectedly, breaking free from Meng Fei's hold and delivering a kick to the thin monkey's chest. Caught off guard, the thin monkey had been eyeing Lu Yin with lustful intent, and when she attacked, he hesitated momentarily before a wicked grin spread across his face. With agility, he leaped back to evade her strike and lunged forward, aiming for her torso. Lu Yin, taken aback by his quick reflexes, instinctively leaned backward to avoid his advance. But her right leg remained elevated. As she tilted back, Her left foot lost balance, and she was about to fall to the ground. However, the situation unfolded differently than she anticipated. Instead of landing awkwardly, her back met the firm chest of Meng Fei, who had caught her. With her worries alleviated, Lu Yin lifted her left leg and executed a flying kick, striking the thin monkey on the right cheek, sending him sprawling. Ouch! He groaned, falling to the ground. At that moment, Lu Yin found herself in the secure embrace of Meng Fei, her body suspended in midair due to the force of gravity, causing her center of balance to shift. Meng Fei's hands inadvertently brushed against her soft curves. Ah! Lu Yin exclaimed as her feet finally touched the ground. Quickly breaking free from Meng Fei's hold, her face flushed with embarrassment, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Meng Fei, despite his extensive experience, felt a wave of shyness wash over him. In this life-and-death predicament, their mutual awkwardness lingered, reflecting a remarkably light-hearted attitude amidst the chaos. However, the tension shattered with the thin monkey's crude remark. "Damn it, that filthy woman dared to kick me. Just wait until I get my hands on you." Startled by his words, Lu Yin recognized the danger. The man was skilled and armed, and after their earlier encounter, her confidence had waned. With traditional values ingrained in her, she considered Meng Fei her boyfriend after their repeated skin-to-skin contact and felt he ought to protect her. Thus, she leaned closer to him. Meng Fei, observing the thin monkey approach with a menacing glare, contemplated how to subdue these thugs without revealing his identity. As he pondered, the thin monkey closed in. His gaze fixated on Lu Yin's pale face as she sought refuge behind Meng Fei. The anger on the thin monkey's face gradually morphed into a lascivious smirk. This time, he reached out, attempting to grasp Lu Yin's face. Meng Fei's brow furrowed, an aura of lethal intent radiating from him, his expression darkening like a storm cloud. He positioned himself to shield Lu Yin, coldly warning the thin monkey, "Don't lay a hand on her." The thin monkey, a remorseless killer, dismissed Meng Fei's threat. He believed the earlier failed pursuit by his three lackeys was due to their debauchery, convinced he was superior. Therefore, he paid no heed to Meng Fei's menacing words. Pressing the gun against Meng Fei's chest, leaning in with a brazen tone, "You have two choices, die by my gun, or hand over your girl. If she pleases me, I might let you off the hook this time." With that, he leaned closer to Meng Fei's ear, whispering provocatively, "Being a flower guardian isn't as easy as it seems." Chapter 77. Uniform. Upon hearing the lean monkey's words, Meng Fei was not taken aback. Instead, he smiled and advanced a step closer, pressing the muzzle of the gun against his chest. Lu Yin, witnessing this, turned pale, feeling a mix of joy and fear. He hastily grasped Meng Fei's arm, urging him not to proceed further, terrified that the lean monkey might accidentally pull the trigger, leading to Meng Fei's demise. "Meng Fei, don't be reckless," Lu Yin said anxiously, gripping his arm tightly. Meng Fei halted and turned to meet the gaze of the lean monkey, whose bright eyes sparked a torrent of emotions within him, surprise and gratitude intertwined. After a moment of silence, he placed his hand over Lu Yin's, offering a comforting smile. "Rest assured, I'll be fine." From Meng Fei's reassuring look, Lu Yin seemed to find a glimmer of courage, allowing his tension to ease slightly as he released his grip, nodding with a smile at the man before him. Meanwhile, the lean monkey's disdainful voice interrupted. "Enough of this love show in front of me." With that, he tightened his grip on the gun and barked at Meng Fei, "Stop the chatter. What's your decision?" In response, Lu Yin spat at the lean monkey, the saliva striking his face. The lean monkey was momentarily stunned. Then his expression shifted from anger to a sinister grin as he wiped the spit from his face, licking it off with a devious smile, exclaiming, "Tasty." Lu Yin felt a wave of nausea at the sight, but noticed the situation around them. It seemed everyone in the exhibition hall was trapped. If she were captured, what might this disgusting man do to her? With that thought, Lu Yin tightened her grip on Meng Fei's shirt. Meng Fei, equally repulsed by the lean monkey, not because of the saliva, which he acknowledged could be seen as sweet coming from Lu Yin, but due to the lean monkey's lewd demeanor, spat back at him. This time, the lean monkey's expression soured, his face contorting into a snarl as he instinctively prepared to pull the trigger and shoot Meng Fei. However, he refrained upon noticing Lu Yin standing close behind Meng Fei, fearing that a shot from his Browning might also injure her. He quickly switched the gun to his left hand and reached out with his right to grab Lu Yin, intending to pull her aside before targeting Meng Fei. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Fei grasped the lean monkey's reaching hand and forcefully yanked it back, sending him tumbling forward. At the same moment, Meng Fei raised his right knee sharply. A resounding crack echoed as the lean monkey's nose collided with Meng Fei's knee, causing him to instinctively jerk backward. Without pausing, Meng Fei swiftly disarmed the lean monkey, snatching the Browning from his left hand and firing several shots at the wrists of the remaining thugs, clearly aiming to incapacitate rather than kill them, ensuring they could no longer wield their weapons. The hall, which had begun to settle into a tense silence, erupted again at the sound of gunfire, drawing all attention to Meng Fei. He pushed Lu Yin towards the entrance while forcefully pinning the lean monkey to the ground, directing the Browning at Han Ying, who stood atop a nearby table. "Open the door, escape now," he commanded Lu Yin. "But what about you?" she instinctively replied, hesitating to leave. "Don't worry about me, just go," Meng Fei urged, his eyes darting to Han Ying, who seemed to be preparing to make a move. Startled into compliance, Han Ying raised both hands in surrender at Meng Fei's challenge, realizing the peril of making any sudden movements. Seeing Lu Yin still hesitating, Meng Fei raised his voice. "Everyone, hurry and leave. I have their leader under control. The others won't dare act." As he spoke, he edged closer to Han Ying, kicking the lean monkey's head hard to render him unconscious. Many of those crouching on the floor immediately sprang to their feet, rushing toward the exit, only to be halted by the armed thugs, retreating back in fear. Meng Fei, sensing their hesitation, moved his finger on the trigger, threatening Han Ying, "Let everyone leave." Realizing his precarious position, Han Ying conceded, "I never expected to be bested by you. My instincts have never failed me." Meng Fei chuckled. "Then I owe you my thanks for your foresight. Now hurry." He shook his gun for emphasis. Han Ying, now cornered, instructed his subordinates, "Let them go." The Black Whirlwind and De Chao, who had just returned with the stolen diamonds, exchanged glances with their leader before stepping back and signaling the others not to fire, allowing those crouched in the center of the hall to escape. The crowd surged forward, engulfing Lu Yin in their midst, ensuring her safety from potential gunfire. Meng Fei, relieved to see her surrounded by the throng, let out a heavy sigh. At that moment, a bullet struck Meng Fei's right hand, causing the Browning to clatter to the ground. Enraged, Han Ying swiftly grabbed the AK-47 at his feet and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Meng Fei. From a distance, Lu Yin, who had been anxiously watching, felt a piercing pain in her gut and cried out. Meng Fei. In desperation, she fought her way through the crowd towards him, only to be swept up in powerful arms that pushed her towards the exit. Chapter 78. The Mysterious Man in Truth. From the moment the bullet was fired toward Meng Fei's wrist, he had already prepared for defense, rendering his body incorporeal. As the bullet pierced him, it inflicted no harm. However, to maintain the FAAD and execute the next step of his meticulously planned scheme, Meng Fei feigned being shot. Discarding the Browning pistol, he held onto the ground. Subsequently, when the Hawk unleashed a barrage of AK fire upon him, the situation remained unchanged. Although the bullets entered Meng Fei's body, they were instantly melted into molten copper, flowing out as he collapsed to the ground. The Hawk and his companions had little time to examine Meng Fei's injuries. Upon seeing him fall, devoid of resistance, they surged past his body toward the front door, seizing several stragglers as hostages. Meanwhile, soldiers who had been drawn to the gunfire outside the venue swiftly arrived at the scene. The Hawk, being a seasoned trickster, managed to capture a few living hostages, causing the soldiers to hesitate, fearing repercussions. They retreated to encircle the venue, sealing it off entirely. Among them, the commanding officer personally contacted the municipal government to report the incident. Upon receiving the news, the government promptly dispatched sufficient police forces and negotiation experts to the scene, even sending in a special operations team for the rescue. As the situation escalated, numerous news outlets converged upon the scene. While the fortunate individuals who had been rescued from the jewelry exhibition gathered outside, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding drama. Inside the exhibition hall, the Hawk inhaled from a cigarette, his face etched with an unshakable frown, surrounded by companions who mirrored his dismal expression, each looking as despondent as if mourning a loss. "Brother, what shall we do now?" asked the Black Whirlwind. The Hawk remained silent, and a glance exchanged between De Chao and the Black Whirlwind prompted them to look towards the now conscious Thin Monkey, seemingly waiting for him to speak. Yet before Thin Monkey could utter a word, the Hawk struck him across the face, cursing, "Damn it, you've brought this calamity upon us." Everyone recognized the truth in his words. Had Thin Monkey not flaunted his Browning in front of Meng Fei, it wouldn't have attracted Lu Yin's attention. And if not for Thin Monkey's lascivious intentions toward Lu Yin, Meng Fei would not have intervened. Thus, after receiving a slap from the Hawk, no one offered Thin Monkey any sympathy or kind words. Thin Monkey, grasping the gravity of the situation, bore the slap in silence, his face contorted with suppressed rage. His eyes bulged, reflecting a murderous glint, and his body quivered with barely contained fury. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke to the hawk. "Brother, I understand my mistake this time. Whether you execute me or behead me, I harbor no grievances. However, before I perish, I intend to personally dismantle that bastard." Everyone understood he was referring to Meng Fei, but as they turned to glance at the spot where Meng Fei had lain, they collectively inhaled sharply, their hearts sinking. The place where Meng Fei had been was utterly devoid of any blood, starkly empty. A chilling dread crept into the hearts of everyone present. Initially seated and smoking, the hawk could no longer maintain his composure amid the bizarre circumstances. He leaped to his feet, casting furtive glances around the room. After a prolonged moment, he swallowed nervously and spoke, spread out. "This kid might not be dead. He could be hiding nearby. Let us search separately." Though his words sounded somewhat absurd, most of the individuals present were inclined to believe him. After all, they had witnessed Meng Fei being riddled with bullets from the AK. It seemed implausible for a normal person to survive. Furthermore, the absence of any bloodstains raised further questions. Was it possible that Meng Fei had risen to clean up the scene, conducting a thorough sweep? Despite the illogical nature of the hawk's statement, most chose to accept it, for it was the only explanation that somewhat accounted for Meng Fei's inexplicable disappearance. "Are you searching for this kid?" A voice suddenly echoed from above, startling the group. Looking up, the hawk and his companions beheld a man floating beneath the ceiling, as if seated upon an invisible chair. His right hand clawed downward, drawing forth a figure lying horizontally in midair. This figure unmistakably wore the same attire as Meng Fei, while the floating man donned a white robe and covered his face with a white cloth, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ancient hero, mysterious and formidable. It was, indeed, Meng Fei. Having finally located Meng Fei, a sense of relief washed over the group. Although a new enigmatic figure had emerged, at least they could confirm that the supposedly dead Meng Fei was indeed alive, dispelling some of their unease. The hawk extinguished his cigarette but on the ground and, exhaling one last puff of smoke, bowed respectfully to Meng Fei, saying, "Esteemed one." Recognizing the flattery in his words, Meng Fei smiled and returned the gesture, replying, "Your discernment is commendable. I accept your praise." As he spoke, Meng Fei loosened his grip. His hand, which had been drawing forth Meng Fei's body, now released it, causing the corpse to plummet to the ground. As the hawk and his companions gazed at the fallen body, Meng Fei suddenly extended his hand, striking out with a palm that sent a powerful gust toward the corpse, which then ominously vanished. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers felt their hearts sink once again, increasingly aware that the man before them was even more uncanny than the vanished Meng Fei. Some of the more timid thugs drew their weapons, aiming at the ethereal figure in white. The hostages, bound together like oversized dumplings and huddled on the ground, were equally terrified. Meng Fei turned to them, ominously declaring, "You shall be the next to vanish. Please, no? I'll pay you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." The hostages, witnessing a living being seemingly evaporate into thin air, were paralyzed with fear as Meng Fei threatened their lives. In their panic, they even forgot who had bound them. Turning to the hawk for salvation, pleading, "Hurry, you have guns. Why aren't you shooting? You wanted money, right? Kill him, and I'll give you a fortune." Their desperate pleas stunned the hawk and his men, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances, each searching for answers on the other's faces. In that moment, Thin Monkey could no longer restrain himself. He raised his gun and fired at the man in the white robe. The shot rang out sharply. Yet the man in midair did not flinch, allowing the bullet to pierce directly through his head. Chapter 79. Flattery. The bullet fired by the Thin Monkey penetrated the lower left cortex of Meng Fei's brain. Strangely, however, the bullet did not strike Meng Fei, who was floating in midair, nor did it inflict any harm upon him. It was as if the bullet had collided with a mirage in water. After striking Meng Fei's left cortex, it continued its trajectory in a straight line, emerging from the upper right of his head and hitting the ceiling, where it knocked down a chandelier. The repercussions of this shot not only sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the hall, but also stirred anxiety within the soldiers and police outside the venue, as well as the mayor who had arrived on the scene. Upon hearing the gunfire, the police chief leaned closer to the mayor and suggested, "The kidnappers have executed one of the hostages. What are we waiting for? We must storm in." The mayor raised his hand to halt him, declaring, "That is unwise. As far as I know, there are 4 hostages. We have only heard 1 gunshot." The mayor's expression turned grave as he pondered for a moment before continuing, "Let us prepare for the worst. Even if we have lost 1 hostage to gunfire, there are still 3 left. We must do everything in our power to rescue them." The police chief, upon hearing this, bowed in apology, admitting his recklessness. At that moment, a woman suddenly rushed towards the mayor, her white dress billowing around her. Tears had smudged her delicate face, rendering her utterly pitiable. Upon reaching the mayor, she behaved like a frantic woman, tugging at him and demanding that he send in a rescue team. Why haven't you stormed in yet? Someone has been shot. If we delay and lose a life, can you bear the responsibility? This woman was Lu Yin, forcibly pulled out by her elder brother from the chaos inside. She had hoped that the arrival of the military and police would lead to a swift rescue of Meng Fei and his immediate transfer to the hospital. However, to her dismay, the troops and police remained stationary outside, showing no intention of entering. Frantic, Lu Yin disregarded everything and rushed to the mayor's side, weeping and wailing. The mayor, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this distraught woman, felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yet, upon realizing she was a beloved beauty, his ire subsided. He managed to free himself from her grasp, but was struck by a sense of familiarity regarding her appearance. Lu Qingji had been observing his sister from a distance when he suddenly received a phone call from his company's secretary, inquiring about his current situation. It turned out that news of the unfolding events had already spread to the media online. Lu Qingji felt a sense of happiness at his secretary's concern and reassured her softly. After hanging up, he noticed Lu Yin was no longer by his side. Just as he began to worry, he heard commotion near the mayor and walked over to discover that his sister was entangled with him, pleading for him to send people inside to rescue Meng Fei. Seeing Lu Yin's excessive concern for Meng Fei, Lu Qingji felt a twinge of annoyance. If Meng Fei reciprocated his sister's affections, that would be one thing. But Lu Qingji had discerned from prior events that Meng Fei's heart was not entirely devoted to Lu Yin, which posed a potential danger. Thus, witnessing Lu Yin's fervor, Lu Qingji inwardly scolded Meng Fei and stepped forward to pull his sister away, apologizing to the mayor in the process. The mayor, recalling Lu Yin's familiar face, immediately recognized her connection to Lu Qingji, who had dined with him not long ago. Soon, Lu Yin was escorted back to Lu Qingji's vehicle by Shao Kong, while the mayor and Lu Qingji engaged in animated conversation on site. Meanwhile, Meng Fei, comfortably suspended in midair, suddenly sneezed, coinciding with Lu Qingji's silent reprimands directed at him. The sound of the sneeze jolted everyone below back to reality. Returning from their daze, all the outlaws, including Han Ying, wore expressions of dread and instinctively raised their guns toward Meng Fei. Despite knowing their firearms posed no threat to him, they had no other weapons at their disposal. The thin monkey rushed forward, intent on firing at Meng Fei, fully aware of its futility. At this moment, Han Ying, having regained his composure, swiftly stopped him, scolding, "If you fire again, the police outside will rush in immediately. Do you wish to spend the rest of our lives in prison?" The thin monkey, contemplating Han Ying's words, reluctantly lowered his Browning pistol, replacing it with a fresh magazine, and retreated behind Han Ying. His eyes filled with both vigilance and fear as he kept his gaze fixed on Meng Fei. Han Ying stepped forward, bowing in a manner reminiscent of ancient rituals, and smiled at Meng Fei. "I thought I recognized you. You are the renowned figure from the internet. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion, and I offer my sincere apologies." Meng Fei, observing this, replied with a smile, "Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself with me. I am currently contemplating how to deal with you ruffians." With that, Meng Fei extended his index finger to his mouth, adopting a contemplative demeanor. Suddenly, he looked down at the gathered individuals and exclaimed, "Kill them all." Then, pointing again to his mouth, he added, "Or hand them over to the police." Han Ying and his cohorts understood the peril of provoking this harbinger of doom and flinched at the suggestion of executing them. The hostages, upon hearing Meng Fei's intent to confront the outlaws and realizing he was the man known as Superman online, felt a surge of hope. They cried out, "Superman, you are our savior. I was merely pretending to oppose you to showcase your prowess against these scoundrels. Please do not misunderstand. You are Superman, right? You will save us, won't you?" In truth, Meng Fei felt a wave of disdain wash over him at the sight of these opportunistic individuals, and for a fleeting moment, he entertained the thought of abandoning them. Yet, he quickly reflected that they were merely human, driven by their desires. Had he not acquired his current abilities, would he not have been even more self-serving in a similar situation? With that thought, Meng Fei's anger subsided considerably, and his contempt for the four hostages diminished. He turned to Han Ying with a grin and said, "I grant you the power to choose. Will you opt for all of you to die? Or will you choose prison for everyone?" Upon hearing this, Han Ying's group began to stir uneasily. Han Ying, with a glint of calculation in his eyes, seized a large bag filled with diamond jewelry from Black Whirlwind and presented it to Meng Fei. "This treasure is of great value. If you could find it in your heart to spare a portion for us, the remainder shall be our tribute to you, a sign of our admiration. Meng Fei paused, contemplating Han Ying's outstretched bag of diamonds. After a moment, he extended his hand, drawing the bag toward him with a swift motion, assessing its weight. He then retrieved the necklace Lu Yin coveted and addressed Han Ying. What about this necklace? Chapter 80. Fawning the words Dream Fei hesitated to speak stirred the emotions of those below. If Dream Fei were to claim the pair of necklaces for himself, offering the rest to the others, those desperate souls who had risked their lives to seize the diamonds would undoubtedly applaud his decision. Conversely, if he were to suggest that the necklaces belonged to them while he kept the remainder, the brothers who had perished at the hands of the security in the exhibition hall would be deemed worth 8 million. Thus, as Dream Fei articulated half of his thought, the crowd held their breath, their eyes fixated on his enigmatic smile, as if he were a judge of life and death, and they, the condemned awaiting sentencing. After a moment of contemplation, Dream Fei finally declared, "They belong to me." Upon hearing those 3 words, a flicker of joy crossed the faces of the group. Reminiscent of award recipients stepping onto a podium, their spirits buoyed with glee. Out of courtesy, Han Ying stepped forward, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and remarked, "Hero, your benevolence is much appreciated." Dream Fei, aware of their thoughts, smirked internally and responded with a grin, "Given your generosity, Han Ying, I would be remiss to refuse such a grand gift. Thank you." With that, he returned the necklaces to his bag, and with a wave of his hand, made the entire bag of diamonds vanish as if by magic. Like a stone disrupting a tranquil lake, the crowd, including the usually composed Han Ying, erupted in fury, their eyes gleaming with vengeance as they glared at Dream Fei. Han Ying coldly remarked, "We call you a hero, yet your actions are hardly heroic." "Oh, I never claimed to be a hero. That title is of your own making," Dream Fei quipped, his demeanor unfazed, wearing a devil-may-care smile. Having evaded international law enforcement for years, Han Ying was not only meticulous, but also adept at assessing situations. He recognized that confronting the floating man before him with brute force would lead to his own downfall. Thus, after weighing the risks and rewards, he suppressed his anger, replaced it with a smile, and said, "A true hero speaks with candor and generosity. I, Han Ying, admire such qualities and offer this bag of jewels as a token of friendship. Let us be allies, a family." Dream Fei observed Han Ying's flawless facade, internally noting his impressive ability to mask his rage with a disarming smile. Cursing inwardly, he thought, "It is said that one should not strike a smiling face. Thus, I shall refrain from action." Yet, resolute in his intention to hand these individuals over to the authorities, he inquired, "Han Ying, are you attempting to curry favor with me?" "Indeed," Han Ying replied without hesitation, bowing his head, leaving his subordinates astonished, exchanging bewildered glances at their once formidable leader's newfound submissiveness. The impulsive Shouhou could not contain his discontent. Witnessing his brother's capitulation and recalling Dream Fei's earlier theft of his jewels ignited his fury. Without a second thought, he brandished his firearm and unleashed a barrage of bullets at Dream Fei, emptying the magazine in a cacophony that echoed through the hall, catching the attention of the police and soldiers outside. At last, the mayor found the courage to order an assault. "Get the hell away from me." Han Ying had not anticipated Shouhou's reckless attack. Enraged, he lashed out, kicking Shouhou aside and berating him for his foolishness. Shouhou lay on the ground, incapacitated by his brother's forceful kick. Han Ying, still seething with anger, understood the danger posed by the approaching officers. With Shouhou having fired the gun, it was only a matter of time before they would storm in. Knowing he could barely manage Dream Fei, he sensed his impending doom. In a fit of rage, he drew his weapon, aiming it at Shouhou, ready to pull the trigger. However, Black Whirlwind and DeChao intervened, urging him to reconsider. Han Ying hesitated, only to hear the sound of the already closed front doors of the hall burst open. Turning, he saw a swarm of armed soldiers and police blocking the entrance, some pushing their way inside, weapons raised, aiming at the hall's occupants. In a moment of urgency, Han Ying dashed to a nearby hostage, hoisting him up and pressing his gun to the man's temple. "The hostage is still in our possession. Dare you make a move?" The police chief, dispatched by the mayor, was present and, upon hearing this, glanced at the hostage in Han Ying's grip. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly signaled for his men to remain still and dispatched someone to inform the mayor. The mayor, perplexed, found himself uncertain of how to proceed. An assault would undoubtedly eliminate the criminals, but a retreat could lead to unforeseen complications. Just then, new demands emerged from Han Ying's group, insisting the police withdraw and prepare 300 million in cash, along with 3 helicopters to land on the rooftop of the establishment. Han further warned the mayor that the Superman online was their greatest bargaining chip, cautioning him not to act recklessly. Upon receiving this news, the mayor was thrown into a panic, coinciding with the police chief's emergence from the building. He rushed to inquire, "What transpired inside?" "Mayor, we miscalculated. All 4 hostages remain alive and are still in the criminal's grasp." "That is a relief. At least the hostages are safe," the mayor said, finding solace in the news. But soon the police chief asked, "Do you have a plan for our next move?" Suddenly, the mayor recalled something and asked, "Is the Superman mentioned by the criminals present?" The police chief was about to report when he recalled the man levitating in the hall. His expression darkened as he replied, "I was just about to inform you. The Superman is indeed here." Upon hearing this, the mayor's face fell, realizing if what Han said was true, this enigmatic figure was aligned with the criminals, leaving his side at their mercy. Chapter 81. The net falls within the exhibition hall. The atmosphere was somber and oppressive. Han knelt beneath Meng Fei, his forehead pressed against the ground, eyes closed, murmuring, "I, Han, have always considered myself a hero. Now, trapped in dire straits, I implore the great hero to lend his aid. I shall forever remember this grace, and even if I cannot repay it in this life, I vow to serve you in the next." His words were earnest, his demeanor sincere, with a resonance that transcended his identity. Han possessed a unique charm that nearly swayed Meng Fei, leading him to contemplate granting him mercy. At this moment, Meng Fei chose to overlook Han Ying's presumptuous claim of allegiance during the police chief's retreat. However, should Meng Fei intervene, it would only facilitate further wrongdoing. Not only would he struggle with his own conscience, but he would also inevitably clash with Yuan Song in the future. Meng Fei suddenly realized he had a keen understanding of Yuan Song's clear-cut, impulsive nature. In a flash, Meng Fei appeared before Han. This swift movement caused the others, including Xuanfeng, to instinctively step back, their throats dry as they beheld Meng Fei, faces betraying their trepidation. Lowering himself, Meng Fei helped Han to his feet, and they exchanged a prolonged, silent gaze. It was akin to 2 old friends meeting unexpectedly on the road. Han Ying's expression was complex, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Just as Meng Fei's intentions remained inscrutable to Han, Meng Fei admired the latter's measured conduct while lamenting his misguided path. After a lengthy silence, Meng Fei shook his head and uttered, "I'm sorry." The moment the words left his lips, Han Ying's pupils constricted in instinctive fear, and he attempted to leap back, hoping to escape Meng Fei's reach. Yet it was too late. Meng Fei had already struck, his palm pressing firmly against Han Ying's chest. Xuanfeng and the others could only watch in shock as their formidable leader was sent flying like a leaf through the air, crashing into a nearby table, before rolling onto the ground, unconscious. "Big brother," Xuanfeng shouted, his expression frozen in shock and rage. But before he could react further, a white figure had already appeared before him, the distance between them a mere 20 centimeters. "Next is your turn," Meng Fei declared coldly. As Xuanfeng raised his weapon, Meng Fei swiftly struck his own forehead against Xuanfeng's, sending him hurtling backward, rolling a few times on the ground before lying still. A look of asphyxiation etched across his face. Having lost the will to fight, Da Chao led the remaining members to drop their weapons and kneel, pleading for mercy. Seeing their resolve crumble, Meng Fei extended his hand, drawing all weapons towards him with a wave. Then, a yellow flame ignited in his palm, melting the steel into molten iron, which, under Meng Fei's telekinetic control, formed into a large iron ball, cradled within his grasp. This display stunned everyone present, including hostages and even the thin monkey who had planned to ambush Meng Fei. Outside the club, news of a so-called superhero colluding with criminals spread like wildfire, igniting a media frenzy as reporters rushed to the mayor, eager to sensationalize the story, regardless of its veracity. Headlines such as "Superheroes fall from grace," and "Is the hero we admire now a villain?" flooded the internet, sparking a heated debate. As onlookers speculated about the unfolding drama, a sudden, resounding explosion pierced the air. They turned to see a large hole in the wall of the club, resembling the aftermath of a bomb blast, from which a pure black iron ball rolled forth, surrounded by a haze reminiscent of wartime smoke. In that moment, all were left speechless, their gazes fixed on the gaping hole, while sharp minds began to theorize about the events that had transpired and what might follow. The murmurs outside subsided, everyone transfixed by the extraordinary scene before them. Gradually, 4 impeccably dressed men emerged from the breach, glancing back as though fearful of a lurking beast. "That's a hostage. I recognize him," shouted one man, excitement radiating as he pointed to the last figure in the procession. "I know him too. He is another hostage." Another chimed in. Their exclamations stirred the crowd, with gasps of recognition echoing as individuals attempted to breach the police barricade, creating a chaotic scene. The mayor quickly instructed personnel to welcome the 4 hostages. Upon their arrival, it was evident that they were in a state of shock, babbling incoherently about the superhero, exclaiming, "It's the superhero. Truly, it's him. It's not a dream. It's incredible." Some astute reporters sensed the story as potential and surged forward to interview the 4. One man, nearing 50, animatedly recounted how Meng Fei had melted their weapons and formed the iron ball that blasted through the wall, his fervor making him appear almost deranged. Yet the cameras remained fixated on him. As the crowd began to comprehend that these 4 hostages had been saved by Meng Fei, a larger group, consisting of Han Ying's gang, emerged from the gaping hole. They formed a line, 20 in total, with a dozen supporting their 3 leaders, while the rest, under Da Chao's lead, raised their hands in surrender, moving in an orderly fashion towards the crowd as the police chief approached. Da Chao's cunning eyes scanned the area, realizing that imprisonment was inevitable. In a desperate bid for freedom, he devised a final escape plan, identifying a concealed path to evade gunfire. Having selected his route, he darted away, hunched over like a mouse avoiding a cat, sprinting towards a nearby restaurant. As onlookers noticed his escape, Da Chao had already covered considerable ground, dodging left and right towards the restaurant, just as a woman stepped out of her car, leaving the door ajar. The police chief, realizing the unfolding scenario, shouted for pursuit, aiming his gun at Da Chao's retreating figure, hesitating to pull the trigger for fear of harming innocent bystanders. In that tense moment, gunfire erupted from above, and Da Chao halted abruptly. Bullet marks appeared on the ground before him, aligned perfectly as if drawn with a ruler. Chapter 82. Superhero. The sound of gunfire captured the attention of everyone present, diverting their gaze from the great hero below to a man seated atop the club building, clad in a flowing white robe, his figure striking against the wind. Among the crowd, someone pointed at the man on the rooftop and shouted, "It's Superman." The exclamation rippled through the audience like a wave of astonishment. Dream Fei, perched high above, paid no heed to the murmurs and gestures directed at him, concealed beneath a mask. A smug smile graced his lips as the muzzle of his submachine gun emitted a plume of smoke, his gaze fixated on the fleeing figure of the great hero below. The great hero stood frozen in place, trembling as he lifted his gaze towards the man above. His eyes flickered with a mixture of fear and indignation, momentarily stunned by Dream Fei's prowess. It was not until the police, rushing from behind, tackled him to the ground and cuffed his wrists that he finally snapped back to reality, offering no resistance. Dream Fei nodded in satisfaction, blowing the smoke from his weapon, before turning his attention to the figures below. He observed as the Hawk and his associates were subdued by the police, each being escorted to the prison transport. Meanwhile, some mayors had procured a large megaphone, calling out to Dream Fei, "What shall we call you, hero? Are you Superman?" With keen eyesight, Dream Fei could see, even from 100 meters away, the anxious expressions of the reporters, pens poised for notes. The crowd's gazes were a tapestry of awe, confusion, envy, and admiration, particularly from the girls, which left Dream Fei feeling lightheaded, realizing that the sensation of being a hero was quite pleasant. As he surveyed the sprawling cityscape beneath him, skyscrapers reaching for the sky, streets intersecting like veins, and the relentless flow of traffic akin to the lifeblood of the metropolis, he was momentarily entranced. A surge of ambition coursed through him, igniting a desire to safeguard this land. He only returned to his senses when the mayor below resumed his fervent calling. Gathering his breath, Dream Fei proclaimed to the crowd, "Indeed, I am Superman." His declaration plunged the scene into silence, a collective breath held in anticipation. Gradually, the stillness was shattered, akin to the swell of an incoming tide, culminating in an eruption of fervent applause. The crowd's enthusiasm surged like boiling water, causing Dream Fei to feel both elated and proud. In a display of his prowess, he leaped from the rooftop, plummeting towards the ground like a struck bird, rigid as a stick. Though none doubted Dream Fei's abilities, witnessing him plummet from such a height caused the onlookers to instinctively cover their mouths in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Dream Fei did not crash to the ground. Just before impact, he executed a sharp turn, soaring above the crowd like a swallow skimming low before a storm. And in that fleeting moment, he tossed back the diamonds stolen by Hawk from the MN Company, a subsidiary of the Excellence Group. As Dream Fei soared overhead, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. For a brief moment, they forgot the pain inflicted by Hawk's gang, consumed instead by the emergence of a true superhero. where the boundaries between cinematic fantasy and reality blurred. However, amidst the exhilaration, one individual stood apart, Luine. She evaded the crowd's gaze, darting past the barricades into the club, driven by a singular purpose, to find the injured Dream Fei. Yet, no matter how fervently she searched, she would never locate him. For he was currently soaring at altitudes of over 10,000 meters, basking in sunlight, gliding past the clouds, carefree and untroubled, exhausted from flying face down. He simply floated in the sky, reclining as if on the surface of the sea. After approximately half an hour of flight, Dream Fei suddenly recalled Yuan Song and rapidly descended towards the sea, only to discover his phone incessantly ringing. Pulling it out, he saw that Yuan Song was calling, along with several missed calls from her. An inexplicable sense of dread washed over him, compelling him to believe that Yuan Song was in danger. Yet, he brushed aside the feeling, answering the call with a smile. "Don't worry, I've dealt with Hawk and his crew." To his surprise, there was a prolonged silence on the other end, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and ask, "Hello? Are you there?" Finally, a voice emerged, but it was faint and weary, resembling that of a dying elder. "Dream Fei, we are at the Dadong Bay on National Highway 207. Hurry." Yuan Song's voice trailed off, ending with a sharp gasp of pain, revealing to Dream Fei that she had been attacked. "Hello?" Dream Fei called repeatedly into the phone, but all he received in return was the sound of a dial tone, indicating she had hung up. This was inconceivable, given Yuan Song's abilities. How could she sustain such severe injuries, especially at the hands of an ordinary foe like Jiu Yi? Dream Fei pocketed his phone, muttering to himself as his mind raced through various scenarios, each fraught with contradictions and inconsistencies. Frustrated, he stomped his foot and retrieved his phone to access the internet, grumbling, "All right, I'll figure everything out once I get there." With that, he began typing the search terms into the browser. National Highway 207, Dadong Bay. As he entered the words, he repeated them aloud, finally pressing the search button. The webpage presented a wealth of information about Dadong Bay. Selecting the most relevant article, he opened it to find a clear description of the area and its precise location. After memorizing the details, Dream Fei stowed his phone and leapt skyward, propelling himself into the clouds, vanishing from sight, as he silently vowed, "Yuan Song, wait for me." Chapter 83, The Unseen Friend. 1. The Dawang Bay along National Highway 207 is renowned primarily for housing the second-largest hydroelectric power station in the nation, the Dongguan Power Station. This facility harnesses the waters of the Wan River and has been supplying electricity to nearly one-third of China since its inception. Scholars and experts assert that should this power station encounter any issues, the economic losses nationwide could soar into the billions within a single day. Yuan Song, during a phone conversation with Meng Fei, mentioned that National Highway 207 is in close proximity to the Dongguan Power Station, merely a few kilometers away. The road meanders through a dense expanse of mountains, resembling a serpent as it winds and twists. The incident involving Yuan Song occurred at a sharp bend in this very road, where the turn is particularly acute, with a cliff looming ominously on the right side. Consequently, multiple layers of guardrails have been installed. Below the guardrails lies the downstream of the Wan River, whose mighty waters, though somewhat curtailed upstream by the Dongguan Power Station, still roar tumultuously, attesting to their ferocity. On the left side of the bend, however, stretches a flat expanse overrun with dense weeds, which can easily conceal a child playing hide-and-seek. Zhuo Jijun's Land Rover crashed into the guardrail on the right side of the bend. Its front end visibly crumpled and the engine silent, yet wisps of white smoke still emanated from the hood. This all-black four-wheel drive vehicle had been parked by the roadside for nearly an hour. Hundreds of vehicles had passed by, and while most drivers chose to ignore the incident, a few kind-hearted souls inevitably took notice, prompting the police to receive reports and rush to the scene. Inside the vehicle, there was no sign of the driver, and the interior was in disarray, with muddy shoe prints scattered on the floor. Traffic police speculated that the owner might have been attacked by someone outside the vehicle and subsequently abducted. Consequently, the Criminal Investigation Unit promptly dispatched officers to the scene to gather evidence, and even sent personnel to the Wan River below for search and recovery operations. When no valuable clues were found, the captain of the Huajing City Criminal Police Team, Ma Ji, unexpectedly discovered the driver's license within the Land Rover. Upon seeing the name Zhuo Jijun clearly inscribed, he felt a jolt of shock, as if struck by an electric current. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed his superior's number. Ma Ji's astonishment stemmed from the knowledge that news was currently circulating wildly online about the sudden suspension of the second jewelry exhibition by the Zhuiyue Group due to unforeseen circumstances. With the Zhua family having vanished from the public eye, never appearing before the media, the fabled heart of the ocean diamond had become shrouded in mystery. Now, with Zhua Jijun's vehicle appearing on National Highway 207 and his family mysteriously missing, it was only natural for the astute Ma Ji to associate Zhua Jijun's abduction with foul play. Even an ordinary citizen would draw the same conclusion. At that moment, the police chief was preoccupied with managing affairs outside a downtown clubhouse when he received Ma Ji's call. His expression froze instantly, and after half a minute, he regained his composure and promptly informed the mayor of the situation. Upon hearing the news, the mayor was equally flustered, contemplating whether he had fallen victim to an enemy's diversionary tactic. However, after a moment's reflection, he reasoned that the chaos at the clubhouse was instigated by internationally renowned jewel thieves. Could there possibly be anyone more formidable than these notorious criminals, using them as bait to orchestrate a robbery on the highway? As his anxiety grew, the nearly 60-year-old mayor immediately dispatched personnel to the vicinity of the Dongguan power station to initiate a search. Thus, when Meng Fei arrived at the scene, he beheld a sea of people from above, a dense throng of dark figures. Amidst the crowd, he could not discern any trace of the Zhua family. After surveying his surroundings, he realized that the road was flanked by highly concealed areas, and despite his formidable abilities, locating the enemy would be a futile endeavor. Nevertheless, Meng Fei was not one to remain idle. He surveyed the area and made a decisive choice, soaring to the right and hovering several kilometers above. However, just then, a voice floated from behind him, accompanied by a melodious feminine laughter. "Long time no see, Tianhe." Startled, Meng Fei felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing the voice, goosebumps prickling his skin. Almost instinctively, he sensed a chilling wind sweep past him, prompting a reflexive shudder. Turning around, he beheld a figure draped in a cloak seemingly woven from black shadows, floating in midair, only half of its form visible. Ethereal like a mirage in water. Despite the figure's spectral appearance, Meng Fei was engulfed by an unshakable coldness, a pressure unlike anything he had faced before. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he pointed an accusatory finger at the apparition. "It is you. You harmed Yuan Tsang, didn't you?" The shadowy figure erupted in a raucous laugh, then dissipated like ink swirling in hot water, enveloping Meng Fei in a cloud of darkness. Entangled in this inky mist, Meng Fei found himself immobilized, as if bound by an invisible rope. After struggling for what felt like an eternity, his eyes suddenly radiated with determination, and his expression grew grave. A surge of formidable energy erupted from within him, manifesting as golden armor that enveloped his body, while a purple spear materialized in his hand, allowing him to dispel the suffocating darkness surrounding him. The black mist recoiled as Meng Fei broke free, followed by a sharp, crystalline moan. Armed with the purple spear, he pivoted to face the retreating shadows, witnessing them coalesce into the very figure he had seen moments before. Now, the figure had raised its head, obscured by a veil, revealing only a pair of luminous eyes. Meng Fei had to admit that these eyes were the most exquisite he had ever encountered, transparent and flawless. The laughter continued to echo from the shadowy figure, who remarked with admiration, "After all these years, you remain as captivating as ever." With that, the figure extended her right hand, palm up, as if inviting Meng Fei to take hold of it, softly urging, "Come back. We are the perfect pair, just as we were 30 million years ago, and still are today." Confused, Meng Fei had no desire to be associated with a half-formed apparition, so he raised his spear, his gaze sharp as a blade, and reprimanded, "Enough with the nonsense. Where is Yuan Tsang? Speak." Upon hearing Meng Fei's demand, the figure's radiant eyes dimmed, her expression growing cold. Her voice transformed into an icy tone as she replied, "Are you so concerned about her?" Meng Fei was taken aback by the shadowy woman's reaction, her gaze unsettling him. Steeling himself, he summoned his courage and declared, "Indeed." Observing the firmness in Meng Fei's eyes, the figure's demeanor remained indifferent, yet moments later, she burst into laughter, saying, "What a pity. I, Wu Ming, do not know anyone named Yuan Tsang. All I know is..." At this point, the woman who identified herself as Wu Ming paused, raising her delicate hands from within her voluminous sleeves as if grasping something intangible. A sense of foreboding began to creep into Meng Fei's heart, and sure enough, in the next instant, that ominous feeling materialized into reality. Two tendrils of black mist emerged before Wu Ming's palms, accompanied by her laughter. "I have two women in my grasp, one named Zhuoxi, and the other Han Heng." As her words echoed, the black mist dissipated, revealing the figures of Han Heng and Zhuoxi suspended limply on either side of her. their limbs hanging helplessly as if tethered by an unseen cord. Chapter 84. The Unenlightened Old Friend. 2. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Meng Fei's pupils constricted, his face awash with shock and indignation. Zhuo Shi gazed at the white-robed man, recalling how he had rescued her in Yinjing City. But the urgency of the situation had caused her to forget to inquire about his name. Now, facing an old acquaintance once more, she found herself at a loss for words and turned to Meng Fei, her anxiety palpable as she finally managed to utter, "Superman, I am afraid." Hearing this, Meng Fei felt a tightening in his chest and quickly reassured her, "Do not fear, I will save you." However, Wu Ming's gaze remained fixed on Meng Fei, a mysterious smile playing on her lips as she addressed Zhuo Shi. "Indeed, this emotional seed possesses great power. He can undoubtedly save you. The question is whether he will choose to do so." With that, Wu Ming's expression hardened, and she forcefully pressed her palm against Han Heng's spine. An invisible force surged into Yuan Song's body, and soon, black flames erupted around her, gradually reducing the disguise that concealed Yuan Song's true appearance to ash, which wafted into the air. As the black flames dissipated, what emerged before Meng Fei was Yuan Song's pale and beautiful visage, devoid of vitality. "I have sealed all of this woman's abilities. She is now indistinguishable from the lifeless form she resembles," Wu Ming explained, shifting her gaze to Zhuo Shi with a smile. "What do you intend to do?" Meng Fei inquired, confusion etched across his face. "It is quite simple. I wish to play a game. To test the secrets within your heart," Wu Ming replied enigmatically. "My secret?" Meng Fei retorted, bewildered. "Precisely." Wu Ming's smile deepened, her face obscured by a dark veil that concealed her expression, yet a chill emanated from her gaze. "This game is called Choose One. I will release my hold, and these two women will plummet from this great height, certain to meet their demise. It is up to you to decide whom to save." Struck as if by lightning, Meng Fei's eyes widened in horror as he rebuked, "You are truly despicable." Zhuo Shi and Yuan Song were equally astonished, their faces paling further. Zhuo Shi, with the innocence of a child, implored Meng Fei in panic, "Save me, Superman, save me." It was evident that Meng Fei would rush to her aid, but Yuan Song, weakened, cautioned him, "Do not fear her. She is but a wisp of soul, no match for you. Finish her quickly. She is one of the 12 demons." Before Yuan Song could complete her warning, Wu Ming's expression twisted into a snarl as she struck her palm against Yuan Song's spine, eliciting a pained groan from her. "Stop!" Meng Fei cried out, his heart pierced with anguish as he extended his hand to halt the assault. Wu Ming's crystalline eyes, resembling serene waters, scrutinized Meng Fei's tense visage for a long moment before she replied, "Does your heart ache?" As she spoke, she struck Yuan Song's back again, causing another groan to escape her lips. Yuan Song, her ordinary body unable to withstand Wu Ming's mysterious power, suffered under the relentless blows, each one seemingly delighting Wu Ming, who relished the sound of Yuan Song's anguish. "She suffers because of you. She lured you away from us and incited you to seal us away. Today, I shall repay grievance with grievance, vengeance with vengeance." Yuan Song's brows furrowed tightly, a trickle of dark crimson blood seeping from her lips. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Meng Fei unleashed his purple spear towards Wu Ming, momentarily transfixed by the spear's approach. Wu Ming was transported back to memories of yesteryears, where the purple spear, crackling with electric fire, mirrored the present, merging past and reality. Meng Fei's face, ablaze with wrath, bore a striking resemblance to the steadfast and imposing visage of Tian He from their shared history. Wu Ming's mouth opened, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her speechless, as tears brimmed in her eyes. The purple spear halted just short of Wu Ming, suspended in the air. At that moment, another figure appeared between Meng Fei and Wu Ming, wielding the Zhaori sword, with flowing hair cascading around them. It was naturally Lan Feng, and Meng Fei's spear rested quietly against the Zhaori sword, the collision of purple and azure light igniting sparks that filled the air with a resonant clang. Recognizing the newcomer, Meng Fei stepped back, while Wu Ming, reacting to Lan Feng's presence, burst into laughter, her voice laced with an unnameable joy. Suddenly, the air around Wu Ming rippled, as if the surface of a lake had been disturbed, and the figure of Huan Yu materialized before them. Wu Ming regarded Huan Yu with a critical eye, mocking. "After pursuing for 30 million years, you still follow someone like a loyal pet, never straying. Should I commend you or ridicule you?" Sensing the bitterness in Wu Ming's words, Huan Yu did not spare her a glance, responding coldly, "Silence your vile mouth, for aren't you now reduced to the status of a stray dog? Do you dare speak of others?" Wu Ming retorted with a laugh, then fixed her gaze on Huan Yu's profile, challenging, "Are you suggesting you wish to kill me?" The provocation was palpable, and Huan Yu appeared momentarily subdued, her expression darkening as she turned to face Wu Ming, her eyes sharp as blades. "Do not assume I lack the courage," she warned icily. Unfazed, Wu Ming continued to taunt, casting her eyes toward Lan Feng's retreating form. "There are those who would prevent you from killing me." She spoke with deliberate slowness, akin to a mistress revealing how adored she was to provoke jealousy. True to form, Huan Yu could no longer contain her fury and struck out at the woman who spoke so provocatively. Yet, her wrist was seized by Lan Feng, who admonished her. "Do not act recklessly." His voice was firm, tinged with anger and reproach. Huan Yu's heart ached at the unexpected reprimand, her head snapping up to meet Lan Feng's gaze. After a long pause, she asked, her voice thick with emotion, "You are helping her? This is not about whom to assist. Refrain from your foolishness." Lan Feng replied. Huan Yu huffed in reply, shaking off his grip, her body turning as if to leave. Yet her reluctance was evident. Understanding Huan Yu's turmoil, Wu Ming recognized their plight was not dissimilar. Since they were both castaways, she chose not to further harm Huan Yu. Redirecting her attention to Meng Fei, she recalled his earlier relentless attack, devoid of mercy, and in a fit of anger declared, "This is your doing, Tianhe." With that, Wu Ming relaxed her grip, seemingly retracting the forces that had ensnared Zhuoxi and Yuan Song, causing their figures to plunge suddenly. Chapter 85. The Unseen Past. 3. As Dream Fei gazed upon the descending figures of Zhuoxi and Yuan Song, akin to autumn leaves spiraling downwards, a jolt of realization struck him, cursing under his breath. He too plunged downward, positioning himself between Yuan Song and Zhuoxi, extending his hands to unleash two fiery tendrils resembling tree roots, ensnaring their waists and halting their descent. It was as if they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Both Zhuoxi and Yuan Song bore expressions of relieved yet tense smiles, mirrored by Dream Fei. Suddenly, two dark beams shot down from above. Upon closer inspection, these were not mere beams of light, but two crescent blades forged from elemental energy, whirling at high speed. In an instant, they severed the fiery tendrils like cutting through vegetables. Once the tendrils snapped, Zhuoxi and Yuan Song resumed their perilous fall. Dream Fei, naturally, was compelled to pursue them. However, at that moment, the entity known as Wu Ming, who had been above him, drifted into his path, brandishing a black energy whip. With a swift flick, she struck at Dream Fei, caught off guard by her agility and the urgency of his focus on rescuing Yuan Song and Zhuoxi. Dream Fei was struck squarely by the whip, resulting in a muffled thud as he was propelled backward. Once he regained his balance, he instinctively dove downward, disregarding Wu Ming's presence, intent on saving Zhuoxi and Yuan Song first. Yet, escape was but a fantasy. The more Dream Fei became anxious about the two below, the fiercer Wu Ming's fury grew. Witnessing Dream Fei's neglect of his own peril as he fretted over the two women, she raised her whip, declaring her intent, and hurled it at him. The whip elongated, ensnaring Dream Fei's waist, and with a force akin to a fish snagged on a hook, she yanked him upwards. As the distance between him and Yuan Song widened, rage surged within Dream Fei. Channeling his psychic energy, the purple spear returned to his grasp. With both hands gripping the weapon, he focused all his strength into a downward strike aimed at Wu Ming. He understood that without neutralizing Wu Ming, he could not save Zhuoxi and Yuan Song, and thus he unleashed his full might upon her. Wu Ming's expression shifted as she perceived the lethal intent in Dream Fei's eyes. A mere wisp of a soul, she realized the gravity of her situation. If he truly sought her demise, she stood no chance of survival. A wave of regret surged through her as she cursed, "Tianhe, your heart is merciless." Halt! Just as Wu Ming faced the brink of death, Lan Feng's voice rang out, followed by his swift movement to shield her. With eyes sharp as blades, he held his sword aloft, creating a balance as Dream Fei's purple spear bore down upon him. The two forces clashed, creating a shockwave that rippled outward. Realizing that Lan Feng had intervened to prevent him from engaging further, Dream Fei quickly redirected his gaze downward, only to find Zhuoxi and Yuan Song had vanished from sight. The realization struck him like a hammer, and he fixed a cold glare upon Lan Feng and Wu Ming, tightening his grip on the spear. "Do not rush. They are in my custody," came the voice of Huan Yu from behind Dream Fei, causing his expression to shift in surprise. Turning around, he beheld the floating forms of Yuan Song and Zhuoxi, appearing as if they had just emerged from a life-and-death struggle. A smile blossomed on Dream Fei's face, infectious enough to elicit a faint smile from the pale faces of both women. Wu Ming, filled with rage, coldly addressed Huan Yu, wretched one. Whose side do you truly stand with? Upon hearing herself branded as wretched, Huan Yu's expression darkened, yet she maintained eye contact with Dream Fei, ignoring Wu Ming's provocation. Regardless of my allegiance, I shall always act according to my own will. Do you still consider yourself the commander of 12 demons from 30,000 years ago? You are but a fragment of a soul now. To extinguish you is merely a flick of my fingers. As her gaze finally met Wu Ming's, the latter's eyes flickered with a glimmer of thought. After a moment of contemplation, she surveyed Lan Feng, Dream Fei, and Huan Yu, fixing her cold stare upon Dream Fei. Tianhe, I shall settle this score with you eventually. Await my return. With that, Wu Ming waved her hand, her form dissolving into wisps of black smoke, vanishing from sight. Dream Fei lamented inwardly, great, another adversary seeking retribution. As he pondered, Lan Feng appeared before Dream Fei, stating simply, come with me. I have matters to discuss. Before Dream Fei could respond, Lan Feng drew his sword, slicing an arc through the air, creating a crimson fissure that drew Dream Fei into the underworld. Yuan Song and Zhuo Shi were taken aback, instinctively stepping forward, only to be restrained by Huan Yu. Wait, he has not invited you. Be prudent and follow me. Do you hear me, Dragon Frost Witch? Huan Yu whispered, her tone dripping with pride, as if boasting of having captured the great Witch of the Light clan. With no other recourse, Yuan Song, whose powers had been inexplicably bound by Wu Ming, reluctantly complied, allowing Huan Yu to guide her and Zhuo Shi, their forms shattering like reflections in water until they ultimately vanished. In the underworld, Dream Fei and Lan Feng soared through the air, above a river of molten lava, where anguished souls cried out as if subjected to relentless torment. The chilling wail sent shivers down Dream Fei's spine. This was Dream Fei's first encounter with the underworld. Surrounded by vividly red rocks and figures resembling bull-headed and horse-faced beings, many clad in black robes and wielding scythes, their eyes fixed upon him and Lan Feng. Shivering, Dream Fei inquired, why have you brought me here? Lan Feng did not reply, standing rigidly, his hands at his sides, eyes unwaveringly fixed ahead, propelling himself forward like an arrow. Dream Fei, with no alternative, followed closely behind. Chapter 86. The sphere of good intentions. The path to the underworld seemed endless. Dream Fei trailed behind Lan Feng, who had been soaring ahead for half an hour without any intention of pausing. Frustrated, Dream Fei inquired, where exactly are you taking me? You will know when we arrive, Lan Feng replied enigmatically. Dream Fei shot him a disapproving glance, but had no choice but to follow. As they flew through the air, he surveyed his surroundings, only to see rivers of crimson lava flowing relentlessly. The entire expanse appeared drenched in a single, vibrant shade of red. Observing the ghostly soldiers traversing the red rocks and the souls submerged in the molten streams, coupled with the chilling atmosphere that starkly contrasted the fiery magma, Dream Fei couldn't help but shiver. It dawned on him that this was the place one arrived at after death, and a knot formed in his heart at the foreboding sight. Just then, a burst of pure white light erupted ahead, radiating warmth and clarity. Beneath its embrace, Dream Fei felt as if he were enveloped in the gentle spring rains, where sunlight reawakened the world. In that moment, he forgot he was traversing the dreaded path to the underworld. We have arrived, Lan Feng announced, descending to the ground. Dream Fei, cautious, scanned the area for any unsightly remnants before noticing that the ghostly soldiers had respectfully retreated upon Lan Feng's arrival. With a sigh of relief, he landed beside him, only to find Lan Feng's gaze fixed intently on something. Following his line of sight, Dream Fei beheld a sphere pulsating with spiritual energy, emanating a dazzling white light. Suspended in midair, just a few feet above a columnar table carved from red rock, the orb appeared as if it had naturally emerged from the very surface of the stone, solidifying gradually. The sphere was crystal clear, resembling a flawless crystal ball, teeming with abundant spiritual energy. Its transparent surface allowed Dream Fei to glimpse delicate strands of energy swirling inside, reminiscent of aquatic plants. Curiously, he approached and gently prodded the sphere with his fingertip, only to discover that the surface yielded to his touch, soft and smooth as water, as if it possessed no solidity at all. At the moment his fingertip penetrated the sphere, a wave of comfort washed over Dream Fei. He suddenly heard a chorus of voices whispering earnestly, as if they were the heartfelt confessions of souls who had come to realize their past mistakes just before death. In astonishment, Dream Fei turned to Lan Feng, who had walked closer. There is an ancient saying, as one approaches death, their words become kind. The sphere of good intentions is formed from the luminous essence of souls in hell just before their reincarnation, reflecting their moment of remorse. This entire path to the underworld is sustained by such lights, while those irredeemable souls, he gestured towards the struggling spirits in the lava, are doomed to remain like them. Dream Fei extended his hand, swallowing hard. So, he truly had heard the cries of the departed. Steeling himself, he asked, "But what does this have to do with me?" "Enough," Lan Feng replied coldly, fixing his gaze upon Dream Fei before lifting the sphere of good intentions with ease. It appeared as a mere ball in his grasp, undented by his touch. Dream Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can you handle it? That is of no consequence. Do you not wish to know why I brought you here to seek it?" "Indeed, I shall refrain from asking. Please, enlighten me," Dream Fei urged. Lan Feng, still holding the sphere, turned away from Dream Fei, pausing as if to gather his thoughts. The night demon, White Wolf, embodies the darkness of the night, wielding boundless dark power. Even with the strength of a celestial river at your disposal, you may defeat him. However, he turned to face Dream Fei. To truly vanquish him, you must harness the light of human compassion contained within the sphere of good intentions. Kill him. Dream Fei stared at Lan Feng in disbelief, taken aback. "Why would you assist me? That is not for you to know. But I cannot fathom why you would betray your own kind. What if I fall into your trap? Would I not be at a great disadvantage?" At this, Lan Feng remained silent, his gaze sharpening, his expression darkening like the sky before a tempest. Dream Fei felt a surge of tension as their eyes locked. After a tense silence, Lan Feng relaxed first, his demeanor unchanged as he returned to the columnar table, placing the sphere of good intentions back down. Suddenly, a radiant sword of light emerged in his hand, slashing through the crimson heavens above them. A fissure opened in the sky, gradually revealing the azure expanse beyond, where the realm of the living lay. The White Wolf will soon return to the mortal world. If you are confident in your ability to eliminate him, then my task is simplified. Let us depart, Lan Feng declared, preparing to ascend and exit through the rift. Wait, Dream Fei called out, realizing that if he could not defeat the White Wolf, it would spell disaster. Since Lan Feng claimed the sphere would aid him, he decided to seize the opportunity. "I was merely jesting. Do not take offense," he said with a smile. Lan Feng turned to regard him, sensing his willingness to negotiate. He gestured, closing the rift in the heavens, and said, "Speak." Seizing the moment, Dream Fei replied, "Upon reflection, I find your reasoning sound regarding the sphere of good intentions." He approached the table, pointing at the luminous orb. "I shall defer to your guidance." With that, he reached for the suspended sphere, only to find his hands sinking into it as if pressing against water, the anguished cries of souls echoing around him. He quickly withdrew his hands, turning to Lan Feng with a look of exasperation. "I cannot grasp it." Observing his struggle, Lan Feng extended a finger towards the sphere, sending forth a beam of azure light that enveloped it. As he directed his palm, the sphere gradually diminished, transforming into a luminous pearl that entered Dream Fei's chest. Chapter 87. The Sphere of Goodwill. The moment the Sphere of Goodwill entered Meng Fei's body, the entire netherworld trembled violently. Towering red rock formations crumbled, and the ghostly soldiers, caught off guard, plummeted into the rivers of magma, their anguished cries echoing through the chaos. Naturally, the red rock beneath Meng Fei and Lan Feng also shook fiercely. Meng Fei quickly steadied himself, determined not to fall into the molten depths, and shouted to Lan Feng, "What on earth is happening? Everything was fine just a moment ago." Lan Feng, hearing his voice, remained silent, scanning the surroundings for what felt like an eternity. Above them, cracks crisscrossed the sky like a shattered mirror. As he surveyed the ground, a look of mild shock crept across his face. The magma surged uncontrollably, erupting like fountains, and some malevolent spirits that had been submerged in the molten flow were propelled upwards, landing on the red rock and engaging in fierce combat with the ghostly soldiers. Meanwhile, the magma fountains splattered everywhere, plunging the entire netherworld into disarray. Seeing this, Meng Fei approached Lan Feng and urged, "Hey, don't just stand there. Do something to restore order. Aren't you the messenger of the netherworld? Look at the state of your domain." Lan Feng ignored Meng Fei's complaints, his eyes still scanning the chaos around them. Suddenly, several malevolent spirits clawed their way out of the magma and lunged at Lan Feng, their wails piercing the air. Logically, with Meng Fei's abilities, he could easily dispatch these spirits, but this was the first time he had encountered ghosts, and he was so startled that he jumped aside, exclaiming, "The ghosts are coming. Let us go." With a gaze sharp as a blade, Lan Feng faced the approaching spirits. As they drew near, he unleashed a brilliant azure light from the Zera's sword, swinging it with precision to cleave the spirits in half. In an instant, they ignited in green flames, reducing them to ashes. Seeing this, Meng Fei let out a sigh of relief, placing a hand on Lan Feng's shoulder and saying, "Thanks." Lan Feng immediately shrugged off Meng Fei's hand and coldly replied, "In the future, we shall compete. If you lose, you will end up like them." With that, he stepped forward, continuing, "What purpose do useless things serve?" At his words, a chill ran down Meng Fei's spine. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Lan Feng's proud back. Noticing Lan Feng's continued silence and his restless scanning of the area, Meng Fei couldn't contain his curiosity, asking, "What are you looking for?" Lan Feng remained mute. Suddenly, his expression hardened, and his eyes flashed with determination as he drew his sword and hurled it towards the sky of the netherworld. The Zaira's sword transformed into a beam of light, piercing the crimson heavens. Meng Fei, somewhat bewildered, soon realized that after the sword struck the sky, the cracks began to mend, the tremors subsided, and the magma calmed. Some spirits, desperate to return to the rocks, were reluctantly pulled back into the molten flow, wailing in despair. Before long, the netherworld returned to tranquility. Meng Fei looked around, momentarily forgetting the earlier lesson, and approached Lan Feng again, placing his hand on his shoulder, giving him a thumbs up, and exclaiming, "Well done. Truly worthy of being my rival." "I have no interest in being your rival. My goal is to be the opponent of the war god from 30 million years ago," Lan Feng replied, shaking off Meng Fei's hand once more. Undeterred, Meng Fei shifted his attention to the devastation surrounding them. The aftermath of the chaos was evident, with ghostly soldiers crawling from the magma, disheveled and defeated. Many once majestic red rock formations had collapsed, and large expanses of once flat ground were now fragmented and separated by rivers of magma. Observing the scene, Meng Fei turned to Lan Feng and inquired, "Why was there such chaos earlier? Was it because I took the sphere of goodwill?" "Indeed." "What? Is that really the case?" Meng Fei had merely asked casually, but was taken aback by Lan Feng's affirmative response. "Is it not so? What do you intend to do?" Meng Fei hesitated, scratching his head, struggling to respond. Then he listened as Lan Feng elaborated. "The forces of good and evil must maintain a balance for the netherworld to remain stable. The sphere of goodwill is a culmination of countless benevolent thoughts. If it is taken or destroyed, the entire netherworld will lose its equilibrium." Loss of balance. Meng Fei's pupils dilated, and he countered, "What happens if balance is lost?" At his words, Lan Feng turned to Meng Fei, stating, "As you witnessed, once the netherworld loses balance, chaos ensues. Moreover, it may shatter. If that occurs, countless spirits will flood into the human realm, and you can imagine the consequences. Then why would you give me such an important and dangerous object? You desired it. I did not force you. Besides, if you wish to slay the white wolf, you must rely on it." After hearing Lan Feng's explanation, Meng Fei felt as if he had been duped. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lan Feng, his voice serious and tense. "I don't care what you think. Just give it back to me. I don't want it anymore." With a sly smile, Lan Feng responded, "I can no longer retrieve it." This statement sent Meng Fei into a rage, causing him to glare at Lan Feng, speechless with fury. After a moment of regaining composure, he spat, "I trusted you, yet you treat me as a tool for your schemes. I refuse to battle with a scoundrel like you." Lan Feng maintained his smile and replied, "If I were a scoundrel, would I have brought you here to find the treasure that could secure your victory? That's not assistance. You are using me to disrupt the netherworld and allow the spirits to escape into the human realm." Upon hearing this, Lan Feng's smile faded slightly. He pointed to the crimson sky and asked, "Say what you will. The fact remains that I must keep the sphere of goodwill within you. If you can kill the white wolf without it, all will be well. If the sphere is destroyed, it will be humanity's own fault." At this, Lan Feng paused, and as Meng Fei opened his mouth to retort, he was interrupted. Lan Feng continued, "The Zaira's sword can only sustain itself for a few days. The white wolf will return to the human realm during this time. I will come to find you again in a few days. If you cannot return the sphere of goodwill, I will be powerless to assist you." Meng Fei suddenly found himself at a loss for words, his mind racing back to another concern. He pressed on, "By the way, without the Zaira's sword, how do we get out of here?" Chapter 88. The White Wolf. 1. As night descended upon the outskirts of Huajing City, an eerie tranquility enveloped the air, with a gentle breeze whispering through the surroundings. Zhuoxi and Yuan Song found themselves bound to the ground by two ethereal threads of energy that shimmered with a faint white light, while Yuan Song remained relatively composed. Zhuoxi, a pampered young lady accustomed to the vibrant life of the bustling metropolis, felt a surge of fear as she surveyed her concealed surroundings. Overwhelmed by her predicament, she suddenly burst into tears. Having played the role of Zhuoxi's aunt for many years, Yuan Song felt a pang of sympathy at the sight of her tears and gently reassured her, "Do not cry. Someone will come to rescue us." At the sound of his voice, Zhuoxi turned her gaze toward him, captivated by the glimmering light in his eyes under the dim night. A sense of warmth radiated from his face, reminiscent of an elder's concern for a younger kin, stirring memories of her own aunt who had sacrificed herself for Yuan Song. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she finally asked, "You are not my aunt. What is your name?" Yuan Song was momentarily taken aback by the question, recalling the deception he had maintained for so long, and the memory of her true aunt's sacrifice weighed heavily on his conscience. After a brief pause, he admitted, "My name is Yuan Song, and my aunt?" Zhuoxi pressed. Yuan Song hesitated, unable to divulge the truth concerning Han Heng, and struggled to find his words. At that moment, Huan Yu, seated nearby, observed the discomfort on Yuan Song's face and interjected, "You too, be quiet." Following her voice, Zhuoxi and Yuan Song turned to see Huan Yu sitting cross-legged, her eyes closed. Her hands gradually lifted from her knees, surrounded by a flowing aura of translucent white energy. At the same time, the Shunyi mirror in her arms levitated into the air. Upon seeing the Shunyi mirror, Yuan Song exclaimed. Zhuoxi, though not fully understanding Yuan Song's words, was intrigued yet apprehensive as she watched the mirror hover above them. Her heart filled with an ominous premonition, compelling her to fix her gaze upon it. The azure Shunyi mirror spun in the air, releasing waves of azure light, its surface fluctuating as though it were concealing a monstrous entity desperate to escape. Zhuoxi shivered involuntarily, instinctively inching closer to Yuan Song. Yuan Song's eyes sparkled with determination as he pondered, if Huan Yu were to break the seal of the White Wolf, both Zhuoxi and I would be in grave danger, and humanity itself would face a dire crisis. What should I do? Frustration coursed through him as he lamented the sealing of his powers by that detestable woman. Meng Fei, where are you? Please hurry. His worries etched upon his face. Yuan Song furrowed his brow, his expression grave, as he watched Huan Yu's hands sway gracefully, emanating a golden light that enveloped the Shunyi mirror. Suddenly, the mirror trembled in midair, encased in a golden sphere that distorted as an unseen force within struggled to break free, accompanied by chilling laughter. Ha ha ha. This demon god shall return to the mortal realm at last. Witnessing Yuan Song's prowess, Zhuoxi instinctively leaned her head closer to him as the bizarre phenomenon unfolded, while Yuan Song, mirroring Han Heng's protective gesture, wrapped his arm around her. Break! Huan Yu, who had been reciting incantations with her eyes closed, suddenly shouted, her eyes wide open. With a simultaneous pull of her hands, the golden sphere shattering, revealing a pure white luminescence that shot skyward, accompanied by triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha. The three exquisite women below gazed up in awe at the ascending white light, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Zhuoxi was astonished, Yuan Song was anxious, and Huan Yu remained unfazed. With a resounding clatter, the Shunyi mirror fell to the ground, spinning aimlessly, drawing their attention back to reality. Huan Yu rose and approached the mirror, bending down to retrieve the bronze artifact, only to have it vibrate and elude her grasp. This treasure belongs to me. Huan Yu, if you desire it, you must first entertain me. The white wolf cackled, his laughter echoing through the night. Huan Yu's expression darkened, and she straightened, fixing her gaze upon him. Under the moonlight, the man with a wolf's visage laughed in a manner that unsettled her, clutching the Shunyi mirror that had evaded her grasp moments ago. However, recognizing the mirror as the white wolf's treasure, she chose not to contest him, maintaining her stoic demeanor. The white wolf, seemingly unfazed by Huan Yu's icy glare, shifted his attention to the two petite figures beside her. Upon meeting Yuan Song's pristine face, he recoiled slightly, casting a suspicious glance at Huan Yu and inquired, Long Shuang. Huan Yu understood the white wolf's suspicion and took a moment before responding. One could say yes, and one could say no. This ambiguous reply only served to confuse the white wolf further. What do you mean by that? Speak clearly. Detecting the command in his tone, Huan Yu raised an eyebrow, offering a haughty smile, defying him with her silence, as if to say, I shall not divulge anything. What will you do about it? Irritation flickered across the white wolf's face, but it was Yuan Song who spoke up. I am not Long Shuang. I am Yuan Song. This declaration captured the white wolf's attention, and he scrutinized Yuan Song closely, exclaiming, You resemble her. Truly resemble her. With a mysterious smile, Yuan Song replied, Is it not so that I bear a resemblance to Long Shuang? Indeed. The white wolf's grin morphed into a sinister expression as he continued. Since you are connected to that wretched woman, I shall not let you escape unscathed.